A beaten guy lies on the ground and regrets that he couldn't live a normal life. His name is Eben, and a blonde guy comes up to him, asking him again what he just said. This lunatic hits the boy, returning to the question of normal life, calling him the son of the woman who broke up their family. And, continuing to kick, he advises to consider the fact that Eben was not thrown out as a blessing. The Taylor family of North, a renowned house of poisons and hidden weapons, has fallen. One of the new forces of the world, which destroyed about 9 of its sects. But things would have been different if Chaz-En's proposals had been rejected. If he liked a woman, he would ask her to marry him. And if he was refused or his offer was ignored, he would take her by force. The oddities of the hour extended to the Taylors of North as well. And so his target became the Poison Phoenix, Cherry Taylor. Thus, the Taylors were forced to face the Lord of the Demons of Heavenly Radiance. And fighting with all their might, they won, but spent all their resources. Thus, the Taylors began to approach their downfall. A crow, sitting on the roof and screaming in alarm, is frightened by the sound of another blow. Eben's opponent attacks the defenseless man again, landing a punch to the jaw. The boy asks how he can give up now, because there is still a long way ahead. Eben doesn't answer, realizing that the advantage is not on his side, so he just grimaces. And the blonde asks what he's staring at, and suggests blaming his mother for everything if he doesn't like something. Lying on the ground, his body aching with pain, Eben notes that this is his life. Because his mother had attracted Chaz's attention and destroyed the family, she was insulted and blamed. And accordingly, Eben too, the woman asks her son why he returned so late. Her name is Cherry Taylor, and she is not only the Poison Phoenix, but also our hero's mother. The woman runs up to her son, worriedly asking what happened and what's wrong with his face. The boy laughs, replying that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. But the next moment dispels this illusory illusion of serenity. Cherry asks if her boy was bullied by other children. He denies it. He says he fell while playing and promises to be more careful next time. Cherry is worried that it might leave a scar, but the boy reassures her. And without saying another word, he walks away with a confident gait, restraining himself with all his might. A woman asks her son if he is hungry and he replies that he is not. Saying that he is a little tired, Eben goes to his room and lies down, giving the appearance of rest. But the boy, wide awake, understands that it is not his mother's fault, so he doesn't want to complain. Eben knows for sure that even raising his voice will bring retribution upon himself. After all, the same thing happened to his father, and if they leave their family, no one will protect them. The boy thinks about how things would have been different if his father had been there with them. The next day, Eben is beaten again, and he flies back from another kick. Pleased with his prank, the offender asks the victim to stop exaggerating. I'm telling you to stop being dramatic. Besides, this is just the beginning of the fun. As they grab him by the hair, Eben wonders how much longer they will have to live like this. And his friend also joins in the fair-haired man's atrocities. A voice is heard from behind the punks, asking them to leave the boy, because this is already crossing the line. Its owner says that he has prepared something for a game with Eben, but does not want to play with a crippled man. The blonde is already pretty fed up with this and asks what it is this time. And N suggests trying the poison, since they will soon be competing for the place of air. The boys look at the dangerous weapon thoughtfully, wondering how acceptable it is, and one of them, whose name is Chadwick, falls with all his weight on the martyr. Noting that a wrong move could cause injury, so Eben should be grateful to them. N says he won't kill Eben, and promises to give him an antidote, but only after the poison's effect has been confirmed. And sticking the needle into someone else's body, he adds that Eben will not die. The boy lets out an involuntary cry accompanied by a surprised exclamation, that his skin started to react immediately, and N, with an evil smile, falsely encourages his victim, saying that he will be able to stand firm. But the boy doesn't even know how long he will have to hold back, and later he thinks about how the rain brings a little relief, touching his burning skin. Lying under the cool drops, Eben thinks that he knows how to simplify everything. It would be easier if he just closed his eyes, but a question arises. Who will protect his mother then? The boy holds back his sobs, regretting that he was born so weak. He would give a lot to be able to stand up to all his offenders. Eben doesn't want much, just to become strong enough to protect him and his mother. And the boy shouts out words about how he wants to live a normal life. After this phrase, a pale haze begins to form in the sky, transforming into ghostly ribbons and forming outlines that descended before Eben. Struck by the mysterious sight, the boy slowly rises from the ground, and he realizes that in front of him is a sword that Eben had not noticed before. The boy wonders how long he has been here. Even though he doesn't remember seeing the weapon here before, it seems familiar, and something inexplicable makes Eben reach forward and grasp the light handle. At that moment, a gust of wind rises, and the boy realizes that this is his sword. And the next day, he remembers how he managed to get this weapon. This took years of hard training, more than a century, but in the end, he managed to get what he wanted. Eben trained hard, mastering various techniques including sword formation, and along with the above-mentioned sword basics and the way of the sword. All this helped to achieve the technique called the absolute sword, and it was all for one purpose. The man was interested in how many lines he had drawn, but it all turned out to be in vain in the end. Even after reaching the end of the sword, Eben could not stop his approaching death. Then he was filled with regret and wanted to live another life. And the man then made a wish, just like the boy does now, to live a normal life. And at that moment Eben remembered everything. and now all the memories are with him in this life. In the past, he was a sword master, and in this one, he is Eben Taylor. Memories flash through my mind like a colorful carousel, and everything suddenly freezes. And now this man with two consciousnesses in one intends to live a normal life. Cherry runs out of the house, asking where her son is going, since he was just beaten yesterday. He asks her not to worry about him, confident that nothing terrible will happen to him. Smiling radiantly, the boy promises to return home and leaves, and the woman has no choice but to watch her son until he disappears from sight. The blonde asks his friend if Eben is avoiding them today. Chadwick thinks he'll show up if he doesn't want his mother to see him broken, and he notices that he has a lot of guts, and his interlocutor bares his teeth, asking what he's talking about, considering that Eben still needs to be beaten up well if he shows up. If he doesn't show up, they will gather everyone and start teasing him. And Chadwick, glancing to the side in passing, notices his potential victim approaching. Eben walks straight towards them with a slow, confident gait. Anne calls out to him, noticing from the tree that the boy arrived quite late. As she jumps down, she says she was already starting to worry, thinking that he wouldn't show up. And the girl waves her hand at Eben, inviting him to join them quickly. The company notices that the boy's gaze has changed, and its leader steps forward. Taking confident steps towards Eben, the blonde begins to grin, guessing that the boy must be having a really hard time. But suddenly he notices that there are no bruises on the body of his silent interlocutor, and he asks how this is possible. Eben answers Moonlight that he cannot be harmed by such people. Clearly sensing the change, the trio's facial expressions instantly change. Moonlight wonders why Eben is talking like that today, when yesterday he was groaning in pain, and from Chadwick's direction a disgruntled growl is heard. And he asks if Eben needs a hot compress, and he addresses the big guy by name, which he hasn't done for a very long time. The little girl does not escape a similar fate, being as surprised as her relative. But then he claps his hands and joyfully says what everyone else is saying. Did Eben really want to die if he dared to address him by name? And the girl asks Moonlight if maybe he should double the dose of poison. And Chadwick is indignant about the fact that Eben ignores the man standing opposite him. But the next moment, something incredible happens. Grabbing Chadwick by the face, Eben spins him in the air and suddenly moves, hitting him to the ground and breaking the soil due to the force of the blow. Anne and Moonlight gape in shock, breathing out startled questions. They can't believe Chadwick was knocked out with one punch. The girl asks how this is possible, since Eben has not studied martial arts. Moonlight himself doesn't know, but Eben says that he can do everything they can. The boy remembers the words that they will take part in the competition of heirs, and he asks if they are really going to participate with that level of skill. Moonlight is puzzled by how one can become a completely different person overnight, and he consoles himself with the thought that Chadwick simply let his guard down for a moment. They had been preparing for the competition for years, so there was no way they would lose to him. And Moonlight says that now he will see if Eben will talk like that too. After he tastes his powers, and the opponent, to his surprise, blocks the attack. This guy's gaze is like nothing I've ever seen before, and it's scary. Meanwhile, Eben begins to speak in parallel, returning to the question of competitions, applying a technique Moonlight had never seen before to himself. Eben says it's also obvious. If all the participants in the competition are at this level. Originally, the Poison Hall was where the leader lived, and where important family gatherings were held. But due to the long absence of a head, it became a meeting room for elders. One of them says that the number of participants for the title of heir has decreased, and now they need to make a final decision about Eben, Cherry's son. He hasn't officially announced his participation yet, and everyone knows that he is being bullied. They want to exclude him, because they think that no one will object. The man asks, dumbfounded, if Eben doesn't have the blood of the former head of the family in his veins. The second believes that the exclusion could jeopardize the legitimacy of the upcoming competition. They are told that they are understood, but at the same time it can become a big problem. Even though the blood of the head flows in him, now the boy is a burden for the whole family. The peace meeting is interrupted by the sound of a door swinging open. Those present turn their gaze there, instantly becoming stunned. There is not a trace of fear in Eben's eyes. He is firmly confident in his decision. One of the men stutters out his name in shock, and the old man asks if he understands what he is doing now. The boy says that he understands completely and politely thanks his interlocutor. He stands before the silent audience with his head held high, and the old man finally notices that the guy didn't come here alone. Eben, lifting Anne by the hair, begins to speak to the astonishment of those present. During all this time, he experienced a lot of oppression from his family, but he doesn't intend to continue to tolerate this any longer. Someone screams, accusing Eben of being cruel to a potential competitor. And another asks, doesn't the boy know that this is a serious crime? Eben says he is well aware of his family's rules, and he asks if fighting between competitors is a problem. The old man asks Eben to repeat what he just said, and asks if he is really going to take part in the competition. The boy asks if this is not enough, but his interlocutor does not understand. Eben suggests checking the area outside the Great Hall. The two bullied him, and the boy followed his family's rules. After all, according to one of them, good is repaid twice, and revenge tenfold. The elder asks, so Eben has thus proven his worth. But then the first dissenter appears, expressing his opinion out loud. The second one also considers it wrong to expose other participants to danger. The elder stops the dissatisfied with just a gesture of his hand, offering to give him the right to take part in the competition. Those gathered are perplexed. Has the elder really gone mad? But he asks, since this boy speaks so confidently, why should they stop him? And he turns to Eben, expressing hope that his confidence matches his skills. After all, if he doesn't become the heir, he will pay for what happened today. Cherry asks her son how he could do something like that. She still can't believe that he is now taking part in the competition for heirs. The boy tells his mother with a sympathetic look that it was necessary. The woman is amazed by the decisiveness of her son's tone, realizing that this is not hysteria or a whim. By naming Eben, she wanted him to survive as long as possible. And Cherry falls to her knees, saying that she will not ask about the new power. She's only interested in one thing. Is he confident that he can handle the competition? The boy smiles dazzlingly, reminding him that he is the son of the Poison Phoenix. The woman sobs, starting to address her son, but swallowing the end of the sentence. And then he says that he is very proud of him, noting how he has matured. Eben thinks about the warmth of his mother's arms, and wants to continue to protect his life, making a promise to herself to destroy anyone who tries to disturb her, regardless of what means have to be used for this. A month later, the interlocutor suggests that the sister leave everything as is. After all, the competition is not just some ordinary children's game. Everything is extremely serious. Cherry asks her brother to leave his son, because he probably has his own reasons for participating. After all, Eben is not one to act without a plan, the man agrees. He is endowed with such qualities as sharpness of mind, courage, and self-control, and they are all incredible for a child of that age. Chuck touches on the topic of demonstrating one's attitude towards what is happening, but his sister interrupts him, asking if he is really worried about the boy. The man notes that he had to intervene because the situation turned out to be quite serious, but he asks if it's really okay for Eben to train with everyone. The boy meditates, thinking about what he has been doing all this time. Eben ate fresh meals prepared by his mother, slept a lot, and meditated. To correct the distorted paths of your energy, there is no need for anything else for now. He, having woken up in a past life, can try it at any time. But right now, it is much more important to strengthen the vessel that contains this power, the body. At the age of 12, it is not yet very clogged. As his level increases naturally, transformation is just around the corner. But even then, the physical shell will remain vital. Right now, Eben needs to focus on what's really needed. It's food and rest to maintain balance, and that will be enough. On the day of the competition, Eben respectfully says goodbye to his mother. The woman echoes and asks the child to take care of himself. Her brother Chuck also says goodbye, and Cherry replies that it was good to see him. The two turn and walk away, and the woman follows their backs with her gaze to the very end, mentally telling her husband that their son has grown up a lot. She would really like her beloved to be able to see this with his own eyes. People are gradually flocking to the Hall of the Dark King. Eben wonders if he has arrived too early. His uncle, who was also the head of the Dark King, went to sort things out regarding the meeting. Voices can be heard from the outside discussing his origins, and the crowd approaches Eben, remembering that he beat up Moonlight. Some people consider this to be a false rumor, since Eben could not have been trained in martial arts. The teenagers are shocked that such worthless people are now allowed to participate in the competition. And when the foul-mouthed man says they need to work on discipline, he gets it. People around him are scared and ask if he is okay, and one of them says that Eben used a hidden weapon. And the second one notices that it is not a weapon, but an uneaten rice cake. Everyone is amazed at how he can throw it with such impressive force. The company's members are not going to leave it all that easy, and Eben asks if they haven't heard about the defeat of Moonlight's group. Although it doesn't matter to him, it's better to experience everything on his own skin. Eben remembers that Moonlight didn't run away even with a broken arm, and he suggests that the guys from the crowd will certainly not do this. And they start vying with each other to encourage each other, calling on each other to kill this guy. But they are all in for a disappointment, and the first one gets it in the face. Chuck winces as a teenage body flies past him at high speed, and he remembers that this child is a participant in the competition. The man jumps up, worried that something might have happened, and he asks those gathered what all the fuss is going on here. But instead of enthusiastic participants, he is met with crippled bodies, either unconscious or moaning in pain, except for one. As Eben takes a bite of his rice bun, he notices that his uncle has finally arrived, and he shares that during all this time he managed to get bored while waiting. A wide smile appears on the boy's face, but Chuck's gaze becomes discouraged. Seeing this, Eben asks to understand him correctly, because these children started first. The nephew politely asks his uncle to be gentler with him. The disgruntled one shouts, turning to the elder, that they cannot turn a blind eye to this. If a man like Eben becomes the head of the family, something even more terrible will happen. And the great elder, Slade Taylor, proposes to change one of the rules of the competition. The participants discuss how the competition is going, but they don't know each other. It's just a conversation between two random candidates. The dark-haired girl asks how the neighbor knows, since the details are not revealed to anyone. She replies that she received a little hint from her father, who works at the general staff. Adding that connections are always useful, the assembled are asked to remain silent. Chuck says he'll be watching the competition and is going to make demands. The girls look at him with loving eyes. This man is the youngest head. The competition lasts for 4 years, 3 of which are devoted to training. The first year is dedicated to finding a suitable methodology for individual training. The next 2 are led by appointed warriors. In this way, comprehensive training is provided, After all the training is completed, the main competition begins. The man announces the format of the competition, and the girl in glasses quietly prompts him. But suddenly Chuck's voice is drowned out by another, coming from behind, and he announces something completely different from what was agreed upon. Now the form of testing is a duel with a special poison. It involves placing several poisons in a vessel to combat each other. The elder continues, saying that the form was originally supposed to be different, but due to the incident that occurred, many dropped out of the competition. So the format was changed to allow everyone to express themselves. And the elder announces to everyone that everything happened because of Eben, and proclaims that the winner will have everything that belongs to their family. Each of those present knows that in a duel of poison, only one will survive. Words of gratitude can be heard in the meeting hall of the Dark Moon Sword Sect. The man asks to listen to what he wants to say now. Those present guess what the discussion will be about, the spies told them. The interlocutor confirms, saying that after the announcement the participants left in carts. Of course, the tailors are now in such a state that they could be crushed like bugs. But for now he doesn't touch them, since they are still useful. It's clear as day that these children are the future of the Taylor family. But if something doesn't go according to plan, it will cause irreparable damage to her. Although they deny it, the Taylors still have something to be careful with. And the one who started the conversation is asked when they will speak, and he suggests waiting. Tracking down the cart and grabbing the children will be easy, but it won't cause much damage. The competition lasts for years, so it is more profitable to invest in children first. And then they can be killed, which will be a fatal blow for the Taylors. The interlocutor is told what has already happened with 2 other families. The man, whose name is Ingram, confirms these words. They will watch for now. And he says that surveillance has already been organized. And not only that, Ingram planted a small seed so that perhaps all the Taylors would be in their hands. The man says that although the rules have changed, the schedule and procedures remain the same. During the competition, participants will be called by numbers instead of names. Emir is assigned number 27, Mira 26, and Lilia 25th. Eben is the 28th and is momentarily lost. The boy apologizes, saying that he was lost in thought. The mentor says that there is no time to be in the clouds, urging us not to fall behind. Eben wonders if the presenter feels a presence behind him like he does. It doesn't look like a simple passerby or an escort. It is obvious that there is a tail behind them, and the children are surprised, because there is nothing ahead. And from the rock comes a voice asking the 7th group to give the password. The man says poisonous king of hidden poison. The answer is accepted and it is positive. Children look at the person who appears before them with a mixture of different emotions. And that man, waving his fan, joyfully greets those present. The man introduces himself as Chan Charka, saying that he will help them in the competition. The Chark family was once one of the 5 greats, like Taylor and the Masters of Embodiment, but then it fell after the invasion of the demon lord Heavenly Radiance. Chan says their family barely survived, all thanks to the Taylors. In gratitude for this, they protect the competition from outside attacks. The Charka family helps out at this location with their skilled incarnations. Emir and Lilia admire, finding the embodiments truly masterful. And Mira glances sideways at Eben, not understanding why he looks so disorganized. The girl remembers that the boy was like that in the cart too. And he remembers the moment when they were asked to introduce themselves to each other. The bespectacled woman stuttered, and asked Eben his real name and introduced herself, adding that she had heard a lot about him, and not only she, everyone had heard about that fight. Emir was the second to introduce himself with the utmost politeness. Noticing that Eben was famous, especially for what he had done to En, Lily asked the boy if he knew that his great-grandfather was one of the 3 elders. Eben then asked if she really thought he was to blame for the change in conditions. The girl said that she wasn't blaming anyone, she was just surprised by the change in rules. Mira was adamant, ready to argue about it. She considered Eben's face to be the face of a man who was causing inconvenience to others. The guy chuckled, and the girl blushed, asking what was so funny about it. And now she thinks that, unlike the others, she didn't let him get away with anything. After all, she had been preparing for this day for a very long time. She thinks that she is not going to turn a blind eye to Eben's antics so easily. And having encountered Lily, he angrily asks why she froze. And she and Amir, since they were walking ahead, noted that Charka's trainer had disappeared. They start to panic, wondering where he could have disappeared to. And Mira notes that if you get lost in the embodiment, you can get stuck in a spatial rift. And it belatedly dawns on her that it's more important to worry about herself now, not the coach. Lily believes that if they stand still, someone will come and save them. And Emir assumes that they are stuck here with no way to move forward. Eben remains calm, staring off into space, and Mira tries to understand him. Lily asks if anyone here knows anything about incarnation, and Mira doesn't understand why this guy maintains such enviable calm. Chan thinks that the children should already be starting to panic and about leaving the dome that was erected. The Taylor elders were petty, as they captured an entire group because of a child. He recalls Slade's words, who promised to double his support in exchange for Eben's death, and he wonders how one can ignore such a generous offer. Besides, the unfairness of the competition could only harm the Taylors, but not his family. And then an unidentified strange sound reaches the man's ears. Chan wonders what its source is. But you don't have to rack your brains for long. It turns out that it's enough to just look back. The man screams in surprise, getting scared and asking how they managed to do it. And Eben asks if the coach thought about what would happen if he left them. The man plays the fool, admitting that he made a mistake. He continues to wonder to himself how this guy managed to get in here. Lily asks how Eben did it. He replies that he just cut it. Mira is angry at her accomplices, noting that they chose the wrong time. She believes that they were simply incredibly lucky to find Coach Charka, and the girl now suggests following him carefully so as not to lose him again. And he is not there again. The children are frightened, realizing that the man has disappeared again. Eben grins, his guess taking hold, but says nothing out loud. And a member of the Charka family, considering it absurd, thinks that he is running around the incarnation. Although now he understands that this boy's eyes cannot be deceived by simple tricks. And finally, he finds an exit leading to the training grounds. The man makes the final push and finds himself where he needs to be. And breathing heavily, he thinks that this should be enough. Chan believes that no matter what method this boy uses, he will not get here. The man flinches in surprise when he hears a familiar voice. Standing before him is the overseer of Group 7, Vaughn Taylor. And he notices that the coach looks bad, and the members of the 7th group are nowhere to be seen. Vaughn asks what happened, and Chan tries to calm himself down. And she replies that it seems she will not participate in the competition. He waited for a long time, but they did not show up. Perhaps someone attacked them. Unfortunately, these things happen without warning, and apparently we will have to continue without these 4. But he rejoiced too soon, and both men stare at the crumbling incarnation. Chan looks over his shoulder with eyes sore from the strain, not believing what is happening. Vaughn asks, preparing for battle. If there is an intruder there, Chan offers to check. But he doesn't have time to do anything, because someone on the other side stabs him with a dagger. The man flinches in fear from the crack of the incarnation, already knowing who is to blame. And he turns around to see pieces of one of the highest forms of illusion flying towards him. On the phantom dome of the 7 castles, which was simply broken, crushed by a worthless brat. Vaughn's face also contorts with surprise, but his character is different. And the unbearable boy grins predatorily, expressing relief, and asking how the coach was doing, because he was worried about him. Mira breathed out in amazement, saying that it was an amazing ability. After all, Eben personally destroyed the incarnation with just 1 dagger. The boy corrects her, saying that he only made an opening, but did not destroy the embodiment. And he suggests that they move quickly, otherwise it will close, and the guys are called out, asking if they were from the 7th group. They answer in agreement and ask with whom they themselves have the honor. The man says he was afraid they would be attacked and is glad that this was not the case. Eben looks at the coach, asking what he said. And he says that they got lost, but found their way to this place. Thanks to Chan marking the entrance, the other children are confused. Looking at Chan, Eben thinks that he must be following the Taylor's orders. But for now, he decides to consider this as suspicion, putting it off until the end of the competition. The man, laughing nervously, asks for forgiveness for such a mistake, and citing the need to check the destroyed embodiment, he leaves. Vaughn apologizes for leaving the children unaccompanied for a while, and he introduces himself, saying that he will be responsible for training during the competition. Mira is shocked when she hears the name of the squad that includes Vogan. After all, I heard that they disappeared a long time ago. This detachment was a direct military force under the command of the former head of the Taylors. Each of them was comparable in strength to the great leader, being a member of the most elite squad. Mira knows that the previous young mistress was Eben's mother, who asks why Vaughn is not part of the Taylor family. And he says that many years ago they fought for the young lady, but ultimately, they suffered a crushing defeat. Therefore, unable to protect those they should, they consider themselves only sinners. At this point, Vaughn ends the introduction and begins explaining the rules of the competition. He says the first year is a period of independent practice. You can train the way you want. Lilia is interested in the legendary family technique, which was lost, the reign of 10,000 heavenly flowers. Vaughn replies that this technique will only go to the one who wins. And Eben remembers, believing that this is when many hidden blades fly like a storm, and wonders if he can copy it as a sword control technique. Vaughn, meanwhile, expresses uncertainty about whether they can cope. And with this he closes the topic, saying that training is permitted both in groups and individually. Lily asks where they will live and sleep, to which she receives the answer, in the forest. After all, comfort cannot make them truly strong. The most important thing now is to adapt to extreme conditions. And the man allows you to start training according to your preferences right now. Eben asks if he can't sleep in a comfortable bed, because he doesn't consider adaptation to life in the forest important, and the same goes for nutrition. Vaughn asks what the brat just said, considering Eben to be the embodiment of arrogance, but not everything is clear. After all, if he himself destroyed the barrier, it would be good to verify his abilities, and the man allows the boy to spend the night in the estate inside the incarnation, if he passes the test. But if not, it's better to immediately prepare for the worst. Eben doesn't see a problem with this, agreeing to such conditions. Vaughn says the test is simple. They'll throw a hidden weapon at him, and it will end if you manage to block or dodge at a distance of 5 steps. They'll start as soon as the guy blindfolds himself, which he does immediately, and on all sides his potential opponents were already lurking in ambush. Eben's group members are worried about whether this is even possible. and those who are hiding do not move, as if they are deliberately building up pressure. But literally a moment later, several people simultaneously throw their projectiles at the victim. The boy listens and concentrates, starting to count all the objects. He believes there are 167 weapons in total. This is, of course, a bit much, but for Eben personally, it's as easy as pie. Vaughn's eyes widen in surprise at what the boy is getting out. What many people miss is that martial arts are not only about technique, but also about depth. Simply put, principles such as weight, speed, and variability are fundamental. Ascension martial arts include destruction, dispersal, binding, cutting, and sharpening. For a person who understood all this in a past life, the task is really not difficult. For those who are just learning, who have not yet achieved enlightenment, this is a shock. Vaughn is confused that the boy managed to reflect everything. And with one movement, Lily is amazed, asking what they just saw. Ymir replies that this guy neutralized all the blades with one move, and Vaughn thinks that even he would have a hard time dodging everything. Eben, removing the bandage, asks if he managed to pass the test. The man is deep in thought and Ymir shakes him. He has to shout to wake Vaughn from his sleep. The warrior clears his throat, beginning to speak and thinking that Eben had done it after all. And the man has no choice but to say it out loud, allowing the boy to rest in the estate. Lilia is jealous, Mira is indignant, and Ymir looks at what is happening with admiration. Hearing Mira's hint that they should also share the victory with him, the guy thinks. And then, with a sly grin, he begins to tease her. The fact that there is a lot of tasty food on the estate, but nothing is brought into the forest. The girl starts swearing, blessing her friend on what the set stands on. And Vaughn seems to be happy that the other's motivation has not been lost. But he also understands that the outcome of the battle is already predetermined, because apparently, Eben is the one who will be able to revive the former greatness of the Taylor family. The wolves, who are enjoying their dinner and not bothering anyone, are distracted by a strange sound. They jump up in bewilderment, listening and turning in his direction, but in vain. The last survivor is attacked in cold blood. Lily is glad that her paralyzing poison worked. Ymir notes that if they continue like this, they will be fine. Her poison creation skills and hurricane technique are praised. The children think that 4 months have already passed, and on the first day, all they did was run away, because the first thing they encountered was a bear. At that time, they couldn't even find normal prey. They had to eat whatever they could find. And when the hunt finally bore fruit, everyone burst into tears. It was hard, but they found shelter for themselves. Ymir asks rhetorically if Eben is probably doing well there. Mira tells her to shut up and never remember her comrade. She is interested, and Mira is angry, assuming that this fool is probably hanging around doing nothing. The girl believes that when Eben gets to the estate, she will get what she deserves. But given what he did back then, he could have become even more powerful. If he continued training all this time, Mira asks everyone to wait, and he asks where all their meat went. The answer comes quite quickly. You just have to glance at Lily, who blissfully declares that she has eaten well. And then he asks the guys to move a little bit, otherwise they'll block the light. They call her a pig, and the next moment, terrible squeals are heard from the cave. Eben is surrounded in the Fortress of the Incarnation by the domes of the 7 castles. Vaughn gives his subordinates the signal to begin the attack. 2 of them quickly take off, forcing the boy to dodge the sharp blades. The next one attacks from above, but Eben gets ahead of him, attacking with his own leg. Then 5 people attack him at once, acting asynchronously. The guy moves his hands to the side and back, preparing to use the technique. A multitude of daggers pierce the air, failing to find their original target. Meanwhile, Eben is on top, fishing something out of his bosom, and the boy notices that it's time for him to try out his new technique. One of the opponents, noticing Eben, informs the others of his situation, and he waves his arms, sending deadly rings in all directions. The warriors are surprised by this, wondering what he is hoping for. And at that very moment, the weapon finds its first target. The warrior, who did not notice his wounded comrade, flinches only after his cry. He suffers a similar fate, receiving a crossblow across the chest. The rings are so small and fast that they are not visible. Meanwhile, Eben activates a new technique, calling upon rotation. It's called the crazy dance of the revolving line. Vaughn can't believe this guy took out trained soldiers so quickly. Moreover, he controlled the power of such a large-scale attack, doing this in such a way that only a cut is made on the skin, without serious injury. The man asks if Eben himself invented this technique, and he confirms it. Vaughn notes that if you fall into it, it will be extremely difficult to get out. The man admires and asks the name of the technique, Eben says. The interlocutor notes that its use must consume a lot of internal energy, and asks how he copes with it, remembering how he asked one warrior for guidance. There was the sky-piercing eye and the flowing stream eye, and the former was recommended to him. Because the second one was not finished, Eben says he mastered it. Vaughn looks at his interlocutor in amazement, not understanding how he managed to do this, and the boy agrees that something was missing. But he understood what it was. And now he can direct an object wherever he wants, with minimal expenditure of internal energy. Vaughn is amazed that the boy filled in the missing part by studying everything on his own. The man says that in 2 months the children from Eben's team will arrive here, and they will take the test, even though they have already proven that they have all the necessary skills, and all because they said they wanted to become even stronger. The boy grins, saying that he will be glad to see how strong his friends have become, and he leaves, and the man wonders if he was really worried about his teammates. He doesn't think it matters what they use for their training. Finding a secluded place, Eben reflects on fate. In his past life, he was only connected to his master, Sword Ghost. Now, despite his origins and actions, new connections are emerging for him. The boy asks himself if this can be considered a normal life, and he understands that for some unknown reason he wants to see these people as soon as possible. And between these very people a conflict occurs. Mira accuses Lilia of gluttony. The girl apologizes, saying that she simply couldn't stop once she started eating. Ymir asks her friends to stop, because soon they will be together with Eben. Mira doesn't like this topic and angrily tells them to stop talking about this guy. The girl notes that on the first day of training, they were complete beginners. But now they have reached a completely different level of power. The world is excited about the idea that they will soon meet Eben. Lily vows to break the boy's skull in half, and Ymir simply remains threateningly silent. They shout victory along with Eben for Team 7. And when a grown man looks at these little girls, he becomes scared. When they approach the estate, they order Eben to leave it immediately. Mira wonders why it's so quiet here and then laughs, thinking that the guy ran away. Lily shows pity, saying that she really wanted to smash his head in. Mira turns to Ymir, noticing that she has been keeping quiet lately. And it becomes clear to the girl what the reason was, because she sees its source. And this same source says that he hid to surprise his friends, and asks Lilia what she was going to do with his head. Eben asks why they are frozen in place. After all, someone wanted to smash his head in, and the guy suggests that they try to do it. And he asks if he should attack first. Mira backs off, saying that they were just fooling around, thinking that they didn't even notice his presence. Life in the forest certainly taught them a lot and sharpened all their senses. But their level is very different, and Mira is interested in what the guy has been doing all this time. Besides all this guy has stretched out and undergone changes. Mira is frightened by her own thoughts, wondering if the forest is to blame for everything. Eben, meanwhile, asks her not to be so gloomy, because he sees that she has become stronger. And he adds that she just gets a little lost against his own background. The girls look at their friend with irritation, realizing that some things never change. One of the interlocutors notes that everyone is finally here, noting that Chan has come, and the other one says that it is impossible to look at him without tears. The man suggests getting straight to the point, and asks if there are any notable ones in their groups. One of the interlocutors points out participant number 2. She is ahead of all the others, although there is no clear sense of desire to become stronger or to survive. But there is a feeling of immense hostility towards someone, which gives strong fuel. The next man marks contestant number 10. After all, he passed the military test in just a month. He could very well become the winner. These members definitely stand out, but it's surprising that there aren't more. After meeting number 28, they all seem mediocre to Chan. He not only broke the embodiment of a man, this kid's training is completely shocking, because it is at the level of a master. But recruiting this guy is too risky, because it seems he has revealed Chang's plan. They ask him what is troubling him, because the man looks puzzled. Chan thinks that there is no point in bringing this up, replying that there are no special people in his group. After all, they need a puppet that will be easy to control, for example N. The man heard that her face was disfigured, believing that such a heart would be easy to shake. She could be perfect for the role of the young mistress and wife of his nephew. Being related to the Taylors will help expand their own family's powers, and by strengthening its influence further, it will be possible to completely absorb the Taylors. After all, this is precisely why the Charkies support this family's competition, and Chan suggests ending the meeting on this point, having come to such a decision. He believes that number 28 is too valuable to lose. Later, you can tempt him with revenge, adopt him, and offer him the position of head of Charka. The girls train early in the morning, throwing daggers at targets. The first one hits the very center of the target, and the same happens with the remaining 2. Mira is happy to move into the estate. The girls began to train even harder. But all this is offset by success, and the realization that you now sleep in warmth and comfort. Mira asks if Ymir and Eben are in the lab now. Lilia confirms these words, and he says that the girl entered there gritting her teeth, and also swore to kill someone. Mira wonders if everything will be okay, since Ymir is well versed in poisons after all. She, meanwhile, says that it is impossible not to pay attention to such a potion, and asks, what was the guy thinking, being scared by what he was doing? The girl tells Eben to spit out what he drank right now, because he could die, and he suddenly freezes, making muffled, inarticulate sounds. Ymir wonders if it has already worked, and she involuntarily screams because Eben breathes a cloud of poison into her. The guy asks why he shakes the man so hard while watching Ymir suffer, but suddenly he feels changes taking place within him, and he smiles slyly, asking if the poison is really weaker than originally intended. The girl screams, saying that this poison is capable of melting his insides, and he asks, puzzled, why then is he still okay? Eben smiles slyly, saying who knows, and makes a guess. Maybe it's because Ymir just brewed some low-grade booze. The girl screams why Eben can't die, causing her comrades to speculate. Later, a depressed Ymir tells the boy to stop guzzling her poisons like booze, and he wonders if there is anything else, because nothing interests him. Ymir doesn't understand why nothing works and makes assumptions that a comrade may have immunity to poisons, but he understands that the matter is different. Purification of poisons is the main technique of the Taylor family, poison madness, and poison masters immediately take control of all substances that enter their body. The guy is happy that the poisons that entered his body were transformed into internal energy. But all this requires deep awareness, which not everyone is given to achieve. Now weak substances are hardly able to increase Eben's internal energy, and he will need to sort out a lot of things before he can live a normal life. Eben knows that he could deal with the Elders at any moment, but that's not the point. If the Black Death Alliance or the Demon Lord attacks, the outcome will be unpredictable. There are no personal scores to settle with the former, but Eben is not going to turn a blind eye to the Division of North. The leader of the Alliance is called the Genius of our era, who destroyed a third of the factions. If Eben were his past self, he would have been able to fight him with ease. Ymir dejectedly shares his dream of creating 10 poisons of his family. Eben inquires with interest what kind of poisons these are. Ymir is amazed that the guy might not know such things, since he is a descendant of the previous head. And he explains that these are the 10 most powerful poisons, the recipes for which were passed down from his ancestors. The higher the number, the stronger the poison itself, but most of the formulas are lost. The 10th was so powerful that it penetrated even the highest class masters. To Eben, this poison sounds like a poison worth coveting. He asks if Ymir can make it, and she reminds him that the formula is lost. Eben is upset, remembering that his comrade's poisons have no effect, and she gets angry. And he adds that the 10th poison was so strong that its preparation was prohibited. Ymir is sure that even Eben wouldn't be able to survive if he swallowed it. The boy strangling En asks her what she did to him, and the next moment his insides explode and the girl asks, does she really have to repeat herself? But she does repeat the question of what is wrong with her face. Meanwhile, the opponent begins to glow from within, making heartbreaking sounds, and then he explodes again, and with his last breath reaches out to En with his hand. But he fails to achieve his goal, as the technology takes its logical conclusion. The girl looks at what is left of her former opponent with disgust, surprised that he was incinerated so instantly. Smiling, En says that she never thought that the poison from her grandfather would be like this. And he laughs, delighted by the knowledge that he possesses a poison from the top 10. The pain she felt that day she would never forget. She promises to definitely get revenge on Eben in the final fight with the poisons. Someone notices that another 6 months are behind us, and a whole year has already passed since the very beginning of preparations for the competition. The coach says it's time to choose the captain of their team. It's still temporary, but by the 3rd year we'll need to make a final decision. Each captain will represent their team in the fight against poison. This will be a battle to the death, so it makes sense for the squad to be represented by the most outstanding one. Lily is surprised because she thought that everyone would take part in the duel, and participant number 28 is appointed as the leader of the 7th team. Ymir notes that this guy is not only a captain, but also a contender for the role of leader, and Vaughn asks to remember that now Eben is only a temporary captain. The man asks if everyone agrees to let this guy lead them, and ordering him to step forward, asks him to take it in his hands. Eben asks, confused, what it is, and Vaughn answers. This Taylor elixir is called the Heavenly Heart Pill. It significantly increases internal energy, depending on the level of the person receiving it. The girls ask why such a valuable thing is given to Eben. The answer turns out to be extremely simple. The privilege is granted to the team captain. Vaughn warns that taking the pill will cause strange sensations. And Eben interrupts, asking if there is anything else. The man does not believe his ears. And the guy continues to be impudent, saying that instead of the elixir, he needs something else. Ymir can't believe this guy is up to his old tricks again. Lilia asks if Eben knows how much this elixir costs. And Mira says that if he himself doesn't want it, then let him give the pill to her. Vaughn hasn't heard of such a thing before, but still asks what Eben wants then. And the boy replies that it would be nice to get poison, but not a simple one. He wants to get the one that is most powerful. He wants 10 poison Taylors. Mira asks in surprise, looking at the arsenal of weapons, is this really all he brought? And he continues, wondering where the elixir is. The guy says that they didn't give him any poison. I had to take at least something. Mira is angry with her comrade. She considers him a fool, because the guy did not take the elixir. Lilia suggests respecting the decision. Ymir is also on the side of the latter, believing that the elders will like it. Eben now understands what is being said and says that he has not returned the pill yet. A few hours earlier, Vaughn had given him the weapon the boy had asked for, and he asks if he's sure this is a good replacement for the pill. Eben is upset that they didn't give him poison, and the man shares that he was the only one who asked for poison in exchange for the elixir, and he asks if anything else is needed. The guy replies that this is enough. But he has a question. Vaughn asks what it is. Eben is interested in what they will do with the pill. It needs to be returned back to the medicine room. Vaughn asks if he has changed his mind, and the guy says that he has an interesting idea. Crew members can band together to overthrow the temporary captain, so they agreed to re-elect the leader and give him the pill. Vaughn thinks about it. He likes the idea. It could be a good motivation. And Eben says that you can fight him at any time. The deadline is the start of the duel with poison. Mira and Lilia immediately rush to get weapons. The guy watches their backs with an amused look, amused by such a reaction. But he is not going to give in, and if he becomes the head, he will give everyone one of these pills. A little later, a voice is heard from outside, ordering the guy to come out immediately. They rush him even when he is already leaving. Thus, season after season passes, replacing each other like falling leaves. The opponent flies back with a cry of annoyance, sliding his back across the tiles. Eben approaches his opponent, who is groaning in pain, and asks, how many times has he lost already? About 173. Mira wonders if this guy can even get tired, and Lilia has long since given up. Lately, she has become indifferent to everything. She lives to admire Eben. Mira admits that watching him is indeed quite fascinating. And the guy asks his opponent if he accepts his defeat. And he adds that in this case, he will take the place of the head of the family. Ymir notes that they haven't even seen the other teams, although it's hard to imagine Eben losing. And he asks, he won't abandon them when he becomes the leader. Vaughn notices that each of them has grown enormously over the past year. Eben is now the official leader of the team, and the real fight begins tomorrow. The man tells his charges to complete their preparations, and the leader accepts the order. Vaughn says it's been 3 years since they started training. Some members of other teams were expelled, some even died. Compared to them, the 7th team looks very decent. Although the man talked about the upcoming fight, he wants to do it again. Until now, the use of poisons in wrestling was prohibited, but now it is allowed. Besides the family's 10 poisons, Vaughn asks Eben to go all out. Ymir hands the leader a box of poisons, saying that it contains everything he asked for. Fire poison is the most dangerous, because even 1 drop of it can kill. Ocular is useless unless it gets directly into the eyes. There is also 9 ailments powder. Ymir says that he is not very worried, but asks his friend to promise that he will win. He agrees, intercepting the guy's hand, which causes surprise. And he himself hits his face against the fist extended forward. Then Eben adds that he promises to win. After all, they are the only ones who could harm him in this competition. And the guy enters the portal, saying goodbye to his friends. The day of the duel with poison has finally arrived. En is lucky. She is confident of her victory because she has 10 poisons, and a new ally, which the girl is remembering right now. She was surprised when Charka offered her help. Then she asked the man about the plan, and he began talking about an arena for the fight, reminding that it is created by incarnations, which they accordingly easily control. The girl notes that they wouldn't help her for free and asks about the subject of the exchange. The man speaks evasively, but one thing is clear. Their family wants to unite with the Taylors. En clarifies that they want to use her to interfere in the affairs with the Taylors, and he asks what will happen if he refuses, and the interlocutor says that this is exactly why he came now. The girl promises to kill Eben and get back the life she once lost. She is really impatient to meet him. Killian says he expected more from the Taylors' strongest warriors, assuming that I had wasted 3 years and wishing to find a more interesting enemy within. Eben is delighted, considering this the perfect day for someone to die. Looking ahead, the boy is surprised by the choice of location for the poison duel. After all, it is incredibly huge. Looking into the distance, he believes that centuries will pass before he encounters anyone. And Eben is watched by Chan, convinced that his potential is being wasted. The man wants to eliminate him quickly because his family has already made a choice. Something incredible happens. The guy turns around, as if looking at Chan himself. The man reassures himself that such a thing is impossible. The boy could not break through to reality through so many layers of embodiment. But the boy swings his sword only once, cutting through the illusion. Eben actually felt that unpleasant look when he thought about the Charky family. But the guy remembers very well that interfering in the fight is prohibited. And these people dared to interfere, not to mention that they started interfering from the very beginning, years ago. Although Eben believes that these toys will not be able to seriously hinder him. But when the competition is over, he will gladly demand full payment from them. Breathing heavily, Chan is amazed at how this impudent man managed to recognize him. If he hadn't quickly gotten out of the incarnation, he would have been blinded. Moreover, Eben's mastery of the sword allows him to destroy incarnations to their very essence. Now he understands that he miscalculated, and they can't cope with this boy. Chan is now adamant that number 28 must be stopped at any cost. A wounded girl, wandering through the forest, breathes heavily, not understanding how this could happen. But she doesn't want to die. She just wanted to become self-sufficient to support her impoverished parents. But she never claimed the place of the young mistress of the family. She wanted to give in and leave by mutual agreement, but she was not allowed. The guy who appeared was clearly pleased with the abundance of rivals and started a massacre. The girl begins to feel sick just at the thought of it, because that man was crazy. And now she is willing to surrender to anyone, because she doesn't want a repeat of what happened. The girl wants to leave the family, because if this guy becomes the head, everyone is doomed. And at that very moment, a piercing voice is heard from behind. Killian smirks, noticing that the one making such loud speeches can barely stand on her feet. And she adds that her lighting technique at least seemed fast, but I still got caught, which means I'm no different from the others. The girl asks why he does this. They are all from the Taylor family. And the interlocutor asks, what is this supposed to mean? And he admits that he never considered himself a member of this family. And after one right move, the girl's head flies off her shoulders. Eben rushes forward, wanting to find at least someone as quickly as possible. His gaze is drawn to one object. The cave is what he needs now. When there is no other presence, there is no risk of being discovered. As Eben enters, he feels no alarm and is about to ascend to the level of superiority. As he falls to the ground, the guy thinks that now is the time. There shouldn't be any side effects. The guy thinks that with the experience from his past life, he has almost achieved enlightenment. His internal energy also increased significantly thanks to Ymir's poisons. And now all the preparations for this have been successfully completed. the guy is going to destroy all the restrictions placed on him and release the poison madness, its inner power bursting out with an explosion. Usually this process is very painful because everything is destroyed and grows back together many times. At this moment, the body is literally reborn, completely renewed. With the experience of a past life, it is certainly easier to go through it a second time. And at the moment when everything comes to an end, the body begins to emit a ghostly bright light, illuminating not only the space around, but also bursting out from the cave exit. Eben is convinced that he acted wisely in beginning to cleanse his body of impurities. And, trying out the renewed energy, the guy thinks that this is a good start. Leaving his temporary shelter, he is going to seriously test his strength in action. Given the preparation for this case, Eben notes several physical changes. The guy pauses to analyze the situation, concentrating on the upcoming attack. And sharply throwing his hand forward, he breaks the rock standing in front of him. He smiles, considering the efficiency of internal energy to be at a level, and thinking that it's time to start moving as it should. Sitting on a branch, Killian finds the situation boring and asks, is this really all he has learned over all these years? Is this really worthy of a leader? The enemy seems very weak and untrained to him, and Chadwick wonders why of all people he ran into this guy. On an orphan, whom the elder raised as his own grandson, an inhumanly strong warrior. Chadwick never had a chance from the start, although he was going to touch it, and the guy believes that his grave will soon be on this very spot. But for some reason he's even glad that his opponent wasn't Eben. It makes him feel better. And Killian, who noticed this, asks if the enemy is in a position to laugh. He answers negatively, saying that he simply remembered someone who was scarier than his interlocutor. Killian asks if Chadwick realizes he just hurt him with those words. But no problem, he can be even more terrible, and offers to reveal one little secret, saying that he is a spy for the Black Death Alliance. Although the guy doesn't know whether it's true or not, he gets really scared and asks again. And Killian says that since the other person has learned his secret, leaving him alive is now unacceptable. Even though Chadwick is about to die, his opponent wants to introduce himself. His actual name is Hunter Mack, and he is a member of the Silent Sword sect. But he still can't finish what he started, and both of them are surprised. But only one of them will be the first to see the culprit of the failed blow. Hunter doesn't understand what's happening to his body, because it doesn't obey. And from behind you can hear footsteps, and someone's voice starts talking about his decision. Check the presence that I felt, and here are such familiar faces. Eben asks Chadwick if he has recovered from their last meeting. The big guy looks at his interlocutor in amazement, asking who he is. A few years ago, Hunter clarified that they wanted him to infiltrate the Taylors. The man confirms this, believing that with such data, someone will definitely take care of the orphan. In the test that will be offered to him later, he must kill all the others and weaken them. He was promised recognition from everyone in the family in return, but now the guy feels the decomposition of his organs. He wonders if it's all because of this guy, what he could have done to him. And Chadwick finally remembers, asking Eben if it was really him, and he answers in the affirmative. And he asks whether it is really necessary to imprint someone else's face into the ground in order for him to be recognized. Chadwick, stammering with fear, softly objects, recognizing Eben completely. The latter clarifies that the guy lying on the ground is a spy, and the interlocutor confirms this. And he names his opponent's real name. Eben assumes that he has already felt his anger, in front of the entrance to the rock, and offers to get something from it. He makes an indignant sound, and something quickly heads towards Eden. The guy catches the needle, and Chadwick is amazed at the needle poisoned by Hunter. And Eden, half turning, asks if his interlocutor really doesn't see the other participants. He starts to laugh nervously, agreeing that this could be true, and one of them offers to neutralize the poison to find out what Hunter's goal is. But the second one thinks that this is not necessary, because if he is from the Alliance, everything is obvious anyway. Chadwick says Eben has changed a lot, and then he corrects himself, saying that it was just an insult to him, nothing more. Eben notes that if that were the case, Chadwick would also be lying next to Hunter. The big guy apologizes for that time, and his interlocutor asks him in surprise what he did. And he adds that the past doesn't bother him, so there's no need to bother. Chadwick says he knows there's nothing he can do to fix it, but he felt the need to apologize. The interlocutor smiles, saying that there is no need to worry about trifles. He said that everything is fine, and his eyes widen in fear when he screams, warning the guy that he was being attacked from behind. And Hunter thinks that since he won't survive anyway, he'll at least drag Eben along with him, delivering several sweeping and sharp blows. And his face looks like the face of a man who hates everything and everyone. And Chadwick shouts out the name of his friend in fear. But in vain, he manages to avoid certain death, which causes even greater shock. Not understanding what is happening, Hunter asks a characteristic question, pausing. And he is amazed because he felt exactly how he pierced a human body. And Eben appears from behind, saying that he doesn't like to play with those who are almost dead. But since he tries so hard, the guy is ready to eliminate his opponent without leaving a trace. But still he asks, wouldn't it be better to have a body that could be buried? Hunter's eyes fill with tears as he thinks about his opponent's cruelty, and then they roll away, and the lifeless body falls to the ground. Chadwick can't believe what's happening because this guy was invincible. His main technique was the long sword technique of the black and white blade school, a terrifying technique that allows you to wield dual blades without any problems. Eben, meanwhile, asks what they will do next, and he is perplexed. Then the interlocutor asks directly how victory and defeat will be determined. Chadwick asks him to surrender if Eben will let him. He has no other choice, but he has no idea how to get out of this place. Meanwhile, Eben opens the passage, clarifying that there is no need to see him off. Chadwick looks at the gap in surprise, not understanding how his friend managed to make it, and he thanks Eben, but he is no longer nearby. The guy looks after him, still surprised, and then smiles, wishing him luck. In the vicinity of the main hall of the Silent Sword, a question is heard about what happened. Its members can even track from afar whether a person is alive and this larva has died, and a similar one was implanted in the younger child, which means that he is also gone. Although he was illegitimately born from a servant, he surpassed his brothers and sisters in talent. Ingram had been planning to kill him dozens of times, afraid that his wife would find out the truth. So he let him live as a spy for the Taylors. But now his son is gone. And since this is so, Ingram intends to at least avenge him, and the man gives the order to all the students to prepare for battle on the mountain, adding that the moment is approaching when they will be able to destroy the Taylors. And from that moment on, none of them should return from the mountain alive. Eben finds it strange that running here day and night, he has not met a single soul. No matter how much space there is here, it is hard to believe. The guy didn't expect that the test would be set up in such a way that he wouldn't cross paths with anyone. He is almost completely convinced that his family is collaborating with the Charkies. And if they gain an advantage by helping with the competition, they will gain influence with the Taylors. And the price for such arrogance will be unbearable. And somewhere at this, Chan shudders. Eben thinks the night sky is magnificent, wishing his mother could see the sight. And the guy thinks about how she is now, how she is. They haven't seen each other for so long. And dozing off, Eben does not notice how a silhouette is approaching him. Towering over the sleeping En, she triumphantly proclaims that she has found her target. But she wonders who this mysterious stranger is, although she set a condition for herself to meet the last survivor, or Eben. Looking at the sleeping man, the girl notes that he does not look like Killian at all. She also finds this guy quite cute. The girl thinks that the grandson of some Chan might look like this. She's sorry, but there's no other way. This guy will have to part with his life. And surrounding herself with a smokescreen, En asks the stranger not to be too offended by her. After all, the competition ends when there is only one left. She turns to the sleeping one, saying that he should have prepared himself too. He asks if she herself is ready, and stretching his hand forward, he closes it around the girl's neck. Eben asks if she was the one who conspired with the Charkey family, and while the others were fighting, she found a warm corner for herself. Eben asks what kind of deal they have, and En still doesn't recognize him, wondering, did he really know that she would come? The guy tells her to answer if she wants to live. Based on the girl's silence, Eben concludes that she does not want to live, and she glances towards the blade, which she accidentally dropped out of surprise. And then Eben recognizes this girl, asking if it is she, and she still remains silent, wondering how this bastard knows her name. The guy realizes that Ash doesn't remember him, and reminds him that Ash herself allowed her face to be made like that, and he asks if maybe this time he should disfigure his entire face. Chan clutches his head, realizing that his plan has completely failed. After all, the 28th suppresses opponents of higher levels. It's good that the 10th was able to quickly overcome his opponents, but everything came to an end when the 28th appeared. The man no longer knows whether the 10th had a second chance even with their skills. Chan can't even imagine how long it took to kill the 10th. If the 28th wins, the whole plan will go down the drain. The man has no idea what to do, but he notices something. The light he sees radiates a lot of vitality. The interlocutor informs the chief that he sees the necessary mountain in the distance, and he asks if it's not too much effort for a bunch of Taylor bastards. His name is Andy Chassam, and he is Ingram's right-hand man. After all, their students alone number more than 200, and if you add the troops of other breakaway factions, there will be more than 300 people. Ingram says he knows it's a lot to take on the Taylors, but this is a necessary measure because this mountain is the territory of the Gong sect. With such numbers, they will wait and watch cautiously. Moreover, once they learn that they are not the target, they will prefer to stay away. Andy asks what about their spy and is told that he failed. The man tells her to stop talking and start acting, and Chan is perplexed, wondering why this man is here. He probably knows about the test. And Chan remembers the words about the spy, getting ready to inform the right people. But just as quickly, a brilliant idea appears in his head. If these people kill the 28th, his family's plan will not be in danger of being exposed. And from the realization of this, the man's lips stretch into a sly smile. Meanwhile, En can't believe that she couldn't recognize Eben's face. She just dreams of using Dragon Flame on him now. And the guy, looking at the blade lying nearby, asks if it is poisoned. After all, this is the first time he sees such bright red poison. Realizing that the guy is distracted, the girl thinks that she has a chance. Wishing Eben a quick death, En points his hand at him with poison. But a stranger's hand intercepts it, the owner of which wants to look at the object. Judging by the color, the guy thinks that the poison is the same, and asks if she has a lot of it. He doesn't see the point in silence. The girl is just trying in vain, but she is too stubborn. And Eben doesn't let her fall to the ground completely. And he asks if she wants to repeat last time, and then a little voice breaks through. The guy smirks at her for finally speaking up, and En promises to tell him everything. I just hope I don't become a victim of my own poison. But Eben has a different opinion on this matter. He already opens her mouth, as the girl blurts out in one breath that this is their family's special poison that they love to use. Looking at the container for the poison, the guy understands that it cannot be used carelessly. And if it really is him, then Eben has his own plans for him. He plans to use it as his miracle elixir. En says that she gives up and has said everything, so she asks to let her go. But Eben objects, saying that he will help her fight the others. And he still hasn't heard everything he wanted. And he asks if she's connected with Charka. And he orders them to tell what agreement binds them, if this is so. If she resists, he will feed her own poison, and the girl will tell. He is surprised by the engagement, and Eben clarifies. En tells more. The guy assumes that in this way, the leaders want to maintain their status. But this fool couldn't even dream of something like this, so she agreed. While drinking the poison, Eben wonders what would be better to do with her, kill her or hit her. And the girl looks at her tormentor as if he were an idiot, asking what he is doing. The guy asks her not to look at him like that, because he's not going to give him to her. And En is really scared, wondering who in their right mind would do something like that. The girl starts to think that this guy is crazy, and he comes to his senses, saying that he didn't even notice that pleasant strawberry flavor. And then it immediately catches fire, causing delight in its victim. The girl bursts into laughter, trying to slip out of the weakened hand. And he calls the one who caught fire a complete idiot, because he himself drank the prepared poison. Even the ability to neutralize poisons won't be able to cope with this. And the girl wishes for Eben to burn to death. But trying to break free, he is perplexed, asking himself a question. Why the guy's grip doesn't weaken? Meanwhile, Eben speaks up, causing even more confusion. Almost coming to his senses, the guy notes that this poison turns out to be sharp. En can't believe it, asking out loud how this is possible. The Taylor family believes that people who neutralize poison are just a myth. Immune to poison, they are capable of killing dozens of people with one breath or a drop of blood. There is even a special name for this category of people, poison lords. The old people said that this ability was real, but En never believed it. And even now, when she saw everything with her own eyes, she finds it hard to believe. And Eben smirks, asking if she thought he was going to commit suicide. After all, he is not that weak-willed. Eben notes that the sensations from this poison are completely different, but that is not surprising. After all, this is a special poison of their family. The feeling is as if you have mastered a special martial art. Leaving the girl's body behind, Eben notices that at least she is of some use. The guy becomes wary. Looking ahead, there is something that specifically alarms him, and Eben wonders why the sun suddenly rose at midnight. And looking at his feet, he is convinced that everything is changing too quickly. And looking at the barely noticeable barrier, the guy wonders if the battle is over. But he can't believe it, because he feels the presence of strangers. Starting to analyze them, the guy tries to count the number. At first, it seems like there are 200 of them. But later the realization comes that there are more than 300 people. Such a large number of people seems very suspicious to Eben. Plus, he believes that Charka could not have gone unnoticed by so many people. But the guy grins, thinking that how can he not deal with the victim if she herself goes into his hands. And he is glad that finally there are those with whom he can have a good workout. Eben is confident that there will be only one winner in this battle. A man asks his interlocutor to repeat what he just said. Vaughn is shocked by the mere fact of illegal entry. He asks if the other person is sure and how many people there are in total. Chan replies that the number of warriors is within 300, and leading them is the head of the Dark Moon Sword, Ingram Mack. Vaughn is amazed, wondering how they knew about this place, and the man is filled with a strong determination to stop the invasion as soon as possible. Chan agrees hesitantly, saying he couldn't imagine anything like it. After all, the penetration was carried out into the place where the competition is taking place. Because of this, it is not possible to intervene. We can only hope for the Taylor children, and pray that those who remain will be able to survive this attack. Finally, Hunter is noticed, and they approach him with measured steps. Ingram's heart is filled with regret for his baby, and Andy expresses his opinion, believing that they are on the right track. And he notes that, judging by the wound, he was stabbed with something like a poisonous needle. Considering there was no other damage, this attack was fatal. Ingram thinks that because of the poisoning, his son could not die as a warrior should, and the man gives the order to search anywhere, but to find each of the Taylors. He is sure that there are rats that have already noticed them and are hiding. Ingram orders that anyone his subordinates can find be reported to him immediately. After all, no one on this mountain bearing the name Taylor should remain alive. The master is asked if it seemed to him that the chief was upset, and he agrees. He rarely shows such bloodthirstiness, but there is an assumption about what was found. The youth notices that there was only one wound, and death came almost instantly. His master says that's why the Taylors are feared. They're skilled at this kind of killing. The man asks his ward to remember this. He manages to agree before falling down dead, and the rest of those present can barely utter a sound from stunned silence. The master is most moved by the death of his student, and he notices a needle sticking out of the boy's neck. The next moment, the man immediately orders everyone to raise their swords. The warrior addresses an invisible interlocutor, calling on him to come out and fight with honor. One of the students looks up and stutters as he addresses his master. He tells everyone to be on guard, and his subordinate tries to ask him to look up. But it's too late. Thousands of needles are flying in their direction like a deadly rain. The master comes to his senses and turns to God, but it is of no use. As he dies, he remembers what this technique is called and what kind of rain it is. But there is no point in this, and his charges go to the next world with him. Just a second ago, the people standing at attention in front of Eben fall down dead. The guy is happy that he was able to use the poison flame palm technique. After all, it is exceptionally deadly, which is exactly what is needed. And using another of his techniques, the guy collects his inventory, thinking about the fact that thanks to the ability, shots do not require much effort. And this combination, in his opinion, is ideal. Meanwhile, search teams are ordered to find those who went east. Ingram asks if everyone was killed, which is confirmed. And I continue, saying that there are no signs of a struggle, but there are holes on the body, as if left behind by needle strikes, and the presence of a familiar poison. And this is what each member of the squad looks like, without exception. Andy approaches the leader with a suggestion, but he is interrupted by arrivals with reports about the eastern and western detachments. Ingram is concerned that no group has survived. He asks, still mentally hoping for the best, is this all that remains? Andy notes that it's been just over an hour since the search began, and nearly 100 have been killed. This makes it possible that death could have been caused by the same person. The head rises, thinking that if there were several of them, everything would be much worse. But the warrior is not spontaneous, which means they are being hunted. Ingram hands over command to Andy, intending to protect his men from the rear, who is puzzled, and the man retorts, saying that he doesn't want to lose another student. And finally, he tells his interlocutor that he is counting on him and the others. Andy finds it strange that everything is quiet around, not a single trace of outside presence. The sun is setting soon, and it will be the end for them if the ambush is not discovered before then. They are suffering continuous losses. It is worth thinking about a temporary retreat and regrouping. Andy turns to his squad, giving the order to leave in an hour. Immediately, an unfamiliar voice is heard asking who said it. Eben, sitting on a branch, says that he has not yet decided to let them all go. Looking at the unfamiliar boy, Andy is puzzled, wondering when he managed to appear in front of them. After all, the man didn't feel anything at all, and then realization dawned on him. Turning to his squad, the commander gives the order, but it is too late. He feels sick at the sight of bodies spread out on the ground in familiar poses. What is also striking is the fact that no one present managed to notice the attack, and Eben asks, approaching, if he is the leader. Andy continues to wonder why he didn't notice someone else's presence, since he was on the alert. And the man realizes that the person who committed the massacre was this guy. But he doesn't understand how, because this boy doesn't look like an experienced master. And after the first poisonous snake, dozens of them rush past, causing cold fear. Andy is amazed, wondering if this technique is void absorption. But it can only be used by an experienced master who has achieved enlightenment. Andy notices that the boy is not going to attack, even though he has collected all the needles. The man considers this to be arrogance, but out loud praises the young man's impressive abilities. Andy says he's never heard of him, and Eben counters, asking what difference it makes whether they have heard of him or not. The man is surprised. The explanation follows quickly. There is no need for someone who is about to die to know the name of the killer. The man starts to get worked up, saying that it looks like the kid is looking for his own death, and he moves his tense fist to the sides, activating the technique, and saying that since he can't wait to die, he will kill him right now. The man takes a deep breath, sending energy through the meridians, and he takes off from his place with a warlike roar. Eben stands in the same place, motionless, and seems to have no intention of moving away. The opponent is already very close. He pulls his hand back to attack, but the boy somehow manages to block the blow with incredible technique. The man is stunned that someone could so easily turn down his appointment, and the boy smiles, asking if this is all the skill of his strength, and arrogantly announces that she is giving him one more try, asking you to try your best and gather your strength. The man expresses his admiration, noting that he has heard about the interlocutor's palm technique, and he asks permission to hone this technique in his experienced hands. His peaks-shaking palms technique has undergone changes. The man says he doesn't like the name since he's taken it on, and renamed the technique to Heaven Shaking. It was the head of the Black Death Alliance. But now this technique, granted by the head of the Alliance, has been surpassed by some puppy. Andy still can't believe it. He notices that not a single muscle moved on the boy's face. The fire dragon's venom is considered the most dangerous of all fire poisons. It can be controlled using the poison madness aura, and then the poisonous energy will strive to permeate everything in its path, like the energy of a sword that seeks to cut through everything around it. The man screams, wondering where this brat gets so much energy from. Meanwhile, he uses all-consuming flame, and he thinks that he knows this technique of the heaven-shaking palm. And Andy realizes that his ultimate technique is destroyed. Gasping, he disappears into the hellish flames and screams heart-rendingly, eventually turning into charred remains, looking at which, Eben concludes that the technology has proven itself to be quite good. Analyzing how the power of the poison turned into flames, he names the technique the Hellfire River. Hearing approaching footsteps, the guy turns around, asking potential opponents which of them is still itching to be burned alive. And he continues, promising that no one will leave here alive. So it would be in their best interest to die quickly and painlessly, instantly. A menacing-looking man steps forward, addressing his interlocutor dismissively. Ingram asks if he is the one who killed the students, the commander and his junior. And the man promises not to leave even ashes of the killer. And he, looking self-confidently at his opponent, snorts arrogantly. Ingram rushes forward, giving the order to surround the boy, warning subordinates to beware of poisons and hidden weapons, and also focus on exhausting the boy's strength. Flawlessly following the commander-in-chief's orders, Eben is surrounded and encircled. Ingram thinks that he has lost too many students and allies, and he vows to destroy the boy so that their sacrifice will not be in vain. Eben, being surrounded, thinks that this formation reminds him of training, and he remembers that he then created the crazy dance of the revolving line. But this time the guy wants to try something new. The person who notices the maneuver first notifies the others that the enemy has disappeared, and he asks the others to be on the alert, and everyone tries to catch at least one movement. But they hardly have time to warn each other before the moment of their death. Heads and limbs fly in all directions. Blood spurts out like fountains. Ingram is confused, as even he fails to notice Eben's movements. The man, experiencing fear, wonders who this boy is. The survivor runs to Eben with the threat that he will pay for the death of his brothers. The same one, throwing his hand forward, asks him not to swing his swords around in vain. And these words prove more effective than a man's threat. And Eben uses the following technique, throwing opponents back with a gust of wind. Longhair asks what kind of demon he is, causing destruction on such a scale. And he suggests that it was the destruction technique, which breaks swords without touching them. Dispersion scatters blade fragments, controlling the release of force. Well, Eben creates that very technique within a certain zone, forcing enemies to fearfully take cover in an attempt to protect their bodies. They can't believe it, realizing that this is the pinnacle of the tailor's martial arts, called the Reign of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers. The opponents cannot believe what is happening, because in front of them there is only a boy. Even though he is sowing horror and madness around him, a voice breaks through the roar of screams. Eben notes that this is not actually his family's legendary technique. However, for small enemies it is quite suitable and satisfying. And the guy calls this technique Iron Shard Hail. When everything calms down, he turns to Ingram, asking a question. Isn't it time for him to intervene himself, since his people have exhausted their strength? The man growls and hits the ground, skidding and growling angrily, calling Eben an insolent man, and he shouts loudly, offering to see how long it lasts. The man reassures himself that there is no reason to be afraid of this brat, and promises to wipe him into dust with his precious twin blade technique. Eben notes with a grin that this is the second time he's heard similar words. And the man, jumping up from his seat, menacingly orders him to shut up, giving the enemy a promise to crush him, and delivers the first blow. Without saying a word and literally without moving, Eben slowly sets up the block. The man lets out a battle cry, naming his technique. 10 strikes of the silent sword, dance of the twin blades. Ingram tries his best, putting in maximum effort, and Eben has time to get bored. The guy's lazy movements and his relaxed appearance make the man even more angry. And he uses the silent sword final strike, a technique of his own sect. And he runs out of breath, asking in between breath recovery what's wrong, not understanding how his opponent was able to counter his technique with just a short sword. And he gets an answer. Eben handles weapons well and easily reads upcoming attacks. Ingram finds all this impossible. He just can't figure out how the kid manages to do all this. How did he manage to cope with his silent sword? And the boy asks with an expression of superiority about the name of the technique. And he says that he assumed that the sword with destructive energy was created for killing. Eben admits that such energy is not particularly difficult to manage, and the man thinks that even he did not succeed in this right away and with great difficulty. Eben meanwhile suggests that Hunter belonged to Ingram's cult, and he says, although he knows little about them, he knows that they are under the alliance of the Black Death. After all, everyone knows how the leader hones the martial arts of his allies. This is why many people selflessly commit themselves to the alliance. But in reality, Eben is disappointed with his opponent's technique, because he considers it insignificant. And the boy, smiling, says that it seems the chief did not have high hopes for the man. He loses his temper, calling Eben a bastard in a fit of anger. And he notices that the man did everything he could for a small fry, and he is going to demonstrate what he can do himself, asking his opponent not to drop his jaw. He looks at his interlocutor with bewilderment, repeating his words after him. The man doesn't understand what else this guy wants to show him. And he, surrounding himself with a ghostly light, remarks in a confident voice that for warriors who have achieved superiority, the length of the blade does not matter. Ingram's eyes widen even more as he guesses what's about to happen. Meanwhile, the guy activates the blade flow technique. The man asks him fearfully what he is doing. And looking back, he wonders if this is really all he is capable of. Looking back, Ingram sees a curious sight that leaves him even more confused. And Eben is amazed at himself, rhetorically asking if it is really a matter of changes in the body. Ingram is amazed because the power of the silent sword is different from ordinary swords. But she too was powerless against the stream of blades. And this can only mean that this guy has reached the final stage. Eben meanwhile asks, does it really matter? And the man, not wanting to die here and now, runs away. And Eben, calling him disgusting, notes that he cannot escape from his reach. After all, if he gets caught, the man will meet his end sooner or later anyway. But the boy has a revelation and changes his tactics, putting the blade into the sheath and taking out another weapon from the bosom. He believes that as a descendant of the Taylors, it is worth taking advantage of the family's methods. Continuing his shameful retreat, Ingram still cannot believe what is happening. and he wonders which of the tailors raised such a monster. How can someone who has achieved such mastery come from a dying family? The man only just manages to admit the thought that the head of the alliance will not remain inactive. How the eye is drawn to the tiny rings cutting through the trees like butter. Preparing to repel the attack, he is amazed by their furious speed. And with a war cry, he knocks off several rings. The man understands that he won't be able to get rid of them by running away, and takes a suitable stance to deal with them. Ingram lets out a battle roar and rushes towards his tiny opponents. It turns out to be more difficult than he imagines. And in his head there is a crazy thought that he can't just die like that. The silent technique causes his sword to crack and the man reflexively backs away. A wrong move or distraction results in his first cut on the skin, following which follow several more serious ones. Distracted from his severed arm, the man notices a weapon flying right in the center, and growling like a beast, he successfully fights it off. Looking at these little devils, Ingram breathes heavily, notifying the enemy in an angry tone that he was able to repel all attacks, and saying that he couldn't die from such pathetic tricks. He admits that he has lost his arm, but believes that all is not lost. After all, he is alive, but the enemy probably spent a lot of energy on this technique. In response to the opponent's words, a grin is heard, and then a question follows. Eben asks what he should do now, praise the man, and he notes from the guy's appearance that he doesn't look tired. Eben moves his fingers, and the weapon thrust into the ground begins to move. Ingram becomes confused, begins to feel fear. He does not believe his eyes. I didn't think that the weapon could start moving again so easily. And in his last moments, the man thinks about who Eben really is. But the man joined the alliance in order to make a name for himself. But he couldn't lay a finger on that brat from the Taylor family. The very last thought is regret for one's own mistakes. And Eben, twirling the rings on his fingers, concludes that it looks like there is no one left. The guy finds this fight not bad, because he was able to test the strength of his techniques. He wants to teach them to his subordinates when he takes over as head of the family. And now he thinks that he can leave this battlefield, thinking that he still has a lot of unfinished business that needs to be completed. Summoning and collecting his weapons, the boy becomes lost in thought, thinking about those who cornered his mother, and about Charka trying to capture their entire family. Eben is determined to deal with each of them, and repay them with an eye for an eye, and tooth for tooth, opening a rift in the illusory space. Vaughn impulsively asks if there is nothing that can be done. Chang says it is impossible to interfere with the competition for the sake of fairness, adding that he couldn't even think of something like that. The girls are simultaneously amazed. The man thinks that this is all a lie, but for now he needs to remain silent and wait. When they entered, the passage was completely sealed, so no one could survive. After those who escaped were captured, it was confirmed that invaders had broken in. And against such great people with a decent army, even Eben has little chance. The man begins to say that the Taylor's future will be in the hands of others who did not take part. And he wants to add something else, but suddenly shudders, stumbling, starting to feel some incredibly familiar energy nearby. And then he turns around in fear, to the joyful oohs and ahs of the girls. His bad feeling does not deceive him, and the man begins to tremble slightly. With joyful cries, the girls rush towards Eben, calling him by name. They wipe away tears of happiness, saying that they knew he wouldn't give up so easily. The girls ask their friend questions, and he reminds them of the words he said recently, that only they could harm him. Looking at the completely intact guy, Chan wonders how this is possible. The man does not understand what the 300 warriors have been doing all this time. Even if they couldn't deal with this little bastard. Eben catches his opponent's gaze, and he, with a frightened cry, covers himself with a fan. And Eben, feeling another gaze on himself, is surprised to see Chadwick in front of him. What's even more surprising is that the big guy looks quite friendly. But, analyzing the latest events with lightning speed, Eben understands that the reason is clear. Chan still can't believe it, looking out from behind his fan. How did this boy manage to do this trick from an early age? How can you cut the phantom dome of the 7 castles with a normal dagger? Both of these domes are no weaker than the dungeon of 8 earthly punishments. Usually even the masters can't do anything, but this kid cut it with such ease. The man has some ideas about it and looks at it for a long time, to understand whether this is true. And then, shuddering, he turns away, starting to clear his throat. Eben genuinely wants to kill this man on the spot right now. But you can't compromise yourself until you have gained sufficient power. And instead he apologizes to Vaughn for causing him trouble. He is glad that everything is okay and asks what happened inside. The man is also concerned about the fate of everyone else. And at that very moment the space begins to shake like crazy. The girls are scared, thinking it might be an earthquake. And the warrior who saw something before everyone else invites them to look too. A blindingly bright light emerges from a rift that has appeared ahead. And only Chan realizes that the phantom dome of the 7 castles is beginning to collapse. In the fragments that have already broken off from it, those around him notice images. And each of them begins to realize what it is. Realizing that this is all that happened inside. Noticing N among the dead, Chan is seriously scared. And Eben says that, in his opinion, no explanation is required. Everything is already clear. The men notice that most of the dead belong to the Dark Moon Sword. Vaughn does not understand what happened, assuming that Ingram himself killed his own people. But he is overtaken by the cry of his subordinate, causing everything inside him to clench with a bad feeling. On the back of the mutilated one there are double scabbards. Judging by the description, it is Ingram himself. It's hard to believe that he himself fell victim to someone. Eben, who approached them, said that their own numbers made them easy prey, and the man belatedly comes to realization, and he thinks that this guy's level is already higher than what this test requires. One of the guys is amazed. Did he really kill several hundred warriors single-handedly? His interlocutor echoes him, reminding him of the head of the Dark Moon Sword Sect. And talk begins around that the title of young leader is initially in the hands of Eben, and only one of those present feels desperate hatred towards the guy, believing that he had become dead weight due to his broken arm. And this trash suddenly out of nowhere became so strong. Moonlight is puzzled as to how someone who was beaten managed to reach such heights, and his thoughts are interrupted by a voice announcing the end of the competition. After all, the only winner and survivor was Eben Taylor, but Vaughn allows anyone who wants to challenge the result to come forward. Moonlight's sore arm starts to shake, but he stops himself, realizing that now he won't be able to do absolutely anything. The man asks again about the objections, wanting to put an end to it, and declares all procedures to be followed unanimously. And the competition has logically come to an end, and Vaughn orders all the warriors to line up before the winner, Eben Taylor, and the girls from his team become very excited about what is happening. Vaughn calls out the winner's name again, thinking that he will become the family's hope. After many years of decline, the man says out loud that Eben is recognized as the new master, and he kneels down along with the other 8-10-2 of his warriors, who, just like Vaughn himself, are ready to publicly welcome the new head, and the echo of their synchronous voices fills the area. The girls are amazed at this attitude towards a man who has just become the head of the family. Mira asks if they also need to treat him politely now. Also puzzled, Lilia says that she doesn't even know. And Vaughn thinks that with such a level in his youth, Eben can become even more outstanding. And he continues to think until he is interrupted by the voice of the young master, who says he knows what they want and won't keep them waiting long. And those around him admire Eben's intelligence, because he behaves as a young leader should. And Vaughn promises to follow the guy for everyone, wherever he says. He gives the order to get ready, saying that they will now go to the estate. Everyone around is pleased, except Moonlight, who is tormented by a question. Why does everything go to a man like Eben? And she promises him to take revenge and destroy him, even if you have to sell your soul to demons. The owner of the shadow hanging over the corpses chuckles thoughtfully and long drawn out. Wondering if they have already left, the man's name is Theo, and he notes with annoyance that he rushed over as soon as he found out about everything. One of the shadows flickering nearby asks if it is possible to leave alone. After all, now with his status, he needs to behave accordingly. Theo says he doesn't feel anything and asks his interlocutor if that's strange. Harry asks not to digress from the topic and answers, saying that it would be impossible to sleep next to a mountain of corpses. Even he couldn't. Harry is surprised by the number of deaths, and he notes that these people were once the most influential family in North. Theo agrees, stating that this mountain is the property of their faction, and Harry asks if the other person really thinks that they were being avoided on purpose, but he doesn't understand for what reason, and why then the Taylors gifted them. Unless they are hiding something Theo doesn't know, but he didn't know that the skill of these people's hidden weapons was so great. Harry is amazed to hear that all this is the work of one person, and the interlocutor confirms this with the words that his eyes cannot be deceived. Most of the corpses have traces of fine needles, which can be used many times. Since people didn't even have time to take out their weapons, every second counted. Theo is eager to meet this man and tells his assistant to get ready for North. Harry is indignant, protesting and expressing concern. Regarding the fact that Theo might encounter people from the Alliance, the man tells Harry not to worry, reminding him that he has reached the top. He exhales heavily, noticing that his master's stubbornness is insurmountable, and he smiles and agrees to return to the sect's estate. Currently, the Black Death Alliance is located to the south of the sect, and the demonic cult is located to the west. These are difficult times for their sect. Theo is going to investigate this matter. Harry suggests that he wants to leave the Taylors to deal with the Alliance, but this family has long been in decline, and he is not sure whether his master's plan will work. But he really hopes that he won't have to resort to the demon-taming sword technique. They turn to the third elder, reporting that the warriors had returned with the participants. The man thinks that everything ended earlier than they expected. He doesn't even doubt his granddaughter, her skills and the most powerful poison. But pleasant thoughts are interrupted by the speaker's further words. Who says that among those who returned, there is no young lady? Not believing it, the old man tells him to repeat what he just said. The guards discuss who might be the winner, mentioning N. One of them doesn't care who exactly it will be, as long as everything is good. And they notice the man walking in front of them has the Taylor family symbol, and next to him is a man who belongs to the elite squad of warriors, and they announce that the competition participants have returned. People are surprised that the competition ended so quickly. They are wondering who won. When they see Eben, they say they've never seen this guy before. Someone, smiling, suggests that the interlocutor look at the girls with loving glances. And one man doesn't care who wins. He's trying to find his daughter, but she is still nowhere to be seen, and the man begins to feel the creeping despair. But the little girl is found, and her father breathes a sigh of relief, because he heard the terrible news. The commander is notified of Chadwick's return. He looks happy, and that could be a good sign. Relatives and friends recognize those who have returned, rejoicing that they are alive. But others, on the contrary, are crying with grief because their children did not return. Eben, Seeing these people assumes that his mother must be worried about him too. He is puzzled, thinking that the woman might not recognize him. But he also anticipates her surprise. Lily, standing nearby, asks her friend to pay attention to something. And the guy notices members of the general staff standing in front of them. The girl says that the man with glasses is her dad. And Eben jokes that she is already begging for a warm place for him. The girl plays along, saying that such an opportunity cannot be missed, continuing that, perhaps, it is not for her to judge, but he is capable. But the man is not promoted because he cannot walk over heads. Eben thinks about it, thinking that this is quite good for him. Those who are connected to the elders may become a hindrance. Therefore, it is necessary to acquire trusted persons and take care of Mira and Ymir. The commander of the general staff, Kiran, praises the elite squad and the Charki family. Chan greets the commander and they exchange pleasantries. He asks not to forget how much the man and his relatives did for his family. After all, it would have been extremely difficult to manage without the dome, but thanks to Chan, he was calm. He awkwardly accepts the praise, thinking that the dome is now destroyed. And Kiran invites everyone to the elder's house to sum up the results. He continues to say something else, but Vaughn politely interrupts him, saying that they will not go to the House of Elders. They ask him who he is, and the man introduces himself, stating not only his name, but also his position. Kiran asks if he heard right, and Vaughn refuses to go to the elder's house. And he receives the answer that the conditions mention the Hall of Secret Weapons and Poisons. Asking if it wouldn't be better to go there straight away, Kiran is amazed, and he angrily asks if they dare tell him what is better. And he orders the disbandment to be carried out immediately, otherwise punishment will follow. Those around are amazed by such a violent reaction, and Vaughn understands that this is an attempt to stop disobedience to the elders. This was to be expected, although it was too much, and Eben comes forward, asking if anyone could have more power than the young leader. Kiran asks him with disdain who he is, and he is amazed to hear the words that the winner of the competition is in front of him. And the guy, with a self-confident and arrogant grin, says his full name. The space, like a knife, cuts with the question of what all this means. One of the elders asks if he has misunderstood the commander, and he is forced to repeat, stuttering, the name of the winner. The old man flares up, slamming his fist on the table, saying that this is impossible. Grandfather N is amazed to the depths of his soul that this boy was able to defeat his granddaughter. Elder Skylar asks if his apprentice Killian also lost to Eben. After all, he recognized his qualities and hard work, although he did not believe that he would become the head. The old man saw Eben before the competition and thought he was no match for Killian, and he says out loud that he doesn't believe in such things, because it must all be a lie. The second elder, Mickey, reminds them that they have decided to forget about what happened in the war. The second elder, Jerry, chimes in, saying that Eben couldn't beat the strongest candidates. But since they have questions, there must be answers to them. Skylar asks where Eben is now. Kiran tells him about the conflict, and he remembers how he was reminded that only the head of the family can give him orders. And in response to the words about disrespect, he asked what kind of disrespect he was talking about. Kiran then reminded the sucker that he had not yet become the head of the clan, and he informed Eben that he could not go against the will of the elders. The boy then exhaled heavily, and then ordered them to stop in a voice that went right to the bones. And Kiran was at first very surprised, and then he felt its power, which fired like a volley and covered the man, who was even more frightened than before and realized his mistake. It was not worth angering the boy. Feeling such a strong aura, the man thought that his end had come. Eben then said that they would go there, which was stated in the tournament conditions, and he ordered these words to be conveyed to the idle elders, and also that their power is coming to an end. The elders are outraged that this guy dared to pass such a thing on to them, and the man, finding himself between two fires, agrees that this is true. The elder becomes furious, asking how this pathetic little brat dares to speak like that. Even the Poison Phoenix herself was polite in their presence. Skiller notes that this could work to their advantage, since there was no official presentation. His attitude can be questioned and eliminated, and the old man suggests that for now they go to the agreed place, since Eben wants it that way. Skiller can't wait to see this confident puppy, and an order is given to all military detachments of elders. Prepare to move to the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, to accompany the elders according to all instructions given. The elder turns to the Blue Dragon commander, who appears next to him with lightning speed. The warrior is given the order to follow the elders along with his squad. The old people are unhappy that someone like Eben dared to challenge their authority. They are going to bring him down to earth, because the elders are the power itself. The interlocutor is amazed, asking what all this means. Chuck asks his nephew if he won the competition to become the young leader. He confirms these words, saying that he heard correctly. Chuck remembers that even when Eben was little, there was something special about him. Now it's even embarrassing to compare this feeling with the past. The man smiles, already anticipating how happy his sister must be. And behind us, there is an ominous gnashing of teeth and growling. There is a third person in the room, and he speaks up, addressing Eben, unable to get used to the idea that the guy won the competition. His name is Jim, and he is Moonlight's father, and the great leader of the Poison King. In the past, this man had mocked, saying that it would be a blessing if Eben survived, predicting exactly this price for his son's crippled arm, threatening to kill Eben and his mother when the competition was over. Now the guy turns to the man and says that he remembers his words perfectly. and he says that everything is as he said, only he and his mother will not pay, asking them to keep an eye on everything they say and do in their family from now on. Otherwise, his precious son might lose his other hand too. The man feels uneasy from this creepy look and the aura of a little brat. And Chuck, smiling nervously, thinks that the guy is acting rather harshly. Vaughn stands in front of the majestic building, deep in thought. I can still see before my eyes the incident that happened in the square and the dialogue that took place. Kieran, upon hearing the boy's name, asked if he was the son of the Poison Phoenix. He was very frightened, and these words also had an effect on Vaughn himself. The man was surprised to learn that Eben was the son of the lady he had failed to protect. Eben noticed Vaughn's bewilderment and noted that he must have a lot of questions, and he promised to definitely discuss each of them, but later. The man has mixed feelings about this, and he remembers the day when the Demon Lord encroached on their mistress. The Taylor warriors fought bravely, sparing no effort, and the forces of both sides were equal. But then everything went wrong from a moment that became a turning point. He appeared in person, asking if it was really so difficult to finish. Even Vaughn was taken aback when he realized who was in front of him, let alone everyone else. But an even greater shock was something else. The head of the clan leader was in the hands of the killer. The enemy noticed that the Taylors were stronger than they thought, but this was enough for the Demon Lord, and he declared the end of the battle. His comrades were not weakened by the Taylors' poisonous attacks. They stood until their death. Having taken up defensive positions, they turned to the elders for reinforcements. And they were refused, but otherwise serious losses could have been avoided. When it was all over, the elders blamed the poisonous phoenix for everything. She could not object, and, despite the injustice, accepted the abdication. Vaughn believes that his subordinates have come to understand what kind of person their master is. Those who failed to fulfill their duty in the past are now given another chance. The man is about to continue, saying what will happen now. But he is brazenly interrupted, ordered to stop immediately. Chuck chuckles questioningly, asking rhetorically who the hell this is. And his nephew, without thinking twice, suggests that he go and find out. The elder asks the elite squad if the brave warriors really decided so. Namely, that they will get away with disobeying the elders. And when he asks where Eben Taylor is now, Vaughn realizes that the guy was right. The elders came for him. The man did not think that they would mobilize all their forces. And the idea creeps into one's head that the old people feel that their position is under threat. The elder asks if he has expressed himself unclearly and orders Eben to be brought to him. But his eyes widen when the old man hears a strong, youthful voice, telling not to fuss and informing that he is already here. Chuck is surprised by the third elder, noticing that the others are here too, and he begins to talk about how the young man dared to call himself the head without their permission. Eben says that he has already proven his right by participating in the tournament, and now it confirms justice. According to the conditions, everything is going as it should. The third elder is indignant, a question of bewilderment escaping his lips. The other two echo him, saying that it was not without reason that they talked about the young man's bad temper. And they ask how he dares to address the elders in this way. Vaughn calls his master. Slade flares up, saying that if he wants to live, he will have to tell what happened at the test. Eben chuckles, recalling the words about how such things used to be top secret. How easy it turns out, to break the laws of the clan, the old man says, as Charka told him. About the intervention of the Dark Moon Sword Sect and 300 warriors of the Alliance. But the guy counters by saying that the other participants were killed by En and Killian. The dead boy's guardian and the girl's grandfather come to their senses. But Eben continues to speak, sharing that he only killed these two, thus ending the competition. And he continues to talk about outside interference, but is interrupted by a question. Slade asks him to repeat what he just said and tell who killed whom. Eben recommends that he go to the mountain and see everything with his own eyes. The bodies must still be there if the Gong family didn't remove them. And Grandpa freaks out, telling the guy to die and moving towards him with lightning speed. Chuck and Vaughn let out a terrified cry as both bodies are lost in electrical static. Those around him look at what is happening in shock as Eben says that the old man himself is to blame. The guy asks if it's so hard to believe that his granddaughter is dead. Slade continues to look at the man who blocked his attack with such ease, perplexed. And the boy, smiling, says that he will then prove this to the elder. The old man can't believe that the kid managed to counter his technique with one hand. After all, one touch of this toxin deprives one of sight and hearing, and it is so easily blocked. A frightening thought creeps into Slade's head. After all, this means that Eben's inner powers surpass his own, honed over decades. And the old man, still not believing, growls through his teeth, turning to his opponent. And then he starts shouting, asking how he dares to make fun of the elder himself. Then the guy takes the poison out of his bosom, stretching it out in front of him. The old man who wanted to attack him immediately freezes, asking a question. And he asks where Eben got it from, and he asks his own. Is this thing familiar to the old man? And suggests that he must be confused. And the guy unclenches his fingers, anticipating the question of where he got the bottle of poison, which Slade gave to his granddaughter. Amid the astonished glances of those present, Eben continues to speak in a calm tone. Everything would be fine if the bottle contained ordinary poison, but this is not the case. After all, it is one of the 10 most deadly Taylor poisons. A third voice speaks up, joining the conversation and repeating the boy's last words. Vaughn starts to speak, but the ending is swallowed. Eben helps him, confirming that the bottle contains fire dragon poison. There is talk all around. People know that the third elder is in charge of the 10 poisons. And Eben asks the brave warrior to tell him if these poisons are allowed to be used for personal purposes. The answer is no, because these poisons are difficult to deal with even for experienced warriors. The value is even higher because the method of production has been lost, and there are few poisons left. The use of these poisons is punishable by death, Jerry flares up, asking how dare he threaten the elder with the death penalty, and under Eben's grin, the elders become even more heated. He notes that even one who holds the title of elder cannot bypass the laws of the family. But at least the guy adds that the old man will die with honor. And he adds that his granddaughter is already waiting for him in the next life. Under the stunned gaze of those present, the old man's body turns to coals. And Eben fearlessly says that he considers the elders to be the rotten roots of their clan, saying that it is not for them to decide who will be the next leader, because he himself decides where his place is. The thought of a coup involuntarily flashes through the mind of the stunned Vaughn. But on the other hand, no one could appear so fearlessly before the elders. Sklar starts to angrily say how dare Eben behave like this, but suddenly switches abruptly, asking the guards where they were looking when the criminal attempted to take the elder's life. And Eben asks him if Skylar knew that his student wanted to destroy their family. The old man asks what he is talking about, and the boy asks if he really didn't know. And Sklar doesn't believe that his disciple was a spy for the Dark Moon Sword sect. And Eben reminds that now I know everything about the invasion of this sect into the competition territory. Sklar asks, and what he means by this is that Killian was in cahoots with them. The old man asks the guy to show evidence, and he says that he was just about to. Skylar looks puzzled when he sees Chadwick in front of him and asks a clarifying question. And the guy says that he is the only witness and can confirm his involvement in the sect. When the guy takes off his clothes, the looks of those present become stunned. Meanwhile, Chadwick begins to speak, explaining his behavior. He got these scars while fighting Killian until Eben came to his aid. The guy reminds that such wounds cannot be inflicted by poisons and hidden techniques, because this guy was fighting with a blade. And Chadwick didn't immediately realize something. His opponent used the twin blade technique. Sklar continues to be stubborn, but Jerry interrupts him, saying that he had seen Ingram Mack's technique. The bodies of most of his victims were horribly mutilated, but the wounds of those who survived were similar to these. Chadwick confirms and adds that his tormentor himself confessed to his involvement in a foreign sect, and he called himself by another name. Talk begins. People know about the birth of the bastard Ingram. Eben is surprised that Chadwick came forward as a witness of his own free will. He says that he repaid the debt because his interlocutor saved his life. Eben thanks the big guy, admitting that he made his job a lot easier, and Sklar is already beginning to doubt his beliefs. But he believes that this is not what is important now. After all, if this continues, he will be finished, and the old man orders the guards to detain Eben, asking the Blue Dragon if he wasn't going to avenge the elder's death, and he asks the rest of the squads why they continue to stand idle, and Eben is already heading towards him, reminding him of his request not to fuss. After all, now that the evidence has been presented, he is only disgracing himself. Sklar says he didn't know anything, and Eben notes that he can't get away with something like that now. After all, if Killian had become the leader, the Taylors would have fallen into the hands of the Dark Moon Sword. So now it won't work to say that I simply didn't know. Sklar's face changes as he stutters and asks the young leader to let him explain, not even realizing that the judgment had been carried out, as the limb that fell at his feet announced. The old man feels that something is wrong, but the shock of what he experienced is still too strong. Finally, he finds the strength to slowly turn his head and squint his eyes, and he grabs what's left of his hand, covering the gushing blood. Eben says he cannot escape suspicion of harboring a spy. There should be a more severe punishment for this, but they will limit themselves to this. Sklar thanks Eben out loud, but mentally marvels at his speed and mastery of the blade. But the old man thinks that the boy did not notice how he took out the poison, pretending to be pressing on the wound. Another one of the 10 without color, smell, or taste, the effect of which you do not immediately recognize. Sklar knows that his own is not as strong as the perfect one. It took half of the old man's life to prepare this composition. But no matter how strong Eben is, he cannot cope with this poison. And, looking at the guy, Sklar thinks that he will kill him, that he won't even understand it. Eben, sensing something was wrong, tells the old man that he is up to something. He can't believe that he was exposed so quickly. And the next moment, Sklar is already on trial for treachery. One of the elders cries out, asking Eben what he is doing. Didn't the guy promise to spare this man? Is Eben worthy of calling himself a young leader after this? Mickey enters the verbal altercation, asking his colleague to wait, and pay attention to the severed hand of the great elder. Looking closely, people ask, what is it that has flowed out of the vessel? Is it poison? And Eben asks if the elder really tried to poison him on the sly, and he notices that this attempt was pathetic. The old man shudders in horror, starting to beg. And the young leader turns to the great elder, starting to talk about the attempted murder, in relation to him, which is considered treason and is punishable by death. The old man doesn't have time to understand what's happening, and his body falls at Eben's feet. Those around freeze, not knowing how to react to everything, and the guy notices that no one can be above the laws of their family, and anyone who neglects them will be punished by Eben personally. Their family is in decline, and everyone expects the Taylors to die out, but they must change that. and Eben makes a promise that one day the Taylors will be able to live peacefully again, without fear of anyone. And he asks the residents, but not the elders, whether they recognize him as a young leader. Eben's mother's worried voice is heard from the house. She cannot believe what she is hearing. And he asks his interlocutor to calm down and not rush, asking about his son. Did he really win the tournament for the position of young leader? The answer is yes. The old woman says she will never forget how the boy condemned the elders for their unbelief. And all who were there then unanimously recognized Eben as Lord. The interlocutor admires how strong her son has grown, and how much he resembles his mother. And she thinks about how happy her husband would be if he heard this news. Eben wanted to go straight to his mother and tell her he was alive. But business was too much to wait. After all, he still had a lot of work to do. Chuck says that by Eben's order, all events will be held in the Hall of Weapons and Poisons. The elders did not like being deprived of power, but no one objected. One of the elders says that the young leader has a strong character, but he is still young. And he asks if he will choose an assistant for himself. The guy partially agrees, and he promises to appoint an assistant for himself later. And now to complete the procedure for transferring power. But the guy is not going to dance to the tune of the elders, and besides, he turned out to be right. Slade had been abusing poisons, and now they were under the control of the Hall of Weapons. Although the elders lost some of their authority, they retained their direct subordination units, and now Eben says that they can, as before, control their troops. But from now on, they will pay for their maintenance costs themselves. The units that lost their masters were given to the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons. Their duties now include general support, and their salaries have become lower. But Eben believes that they should be grateful for what they have, forgetting about privileges. There were plenty of dissatisfied people, but it wasn't difficult to shut them up. A few days later, those he summoned come to the young leader. Chan didn't even think that this guy would be able to destroy the elders. The man is frightened by what happened at the tournament, although no one knows exactly what happened. Chan is also afraid of the young leader's anger, fearing to say the wrong word to him. And he's saying right now that he neglected Charka because he was very busy, so he wants to ask their family for a favor. And while the guy is talking, Chan can't believe that he is the same 28th number. Eben asks him what he is so surprised about. Is it really his clothes, that they made him change his clothes? The man believes that Eben may not be the head of the family yet, but he already speaks like one. Chan clarifies the request, and the interlocutor begins to talk about the protection of Charky domes. The guy means whether she is capable of holding off uninvited guests. Apart from that, he would like to establish this protection here too, in order to keep the alliance away from him. Chang apologizes, saying that this method of protection cannot be established without the head's consent. And to create it, inherited artifacts are needed. And to maintain it, several masters are needed, which is unacceptable for Charka. Starting to talk about creation, Chan pauses, looking around at his companions in bewilderment. But they are all already lying on the floor, and the man screams in fear, asking the young leader what it was, and stumbling in time. Eben takes matters into his own hands, revealing that he knows about his deal with N. The Dark Moon Sword's invasion could have been prevented, but it was not. The guy asks if Chan really thought he wouldn't find out anything. And in vain, he asks to install a protective barrier in the Taylor's main inner garden. And Eben will forget about everything. The man tries to object, but the leader says that this is not a proposal. The guy politely suggests that the man has probably heard of family mottos. And he says that their own is the payment for the insult tenfold. And the guy says that if Chan doesn't agree, he will personally go to Charky's family. And the responsibility for this will fall on the man, Eben suggests, thinking about what will happen next. And he begins to voice it himself, but the man interrupts him, literally screaming that he agreed to these conditions. Chan promises to do everything as Eben asks, if only this man would leave his family alone. The guy smiles, pleased with the result, and agrees, expressing confidence that Chan would get the job done quickly. Eben says he wanted to invite his friends earlier, but he was busy. Mira, with a voice trembling with excitement, asks the chief what he wants, and he calls him Mr. Young Chief too formally. Eben bursts out laughing, asking his friends to act normal since they are alone. Lily carefully asks what they can do, and the guys immediately give in to themselves. Eben is amazed at how quickly they switched, noting that they could be more polite. Lily urges her friend, asking why he gathered them all together. And the interlocutor tells her that he has appointed her father commander-in-chief. Mira and Emir, dumbfounded, ask in one voice what he did, and the guy remembers Lilia's words about his father's abilities. The girl begins to hesitate, saying that she doesn't remember this, and asks if this is really a good decision. Eben says it wasn't much of a problem. However, he hopes for the girl's honesty, but she says that her father is very responsible and honest. Then the guy is calm, and Lily, crying with joy, thanks him. And he remembers the ton of thanks his friend's father said then, and she thinks that if a man is really like that, then there is nothing to worry about. Eben moves on to Mira and Emir, asking how they are doing, explaining that he wants to take talented people under his wing, because they are not given power, and he sees no point in promoting those who are already indulged by the elders. Emir says he doesn't have anyone in mind, but Eben remembers something, namely, that a friend is connected with the King of Medicine and asks how the situation is there. Emir, with long pauses, says that he doubted whether to raise this topic. Because this also concerns Eben, the young leader is surprised. and Emir clarifies that he is talking about what happened to his friend's father. The guy knows who poisoned Eben's father, and he admits that they were the Medicine King's family. Mira, sitting next to her, flinches, asking if she heard right. And Lily appears, saying how dare they encroach on the family of the young head. But Eben stops her friend with just one gesture, with an extremely serious look, asking Emir to continue. The Medicine King's estate is a very private place. Even the elders don't know what's going on there, but not Emir. But it was to the Medicine King family that the tailors owe their survival. Because they make money from the tailors, Emir's grandfather was the head. Mira remembers that he was suspended, which surprises Emir greatly, asking how she knows about this. But he continues, saying that Eben's father began to visit his grandfather often. After the attack on the Poison Phoenix, this man often defended her from slander. But he did not have inner strength, and the consequences of the clashes made themselves felt. After all, for ordinary people, internal wounds are too deep and dangerous. Eben clenches his fist, thinking about how his father fought back no matter what. And Emir says with sympathy that everything only got worse afterwards. There was a conflict with the assistant of the head of the Medicine King family, Ilian. Eben's father caught him gossiping terribly about his wife, and without thinking, he tried to win the argument by resorting to martial arts. But it was only through the intervention of Emir's grandfather that he was stopped. Eben himself guesses what happened next. It was Ilian who poisoned his dad. Emir confirms this, but one death was not enough. The man killed his father, and not only. He decided to seize power, poisoned his grandfather. Mira sympathizes with her friend, and he continues, saying that his grandfather was out of his mind after that. Therefore, even if the guy had told someone, they would not have believed him. That's why Emir entered the competition. They wouldn't be able to kill him for the knowledge he had. He wants to see his grandfather again, but he is also very afraid to go back. This is why Emir apologizes to his friend for not being able to recommend anyone. But I wonder why Ilian left the old leader alive, since it would have been easier to kill. Emir has one version, and it is connected with the sanctuary. Unknown even to the elders, a mythical pearl is kept there. A creature that lives in lava, the fire carp. Lily screams as if she understands what is being said. Mira heard it too, but didn't know it really existed. Eben doesn't understand what the big deal is, because this artifact simply increases internal strength. But it's not that simple. According to legend, one girl received it and gained colossal power, and that she ascended, having received the pearl, is pure truth. They were told this story. Emir believes that this pearl of such a creature contains a very strong poison. Taking it without releasing the poison is tantamount to death, but it must be done correctly. Eben understands what this is about. Only Emir's grandfather can do this. The guy confirms, saying that Ilian's goal is to obtain the pearl and ascend, after which he wants to leave his family and found his own sect. The girls can't help but scream in anger and horror when they hear this. After all, this sounds like a real mutiny, but Eben thinks the plan is idiotic. After all, even having obtained the pearl, without achieving enlightenment, it will not be possible to ascend. Eben thinks that after all these years, he could not suspect anything was wrong, and he thanks his friend for being able to be honest with him despite the unpleasant memories. And Eben has only one question left, which he immediately asks. Will Emir's family be able to function as before, if justice prevails? If it's just about Grandpa being poisoned, Eben might be able to do something. Therefore, a clear answer is needed, and Emir answers positively. And he firmly states that he does not think that he will yield to Ilian in terms of strength. If he could recruit capable healers, the guy would be able to train them. And that was what Eben was waiting for. The young leader asks if it's okay if he listens to Mira after dealing with the Medicine King. The girl doesn't mind. And then Eben is going to start everything right now. Emir is worried because his friend hasn't visited his mother yet, but he doesn't see the problem. Because I'm sure that Cherry should understand everything. And besides, the leader needs to figure it out. And Eben will not stand aside, knowing what suffering his friend is going through. And the young leader promises to destroy all those who dared to encroach on the King of Medicine. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King's estate, Ilian thinks things are going badly for him. After all, Floris's offspring became the young head of their family. But the man is not particularly worried, because the boy cannot know what happened before he was born. He is much more worried about Emir, who for some reason still hasn't returned. Ilian comes to the conclusion that the boy values his own skin more than his grandfather. Although this is not so important either. The most important thing is the desired pearl. The plans are being messed up by a crazy old man who, even if he comes to his senses, is unlikely to say anything. Ilian is afraid to neuralize the poison himself, because even one mistake can lead to loss. And he tries to think of another solution. But his thoughts are interrupted by the voice of a subordinate. Ilian asks what the noise is outside and is told that the young leader has arrived. The man tenses up in earnest as he recalls his recent thoughts. And the young leader outside gave the order to seize anyone who resisted. And now, together with his friend, he heads towards his main goal. The herald informs Ilian that the young leader is committing reprisals. Meanwhile, the man's comrades are putting up aggressive resistance. And Eben asks his friend if he found it. He replies that he hasn't found it yet. The guy says that he has already searched everywhere, but his grandfather has disappeared without a trace. And Emir asks Ilian's comrades, shouting where they put his grandfather. The men look at each other and say that they themselves don't know. And Eben turns to his brave warrior with a request. He accepts the order for execution, and unquestioningly carries out the will of the master. Heads fly off their shoulders from one right move, and the young master asks, who are they trying to deceive with their glances, and asks not to test his patience. Or they can pretend as much as they want, but he will still make them talk. And they admit that when the trial began, the current head ordered the old man to be locked up in a punishment cell. Ymir is frightened, asking if his grandfather was really imprisoned in such a terrible place, which is an isolation ward for those who are likely to have a contagious disease. But it was closed due to terrible conditions. Eben says they are going there now, and he gives the order to the brave squad to restore order here and wait for them at the entrance. Behind Eben and Ymir, cries of begging for mercy are heard, but all in vain. These people get what they deserve for betrayal and treason. Eben notices that the passage leads deep and assumes that it was cut into a cave. And believing that it deserves its name, Ymir reports that they are almost there. And a little later he explains that in front of them is the entrance to the punishment cell. The boy wants to believe that everything is okay, but he worries that it is too late. Eben asks his friend not to worry, saying that he is alive, and the boy perks up. And his friend continues to convince him, saying that he just found it. Gasping, Ymir runs up to the bars, calling out to her grandfather and introducing herself. Eben asks his friend to step aside, and he uses one of his techniques, clearing the way for them. Ymir runs up to her grandfather with tears in her eyes, desperately calling for him. And crying, he says that he was not like that when the guy went to the competition. Eben tells his friend to calm down, saying they are here to save a man. The guys discuss the poisons that might have been used on the elderly man. For example, a poison that doesn't kill, but makes idiots out of people. Ymir is worried, but Eben calms him down, saying that everything will be fine. The boy turns sharply to his friend with a question, unable to believe his ears. And Eben, placing his hand on the emaciated body, asks Ymir to hold him. The young leader believes that he can be helped by filling his body with internal energy, and uses poison madness with absolute absorption, confident that the energy will absorb all the poison in the body. Ymir is amazed when he sees the withered hand twitch, and Eben thinks that it would be better to absorb the poison so as not to harm his grandfather. Meanwhile, Ymir comments on the changes taking place in the male body. Eben is pleased, allowing himself to smile at the work he has done, and in a gentle voice he asks grandfather Ymir to wake up. The man slowly opens his eyes, asking in a weak voice where he is. He recognizes his grandson, but does not understand who is next to him. Suddenly the old man's eyes widen as a familiar image appears in his memory. He calls the guy Flores, unable to believe such a happy accident. The man clarifies that Eben is his friend's son and the new young leader. The guy confirms this, and says with warmth that he was told about the attitude towards his father. The old man notes with annoyance that he is being saved by a child who, due to his fault, did not know his father. And he mentally turns to Flores, regretting that he cannot see his son. Later, Eben angrily asks if these are the last words of this worthless man, and his whole life flashes before his eyes, and the young leader turns to his friend, and to his grandfather, asking if they wanted to say anything last. The man turns away with disdain, unable to even look at his tormentor, and he gets even more scared, not expecting such an attitude. And realizing that he could die here, he runs away, ordering the others to make way. He curses harshly, wondering how this could have happened. And suddenly he realizes that he is freezing, slowly turning his gaze to the source of the sharp pain, which turns out to be a needle stuck into the body, which surprises the man. And Eben says that the needle is laced with the poison of the heart-smiting flame, which was created by Ymir himself, and the man falls, unable to stay standing on his feet. Eben asks the man if he thinks the guy is worthy of taking his place, but seeing Ilian's condition, he doesn't have to bother answering. His comrades, realizing that a similar punishment awaits them, rush to retreat, but Eben does not allow them to leave, giving orders to the brave warriors squad. And while they are carrying out the order, the guy, Ymir, and his grandfather leave. Rumors that the Medicine King's family had been exterminated spread quickly. People wonder if it's because of her that the tailors were able to survive. It sows doubt. Standing in front of the pearl, Eben is offered to take it. After all, we can't allow it to fall into the wrong hands. The guy is asked to wait a couple of days for the poison to neutralize, but he doesn't need to. The old man says that it is better to leave it here if you do not use it right away, and she is amazed by the guy's words that he will do it. The poison of the item is so strong that it is visible to the naked eye. Eben will not miss such an opportunity. Never. Otherwise, he will reproach himself for the rest of his life. This poison is too valuable. Having absorbed it, the guy understands that this poison is very strong. However, compared to the fire dragon flame, it is nothing. If it had fallen into the hands of an ordinary person, he would have burned alive. And Eben thinks that he has never thought about the power of the 10, but wants to find out. After the purification, he began to feel the power of this fiery spirit, thinking that she would still contribute to the implementation of his plans. Before knocking, the guy stops and clears his throat, and then he loudly informs his mother that it is him. And he politely asks if he can come in. The woman shudders in surprise, and she allows it, and the guy apologizes to her, saying that he will come in for a short while. Cherry says she never thought she'd be able to come back here. And smiling, she says that she is simply incredibly lucky with him. Eben recalls that the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons was once a family estate, and now the woman is at home, where she should be, and notices that her mother is still beautiful. But, even though she is smiling now, She was probably very worried all this time during her absence. And the next moment, the mother is already thanking her son for returning to her. And he says that it couldn't be otherwise, because he is her son. The guy remembers that in his past life he was only concerned about regrets before death. His past life was full of regrets, and Eben doesn't intend to allow them into this one. The guy asks if his mother has seen the Brave Warrior Squad. The woman responds positively, saying that they helped her with the move. And recalling the meeting, she adds that she remembers everyone, as if she had returned to the past. Cherry asks her son what he has in the box, and he catches himself, rushing to share, and saying that this is a small gift that he is going to give her. When a woman sees a pearl, she is amazed, knowing full well what it is. But still, clarifying the name, the son confirms this and continues. When Cherry says she thinks she knows what to do with her, she does. But she considers it better for her son, as the head, to take the artifact. But Eben says that she is for his mother, and he does not need her, and asks her to give him her hand. Cherry asks why he doesn't need her, believing that she will never rise up. But something incredible happens, and the woman stutters as she calls her son by name. Astonished, he asked if he had already achieved enlightenment, and the guy confirms these words with a mysterious smile. Cherry is amazed, but she is uneasy at the thought that her enemies might find out. Eben, meanwhile, says he wants his mother to live a long life for the sake of memory. About Dad, and asks to be with him while he is still growing. The pearl's effect wears off quickly, so you should hurry. The woman says that her son is right and she should not refuse his gift. And he asks if Eben knows what his mother was called when she was young. She was called the Main Beauty of North, and also the Poisonous Phoenix. The last title is awarded to the most outstanding person in the family. Eben watches his mother's metamorphosis with bated breath. And she laughs, noting that she hasn't seen her son so surprised in a long time. Cherry admits that she is no match for Eben, but she is far from weak. After increasing her powers and absorbing the pearl, the woman began to improve herself. Eben thinks that he was surprised that she hid her powers. But she developed her powers herself. The guy never thought about it. An experienced master is able to detect the slightest fluctuations in energy. But this woman managed to hide her powers from her son. That's why she is the Poison Phoenix. She had almost reached the stage of releasing her power, and would now absorb the power of their pearl. Eben suggests that Cherry might be able to surpass the limit as well. However, then it will reach a critical point. The method of absorbing the pearl is surprisingly simple. You need to release its energy slowly, and accept absorbing into your body. After this, the energy must be subjugated, and the process repeated until it is completely absorbed. But Cherry doubts her own abilities, wondering, will she be able to absorb so much energy entirely? Even now, this effect is slowly wearing off, and the woman does not know what to do. After all, he will disappear completely before she can absorb even half of him. But Cherry worries in vain. Support comes to her aid. The woman is surprised when she sees a hand on her shoulder, and realizes that it is her son's. The guy says that enlightenment cannot be achieved if you only think about it. To do this, you need to observe your surroundings, analyze it, and imitate it. This is the path to enlightenment, and this time Eben agrees to help. The woman begins to feel someone else's energy, and understands that it belongs to her son. And the energy immediately rushes forward and begins to merge with the energy of the pearl. Cherry realizes that this is Taylor's Heart's poisonous azure radiance technique. The woman feels it and understands that inner strength is energy, which can take a familiar form, so that this energy can be absorbed. Therefore, there is no need to go through the process of self-improvement. Cherry is convinced that she is incredibly lucky with her son, because he came back to her. Eben squeezes his mother's shoulder tighter, a satisfied smile touching his lips. After all, the guy understands that his mother succeeded, and now she has managed to achieve enlightenment. There is a commotion in the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons. People are buzzing like a swarm of bees. Jim grumbles about getting ready so early in the morning, saying he has other things to do. One of the elders turns to Chuck, asking when the young leader himself will appear. And isn't it rude to interrupt people from their work in order to make them wait? Chuck answers his interlocutor through clenched teeth, saying that his nephew will be here soon. And at that very moment, the herald announces the arrival of the young leader. Each of those present turns their gaze towards the entrance, and the young man first of all thanks them for gathering here so early. And he continues, saying that he gathered everyone to discuss an important issue. The fifth elder asks what this importance is, and Eben reminds the man of his own words about choosing a regent. The elder confirms this, and he asks which of the elders will take this place. The guy asks why he thought so, that this place will be taken by the elder. The fifth asks who then, if not them. The doors to the hall open and someone enters, bowing respectfully to the silhouette. Those present are curious about who it could be, until it becomes obvious. Chuck's eyes widen when he sees the potential regent. This woman is all too familiar to him, as is everyone else present. But the elders do not understand how this is possible. After all, decades have passed. Eben confidently declares that there is no one more suitable for this role. Cherry, however, notices with calculated friendliness how many happy faces there are here. Stripped of her title of head by the elders 10 years ago, she has now risen from the ashes. And Cherry, even though she sees that she is recognized, introduces herself respectfully. The night before the regent's announcement, the woman exhales wearily. Although it is pleasant to achieve enlightenment, she cannot get used to the smell of body miasma. The constant laughter of the servants makes one feel out of place, and Cherry still doesn't know how to show her strength. This will only come with time. But the woman is glad that now she can better understand her son. It is said that the current head of the alliance rose to power by going against all agreements. Cherry thinks that now she will have something to discuss with her son. And right now he is congratulating his mother on her promotion. The woman says that it is all thanks to him, and asks to sit down next to her. For the next few minutes they have a good time chatting and joking. And then Cherry asks his interlocutor how he managed to rise to the top. The guy wonders whether he should admit to something like this, and he decides to explain everything with the help of the events that happened at the competition. Eben asks about Slade, who used poison for selfish purposes, Cherry clarifies. And the guy confesses that he drank the poison that they were going to use to poison him. The woman worriedly notes that her son could have been hurt, but he laughs it off. And he says that despite the poisoning, he developed the ability to antidote and ascended. The woman is amazed and thinks about it. She didn't know that this was possible. Eben is mentally glad that his mother quickly understood, but she is still interested in something else. Cherry heard from a servant that the Medicine King's family was exterminated. Is it true? Eben believes that in this case, one must be honest, because it concerns his father. And the guy starts the conversation by saying that he knew his mother would ask about it. He gets down to business, telling Cherry what happened. Finishing closer to sunset, the woman now knows how everything really happened. Cherry had her doubts, but now that it's all out in the open, she believes her son has had a hard time. And she says that she has a request for Eben. The guy is ready to fulfill anything. Cherry says she doesn't want to sit back any longer because she's been afraid for too long. The mother wants to make sure that no one dares to stand in her son's way, if they allow it. And the excited murmur in the hall does not subside, amazed by Cherry's appearance. Finally, the first joyful voice greets her. Chuck calls the woman's sister. The young leader asks those present to welcome his mother, Cherry Taylor. And she loudly announces that from this day on she becomes the new head of their family. The third elder cannot believe that this woman will become not just a regent, but the head. Cherry, however, gently counters that, although she was named head, she will only be a regent, conducting business until the young head comes of age, and on his instructions to build a new foundation for the destroyed family. And the woman, without leaving the cash register, begins the morning meeting with the agenda. The name of the Medicine King was changed to the Medicine Temple, and Ymir's grandfather became the head of the family. Lilia's father was tasked with conducting a full audit of the family's finances, and soon he discovered evidence of the elders embezzling the treasury. Moonlight's father, the head of the Poison King, was dismissed from his post. In addition to elders, anyone who used their position for selfish purposes was removed from office. All this took Cherry only a few days, and the hand of a strong woman is immediately visible. Eben thinks that thanks to his mother, the internal organization issues were resolved. At first he just wanted to live an ordinary life, but now he sees that there are many important things around. For example, people the guy can now call friends, or the brave warriors, who are unconditionally devoted to their young master. Yes, even tens and hundreds of members of the Taylor family. Eben thinks that now he has something to protect. But before, even maintaining his health was difficult, and the guy cursed life. Now he wants to become stronger so that no one dares to attack them. Neither the leader of the Black Death Alliance, nor the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance. No force must ever again become a threat to the Taylor family. A surprised question rolls through the palace. The Taylors have a new young leader. Although this was quite expected, because the head's position cannot remain empty for long. The gentleman is informed that Ingram and Andy have been defeated at the hands of Eben. Solly notes that they were both renowned warriors of the Alliance, and he offers to destroy the Taylors before they regain their former power. Gilbert asks why they would do this, and the woman is at a loss to clarify the question. And he hastens to say that attacking these two is tantamount to going against him. The man disagrees, and moreover, he warned that the Taylors should not be touched. He has his own plans for them, and those two paid for their disobedience. Gilbert notes that they were even lucky to die at the hands of the young leader, and not at his. However, what is curious is that this man was able to kill such strong warriors. And the man orders that a message be sent to the Taylors immediately, with an invitation for the young leader to the upcoming North Council. Eben thanks his mother for setting everything up so well here. The woman admits that she was a little nervous after such a long break. She doesn't know if she can cope, but her son thinks that his mother will do it better than anyone else. But he is puzzled by one detail, which the guy hesitantly brings up. The woman suppresses her powers again. Cherry praises the guy's observation, and he asks why hide the power, since it has already ascended. But it's not just about hiding. What she does is called vein sealing, and it is a secret technique of their family. Cherry wants her son to be able to do the same someday. The boy asks why, and the mother replies that it's a long story. This is the story of the founder of this technique and the ancestors of their family that Eben should know. In one village of Norda, a plague broke out, and at the same time people died from exhaustion. The bodies were cremated for fear of spreading infection. But it was only a matter of time. All the inhabitants were already infected, and all they could do was wait for their inevitable death. But there was a man among them who did not succumb to the infection, which did not touch only one single 10-year-old boy. The residents were puzzled as to why he had not become infected, but they could no longer think rationally. And in their eyes, this baby was a sign of death and the embodiment of the spirits that bring disease. Expelled from the village, this child had nowhere to go, He took shelter from the rain in a cave and ate sacrificial food to ward off the plague. After 3 days, no one came to perform the ritual, and the boy was left alone. Then he wondered why he was the only one left unharmed. He didn't have to wait long for an answer. It came to him himself. Mysterious people came for the boy, rejoicing that they had found him and calling him a child immune to poison. It was the most dangerous group of killers in the entire world, which was called the Poison Moon Shadow Gate Sect. They kidnapped children all over the world and raised them to be killers, feeding them poisons to keep them from escaping and periodically exposing them to drugs. So the boy from the plague village grew up and became a killer. But one day something happened. He witnessed the death of one of his fellow students who did not have time to receive the antidote. And then he realized that it was the Shadowgate sect that had sent the plague to his village. From then on, the boy began to train as hard as he could to become stronger. And he took on the most dangerous missions, carrying them out without the slightest hesitation. And he reached a level of power capable of killing even an absolute master. Thanks to these achievements, the sect's reputation soared to the skies. And the guy was given the title of one of the 5 greatest killers. And they promised to fulfill any wish, but he refused, saying that he didn't want anything. He shouted out in his heart that he didn't need anything. After all, the boy has already reached the highest level, having mastered the secrets of fighting with absolute masters, and having learned my own techniques, which he developed while studying martial arts in a cult. This is how the sect that destroyed his home village fell in one fell swoop. Later, descendants of this man settled in North, forming the Taylor family. But the spirit still remembers him under the nickname of the Invisible Guest. Seeing that her son has fallen asleep, Cherry becomes irritated and grabs his cheek, and teasing about how attentively he listens to his mother. And the guy admits that he didn't know about this story, and he asks, but what does all this mean for sealing the veins? Cherry says that there were quite a few ascended people in that sect, including the leader himself, and he asks if his son understood how the guest managed to deal with them. He suggests that it was all thanks to the Rain of Heavenly Flowers technique. Cherry says that's partly because the technique isn't a hidden weapon. But with the art of energy control, the guy is amazed by the revealed truth. Now I'm starting to understand that this technique doesn't control weapons at all, but energy. The woman confirms this by saying that ascended battles are clashes of energies. An attack by energy can only be repelled by energy itself. Everything else will be powerless. Such protective armor will deflect any weapon from its master, regardless of its strength. Energy meets energy. Hundreds of weapons absorbed by it form a storm. Even with protective armor, it is impossible to cope with hundreds of such attacks. Eben considers this technique to be perfect and incredibly powerful, stronger than his own. Cherry suggests that his son is pondering his ability to hold such energy. It dawns on him belatedly, but his mother herself says it's all about vein sealing. And he begins to voice the basic principles of this technique. The first is the concentration of energy in one of the meridians of the body. After blocking the flow and sealing the meridians, this helps the energy to be contained. This method helps to deceive the ascended ones who see the flows of internal energy. Sealed energy cannot be used, but over time it will become easier to accumulate. This process can be repeated 12 times to seal all the meridians. And then from the interweaving a new layer of protection will be created. The energy of protective armor. It strengthens the body's defenses and is comparable in strength to dragon scales. Eben wonders if there have been too many mentions of dragons in his life. Vein sealing is not only for protection. The powers increase tenfold when you release the sealed energy of all meridians. It dawns on Eben that Rain of 1,000 Flowers can be used when the seal is removed. Cherry confirms and says that this is not all that is required for him. There were other important family commandments, but they were lost during the demon attack. But the woman is confident that Eben will be able to master the above-mentioned technique completely, because he is her son and she is proud of him. The boy is pleased to know that his mother is proud of him. And he agrees, saying that there is nothing that the son of the poisonous phoenix cannot do. This is how Eben learned the vein-sealing technique from his mother. The guy talks about the best way to quickly restore energy, which turned out to be poison absorption. For others, it is indeed very dangerous, but for Eben, it is a wonderful elixir. This way, he doesn't even have to go through the recovery process. And Eben thinks about asking Ymir to make him more poisons, but he is distracted. The brave warrior reports that the guy's girlfriend is very persistently asking to let her in, and the next moment Mira bursts inside asking her friend for help. The guy asks worriedly what happened. Did the girl really run away? And she says that if he doesn't help her, her sister will die. Eben is stunned by the details and is silent for a few moments, but he pulls himself together. And he asks, maybe, to begin with, it's worth turning not to him, but to doctors. But this is not true. Mira says that her sister has already been examined several times, but nothing helped. The guy assumes that she has some internal injuries. And it turns out that she has serious damage to 9 meridians. Since ancient times, there was a sect next to the Palace of the Blazing Sun. What made it unique was that the sect was familiar with meridian damage firsthand. It was called the Ice Palace of the North Sea. As the name suggests, the warriors of the sect used the element of ice in their arts, which was the greatest wealth and blessing for people with similar strong energy. But those who did not practice martial arts suffered from a fatal disease. Eben asks, wanting to be completely sure. So Mira and her sister are their descendants. The girl says that he told them that they were descendants of their descendants who settled in Norte, and they tied the knot with the Taylors. but they practice a different martial art, and now the disease is transmitted once every few decades, and the knowledge of the techniques has been lost. Eben says he knows a way, and the girl announces that they have already arrived, and pointing to the house in front, he says that he lives here. Seeing what the building looks like, Mira rushes to her sister, realizing that her condition has worsened, and he tearfully asks the girl to open her eyes, but in vain. The room is so cold that you could freeze. It's worse than Eben thought, and the guy asks his girlfriend to listen to him carefully, warning right away that she cannot promise that her sister will be able to survive. The girl doesn't want to believe what she heard, but reflexively asks again. He explains that although her sister is resisting, her strength is running out. In this state, she blocks consciousness and directs energy into the meridians. Mira cries, asking if there is no way to save her sister. Eben says it's not that there is no way. It is possible to release the cold from a girl's body artificially, but she might not survive the process, or Eben himself might freeze to death. The guy really wants to help, but he can't control the lives of his girlfriend's relatives. Therefore, the choice remains only with Mira. She herself must decide what to do. The girl can try to find another way or trust Eben's method. Mira says she went all this way because she had no other choice, and the girl cannot give up without even trying to do something. Mira understands perfectly well that this is dangerous for her friend too, but she tearfully begs him to save her sister. The guy agrees, saying he will do it. Mira asks if it is necessary to do it this way. Eben confirms, and the girl finds this somehow awkward. Eben explains that clothing will interfere with the energy extraction, so there is no other way. The guy says that it is better to endure shame and not die than otherwise, and announces that he is starting to use absorption, and extracting one after another the cold from the meridians. The first one on the way is the glabella, and it is cleaned quite easily. Next, you need to go down lower to extract the cold from the next point. The guy himself is no longer happy with his own idea, but he understands that he can't stop. He has already begun the cleansing. It is too late to turn back. But with this meridian, not everything is as smooth as with the previous one. Cold resistance begins to increase rapidly, but Eben isn't going to give up that easily. Later, Mira drops by the house to check on her friend, and he responds, saying that everything is under control. But this is only for the time being, although most of the work has already been done. The guy managed to extract energy from 6 meridians in the upper part of the body, but it becomes increasingly difficult for the body to resist the growing cold. If this continues, Eben will freeze to death before he can finish. The guy regrets that he is not dealing with poison, because otherwise it would be easier. And a brilliant idea comes into his head. He remembers the words of Amir's grandfather. The old man said that medicine and poisons are essentially the same thing. Even medicine becomes poisonous if it exceeds the dose that is acceptable for the body. Even life energy turns into poison when the body cannot withstand it. This means that this extreme cold can be considered a poison. And the guy, already with a new, fresh look, uses the cleansing technique. And the reaction appears, causing a smile to appear on the young man's face. Since Eben has already extracted a lot of cold, he will actively resist. But as long as he views the cold as poison, it poses no threat to the boy. And Eben is determined to devour it at all costs. A sudden and unexpected feeling of warmth brings consciousness back, and clearly feel how the cold leaves the body. The girl jerks sharply and screams loudly, just seeing a man's hand on her. Screaming piercingly, she does not notice anyone else in the room, until he hears a familiar voice and a gentle address. Mira can't stop crying, covering her mouth with her hands to hold back her screams. And her sister asks, not believing her eyes, if it really is her. And the girl also can't do anything about the emotions that are growing stronger under Mira's whining, who throws herself on her neck the very next moment, not wanting to hold back. A little later, the girl states that this is how it all happened, and she asks, looking at Eben, does that mean he is her savior? Mira confirms this and asks her friend how much longer he plans to touch the girl. Her sister notices that the guy is concentrating his strength and needs to come to his senses. Eben thinks that it looks a lot like elixirs. There is so much energy that the body can hardly cope with it. You can wait for it to dissipate, or you can try to reopen the blocked meridians. One of them is already filling with energy. Eben wonders how many will be filled in total. If you absorb all the cold, and later receive an answer, it is possible to fill 4 meridians, and this is amazing. Now he has 4 times more energy, but this will reduce the level of mental strength. The guy thinks that he will have to continue drinking poison. Seeing his friend's displeased look and her sister's embarrassed one, Eben looks at his hand, and he quickly pulls it away, laughing nervously. The girl asks the guy not to worry, assuring him that everything is fine. Her sister has already told her everything, but she doesn't know how to thank her savior. Eben says that it is the young leader's responsibility to take care of the family, and a man enters the room, asking Mara and Mira what is going on with them. Knowing full well how this might all look, the young people become tense, and the man, calling the stranger a parasite, angrily shouts what he is going to do. The girls ask their father to calm down, saying that they will explain everything now. Later, the man apologizes to Eben for being rude. He didn't know his daughter was being rescued. And he asks the young leader not to be angry, since he didn't know this either. And he asks him to get up. And the man continues to thank her, saying that he cannot even express his feelings. He was a merchant and settled here when he fell in love with a woman from the Taylor family. His wife also suffered from this disease and died because of it. The man spent all his money to find medicine, but he couldn't. and now he is ready to do for the young leader whatever he orders. But he refuses. The guy asks, since we're talking about it, why is it quiet among the merchants? He is told that they rarely leave the city now that the alliance has come to power. Eben thanks the man for the information and says goodbye, saying they will discuss it later. But the guy is called out too, forcing him to pay attention. Eben's eyes widen in surprise when he sees them nearby. Mira asks her friend if he is really going to leave already, since they haven't even really talked yet. And Mara once again respectfully thanks the young leader for saving her life, and adding that he and his family will never forget this. Mira says a huge thank you to her friend, promising to definitely repay him. And he, leaving, is simply happy that he was able to help his friend's family. Mara asks if he's okay, but Mira also can't figure out what's wrong with him. The girl suggests that something might have gone wrong during the treatment. After all, the young gentleman looked confused, and the younger sister began to giggle. When asked if his sister really wanted him to stay longer, she becomes embarrassed, asking why she even thought that, and then confessing and asking if it was really noticeable. The younger one laughs, saying that it is noticeable and how. And he begins to encourage Mara, saying that everything is fine and that such a reaction is natural. And then she asks her not to worry, because she has never seen anyone more beautiful than her. And he remembers his friend's face when he looked at his sister. And then he says that he thinks that Eben liked Mara too. The same one thinks about family with a happy look, savoring the word in his head. And he involuntarily imagines what would have happened if he and Mara were together. It all gets to the point that the guy even imagines his grandchildren. And he thinks that he thought that no one could cause him such excitement. The guy hopes that he will have a chance to visit this girl again. But there is a problem in the form of the Black Death Alliance interfering with trade. Eben begins to get tense with the ever-present presence of the Alliance and its leader, although he is not as responsible for the Tailor's downfall as the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance. Besides, as long as North is in their power, a clash with them is only a matter of time. A question is heard in the Black Death Alliance residence hall. So, the power in the Tailor family has been getting out of control lately. Taking a bite of apple, Sally asks if this is the end of the report, and she remembers her master's words that she should not interfere in the Tailor's affairs. The woman bites into the apple with a loud crunch, asking sarcastically, "Really?" Ineston reminds that the chief's orders are absolute. It is better to behave obediently for now. The woman grins again, considering all these hypocrites to be cowardly bastards. And he throws the uneaten remains towards the servant, causing him to hiccup in fear. Solly is outraged by Gilbert's inaction as news of these being raised comes to light, considering that she herself will not be able to avenge Ingram and Andy. But a brilliant idea comes to the woman's head. Her hands are really tied. Gilbert's words about inviting the young leader to the upcoming council come to mind, and the woman smiles, realizing that she has found a way out, because the provincial council is what is needed. And he theatrically talks about her boss forgiving him, but she can't just leave it that way. Sully says her anger will not subside until she wipes the Tailors off the face of the earth. The man gasps, noticing the woman's wild look, and his eyes widen. He begins to babble, asking his mistress not to do what she has planned, but in vain, despite the fact that the man does not give up trying to convince his silent interlocutor. And she mentally turns to the little young leader, getting ready to prepare the stage for him. The nephew asks his uncle what they should do. After all, ever since Poison Phoenix became regent, their position was under threat. The second elder asks, how should he know, as if it weren't their own fault. Jim is at a loss, and stutters to clarify what his interlocutor means. And Mickey screams, pointing his finger at his great-nephew and saying that it's all his fault, because he couldn't assess the enemy's strength, and now everything will go down the drain. Moonlight doesn't think so, mentally blaming Mickey himself, because he himself couldn't resist the leader. And the guy makes a promise to himself to take revenge for everything after he heals his hand. Jim asks his interlocutor what he is going to do now. It's not easy to even maintain your own guard these days. Mickey says he knows that. And in despair, he replies that they will leave the family. The warrior informs that they are there and tells what is stored in this place. And the poison vault contains the most dangerous toxins and 10 Tailor poisons. Eben recalls that it was previously in the possession of the third elder. When the boy approaches the door, he is greeted by the gatekeepers, and he thanks them for their service. One of them asks to take something before he goes inside. Eben asks what it is. The item is capable of preventing the effects of most poisons, and must be held in the mouth. But the guy refuses, saying that there is no need for it. The warrior gets scared. And Eben jokes, asking only to imagine how many mouths this pearl has been in. But the interlocutor counters, saying that the artifact is cleaned every time. The guy stands his ground. The warrior knows about the young leader's immunity to poisons, but insistently asks to take the item. Eben then simply ignores him, walking past and ordering him to open the door. Looking around the room, the guy notices that he is being well looked after, and wonders if it's because 10 of the Tailor poisons are stored here. And now Eben understands why the guards were worried about him. It's very toxic here. Although his internal strength has diminished, he can sense the change in the concentration of poisons in the air. But for Eben, after mastering the absorption technique, this air is no worse than usual. He even begins to feel his strength being restored, but it is still not enough. Eben thinks it's best to absorb something equal in strength to 10 Tailor poisons. But according to family laws, they cannot be used for personal purposes. But there is another option. Having the recipe in hand, you can ask Ymir to cook. Eben is distracted. He has a strange feeling. After all, part of the airflow is distorted. The guy has a theory about this. He had encountered something similar before, and it was called incarnation, which is located right in his own family's poison vault. But this incarnation doesn't look like Charka's phantom dome, and Eben is going to check it out. With one sure movement, the guy cuts through the space, and his eyes widen in surprise. A passage appears in front of him, in the distance of which ribbons resembling talismans can be seen. And so it turns out, and the guy reads the signs on the pieces of paper that forbid him to go forward. Others notify the random guest that the passage is sealed. Eben realizes that this incarnation is not Charky, but the casters of occult techniques. The guy thinks about this, involuntarily plunging into memories. His master knew some spellcasters in his past life. Just as he was obsessed with the sword, so these people were obsessed with witchcraft. One day, Eben was sent to train in an incarnation created by such spellcasters. The place was teeming with monsters whose names even he did not know. As Eben moves forward, he hears a voice calling him the unseen guest, asking how many years had passed and changing the words to a request to let him out. Eben realizes that he has found the 10th of the poisons, which was thought to be lost. The guy wonders what kind of poison requires such precautions. He fails to touch the surface, and Eben is shocked by the recoil. After all, even she turns out to be simply amazing. The guy understands that it simply won't happen. But he knows one thing for sure. It is necessary to cut each layer precisely, which is what Eben immediately sets about doing, considering it equally necessary to cut the talismans on the jug, and starting to dance around the sealed container. Finally, the last of the layers provides a view of the jug, and Eben makes some notes. Due to vein sealing, his strength had noticeably decreased. After all, usually all it would take for him to do something like this would be one wave of his hand. And without protective talismans, the evaporation of the poison became thicker. The guy is going to see what's inside. The creature notices that the force holding it back has disappeared, and she notes that she has not seen the light of day for a very long time. Eben's eyes widen in surprise just a few moments before it happened. He manages to stay on his feet, but the boy is still amazed, rhetorically asking what it is. And the very next moment, a tentacle rushes towards him, striking him even more. The young leader can't help but admire such lightning speed. But he quickly pulls himself together, preparing to strike before the tentacle reaches him. But to his surprise, the attack takes on physical form and turns out to be surprisingly powerful. The snake praises Eben for his quick reaction, and calling him baby, says that she likes him. In gratitude for the release, the creature is going to kill the guy without pain. He asks the same question. Who is he? And the snake is indignant, calling itself Poison, the blue-horned white serpent. The guy asks again, and the snake laughs, confirming his words. The creature is impressed by the speed with which Eben blocked the acupuncture points. But I'm sure the guy won't last long, because the serpent can melt his hand. His eyes widen in interest as the creature senses the familiar energy, and he shouts out in amazement the question of where the guy got the aura of poison absorption from. And is he somehow connected with the invisible guest? Eben replies that the man is his ancestor, and the serpent tenses, asking the guy not to absorb his poison, because it will destroy him completely. Eben has no regrets, and directly asks the creature in his hand why it should care. Could it be that having felt his weakness, the great serpent decided to back down? And with firm determination, Eben announces that he is going to absorb all the poison. The snake mentally curses the guy, realizing that he is serious in his intentions. And he shouts, offering his potential killer a deal, and he becomes interested. The serpent confirms this, and says that he only wants to be freed from the seal. If the boy promises to spare him, the creature will become his guardian spirit. Adding that it would be beneficial to Eben himself, he asks, can't he feel his energy growing with each passing second thanks to the snake venom? Eben realizes that the serpent is right because no other can compare to his poison. The creature continues to bait, promising to supply its poison at any time, and he offers to use himself gradually. But the guy says that there is no need for this. After all, he can always get hold of poison, and leaving his enemy alive would be extremely reckless. The snake begs him to spare him because he spent hundreds of years trapped in poison, staring at the wall. If the boy allows himself to become his guardian spirit, the creature promises to obey impeccably, and he asks in a plaintive voice if they really won't be able to come to an agreement. Eben exhales heavily and says that, well, he'll believe at once. But if the snake does anything, the guy will squash him on the spot. The creature agrees to these conditions, promising that there is nothing to worry about. The guy asks what he needs to do to make the snake his guardian spirit. Since he knows nothing about the art of spirits, the creature replies that nothing is needed, and he explains that the clot given to him is called the spirit-binding seal. Eben must take it, and the spirit of the serpent will connect with his soul. This way the creature can become the guy's guardian spirit. Eben squeezes the seal in his hand, and is surprised to note that he can already feel the changes. And from the outside they notice that the young gentleman has been inside for a long time. The warriors begin to panic, thinking that the guy is in trouble and now they are finished. One of them suggests going and checking, and the other points out that they can't. The initiator notes that punishments should be thought about later. This is not important now. They must not allow the future leader to suffer in this terrible place. The partner notices that no one can stop the interlocutor's stubbornness, and squinting from the bright light, he looks in bewilderment towards the exit. Both warriors flinch, wondering why there is a bright light coming from the vault. They wonder what is going on there and where this vibration comes from. Seeing the door swing open, the warriors turn to the young master in turn, with questions about whether he was okay, what happened. They are uneasy about the glow around the young gentleman, because they don't know what it is. Testing the new powers, Eben realizes that it is the aura of the guardian spirit, dragon scale. Unlike normal auras, it is felt as a tangible outer covering, and this became possible because the serpent became his guardian spirit. And because all the meridians are filled, but now we will have to monitor this constantly. The clot separating from the shoulder takes the shape of a snake, who asks why he cares about those below him. And he shares that the invisible guest never hid his powers. Eben asks if he didn't forbid the serpent to show himself in public, and he replies that no one will see him until he himself wants to. Eben thinks the aura is too noticeable and he wants to live a normal life this time. The snake is surprised, noticing that this sounds like the words of a reincarnated one. And he asks if this is really possible. Eben pretends not to understand. The snake believes that such power was given to him for a reason. Just like the invisible guest, this power is bestowed by fate itself. Eben remarks that he seemed difficult to deal with, and the serpent confirms these words. The creature worked hard for its previous owner, and before its death it was sealed. Now Eben understands where the incarnation of occult spellcasters came from. Any of them would be glad to get such a guardian, and the guest was able to seal it. Or there is a version that he was the same as Master Eben. The guy is haunted by the words that there is a reason why he was born this way, but he cannot understand which one, and the young gentleman is called out to in a worried voice. The guy asks what happened and is offered to see everything for himself. But he gives in, saying that the North Estate was attacked by members of an enemy sect. Breathing heavily from the weight of the precious cargo, he reassures himself that there is not much time left. The guy is asked with a grin where the Gong sect members are going. He doesn't know how they got here, but they are now in the territory of the Black Death Alliance. Theo asks Harry to run while he holds off the enemies, but he retorts, although he understands that he too will not be able to cope with them because of his wounds. The man suggests that they were going to ask the tailors for help, and he says that if he hands them over to the leader, he will reward him with the best combat techniques. They will be delivered alive, so some limbs will have to be lost. Harry turns around, hearing new voices talking about him and Theo. Eben concludes that the evil sect is opposing the Gong Masters, giving the order to escort the members of the Gong sect, because they came to them as guests. From their clothes, Harry realizes that they are the tailors, and that they have come to their aid. Eben asks the guy to step aside, as it looks like his companion is seriously injured. Vaughn promises to take care of Theo, and Harry is scared, because he thought that the man would help the leader. After all, they are being pursued by more than 200 warriors. The warriors thank Harry for his concern, but it is unnecessary, and they ask the guy not to worry about anything, and these words shock him even more. And Vaughn asks to see for himself if he doesn't believe him. The leader of the evil sect asks who else Eben is to stand in his way. He is given a hint that he may be the survivor of the tailor competition. The man laughs, asking if this cute little brat is serious. In its intentions to confront them, it is incredibly brave. The man says he was just lucky that the Alliance leader spared him, and he suggests putting an end to this misunderstanding, since they asked for it themselves. And the man manages to say that the head of the Alliance will not blame them for this. His subordinates, seeing something amiss, turn to their master with concern. And Eben says he's tired of listening to all this nonsense. Opponents freeze, wondering what just happened, and Eben smiles, repeating his words as he lies motionless on the ground. The fact that the head of the Alliance spared him and the guy was going to finish him off is funny. After all, it will be Eben who will end them all. The palace chief's subordinates cannot believe that he has died. They didn't even have time to notice when their opponent threw a needle at the man. Meanwhile, Eben takes a bunch of other needles from his bosom and throws them upward. One of the evil sect members is puzzled as to why the enemy threw needles into the sky. His neighbor warns everyone to stay alert and falls first. And the next moment the fall overtakes dozens of others. The survivor says in a hoarse voice that he considers this madness. And he falls down next to dozens of his fallen comrades. Eben gasps, remembering that because he was in a hurry, he didn't have time to apply poison to the needles. But for some reason the effect was the same. The serpent suggests that the poison seeped into them too. And he adds that few are able to resist. The guy finds the keeper more useful than he thought. The creature flushes, sarcastically asking what he's talking about. And Harry can't believe what he sees, because this guy's skills are incredible. The enemy is also stunned by the fact that more than 100 soldiers are destroyed in an instant. They thought the tailors were in decline, and didn't know they had such a monster. But there is someone who tells them to stop panicking, because there is some boy in front of them. The man believes that if the boy has not ascended, he will not have enough energy to attack again. And he takes it upon himself to lead the army, intending to crush Eben. While attacking the guy, the big guy tells him to die. And he attacks with all his might, asking how he feels about this, now that he has lost his bravado. But the man is in for a surprise when he sees that his opponent is still breathing. And even more than that, it smashes the opponent's weapon into pieces. The man can't believe that it is possible to stop an axe with bare hands. But his comrades in arms are amazed by something else, namely the technology, mistaken for the rain of 10,000 heavenly flowers. Harry is also surprised, because he thought the tailor's secret techniques were lost. But now he understands that he was wrong, and this family is still strong. He thinks that each side, in this case, can really win. And Eben asks why Harry is still here. He laughs nervously, explaining. He considers the young leader's abilities outstanding, and he suggests discussing this later. And Harry agrees, realizing that it is better not to conflict with the tailors. Remembering what happened a few days ago on the outskirts of North. At the time, he was glad that they had been lucky enough to avoid disagreements with the sects of the new school, and he began to explain the situation to his master, but he did not listen to him. Harry didn't understand why Theo was so tense and thought about it. Then a man came up to them and asked how they were enjoying the food, saying that he often came here. Harry was surprised that the man had managed to approach them unnoticed, and he asked the uninvited guest who he was, and then Theo entered the conversation and explained. The leader of the Black Death Alliance apologized for interrupting their meal, and he asked what brought them to his province, and Harry thought about the reason for their visit. Gilbert asked if these two had any important business with the Alliance, and noticing that they had ascended, he assumed that the matter must be serious. Theo said that they do not do business with the Black Death Alliance and asked about Gilbert's subordinates. He chuckled, asking if they thought they could handle him alone, and Theo said that he lived twice as long as Gilbert himself. The opponent asked, well, what should he do? Should he be shown respect on this matter? Theo said that when fighting after ascension, years of accumulation are of the utmost importance. Harry noticed that he had never seen the gentleman so irritated, afraid that he would start a fight right here, and Gilbert called the man's words too arrogant. And he recalled the names of the sects that he wiped off the face of the earth more than 10 years ago, offering to follow him if they needed a fight to understand his words. Harry was against it, worried about his master, but he was too offended. Theo ordered him not to stop, wanting to put the bastard in his place, and the guy draws the line by saying that this is exactly how his master got into the fight. And then those people who were chasing them appeared, and the leader of the Alliance was terrifying, and the guy remembers what happened when they followed him. Theo told Harry to move away, and Harry asked him to be careful. Taking off his hat, Gilbert invited his opponent to begin, and they both jumped up from their seats, rushing towards each other. And they met on the battlefield, overflowing the area with their energies. Gilbert praised his opponent's sword technique, and using the resonance of internal energy to reflect others. Harry, standing on the ground, could not keep track of the fighters. After all, this was a fight between warriors who managed to ascend. But finally, the guy managed to make out the people who had frozen for a moment. Theo was focused, but blinded by the insult he had received. His opponent, however, saw this skirmish more as a game than a serious battle. Their power shook the earth, and the shockwaves even reached Harry, who was standing at a distance. And Gilbert asked if that was all, asking him to try harder. Driven by provocation, Theo agreed through gritted teeth, promising to demonstrate what he was capable of. And he used the absolute technique of his own sect, True Power Demon Sword Technique. Harry was happy because it seemed to him that Theo was superior to Gilbert. But when he saw the latter's bloodthirsty grin, he became seriously scared. The opponent was completely confident, using his technique to parry the blows, but deliberately blocking at the last second, as if testing the opponent. And then Theo decided to use the demon sword technique. The enemy chuckled, asking rhetorically, so this is how he uses it. And Theo, not listening, rushed forward, wanting to pierce the hated body. The attack was truly grandiose, scorching the space in front of its creator, and rising up as a dome of incredible size, scorching everything in its path. Harry immediately understood what kind of technique his master was using, and he hurried to him, rejoicing that the bastard was defeated. But in vain, because a voice was heard from ahead, reflecting on the great precision of technology. Words about the turmoil that might arise around were lost in oblivion. And in Gilbert's voice, he said that he expected nothing less from the Gong sect. The man was being clever, saying that in fact, this is a martial art on an energetic level. Harry asked his master how this was possible, since this mixed energy was unusual. Gilbert countered by saying that the technique did not have to be exclusively demonic. And I asked about the name more for the sake of the question itself. Theo managed to push his subordinate away just a moment before the explosion, and Gilbert said that out of respect for its origin, he would call it the Divine Submission Technique. Thus, the leader of the Alliance used the martial arts of the Gong sect, changing them to suit themselves. But the fact that the basis was foreign is clear as day. But the power that was in Gilbert's hands surpassed the power of the Gong sect's technique. And if Theo hadn't blocked the shot, Harry wouldn't be here now. Eben thinks that Theo has clearly already ascended, and Gilbert has mastered his art so quickly. After just one duel, the young leader's thoughts are interrupted by an appeal to him. Harry asks him to join their sect in the Great Martial Arts Tournament. The Cult of the Demon of Heaven is a religious and military group in North. At one time, he could rival the power of all the sects, families, and factions in the entire world. But even now, the old-school sects do not dare to attack him, because the entire sect was in the hands of one master. When his son appeared, the situation began to change. The man gathered followers around himself and formed his own cult. This weakened the elite ranks of the Heavenly Demon cult and gave it a final chance for eradication. If the Alliance moves north, the Gong sect will suffer serious losses. Another matter is the young leader with his unrivaled powers, which could prevent the Alliance from advancing north. Therefore, The sect asks him to delay the Black Death Alliance while they deal with the cult. Eben refuses, and Harry looks up at him in surprise, expressing incomprehension, and politely and puzzledly asks the guy to repeat what he just said. He repeats, asking why he would do this. Theo looks tired, guessing that the young leader refused to help them. Harry relays Eben's words that he needs to consult with the head of the family, and he expresses concerns about the lack of opportunity to convince the Taylors. There is not much choice. All they can do is wait. Harry apologizes for changing the subject. But he didn't expect to find the Taylors in such a state. They were watching families being rebuilt, and also the fighting courage and training warriors. And all this is the opposite of what the Taylors were rumored to be. Theo noticed this too. He assumes that there must be a force that revives the family, and he is going to enlist their support. But the conversation is interrupted. Lilia's father introduces himself and says that the chief wants to see them. As Cherry introduces herself, the Gong sect members look at her in amazement, and the woman continues, saying that the young leader has already told her everything. One look at Cherry is enough to understand that she has ascended, and the Gong sect members think that the restoration of the Taylor's former strength is connected with her and her son. Now they are not surprised by such a quick return of power of this family. Harry says their cult needs support and asks the Taylors to intervene, because it concerns the eradication of hordes of demons and devils. Cherry turns to her son, remembering that he refused the gentleman earlier, and asks what he thinks now. The decision has not changed. The guy realizes the threat of the cult, but the Alliance and the evil sect are in no way connected. He learned that the Alliance does not oppress the common people of North. They collect taxes, but in general they behave like old-school sects. There is no reason to strike first in this situation. Harry does not understand Eben, and he happily explains, recalling the times when the Alliance and demons attacked the Taylors. Then no one came to the family's aid to restore justice. Eben understands that the safety of his family and the cult must come first. But now they are asking for help under the pretext of destroying the sects of evil. Harry realizes that he cannot raise his head, because the young leader is right. And Theo says it out loud and asks for forgiveness that they did not take into account the Taylor's situation. Harry is surprised, turning his gaze to the gentleman, because he thought he would be angry. And he says that they are ready to pay for the support, and asks to think again. Eben agrees, and Harry suggests discussing the forces they will deploy initially. The young leader interrupts him, saying that he wants to discuss something else first, asking how much the Gong sect was willing to pay them. Harry is devastated, because they paid for the maintenance of a cult for several years. Theo says it's a small price to pay to save the sect. They are confident in the Taylor's abilities, which is why they are offering such money. Theo notes that Cherry may be equal in strength to her consort. Harry is amazed, because he thinks it is impossible to hide strength from his master. Eben thinks that Theo is actually more perceptive than he appears, and his mother asks why her son suddenly changed his mind, because she knows that it's not about money. Eben replies that it wasn't sudden, and he doesn't trust the Gong sect. Cherry asks if Theo's words weren't true and order was maintained, and Eben believes that Gilbert is the cause of everything, but his true motives are not understood. It is he who maintains temporary order in the North. If something goes wrong, they push out their competitors, and then they plant spies and attack other families, destroying them, and all this so that everything remains the same. If Gilbert were to disappear one day, this fragile order would come to an end. North would be overrun by the evil sects that had grown under his rule. Cherry says she understands her son, but asks what he is going to do. The guy grins, saying that everything is simple, you just need to let them move north. Cherry realizes that with their current strength, they won't be able to completely block the Alliance, and her son scares her, saying that they won't do this, but they will destroy him from the inside. The woman understands this too, but believes that it will be difficult to get to them. And Eben shares that they themselves recently sent him an invitation to the provincial council. Unlike in the past, this is now a tournament where young masters of the evil sects compete. And Eben is going to kill them all if they haven't abandoned their evil intentions. Hannah is advised not to do anything that might offend the young leader, and they remind her that the fate of the whole family depends on her. The girl smirks and asks her uncle not to worry. She says that she will act as her uncle said, and if Eben is truly extraordinary, she will defeat him at any cost. Ymir turns to Theo, saying that he brought him food and medicine. The man greets the boy and allows him to enter. Ymir asks about Theo's well-being, and he says that he is already much better. And he adds that his grandfather's decoction turned out to be very effective. But looking into the bowl, he says he didn't know the brew could contain poisonous plants, and he admits that at first he was even afraid of this man and his recipes. But in vain, the wounds recovered very quickly after drinking the decoction. Ymir notes that at this rate of recovery, Theo will soon be completely recovered, and he expresses joy that the treatment is benefiting him. Harry asks the boy why it is so noisy outside today, and Ymir assumes that Charka's family is returning. The guy is surprised, and the interlocutor continues, briefly talking about mutual support between families, and adding that the family has now decided to establish a defensive formation around the estate. Harry is surprised. He heard about the friendship of families, but did not know about such an agreement. Theo asks for him if the tailors cover the costs and provide the materials. Ymir responds with a good-natured denial, saying that the Charka are taking care of everything. As the young head told him, this family expressed complete readiness to cooperate, and Harry and Theo simultaneously think that the tailors have found some kind of weakness in Charka. Later, the uncle asks his niece if she can handle it, and she asks him not to worry, confidently declaring that he knows his business perfectly well, and no man can resist her charms. Chan thinks that his niece reminds him of his sister, the first beauty of East. So the man believes that winning the heart of a young guy will not be difficult for her. 10 years ago, demons attacked Charka, wanting to get Chan's sister, and her self-sacrifice saved the family from complete destruction. But she could not cope with the humiliation and committed suicide. If Hannah can get close to the young leader, she will ensure the continuation of their lineage. And the man mentally asks his niece to cope, because their future is in her hands. And then he hears an unfamiliar voice saying, "Welcome," and continuing to talk about the competition for the place of the young leader, during which their family's battle formation proved to be very useful. Cherry is endlessly grateful to Charka for agreeing to cooperate. Chan is amazed, but remembers that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The woman's strong aura overwhelms the man, but he pulls himself together and greets the lady. And he apologizes, saying that he didn't know that Cherry had already taken over as head of the family. The woman says that there is no need for apologies, and suggests that Charka take a rest. Chan thanks him and is asked about Hannah. The man introduces his niece, and he asks the girl to greet the ladyhead. Hannah thinks about the appearance of the young leader, still feeling embarrassed. And her uncle destroys his niece's dreams by pulling her down, and she gasps. And then he pulls himself together and introduces himself, congratulating him on taking office. Cherry thanks the polite young lady and comments on her beauty. Assuming that she might break many hearts, Hannah thanks the lady for the praise. And Cherry recalls that in her youth she also had many admirers. Hannah counters softly, saying that the woman is still very beautiful, thinking that it would be best to win the favor of the young master's mother as well. Cherry says she is pleased to hear such words, although it is very flattering. And he expresses hope that Hannah will get along with Eben, who expresses joy. After all, at home her own brother doesn't show any affection towards her, and Cherry sympathizes, and Hannah becomes interested in how the young leader will react to these words, and her tears. But the eyes widen in shock when the emotion turns out to be boredom. Neither uncle nor Hannah understand how one can be indifferent to the sadness of such a beauty. This is very strange for the girl, because at home she was surrounded by the attention of men, and Hannah wonders if he doesn't like her. Meanwhile, Eben dreams of the one who stole his heart. Chan begins to realize how much of a failure this whole undertaking was. But what's even more unpleasant is that this is the first time he's faced such humiliation. And Cherry asks her son what he is doing in front of the guests. Meanwhile, Hannah promises to make the guy pay attention to her. There are rumors about the provincial council in the Black Death Alliance territory. They say the young head of the tailors will also be taking part, which is amazing. A voice comes from the building where the provincial council is preparing to fight, talking about the budget of the meeting and the list of families participating in the tournament. Northern Flower Squad leader Mason says that's all for now. And he notes that, in fact, this year the organization should have been handled by others. Solly counters by saying that they are simply doing what is right for the Alliance's subordinates. The men laugh, reminding him that the boss himself threw away the report and left. The interlocutor echoes him, and the door swings open, letting in a child's voice. The child turns to the uncles, causing general amazement, and she cheerfully declares that she also wants to be on the provincial council. Mason reminds the child of the words that it won't be interesting there. The girl laughs, saying that it was a long time ago and not true, and asks about Eben. She said that she heard that all the women who saw him lost their peace. The interlocutor considers this an exaggeration, and the girl does not get confused. Mason remarks that it's good that the parents can't hear this, and the child retorts. And he asks, well, so what? The man agrees, realizing that it is useless to forbid. Besides, no one would dare to contradict the daughter of the head of the alliance. While combing her sister's hair, Mira is amazed by its beauty. Judging by their condition, you can't even tell that Mara had been ill for a long time. The girl laughs nervously. And Mira remembers Eben that day, and how the guy couldn't take his eyes off his sister. And he asks the eldest what her secret is, and then asks if she likes Eben. Mara flushes and stutters, asking again why her sister is asking about this. And she mocks, saying, because the elder one caught her breath just from the name. Mira changes her tone, asking if her sister is worried, and she clarifies. The youngest says that Eben will be away for a while due to his involvement with the provincial council. This is a meeting of representatives of apostate sects, and it is dangerous to go there. Mara really gets scared, but Mira says that's not the issue. Eben may meet a beautiful girl among the participants and fall in love with her. When asked how she would take it, Mara quietly replies that she doesn't want it. And Mira says that then they will also go to this council. Mara is afraid, saying that they will only interfere with the young leader. But Mira asks her not to think about it, promising to take care of everything herself. Eben clarifies that Hannah only wants to go to the council for the sake of fighting. The girl confirms this, and talks about what exactly she is interested in seeing. Eben sadly says that it is possible, since he was allowed to take a bodyguard and a servant, warning that this is not a place for fun, and Hannah has her goal in mind. The next moment the door swings open, letting Mira's voice into the room. The guy says that he just had a premonition that someone would come. Mira waves it off, saying that her sister wanted to talk to him. Mara tries to pull the younger one back, but her attention switches to the stranger. Mira asks who she is, and she has the same question. Eben asks Mara worriedly what's wrong. Mira is the first to answer, pulling herself together. and she asks her friend to take her and her sister with him to the provincial council. The guy is surprised, and the girl begins to explain everything to him. The plan is for Mira to be the young leader's servant, and for Mara to accompany him into battle. Hannah begins to seethe, wondering what this girl is doing. She also doesn't like the informal tone with which Mira addresses the young leader. And Hannah also thinks that the girl with that strange face is completely unsuitable for Eben. The girl understands that her plan could fail in this way, and not only that. And then Eben surprises everyone by saying that Mira can be his servant, but the bodyguard has already been chosen. Hannah looks flattered, thinking the guy is talking about her. Mira says that she won't go without her sister, and Eben says that she'll have to choose someone else. The girl starts to get angry, asking her friend if he is serious. Mara tells her sister that everything is okay, and she is momentarily taken aback by the sight of tears. The older one suggests that the younger one should gasp without her, saying that she really isn't cut out for it, so it's not meant to be. After all, if the young leader does not want to, there is no point in insisting, Mira sharply calls out to her friend, and invites him to go outside for a serious conversation. The girl thinks he is amazing, thoughtful, and experienced in martial arts, but she wonders why it hasn't dawned on him yet. Mira asks if Eben can't see the way her sister looks at him. She thought that the guy was not indifferent to her, but he says that the council is not a place for entertainment. It's mortally dangerous there. The girl gets lost, inertly asking to repeat. Eben says he doesn't know what will happen when he meets the evil sect masters, so he asks who will be to blame if Mara gets into potential danger. In addition, there is a chance of meeting with the head of the alliance, since the council is taking place on its territory. The guy reminds that after Mare's illness, it will be difficult to endure the trip, and Mira has no choice but to agree with her friend's words. They are reasonable. He thanks the girl for listening to him and understanding him correctly. Mira says that she will go anyway. Eben is surprised, because she said something else. The girl knows this herself, but she is not going to let her friend fall into the clutches of the enemy alone. He thinks that in fact, she didn't understand anything, and Hannah feels like these two are talking about her. Later, Chan, without realizing it, falls into a slumber, from which he is torn away by Eben's question about why he is nodding off. The man says he is not sleeping, but is finishing setting up the formation and setting everything up, and he adds that everything will be ready soon. Eben wants to check it himself, starting the check from the main hall, over which there really is a barrier, and moving from there to the library and the administration headquarters. Chan says his formation encompasses these 3 key points of the family, and everything will be completed within the time frame set by the young leader. And then he asks. Eben is not satisfied with this, and instead of answering, he places his hand on the other person's shoulder, and he asks his interlocutor to continue in the same spirit, reminding him that he believed in him. The guy thinks to himself that he doesn't mind thanking her for such work. In fact, this exceeds the guy's expectations. He thinks that this will be enough if the family is attacked while he is away, but there is still unfinished business. The interlocutor asks the young leader if he summoned him. After all, Eben doesn't call him out on it like that very often. The guy remembers the words that Jerry achieved his post thanks to the merits of the swordsman, and he says that he himself has some knowledge of this weapon. But the man considers this an understatement. The guy says that it is understandable, because his skills are at the appropriate level. So Eben wants to give his interlocutor some advice. The guy is ready to teach him in exchange for unquestioning obedience to his orders. Eben says that such an offer can be considered a stroke of luck, and asks if the man wants to go over to his side. Harry thanks the tailors for their hospitality, and says goodbye to them. He also thanks his interlocutors for joining the Gong Sect's cause. Theo says that if they need help, they will always provide it. The regent politely thanks the guests for such pleasant words, and he says that they will send their elders and fighting troops with them, so that they could help in resisting their enemies. Theo politely says that they shouldn't have, but they will never forget the tailors' kindness, promising to send payment as soon as they return to their home places. Cherry expresses hope that everything will be fine for them. Theo, suddenly remembering something, turns to the young leader. The old man sincerely thanks Eben, because if it weren't for him, they wouldn't be standing here now. Theo praises the great talents of his interlocutor, and predicts that he will soon surpass him. Suddenly, a column of energy rises up in front of the man, who takes the form of a man, but Theo cannot know that he is Eben in the past. The strength and power of this energy makes the old man feel uneasy. It is almost physically perceptible. Harry notices Theo's condition and asks if everything is okay. He confirms it. He just feels sorry to say goodbye to such people, but it is inevitable. Theo wonders what it was, assuming it was an illusion, but the aura was too strong, and a version appears in his head, but it is just a guess. The reason for the tailor's revival is not the poison phoenix, but the young heir. Cherry, meanwhile, says that their family values loyalty above all else, and since they have decided to help, they will fight shoulder to shoulder with their allies. And the next moment, dozens of voices echoing their mistress take to the air. But the elders, like Moonlight, who stands in their company, do not share these views. Cherry expresses her wish that each of them will have good luck. Ymir says that he has replenished his supply of poison, and his interlocutor thanks him. The guy asks why Eben takes the same poison. They have others. The young leader says that he has already gotten used to this, believing that there is nothing better. Eben says goodbye to his friend, who asks him, even though he says he is not worried, to return alive. Separating from the energy enveloping the shoulder, the serpent asks if the owner is serious. The creature is surprised that Eben has not yet reached adulthood. The boy asks him what he's doing, and the snake is amazed that a minor could do so much. After all, he has the level of an experienced warrior, as if he had been handling a sword for decades. Of course, it's still a long way from the invisible guest, but it's still impressive. The technique demonstrated by Jerry is superior to many great masters. Eben notes that in a world where technology is understood with just one glance, this is normal. And the guy suggests that the keeper leave his meaningless questions. And he notes to himself that the owner is definitely not a dragon. Mira happily greets her friend, saying that they are here and asking where he has been. The guy replies that he went to Emir for poison. The brave warrior also greets his master, and he introduces himself as Gis Jones, the escort, promising their safety and security. Eben says it's nice to meet you, and another voice comes from behind. Cherry approaches the group, asking her son if he is leaving now. His companions hasten to respectfully greet their leader, and she, smiling embarrassedly, says that there is no need to do it so formally. The mother wishes her son a good journey, and he suddenly comes to his senses. He asks the woman not to worry about anything, because he is her son. Cherry laughs softly, confirming these words. He is the son of the poison phoenix. And he turns to those accompanying him, wishing them not to suffer. And take care of the young leader, and the woman allows them to go. In the Nortamira district, there is no holding back the admiration. Everything looks like it's a holiday here. She has never seen anything like this here before. And Eben asks if her friend has ever been here. Mira replies that she has been here a couple of times with her merchant father. But now the province has been taken over by dark factions, and its size has been reduced. Eben remembers these words, because the girl's father said something similar. Due to the growth of the family, involving the merchant guild will provide them with excellent funding. After all, one cannot rely forever on the money of elders and profits from the weapons business. The guy invites his girlfriend to come to him with her father when everything is over. And to Mira's surprised question, she answers that she will help him become a merchant again. The girl is amazed, asking in disbelief if this is true. And he takes his friend at his word, and he jokingly agrees. The man exhales resignedly. He will have to spend the whole day chasing flies again. But he hears a voice asking if anyone works here. Eben and company approach the man with the intention of purchasing the swords. The merchant perks up, inviting everyone inside, since all their weapons are stored there. And, showing the goods, he says that he has the best goods in the entire northern city. Looking at the arsenal, Eben cannot help but exclaim in delight. Mira asks the guy why he needed the blade, and he replies that he came to the conclusion that having a weapon is better than not having one. Carefully examining the blade, the boy notices that the merchant did not lie. His blades are excellent, and the power contained within them is simply amazing. And Eben compliments the man, and he is amazed that the guy knows about swords. The interlocutor answers modestly, adding that the blade is without frills, but it has excellent energy. The merchant is amazed by this too, because the guy only needs one look to understand everything. Eben notes that everything here is of excellent quality, so it doesn't matter what you take. And the man hurriedly asks the guy not to go anywhere, promising to return right away. Sometime later, a case is placed on the counter in front of Eben, and they ask to look at what's inside, since the buyer is knowledgeable. Lifting the dusty lid, Eben looks uncertain, asking what it is. And the merchant proudly announces that before him is a masterpiece of their forge, who is known as the Demon Slayer. When the guy takes the sword in his hands, even Hannah admires the sight of the weapon, who admits that she doesn't wield a sword, but even so she feels how strong it is. The merchant shares that his mentor began to forge the Demon Slayer, but did not have time. He died of illness, and his work was then continued by his student, and he managed to successfully complete this matter. The man impatiently asks what the young master can tell about the sword, and expresses the opinion that this sword is worthy of the title of great. Eben agrees, because this blade is comparable to the one he used in his past life. The guy praises the blade, but he has no use for it. The man gets scared, afraid that he is disappointed. But Eben calms him down, saying that this sword is great, which is why he refuses. The guy thinks that such a magnificent weapon will attract unnecessary attention, so he will take the one he chose earlier. The merchant is upset, but does not object. And through the swinging door flies the question of what is going on here. The man screams out the name of young Master N in fear, stuttering. And he asks, didn't he order him to bring him the best sword? And he asks how the blacksmith dares to mock him. The man tells the gentleman that there was a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Eben notices a strange aura. Belonging to the retinue, realizing that something was wrong, the snake agrees with the owner, saying that he also recognized demonic energy. And he asks if this is the first time Eben has encountered something like this. The guy has only heard about this, but he is interested in what the demonic sect is doing here. Mr. Sapal An tells Eben to move out of the way, declaring his intention to kill the blacksmith. Otherwise he will be killed too. And the guy says that there is no need to compensate for stupidity with rudeness. Sapal snaps back, ordering his interlocutor to repeat what he just said. And at the same moment he flies away from a strong flick, causing gasps and groans from his retinue, the members of which are rushing to their young master at full speed. Eben notes that with Sapal's level, it doesn't matter how good the sword is. One of the defenders asks how the guy dares to raise his hand against the head's grandson, and the interlocutor dispassionately replies that he doesn't care who this person is, but he is interested in what relation his retinue has to the demonic sect. Hannah is frightened when she notices a warrior appearing out of nowhere, asking who he is. Sapala is also surprised by the appearance of this man, and he makes a noise, asking how Eben dared to insult their sect like that. Was life not precious? Those standing near Sapal only have time to warn him of the danger, as their heads fly into the air and their bodies fall to the floor. The stranger speaks again, saying that now everything will change. After all, they will now be responsible for the safety of the air. But the man is surprised, because he thought their cover was impeccable, and he asks Eben how he managed to notice them. He answers provocatively, "When you say that these guys stink from several meters away, it's very hard not to notice." Mira pulls her friend back, asking if he is immortal, because why provoke him? The man states that the guy saw them kill all these people, and he asks why then he hasn't felt threatened yet. Eben smirks, noting that his interlocutor should start worrying about something else. From the guy's point of view, the demons themselves are not much different from those they just killed. The leader orders his subordinates to immediately take the young heir out of here, and he promises to finish off the sucker standing in front of him. They grab Sapal by the hand, wanting to take him away, and he screams, getting scared and stuttering. Eben is convinced that the man did not know about the demons. Apparently he had not been warned yet, and the opponent growls, asking how the guy dared to weaken his attention. And he attacks, but his sword breaks with a crash on the perfect blade in Eben's hand. There is an explosion that throws the blonde back, and he wonders in his mind, how did this guy block his blow if he was faster? And he's about to quickly counterattack, but Eben's face somehow turns upside down. The subordinates watch as their leader is beheaded, afraid to even breathe. Hannah and Mira clearly didn't expect this outcome and don't know what to think. The young gentleman was completely confused, not understanding whose side it was better to take. And Eben, towering over the bleeding body, notices that just by swinging the sword you can tell it is a masterpiece. Unable to contain his emotions, the boy says that this sword is the work of a true master. And he turns to the blacksmith, saying that his mentor has created a masterpiece, and he himself is a worthy successor to his master's work. The man recalls the words that every artifact is destined to find an owner, but this sword must be given only to one who can truly understand its value. And the man understands that he has found the true master of the Demon Slayer, who is right now asking those present who else wants to try their luck. And he asks them to attack all at once, which the demons only rejoice at, rushing into battle, cursing at this impudent bastard, and warning him that they should not be underestimated. What can we say then about a man who only needs one swing of a sword to make the opponent's head jump off his shoulders, as well as his limbs, flying in different directions, despite the fact that he doesn't even make any special effort? Enu becomes even more scared by what he sees and simply screams. And the blacksmith looks at the legendary weapon in action, fascinated. Impressed to the depths of her soul, Mira says that she is already tired of being surprised, asking a friend about when he became a swordsman. The person walking thinks that everything is very smooth and easy. The Alliance bastards don't even suspect that he's from the Heavenly Radiance demon cult. Wintro thinks that his son has inherited Anne's family's martial arts talent, and even though he is still a child, no one among his peers can resist him. The man knows how he can weaken the power of the Black Death Alliance. It is enough for his son to demonstrate his talents at the Provincial Council, and in this way the devilish cult will be able to reach north. The man is called out by a subordinate holding on to what is left of his hand. Wintro remembers this man. He is from the Sky Moon Squad. His name is Woland, and he is one of his son's bodyguards. Woland begins to speak, and the expressions on Wintro's face begin to change. Woland says that Sapal was attacked by an armed criminal wearing a bamboo hat. When there are no demons left in the room, Eben declares order has been restored. Mira asks who will clean up here and asks a question. Is your friend sure that everything is okay, since one of them managed to slip away? He could come back with reinforcements. But that's not it. Eben let him go. The guy notices that this idiot doesn't even know that he is connected to a devilish cult, and Sapal is desperately trying to prove that he really has nothing to do with him. He doesn't even know who they are. Eben says he'll find out soon. If he asks those who will come here for him now, and the next moment an angry voice is heard behind the door, ordering everyone to go outside. Father Sapal orders the hostage to be released and surrender in exchange for mercy. If there is a refusal, each of those inside will be torn to pieces. Eben steps forward fearlessly, saying, "Here they are." The guy asks what the opponents will do. He is very interested to know. Sapal, seeing his father, shouts a heart-rending appeal in his direction. Those inside are already beginning to wonder who the real villain is. But Mira notices that there are now many more opponents than before. She's dying to know what her friend's plan is. Wintro indignantly asks if the man standing opposite knows who he is dealing with. The guy calmly replies that he is looking at a devilish cult. After all, even from his place he can feel how they reek of demonic energy. Eben assumes that the Alliance, having learned of their antics, will not let them get away with it, and the man wonders how this boy managed to recognize demonic energy. Wintro believes that someone like him cannot be left alive and begins giving orders. The Celestial Moon Squad will use the reverse blood magic technique. Mira notices that this technique was used by the Demon Lord during his attack on the Taylors. Eben tenses, realizing that Anne's family is in front of him and in his hands. And he asks a question, and the man just mocks his opponent. Eben notes that he has nothing against them specifically. but their family destroyed him. The man laughs, asking which one of all the broken families is this, and he asks to be identified so that he can destroy his family completely. Hannah tries to stop Mira, saying that if they go there, they will die. And right now they can only trust the young leader. Wintrow orders the Sky Moon Squad to destroy Eben. The snake asks his baby about the plan, because the opponents are serious. He asks how the creature itself thinks, what its plan is. And, without waiting for an answer, he says that he is going to give him a dressing down. Saying that he is going to destroy them all, the guy makes a horizontal movement with his sword. For a few moments nothing happens, but the next everyone realizes that this is not the case. For the space is enveloped in wet sounds, and blood splashes in all directions. Looking at the scraps of what were once subordinates flying in all directions, the man becomes confused. The blacksmith also looks shocked, not fully understanding what happened. Mira and Hannah look on in shock, stopping their attempts to rush to help. Wintrow considers what happened impossible, because there were dozens of warriors, and what warriors they were. He involuntarily recalls the times when he was still in the cult, when the coming-of-age ceremony of the head of the cult was completed, and the right hand of the heavenly demon cult was kneeling along with the left, and the winner of the fight was declared to be his elder brother, Chaz N. This guy was radiating exactly the same energy now, Wintrow remembers. After all, I haven't felt anything like this since then until this time. And the man kneels, realizing that they cannot win this battle, asking for mercy, and saying that he was ready to give his life if only his son could live. He doesn't know what happened between him and his brother, but Sapal is not guilty of anything. The man asks to let him go, because he was just living an ordinary life. Eben asks if killing unwanted people is really a normal part of life these days. And Wintrow manages to call the guy a bastard before he dies. Eben calmly addresses Sapal, asking him if he is angry. But the relatives of those he killed probably felt the same way. And Eben says that he will grant no mercy to those associated with the cult of the demons of heavenly radiance. Sapal starts screaming at the top of his lungs, but does nothing, knowing that he is weak against Eben. And he tells his opponent to stop yelling and go to the afterlife. The guy asks if the blacksmith is really giving him this sword for free. He smirks, noting that if it weren't for Eben, he wouldn't be standing here now. This is the price. Moreover, as the man's mentor had wished, the sword found a worthy owner. Eben rhetorically asks who he is to refuse such a gift, and he promises to handle weapons well if the blacksmith insists. But he asks to give some simple scabbard for the sword, since it is too noticeable. The man agrees with a beaming smile, saying that he will look for it now. The snake reflects on his master's skillful use of the sword, which never ceases to amaze. He is sure that when this baby grows up, he will become a monster worse than the invisible guest. The man invites his interlocutor to look at the person in front of them, and he wonders if anyone can match the young Taylor heir. And he says that he is sure that this guy's martial arts skills are no good. But he doesn't understand why all the women in the city react to him this way. The man asks the potential participant to state his family background and name, and the surname causes him and his colleague to be openly puzzled, and the name and position plunges one into a state of shock. Solly states the fact that the young head of the Taylors is already here. The subordinate reports that the guy has entered his name on the list of participants, and is now resting. The woman smiles, happy that she will soon take her revenge and kill the impudent bastard. Memories of how she was saved a long time ago involuntarily flash before my eyes. Solly was very lucky then that Ingram was nearby, and saved her from unenviable consequences that could have been irreversible. That day she first met this man who asked her if she was hurt. At that time, she was a concubine of a high-ranking official, just a plaything. One day, an official died suddenly as a result of an accident. He was interested in collecting books on martial arts, and Sully took one with her. Wanting to start a new life, that's how she met Ingram Mack. They became close quickly, and the man began to teach her so that the girl could protect herself. After learning the basics, Solly took up the stolen manual, The Art of the Scarlet Lily Flame. However, her body began to wither away with each passing day, as if infected with an incurable disease. Feeling that there was little time left, the girl left Ingram. Not wanting him to see her like this, the man later became the head of the Dark Moon Sword sect. Ingram was gathering strength, and Solly was dying, wanting quick revenge because of the incessant torment. Only unquenchable melancholy prevented the girl from closing her eyelids forever. And Solly prayed to see Ingram Mack just once before she died. And it happened. Ingram brought the head of the Alliance with him to show off the talented girl. It turned out that the death of the body was a natural consequence of studying martial arts. Gilbert told the girl to repeat the mantras she had learned if she wanted to live. And Solly, as if enchanted by the words of this man, immediately began to repeat the mantras. After listening to all of them, Gilbert created a new version of this martial art in just half an hour, transforming it in such a way that Solly could use it without harming herself. The man said that the body will recover on its own if he continues to train hard. To prove her loyalty to her savior, Solly founded the Northern Flower by joining him. Since Ingram was also in the Alliance, she wanted to reconnect with him as well. But he said that he was looking for her only for her talent, telling her to forget about past feelings. This man's heart cooled towards Solly much faster than she thought. The girl couldn't blame him, since it was she who left the man first. But she didn't want to miss the opportunity again. Although her feelings were suppressed, Solly continued to hope. But then the irreparable happened. Ingram was killed, and that day the woman vowed to kill the young head of the tailors. At this moment, she wants to track down this brat and finish him off right now. What stops him is the fact that he is a master who has ascended. This means that even with her skill, killing this man will not be easy. But this is not too upsetting, because Solly has prepared an inevitable death for Eben. While the owner meditates, the snake thinks that he is a real monster. After all, the creature has been preventing Eben from meditating for over an hour, and he hasn't even flinched. The snake doesn't understand what kind of trick this is, thinking that it looks like the guy is a reincarnated master. But then he becomes interested in what this person is trying to achieve, and in his imagination he rushes into an attack on the opponent standing opposite him, and attacks with a blade just charged with energy. But the enemy is no slouch himself. He repeats identical manipulations. Converging at one point, the charges form a powerful explosion, driven by destruction. However, Eben notices that something is wrong and looks ahead, and then he delivers another blow, wanting to confirm or refute the theory. And it is confirmed. Destruction cannot be completely embodied by the aura of poisonous madness. That day he used an imperfect version with half the power. The effect would have been much more powerful if the technique had been developed to its full potential. In his past life, Eben used a mental technique called destructive power, which weakens and exhausts the body, killing ordinary people on the spot. If Eben masters the destructive power now, he can quickly restore the greatness of the past. For a moment he considers the idea that he has become very attached to the blade, but he realizes that this is not the case. Even if not in a perfect form, the guy was able to embody destruction even now. Perhaps he can change the aura of poison madness to better suit the sword. But the guy senses something and asks Mira to stop doing this immediately. Behind the artist, Hannah notices that she warned her. The girl clarifies that her friend wasn't sleeping, and he says that of course he wasn't. And he asks the girls if they are ready. Mira is the first to answer, saying affirmatively that they are waiting for him alone. And then Eben says they can go. Hannah asks how long Mira will continue to treat the young leader like a friend. But she doesn't understand what the problem is. Eben himself is not against it. The bickering drags on. The guy notices that Hannah is right, and Mira gets angry, asking if her friend is on her side. And he replies that this does not mean that his friend will have to curry favor with the evil sex. After all, there is no point in worrying about prestige in front of a pile of corpses. But there is something that cannot be delayed. Eben must repay Mira tenfold. The girl's expression instantly changes. She hesitates when pronouncing the name and then corrects herself. The music that flows from the zithers not only reigns within, but also flows outside. Solly loudly states that everyone knows what the provincial council is. Needless to say, this is a place where everyone is trying to get their piece. In this division of wealth, they fight each other in a tournament even to the death. Each bidder places a bid on the document, and the winner takes it all, and has the right to his conquests for 5 years. Everything is officially certified. Anyone who violates these terms will be considered a traitor to the Black Death Alliance. And this will not go unpunished. The culprit will get what he deserves in full. That's all you need to know. And next comes the announcement of the arrival of highly esteemed guests, the first of which is Mason Swan, the Sword of the Nine Spheres. Someone notices that this man is the strongest demonic pathmaster in the entire alliance from the Six. Eben's neighbor says he always dreamed of seeing Mason at least once, and the young leader himself notices that the man has already achieved ascension. Mason, meanwhile, introduces himself and says that he has arrived for the council with Gilbert's daughter, and expresses hope that the participants will show their best side. Solly announces that Mason will personally referee all fatal fights. But for this, you need to ask the master for permission. The council begins in the meantime. And immediately there are those who want to fight to the death, asking the master's permission. Someone wants to clash with a specific participant, the head of the Taylor family, in a duel to the death, and it is Ingram's eldest son, Charlie. From his black clothes and twin blades, it is easy to guess that he belongs to a sect. Mason wonders if the new leader of the sect wants revenge on his father's killer, and Charlie immediately reveals the purpose of the desire for a mortal duel, and the man turns out to be right. Mira flushes, remembering that they were attacked first, and Hannah tries to calm her down. Mason agrees to these terms and asks Eben to step forward. As the opponents approach each other, the young head of the Taylors begins to be discussed, and among the crowd, the one who stands out most is the one who talks about the rumors surrounding the guy's strength. Bloomy ends his ode of praise by saying that Eben is very handsome. Mason mentally notes that this little girl is simply glowing with delight, and reminds that no one except rivals, servants, and bodyguards can interfere. He says there are no restrictions and asks if there are any objections. The guys answer in one voice that they have no objections. Mason says that since they are the heads of families, servants and bodyguards are allowed to participate. And they ask if Eben is not accompanied. He says that he forbade the accompanying people to participate. After all, it doesn't matter whether there is one opponent in front of him or 3, the end result will be the same. Mason smiles, saying that he likes this courage, and tells them to begin the competition. The trio are the first to draw their swords, their movements incredibly synchronized. Eben looks at his opponents, motionless and silent, waiting for further action. The trio exchange glances, exchanging a command that only they understand. And then he immediately takes a fighting stance, filling his swords with energy. Even those present notice this, expressing admiration out loud. and knowing full well that this is the same famous dark energy of the masters of their sect, meaning that the swordsman has mastered the twin blades of darkness technique. Meanwhile, the warriors take up the most stable position, preparing for an attack. And two of them, the next moment, rush at the opponent with a warlike cry. Charlie's plan is to strike Eben when he's off guard, but he doesn't have time to think about it properly, because what happened puzzles him. Without leaving even a scratch on the enemy, the young men fly off in different directions. Those present are also amazed by such an outcome, involuntarily gasping. Not only mere mortals are tense, but also Mason and Solly. At first, it is unclear why the attackers fell, but upon closer inspection, everything becomes clear. Mason is amazed, because he didn't even notice how Eben threw the needles, and the latter asks his opponent how long he thinks he can continue standing like this. He's already tired of waiting, and Charlie growls through his teeth that he'll finish off Taylor, and it breaks away from its place, destroying the stone slabs with its force. Soon finding himself right in front of Eben, the guy promises to crush him, but the blade's blows do not find anyone underneath them, and Charlie is amazed. That's when this guy managed to disappear, and then he hears a voice very close by, sharing that he knew sword energy similar to Charlie's. Only two of them had it. One was the blonde man's father, and the other was a spy who had infiltrated the Taylor family. However, the guy believes that Charlie is far from either of these two, and he, with tears in his eyes, thinks that this cannot be, and he wonders if this is really the end for him. And that's it. Spectators are convinced that there is a huge gap in skills between the opponents, and Charlie thinks that this is unbearable. And not only that he was unable to take revenge, what hit him much harder was that he turned out to be weaker than this bastard. One of the spectators notices the movement and announces to the others that this is not the end. Charlie's sword suddenly begins to turn black, and its owner growls furiously, thinking that he would certainly prove himself better than Eben Taylor. However, the inspiration lasts until the guy blinks, and he wonders with horror how this guy managed to catch the blade with his palm. And the next moment something happens that he couldn't even imagine. The judges and Gilbert's daughter gasp, because they have never seen anything like this before. The audience is even more in a state of shock. Mira says that she is no longer surprised by anything, and Hannah echoes her. And finally, exhausted and having lost faith in himself, Charlie falls to the ground. Now most of those present don't believe that this guy can lose to anyone. Eben recalls that he didn't intend to fight at full strength, but he didn't expect Charlie to be able to move after being exposed to the poison. Meanwhile, they praise him, calling the technique he used 100 strikes of 100 hands. Mason says he knew about the practice but didn't think it applied to swords. In reality, things are different, but Eben confirms these words by glorifying his family. Mason praises him again and proclaims him the winner of this fight. Now you can either continue the fights or stop here. The guy agrees with these words and says something that makes those present furious, speaking words that indirectly insulted even the Black Death Alliance, offering to attack at least all at once, because for him the number of opponents does not matter, and he is confident that the outcome of this battle will still be the same. The first dissatisfied voices are heard, clarifying the words of the potential opponent. What he means is that they can all attack him at once. He is asked if he thinks he is special, and is told of his arrogance, promising to show who is in power in North, but they are interrupted by one word: enough. A composed Solly says that the council is not a place for street fights, and as organizers, they can't allow Eben to disregard the rules. Mason, addressing the woman, says that there is no need to be so rigid. He is curious to see how far the situation will go, and the man promises to intervene if necessary. Solly, not daring to argue with him, irritatedly but submissively expresses agreement with the master, and he notes that the tailor's techniques are designed specifically for the masses. But he suggests limiting the number of attackers to 3. Eben can choose the opponents himself, and he asks to tell him if the conditions are not satisfactory. But the guy is satisfied with everything. Mason is struck by his gaze, and the man realizes that he made a mistake, thinking that after a couple of rounds the participants would find a way to counterattack the needles, and gradually they will be able to break through his attacks, getting a chance to win. But after less than 30 minutes, more than half of the participants were dead. Even though this guy only used needles and a palm grip on the sword, Mason wonders how this difference in skill can be explained. Thus, the entire provincial council may be in danger, and the participants run away in fear, not understanding how one can even fight with Eben. But one of those present has a different opinion, and he stamps his foot heavily, attracting many pairs of eyes with loud sound and aura, one of which belongs to Mason himself. And the other two are astonished, Mira and Hannah, and the potential enemy speaks up. It was said that the Soaring Phoenix sect was challenging Eben, and he adds that there is no need for others to interfere, and it will be quite enough just for his servants, who immediately appear. And the young lord, Chucky, says that Eben's winning streak has come to an end. Mason asks the young head of the tailors for his consent to such a mortal duel, and the guy says he doesn't mind. The man is mentally amazed, but doesn't show it, and accepting his answer, he announces the beginning of the duel. Eben attacks as soon as these words are interrupted, realizing that the enemy is serious, but he is closed on both sides by the servant and bodyguard of the young lord. Eben is not very surprised by this, and outwardly he does not show it at all, even when the needles that were used to carry out the attack fall to the ground with a ringing sound, which can't be said about Mira and Hannah, who are openly amazed. And the secret to successful blocking lies in the dry and cracked skin of the opponents, which is incredibly reminiscent of tree bark in its appearance. Mason is familiar with this technique. It is called the divine art of the withered tree. He wonders what the young head of the Taylor family will do about it. And the answer is not long in coming, revealing to the world the hidden shadow technique. Or rather, it's completely different, because at this moment it's problematic to see the guy's movements. Mason wonders if he has really perfected his technique, and he, going around the enemy from the side, thrusts a needle into his forehead with all his might, forcing him to groan in pain and speaking in an extremely calm voice, words that they are not so impenetrable. The second opponent rushes forward, asking how Eben dared to injure his brother. But just like the one mentioned, he gets his due, squeezed into a reliable vice. Eben grins, wanting to see how strong his opponent's tongue is, and then he immediately sticks a poisoned needle into him, gasping theatrically, and in a completely impenetrable voice, stating that this is not so. Noticing a fist flying at him out of the corner of his eye, Eben dodges, causing the enemy to be stunned, as well as a sudden concentrated attack. But he still manages to put up a block, even though he looks discouraged. Seeing his opponent's arm get injured makes Eben think. In fact, the guy wanted to break it with his internal energy. But what happens happens. And Eben has no intention of wasting any time, gripping the enemy's throat with an iron grip and knocking the air out of him. Eben compliments him, but asks if that's all he can do. Did you really think that you could win just because of your strong skin? And he concludes that since there is nothing more to show, it is time to go to the forefathers. But suddenly the enemy begins to laugh ominously, saying that this is not all, admitting that he was waiting for Eben to grab him. The same one stares at the suspended man with a penetrating gaze, trying to figure it out. And he, with a mad look, orders his opponent to see true power. Divine art of the withered tree. Chucky remembers the day he himself was introduced to this truth. His father then said that he would have to kill his opponent if he resorted to this technique. Otherwise, don't show it to anyone. And now Chucky understands that the time has come, and uses the divine art of the withered tree, secret technique. Chucky screams, promising to drain all the energy of the young head of the Taylors to death. To which he only smiles and says that he doesn't think so. However, the enemy's gaze is insane. Each one is confident in his own rightness. In his youth, Enestin wandered in search of self-knowledge and met a monk, who, sensing potential, taught the young man a new martial art. It suited Enestin perfectly, but he didn't want to stop and joined the alliance. Gilbert then began studying the technique, wanting to improve it and help his subordinate. When the outer shell dries up, the currents of internal energy cling like roots, transforming the body into a withered tree, allowing the master to absorb the opponent's energy. Chucky laughs again, repeating his threat to drain his opponent dry. But suddenly he comes to his senses, realizing that something is wrong, and wondering why nothing was happening to Eben. But something is wrong with Chucky's hand, causing him to start to worry in earnest. And he screams in horror, asking what Eben did with his body. And he just smiles silently, enduring the intrigue and allowing the enemy to panic. In the past, there were 3 of the most dangerous criminals in the martial arts world. They used the absorption technique, which drained the opponent's internal energy. This trinity wandered together to devour everyone in their path. 2 of them ascended, making them virtually invulnerable. But one day a man brought all 3 heads, demanding a reward for killing their owners. Then he was asked how he managed to do it alone. The man admitted that he used a new sword technique. No one could resist it. And that man was Eben's teacher from his past life, the Demon of Blades. Told the student that his great inner strength prevented his energy from being absorbed. Eben hasn't mastered this technique yet, but it doesn't matter anymore. And now he smiles, explaining to the dying man that his energy is identical to a deadly poison. And since his hand is already tired from holding the man, he kills him with poisonous energy. Those who remained to watch the great battle were puzzled by this outcome. Even Mason, having recognized Eben's talent, did not expect anything like this. Everyone present is wondering how things could have turned out this way. And the man understands that if Eben is allowed to participate further, the losses will be great. And he is about to finish everything, when someone's muffled squeak attracts his attention. Solly asks what he's talking about. They just have to continue, until the young head of the Taylors dies. Mason, dumbfounded, asks what the woman is doing, and she answers. Saying that the young leader's skills far exceed her expectations, she asks her interlocutor. Kill the young head of the Taylor family, he screams nervously. And Eben, who had just noticed that it was better not to kill everyone, shifts his gaze, wondering what's going on there. Mason asks how Solly dares to take Bloomy hostage, and the woman assumes that for her opponent, Makov's death does not matter. Unlike her, therefore she simply has to take revenge on this bastard. Mason begins to understand why she called for the provincial council, and Solly, as if she hadn't heard, clarifies how well the man knows her fire techniques. And he adds that little Bloomy is very fragile and paper-thin. Mira asks why they are arguing with each other. Hannah says she has no idea. Mason asks the woman in a calm tone what she is doing. And then she flares up, shouting out the question, how dare she? And asking if she seriously thought he couldn't kill her. Sully isn't stupid, so she says he can probably do it. Only in her hands now she has a significant advantage. After all, if you swing a sword thoughtlessly, you can leave a scar on the baby's face. Mason is at a loss, and out of desperation, calls Solly a coward. And finally, having made a decision, he agrees to play along with her this time. But after he kills Eben, he's not going to give the woman a break. She just laughs, saying that after this man's death she will happily accept death. And those around them widen their eyes in bewilderment, seeing a man approaching them. Realizing that one of the 6 great masters was about to fight personally, Eben remarks with indifference in his voice that he had no intention of fighting Mason today. He apologizes to the baby, saying that he has no other choice, and he asks to understand why he is doing this, saying that the baby is more important to him than life. Mason promises to try to do everything quickly and painlessly, describing an arc with his sword, and somewhere nearby, a mournful and tense tune begins to be played on zithers. Eben does not understand where this music came from, the melody of which seems strange to him, and Mason screams, asking Solly what she's doing, knowing full well that she uses sound techniques that can drive you crazy. The woman asks why the man is bothered by this, since it only benefits him, and promising that Bloomy won't get hurt, but Mason doesn't like cheating. He asks to cancel the order, but Solly is not going to, otherwise she would not have started. The woman wants Eben to suffer as much as Ingram did and asks Mason not to delay, and to cut off the enemy's head, but the latter interrupts her, asking not to make unnecessary noise, and uses the mad dance of the spinning line, saying that it's time for Solly to quiet down. By penetrating the hidden area, the guy's attack deals pinpoint damage to the desired targets, and hearing the characteristic crack of rings being cut, Solly becomes confused. Following the crack, short screams are heard, but everything quickly dies down. Mason looks at his potential opponent, taken aback by his resourcefulness. When the necessary targets are eliminated, Eben speaks up, apologizing for interfering and stating that they have sorted out the noise. And now I agree to finish what I have already started. Looking at the cooling corpses, Mason wonders what just happened. And where did the Taylor family get such martial arts masters? It's hard to believe that at such a young age, Eben is producing such results. The man is confused about whether to kill such a promising talent, but he notices something strange and asks what the enemy is doing, asking if he really wanted to fight him with swords. Mason feels like the kid doesn't realize how dangerous his situation is, and he says that he wants to learn a couple of skills from an experienced sword master. The man chuckles, saying it's so bold it's funny, but he likes his opponent's attitude, and Mason concedes the first move to him. The little snake makes a noise, asking if the owner really wants to show himself in all his glory, and he confirms this, both out loud and when addressing the creature. And at that very moment, the space around was enveloped in an aura, causing Mason to be amazed. Sully can't help but look dumbfounded, and it's hard for her to even stand on her feet. Potential tournament participants have it even worse, and Mira, who promised not to be surprised anymore, looks at her friend with reverence. Mason wonders how one person can have so much inner energy. He corrects himself, realizing that Eben is not a man, but something higher. And the worst thing is that the man did not feel this hidden energy. Meanwhile, Eben, with a grin, expresses his readiness to begin his lesson. The man does not understand how this young man was able to reach such a level, but he knows for sure that he only experienced something like this in the presence of the head of the Alliance. The boy, meanwhile, asks his opponent what he is doing, and it reminds me of his suggestion that the man was going to let her attack first. He says that it is all because he did not know about the power hidden inside, so he cannot give in. But if he fights with all his might, one of them will definitely die. Mason knows full well that he will lose in a battle of attrition, deciding to fight quickly. He recalls the congratulations he received after his ascension. The man was grateful for this, considering his abilities to be meager. And Gilbert laughed, remembering how his subordinate wanted to seem cool. Mason was disappointed, because he thought that his interlocutor had come to congratulate him, and he replied that he was here to guide the man to new heights. Gilbert was going to teach his protege the sword of power technique, which required physical strength. Softness controls strength. True strength is achieved through flexibility. The subtlety of that softness can be transformed into the power of the sword of power. And Mason uses the technique all paths lead to one sword. Although I have only recently begun to master it, and it is not yet flawless. Eben expresses surprise, saying that he didn't know his opponent was familiar with this technique. He is no less stunned, asking how the boy knows about the sword of power. And instead of a verbal answer, Eben visually demonstrates the preparatory part. Mason is amazed at the boy's skills, because even he has only just begun to master this technique, and he already freely uses its full version. Since ancient times, the art of swordsmanship has been based on several principles. Mastery of strength was rare among them. The ordinary body could not withstand the power of the sword. There is a way in which flexibility breeds strength, but it is practiced by ordinary people. Eben admits that he hasn't used this technique for a long time, so he might have forgotten how to control his strength. So he asks his opponent to hold on tighter. Those around you feel the energy fluctuations almost on a physical level. Even Sully has never felt anything like this before, so she's shocked now. Although Mira and Hannah are no strangers to being amazed by their friend's abilities, they continue to do so. Mason and Eben jump up from their seats almost simultaneously, raising their swords to strike, from the contact of which an even stronger release of energies occurs. And the light that has absorbed them becomes so bright that it is impossible to look at it. Even from a distance, people notice this powerful flash of energy. The man assumes that Mason decided to show off in order to inspire the youngsters by example. Ineston asks rhetorically if this isn't too much body movement for a simple example. and the interlocutor counters with a question that it might not be quite so, and suggests having a drink instead. Innocent notices the changes first and asks those present to stop and lower their cups, and he explains that it is a matter of a growing wave of energy, the splash from which is truly impressive and very soon covers those present. Gilbert senses such a powerful vibration, looking up from his meal and making a suggestion. It seems to him that this man is his brother, and meanwhile in the arena there is a climax. A blade of grass that had been constantly in Mason's mouth falls out due to a sudden urge to cough, along with which the expected splashes burst out from the man's insides. The end is predetermined, but in the swordsman's head there is only one thought beating against the walls of consciousness, which is fear for the baby he promised to protect. Solly doesn't know what to think, because she didn't expect the swordsman to fall in any of the scenarios, and nearby the hurried steps of new arrivals can be heard, who are worriedly asking what is going on here. But soon they themselves notice the defeat that has befallen the legendary sword of the 9 spheres. Ineston doesn't believe what he saw, and his companion asks Solly about the culprit. The woman shamelessly names the name of the young head of the Taylor family. The men are amazed at how many murders this family has managed to commit, and Solly is blatantly lying when she says that Mason was protecting young Lady Bloomy, and adding that if she is not protected, the wrath of the ruler will be terrible, boiling with hatred and ordering that this damned puppy be killed this very minute. Although this sounds dubious, if the truth is found, the lives of these people are at stake, and they rush into battle, even though they know that defeating Mason's killer will not be easy. Therefore, the desperate warriors decide to attack the enemy all at once. Mira is amazed by the number of all these people, wondering how many of them there are. Eben looks extremely calm, only clutching his trusty sword tighter, and saying that if it weren't for the tricks of their subordinate, none of this would have happened. He recalls Mason's swordsmanship, admitting that it was marvelous. But the outcome was predetermined from the start due to the difference in the level of energy refinement. Yet Mason died a death worthy of a swordsman, without letting go of his weapon. Eben is going to give the man his due, even though he was his opponent, promising that his journey to the afterlife won't be so boring. Seeing Mason's blade in the opponent's hand, the attackers become more determined, and Eben jerks his hand up, pointing the swordsman's sword into the air, and resorts to the technique of destruction, crushing the weapon into many small fragments. At first, the opponents don't even understand what it is, but over time they get it. However, the soldiers are confident that this will not stop more than 2,000 people. Eben gets tired of the empty chatter and uses spin, saying that he has had enough. And these, as the attackers thought, tiny fragments do their job perfectly, not allowing the dying to even really understand what happened to them. And only Eben remains untouched in this horrific cycle of mutilated bodies and their parts. And Ineston starts shouting, believing that they should stop this man. And the man nearby suddenly realizes that this is the tailor's secret technique, called the Rain of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers. Inestinu finds it hard to believe, since this technique was considered long lost. The snake considers people to be naive in their delusions. The ignorant are immediately obvious. Through the gale of wind, a familiar voice reaches Mira's ears. Eben promises not to let anyone get close to them, but you still need to be on your guard. He asks if the girl can handle it, and she confirms these words. It's not for nothing that she is his bodyguard, and Mira asks her friend to send the opponents to hell. He grins, saying that's exactly what he's going to do, and uses a technique called Iron Shard Volley. One of the opponents orders Eben in a shrill voice not to come closer, but in vain. The guy is too fast due to the hidden shadow technique, and he is ruthless, helping himself not only with techniques but also with his own hands, skillfully moving in this whirlwind and getting those who could not be reached by the techniques. There are those who understand that they cannot compete with Eben, but these are the last words of the dying, and one of the warriors at the same time finds 2 girls in Taylor's clothes and calls his comrades, intending to capture Mira and Hannah and take them to the head of the Alliance himself. Looking at these people, a memory involuntarily comes to the girl's mind. A friend suggested healing her damaged meridians, since they were also blocked by the cold. Remembering how it all happened, Mira refuses, but the guy says that she doesn't have to undress. The girl refuses, saying that although it is unpleasant, she will live. And Eben, who introduced this, says that it is not only about this. Mira doesn't understand what her friend means, and he explains. The girl herself does not notice her limitations, although she is already at the level of the brave. And if the restrictions are removed, Mira will be able to fully realize her potential. And then the girl believed him. And now she was able to protect not only herself, but Hannah. Remembering Eben's words that her level of power was now comparable to the elders, and the opponents don't understand why even these girls turned out to be so strong. They thought they were just a bunch of kids, but they were stronger than most of the sect heirs. Mira asks Hannah to stay behind her, because it is not easy to protect someone, and she has tears in her eyes out of regret for neglecting her training. After all, now all she can do is watch from the sidelines. Hannah is useless, and cannot protect or provide combat support to anyone. Inezant says we need to stop this damn wind. Even though it will hurt them, they must surround the enemy at all costs. And Ineston tries to do it himself. His dedication surprises Eben. The guy is generally surprised that these people are putting themselves at risk, and opponents notice that their theory works, and the wind becomes weaker. Eben is stunned by these people's willingness to give their lives for the Alliance. He wonders what their leader is like, but now is not the time to think about it. And the guy charging the sword with energy uses destruction, throwing into the air not only blood and limbs, but also death cries. And while the warriors fight, Solly stands aside, stunned by the power of her enemy. And he understands that this is not just luck. A person with such power is truly talented. Moreover, the number of opponents is of absolutely no importance to him. And then, finally coming to her senses, the woman orders the warriors to stop. After all, no matter how many of them there are, you won't be able to win. Solly tells them to retreat and save themselves and apologizes to Bloomy. And then the woman turns to Eben, realizing that even thousands of lives won't stop him. To kill him, you will have to use the help of the head of the Alliance. Even though she didn't want to resort to it, the guy left her no choice. Eben frowns, not understanding what this woman means, and she uses the Fire Lotus technique on an innocent child, and the burning baby starts screaming heart-rendingly. Those who want revenge are motionless, because they do not understand what is happening. Meanwhile, Solly lays out his latest plan, saying that when Bloomy dies, everyone present will also be dead. And the woman doesn't even feel sorry that she will die first. After all, she did what she wanted, and now she will wait for Eben Taylor in the afterlife. Seeing the baby's body fall, having already stopped screaming, they turn to Solly, asking what she is doing. Is she not afraid of the consequences of Gilbert's anger? And she just laughs, saying that she is ready to do anything, just to avenge the death of Ingram Mack. She only regrets that she won't be able to kill Eben with her own hands. But the woman sincerely believes that the master will take revenge on her behalf. The woman's dreams are not destined to come true, and instead of death, something else happens. The pain doesn't come immediately. The realization of one's own failure comes much faster. And from Solly's throat, a desperate cry bursts out, in which several feelings merge at once. Eben, who arrived in time, uses absorption, reaching out his hand to the child's body, unwilling to accept such a terrible end to an innocent man. He clenches his fingers into a fist, activating the technique, and he turns to Solly, talking about her mistakes, one of which is the desecration of the swordsman. Because of such a dishonorable outrage, she now has no chance of a peaceful death. After all, Solly laughed at the pride of an opponent who deserved respect. However, he will not decide the fate of this woman, entrusting it into the hands of the head of the Alliance. The woman, coughing, asks if he thinks that the Lord will forgive him for this. She is sure that whatever he does, it will all be in vain, and that Eben will die today. The guy calmly informs the woman that he will rip her filthy mouth apart. But nearby, lightning strikes the ground, revealing a silhouette in its light. Eben's eyes widen as he realizes who this man is. And the next moment, the first laugh escapes the woman's lips, frightening those present, which turns into crazy laughter and scares even supporters. And Solly loudly announces to the district the arrival of his master, who stares fixedly at Eben, who towers over the woman. And then he moves it to the side, studying the battlefield, which turned out to be more bloodthirsty than it should have been. The first thing that catches your eye is Mason, who has died standing up, with Gilbert landing nearby. Well, and then the eyes widen as much as possible when they see something they would rather not see. Namely, a small burnt body familiar to the point of a nagging pain in the chest. He doesn't want to look at her face. He's afraid, but otherwise he might make a mistake. The man is silent, and no one dares to raise their voice, for fear of getting caught in the crossfire. Eben notes that it was not only blind loyalty that pushed his subordinates to fight to the death. They knew it was better to die in battle than to incur the wrath of this man. And now, reverently and fearfully, everyone bows their heads, afraid of crossing glances. A dagger falls from his hands, which have begun to tremble, and falls onto the stone with a characteristic ringing sound. Mira can barely wrap her disobedient arms around herself. She is afraid of this creature. And Eben realizes that neither Mira nor Hannah can handle that level of energy. The guy is afraid to imagine what will happen if it comes to a fight, so he acts. But suddenly he realizes that he is being ignored, although Gilbert's speed stuns even Eben. And the man sees no one but his little daughter, heading straight towards her. Because of the man's pose, it is impossible to see his face. But everyone can imagine what it is expressing. And Solly takes it upon himself to scream the accusation at Eben at the top of his lungs. And the woman asks to hear the cry of indignation, and kill the young head of the Taylor family. The man does not answer, causing amazement with his subsequent actions. Taking off his outer clothing, Gilbert carefully covers his disfigured body with it. The girl turns out to be alive, but she can't even utter a word. Bloomy's father picks him up and Solly asks him what he's doing. After all, he believes that he must fight, since his enemy is very close. She continues to shout after him where he is going and why, and the man finally replies that all this is pointless. But Solly has a different opinion, and she calls on Gilbert to avenge the murders. And again he asks the silent gentleman where he is going. She asks to kill this bastard right now, but the end of her sentence is lost in a scream. The one who did this tells the woman to stop chatting, because even his patience has its limits. Eben orders Solly to keep quiet before he rips out her tongue. The situation had escalated much more than he had expected, and this was not in his plans. The guy had his own views on the situation. But the death of the Alliance leader's daughter changes everything. It became a clash of emotions rather than a fight for justice. Mira asks where her friend is going, fearing that he will pursue Gilbert. The fears are confirmed, because otherwise the Taylors will be in danger. Eben says he needs to figure this out and asks the girls to wait for him. Mira asks her friend not to do this, because the head of the alliance is stronger than even Theo. But the guy has no intention of fighting, counting on Gilbert's prudence. Mira asks what will happen if the battle cannot be avoided, and the guy says that as a young leader he is obliged to risk his life for the sake of his family. In one of the rooms of the castle, a voice trembling with fear is heard. Expressing regret, the doctors did everything they could, but they could not help. After all, the flame penetrated even inside, and the girl's body was too fragile. The man pauses before telling the father that his daughter is no more, and a memory involuntarily flashes before the man's eyes. The dying leader of the alliance has tasked Gilbert to lead the organization next, and asked her to raise his daughter, Bloomy, as her own. Since then, something inside broke. The man thought that strength could solve all problems. It was for this reason that he helped his sworn brothers ascend, and he strengthened his power by winning the loyalty of those who aspired to the heights of martial arts. But it was all in vain. Something always escaped his gaze. Now the man understands how Bloomy felt when she found her toy broken. And now Gilbert is unbearably angry that he didn't know when the little girl was suffering. But regret is just another useless emotion. Gilbert believes that the main thing is to not make a similar mistake again, and he decides that he absolutely must kill them all. Kill all those who pose a threat to his people, promising to destroy them all. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Eben continues his journey in Gilbert's footsteps. A voice that has become familiar addresses him. Asking if Eben knows that dragons exist, he asks why he suddenly remembered. And he continues, saying that dragons are mythical animals. But the serpent is not talking about nicknames, but about real dragons as a species. The guy clarifies what the other person means and he answers, saying that the leader of the Black Death Alliance is not human. The creature speaks with firm confidence in its words that Gilbert is a dragon. The guy stops and looks at his interlocutor with distrust, asking him to repeat. And he begins the story by saying that dragons are not born in the highest dragon form. They are born from the accumulation of heavenly and earthly energies, taking the form of a human child, and then living through certain stages of life, and gradually they turn into real dragons. Eben thinks about these words and asks if there is any proof of this. The snake calls the guy a fool for denying the existence of the supernatural, while right now he is talking to one of his representatives, and asks if his current master remembers whose familiar he was before him. And he says that people cannot sense dragons because of a fundamental difference in energy. But supernatural beings can sense the energy of dragons. It was for this reason that the invisible guest made him his familiar at one time, and together they hunted dragons that caused harm to people. Eben is puzzled, because it is very difficult to believe such a thing. But if this is true, he wonders how strong his ancestor was. The serpent says that not all dragons are evil by definition. There was even a case when a dragon became kind. He was called the Azure Dragon. But the invisible guest, who did not know this, decided that the creature was dangerous and killed it. After this, he had conflicts with those who collaborated with the dragon. And after that, the man began to hunt evil dragons. The snake says that this was before he was made his familiar. But he shifts the focus by saying that this is not the point. Dragons are born without knowing that they are dragons. They live among people, share shelter and food with them, and become attached to them. If you influence them at this moment, they will become as kind as the Azure Dragon. If the personality is built on negative emotions, the dragon will become evil. Eben is surprised by this, and at the same moment understanding comes over him. The snake confirms his guess, reminding him of Gilbert's deprivation of his friend and daughter, and he adds that very soon the dragon will awaken right before their eyes. Meanwhile, the head of the Black Death Alliance is approached with a message, that the young head of the Taylor family is asking for an audience with him, wanting to clear up the misunderstanding that had arisen. Gilbert orders the guy to be let in, and when he enters, smiling sadly, he says that he will see what he can say. Speaking of the guy's despair, he himself came to the lion's den. First of all, Eben expresses his regrets about what happened at the provincial council, and he says that Solly took the daughter of the head of the alliance hostage, in order to force Mason into a mortal combat with Eben. In an instant, the rope holding the woman snaps, causing Solly to wheeze. She comes to her senses only to beg in between attempts to breathe, and he says that it seems that Solly is happy with everything. The woman asks to listen to her, but Gilbert thinks otherwise. There is no need for this. But he asks if Solly is afraid of what he might do to her, assuming Bloomy was no less scared before she burned. Gilbert knew who his daughter's killer was, because he noticed familiar traces of fire equipment. He promises that the woman will die slowly, feeling even more pain than Bloomy. Eben hopes that he will be able to talk to Gilbert adequately, and he suddenly asks if the guy knows why his family has not been destroyed yet. And he starts talking about Bloomy, who couldn't do martial arts. It was killing her. And the man thought the Taylors could help the girl. But now there is no reason to keep the Taylors alive, because the child is dead. The guy asks if his interlocutor still doesn't intend to back down, and he grins, asking if the guy really thought he could be manipulated so easily. The man even feels sorry to see how Eben thinks he can get out of this unscathed. But it won't work, because the Taylors are involved in the death of people dear to Gilbert, promising to kill them until he can calm his anger. This revenge will be personal, but not a punishment from the Lord of the Black Death Alliance. Eben thinks that the battle cannot be avoided, and his interlocutor tells him to hurry. After all the forces of the Alliance and the 6 great masters are already heading towards the Taylor family, and Gilbert himself is going to catch up with them after the massacre of Eben. Who thinks that if these words are true, His family is in danger, and he intends to, having dealt with the head of the Alliance, return home as soon as possible. Gilbert says that he once lost his mentor because of the true path sex, and then the man crushed the sex involved with his own hands. Now it's the tailor's turn, but Gilbert says he won't stop there, intending to wipe out all the martial arts factions of the Central Plains, promising that from now on the whole world will know his fury. Sitting in her estate, Cherry takes a sip of her drink and sighs heavily, expressing hope that her son is okay. But at that very moment, someone bursts into the room with bad news. The woman asks Vaughn what happened, and he excitedly replies that they were attacked. The Taylors were attacked by a huge army of Black Death Alliance warriors, and the first and only thought that comes to Cherry's mind is about her son. The same one fights at a great distance from here, skillfully combining attack and evasion. And although he is talented and diligent, in a fight with this opponent, everything is different. After all, he is also skilled. It is not for nothing that he is the head of the Black Death Alliance itself. While Eben has to put in more effort, Gilbert is relaxed. The guy can't believe his eyes, because he attacks with the most powerful moves and techniques, which must inflict fatal blows, and also with a strong sword. But the enemy doesn't give a damn, and he lazily gives his voice, which seems loud to the guy, who was convinced that it was not his imagination, and that Eben had indeed surpassed Mason. His sword technique surpasses even the one he taught his adopted brother. Eben understands that the creature in front of him is constantly analyzing and evaluating his techniques, and if that's the case, the guy is going to move at a speed that will make him hard to spot, the implementation of which causes a fleeting look of surprise on the opponent's face. Eben shifts his grip on his blade and prepares to attack, but is spotted. Although the odds are slightly evened out, Gilbert does not give in to weakness, continuing to fight skillfully. Although he does find it strange that he apparently couldn't block all the blows, and he makes a guess about the trajectory of the sword, Eben collapses, and Gilbert puts forward a hypothesis as to what this might be connected with, believing that the secret to successfully mastering complex techniques is linked to the opponent's eyes. Realizing that Gilbert has gotten too close, Eben reacts, flying into the air to avoid a direct hit from the enemy, and then he makes a movement that helps him push off from it. To avoid flying further than necessary, the guy slows down with his sword, and he suddenly jumps to his feet, rushing forward towards his opponent. He is already hurrying towards the guy, without looking even a little tired. The guy swings one hand to strike, and with the other he blocks the sudden attack, and then they suddenly switch roles to prevent Gilbert from pushing from above. The building begins to crack at the seams, unable to withstand such an impressive onslaught, and the opponents begin to dance, moving under the remaining vaults and flashes, which sweep away everything in their path, finally destroying the structure. When Gilbert weakens and retreats, Eben seizes the initiative, rushing after him, but suddenly a smile barely touches the man's lips. But not Eben, he is deadly serious, trying one of the techniques that he has not yet tested. Gilbert's smile turns sinister when his opponent falls into his trap, and they clash again, starting to circle in a zigzag pattern all the way to the ground. And again they diverge, sliding backwards for a while, and straightening up to their full height. Gilbert admits that he has never met such a worthy opponent, and he compliments him, but is disappointed with himself, because he thought he had reached the top. But now he knows for sure that the next step to the true summit will be Eben. The guy himself is amazed at how this creature can not only parry, but also analyze attacks. It's as if he found something interesting and is now enjoying the process. Eben realizes that the longer the fight goes on, the worse it will be for him. Besides, continuous attacks damage the sword. It's a miracle that it still holds, but for how long? Gilbert is there instantly, asking how Eben dared to look away, and a bright flash illuminates the area. The guy is caught. It's as if an electric charge runs through him, and a cough reflexively escapes from his mouth. Gilbert uses the Black Death Palm technique, which Eben is trying to somehow block with all his might, and even swing the sword, but his blow is also interrupted. The opponents come into close contact again, adding an energy volley to it. Eben concentrates, gathering all his strength for the blow, and delivers it, mercilessly cutting through the one opposite. But disappointment and burning misunderstanding await him. Now the guy understands what the palm technique is, and the opponent notices that cheap tricks don't work on the enemy, and he shares that he recently realized one thing. After all, he becomes curious about how the guy will be able to perceive them. What Gilbert is using now is called the inner spirit subjugation technique. Due to the active fighting, they do not notice how they have completely destroyed the building. And no one cared. The next volley rang out without making us wait. Gilbert chuckles, saying that even Eben won't be able to resist this technique, because it is based on the highest method of strengthening internal energy. But the realization that his own internal energy is fading comes quickly, and the man cannot contain the surprise bursting out. Eben flies into the air and makes a wide, sweeping lunge with his sword, directing the attack at the opponent and making his surprise even more obvious. Taken by surprise, Gilbert doesn't have time to put up a block, which ends in disaster. It doesn't take long for curses to start escaping from your lips, and the man, covering the wound, asks what kind of technique this is. Eben doesn't answer, landing on all three limbs, a predatory smile crossing his face, when the realization dawns on him how to unleash the full power of his sword techniques. And the guy remembers his opponent's words about what will become a step in his new endeavors, and he apologizes, because he believes that the one who will die today will be Gilbert. The impact is colossal, cutting the nearby rock in two. Even though Eben came up with this method spontaneously, it worked. If you reach the level of transformation, you can change the properties of your internal energy. Because by nature, the attack power exceeds the body's strength and creates problems. This can be used when changing the essence of the iron put into the attack to poison. This way you can perform techniques from your past life without fear for your meridians. The opponent asks, in a less strong voice, if Eben thinks he can kill him. The guy is amazed because he thought that, at the very least, he had caused him serious damage. And Gilbert, pushing off the ground with force, rushes towards his enemy. His condition is seriously alarming, forcing one to puzzle over questions. Gilbert angrily asks how such a non-entity dares to stand before him, and threatening him with death from the technology that the creature creates becomes uneasy. But Eben breaks away, fully aware that standing on the same ground is dangerous. However, the energy blasts not only follow the guy, but also anticipate the deployment. And Eben understands that it is not so easy to dodge or get close to the enemy. He himself twists and turns, creating energy bands around himself, and directing them straight at the enemy. Madness and unreasonable hatred shine through in the man's eyes. His attacks are so fast that Eben barely manages to dodge them by holding out his blade. But this does not save him from the consequences that soon overtake him. Having done a somersault in the air, the guy manages to somehow break, but the enemy doesn't even think about giving him a head start, finding himself impermissibly close, and accumulating energy for the next, closer volley. Eben realizes that this is dangerous, and begins to frantically think about how to get out of it. And they collide again, creating an airwave even stronger than all the previous ones. Eben is reeling from exhaustion, and his opponent asks a question. Did he really think that by gaining enlightenment he had a chance to win? Gilbert is confident that even so nothing will change, and makes a promise. After dealing with Eben, destroy his entire family. But the man's eyes widen in surprise, and a question involuntarily flies from his lips. Why does he find it funny? And Eben replies that the enemy underestimates his family. After all, these people are far from weaklings, and the guy trained them with special care. And what is also important, it was not only Gilbert's people who were able to ascend. Having destroyed another strong opponent, the regent gives an order to his subordinates. Fight to the death and not spare their lives, because they must hold out, until the young leader returns and shows his enemies that the Taylors will not tolerate abuse. Eben says that the Taylor family will not die today, unlike others. Using Gilbert himself as an example and attacking at the same time. He looks stunned, not taking his eyes off his opponent's hands, confidently squeezing and pouring energy force into his weapon. And the opponents again begin to dance in a warlike dance, describing zigzag lines. Gilbert calls Eben a filthy offspring of the righteous sects, and exploding with a burst of energy, she asks him how dare he. After all, it was he who condemned the man's brother to certain death, and did not save Bloomy, although he could have. And now he wants to kill the head of the Alliance, and he suggests that his opponent try to do it. With all his fury, he drove Eben into the stone and knocked the breath out of him. Hitting a hard surface, the guy coughs inertia and loses consciousness. A snake separates from his shoulder, anxiously asking his baby to wake up. But he does not react, and the creature understands that there is no other choice. After all, if the guy dies, he dies too, since their souls are closely connected. The result is not long in coming, and Eben's eyes suddenly open, rising to his feet, and throwing his head back at the enemy rapidly approaching him. The snake looks in the same direction and instinctively expresses disbelief, although he understands that he is right. Gilbert says that he feels in Eben's blows the ability to weaken the opponent. Now he understands how it works, and asks to try to parry the blow now. The guy barely manages to launch a counterattack against Gilbert at the very last moment. And somewhere, many kilometers from this place, a person dies, struck down by a sure blow from the regent's lady, who had already set her sights on the next one. At the same time, she understands that they are barely holding the line, even though half of the army is in support. At the same time, the woman is puzzled by the growing sense of danger emanating from her enemies. Cherry clearly senses the terrifying aura that is killing the Taylor warriors, similar to hers or even stronger, and the regent decides to intervene before it gets worse. But then her eyes widen in shock because the feeling of danger is rapidly increasing. It's not just Cherry who notices this. Some of the warriors are distracted, turning their gaze to the source of the impulse. A bright flash appears in the sky, illuminating their battlefield, and the woman guesses that it was born on the side of the Black Death Alliance fortress. The mother senses her son, and it seems to her that the guy is not fighting a person at all, and the woman turns her thoughts to her son, begging him to take care of himself. The guy clenches his teeth in anger, realizing that he just saw the destruction technique, and in terms of strength, it was not inferior to his own, which makes one wonder how the dragon was able to master and use the annihilation technique that Eben used in battle. The guy understands that if he can't defeat him, no one will stop Gilbert. He also admits that a fight with a strong opponent inspires him to create new techniques. But despite the fact that he understood Eben's methods and mastered annihilation, he feels only emptiness. And he believes that comprehending the essence of immortality and giving new techniques to loved ones is pointless. After all, in the end they will all die at the hands of whoever turns out to be stronger, because that's how it's done. And the strong take everything from the weak. But now Gilbert is not going to turn a blind eye to the atrocities happening around him, promising to become a new law that will put an end to the rule of the strong. The dragon is going to rule over all of humanity himself, and he will become the absolute and only ruler of the entire world. A bright flash of power illuminates the area again, glaring into the distant distances. This is followed by a series of snake-like blows trying to catch up with the enemy. The Dragon Man attacks by pinning the opponent to the ground and forcing them to strain. Although Eben resists, it is with great difficulty that flashes appear in his eyes. Before he takes off, the boy's eyes widen in shock and surprise. As he slams into the wall, he musters the strength to even open one eye. And having done this, he sees the preparation for the technique of subjugation of the inner spirit. Directing his flame of energy in an arc, Gilbert follows it towards his opponent, and he considers what is happening to be madness that is beyond martial arts. If he had dodged even a second later, he would already be dead, the guy swears. Realizing that the enemy's attack was so strong that he himself was confused, Eben wants to counterattack, but notices that Gilbert is no longer in front of him. The snake comes to the rescue, naming the opponent's location, which is on top, clearly preparing for its next attack. But he suddenly reveals what his poison technique, the black snake style, is, saying that she is his legacy, left behind by the man's mentor along with Bloomy. But, in essence, this is a third-rate, even primitive style, although this is understandable. After all, it was created by those who had never seen real martial arts before in their lives. Therefore, this technique had to be reworked many times, until it was possible to turn it into art worthy of the name Gilbert. A shadow falls over Eben, as if the sky were being covered with clouds, but he sees that this is not the case, and the guy feels uneasy when he wonders what it is. And is it really possible that a being that has surpassed the human level is capable of such a thing? And Gilbert calls the technique the true black snake style, his absolute technique. He is interested to know whether the enemy will be able to cope with her or not. The snake suggests that even with Eben's powers, he will be torn apart by contact with this technology. And the guy says that he needs all the poisonous energy of the familiar. His eyes widen in shock as he asks if his master has gone crazy. And is the boy really going to take the brunt of this blow? Eben has no other choice. Otherwise there will be an earthquake, and many people will die. And he asks the serpent to trust him and transfer the energy, saying that he knows what he is doing. The creature is amazed by its owner's confidence, but fulfills the request, asking only not to die. Eben thinks that if it really is a type of combat vehicle, that makes things easier. After all, he must be able to resist her with his true strength. But to neutralize such an attack, destruction alone will not be enough. An even stronger sword technique is needed to pierce the performer himself with one blow. The guy mentally addresses the sword, asking it to hold on just a little longer. Meanwhile, the energy snakes continue to circle before our eyes, getting closer. The guy thinks that the attack he is about to perform is the perfect option, piercing style that was inspired by the way one blow pierces the red sun in the blue sky. When in contact with the ghostly snakes, an energy explosion occurs. The Dragon Man watches the action from afar, so he does not see its origin. And for some reason, at this inopportune moment, a memory appears in my head. A familiar voice is heard from around the warehouse, addressing his boss, and announcing that they had finally caught the grain thief. But he is just a child, who is asked if he is not ashamed to steal at a young age. The man is about to beat the boy, but he is stopped by a blonde man with a blade of grass in his mouth, asking you to pay attention to how thin this child looks. As they exchange glances, Mason chuckles a little nervously, speaking again. He believes that if things continue like this, people will decide that their sect is an orphanage. The man exhales heavily, and turning to the thief, says that there is grain, it needs to be done differently. And he offers to go with them, explaining that this way he won't have to steal anymore. And the man asks the boy his name, awakening a host of feelings. He didn't have a name, so the boss made Gilbert part of his family. The man recalls what was entrusted to him before his death, in addition to the inheritance. And he notes with annoyance that he was unable to protect the girl, and now he doesn't know what to do. But he is confident that he will destroy everyone who is guilty of the death of Bloomy and his brother. And a flash of light, breaking through the snake, illuminates him. The man looks at her in shock, and then becomes even more surprised. And Eben flies towards the enemy with a solar strike that pierces the sky, which in an instant reaches Gilbert, taking away one of his hands. The snake is amazed that the master's plan worked and he got the hit. But even during the time of the invisible guest, such sword technique did not exist. Eben is sad about the loss of his loyal demon slayer, but he was incredibly good. The guy understands that he has not yet defeated Gilbert, and now he is given only one chance. Therefore, he asks the demon slayer to serve him one last time, and using the technique, he sneaks up behind the Dragon Man, swinging his blade, urging him to deal with the monster once and for all. Gilbert turns around sharply upon hearing his opponent's voice, and at the same moment they collide, starting to spin in a tornado that reaches the ground, and hitting a hard surface with the blows of two pairs of legs. The contact of two energies creates a shell that throws the stones back, but it bursts like a soap bubble, and Eben swings back at the lunge again, and he begins to deliver a series of pinpoint attacks, which Gilbert parries. Looking at the enemy's aspiration, the Dragon Man wonders, how does this guy manage to resist me with just one pathetic piece of debris? The man bites his lips in anger, thinking that he cannot fall without achieving revenge, and he screams angrily, saying that he refuses to die like this. The guy understands that the opponent is angry, but at the same time that he has opened up, and he takes advantage of this opportunity by landing several quick blows on Gilbert. Blinded by his rage, the man does not see the enemy's next attack, and it costs him dearly, and the realization and sound of a limb falling nearby does not come immediately. Looking at Eben, Gilbert experiences a whole bunch of mixed feelings. The guy is now extremely confident in himself and certainly has no intention of giving up. He attacks the Dragon Man again, but this time he manages to dodge. And Eben is amazed that even having lost his arm, he moves with such strength, and if the demonic energy of the sword fragments hadn't weakened him, everything would have been in vain. And Gilbert, at the top of his lungs, shouts that this is not the end, because he has not fallen. Eben is sure of the opposite. He must pay for the attempt on the tailors. And the guy calls on the poison power for help, punching a hole in Gilbert's chest. And he, looking at her, asks what kind of technique this is. The snake asks if his master created a new technique in the midst of battle. And it is true. Eben used the power of his energy to create the poison force. And he believes that this is the end for the head of the alliance, expressing condolences to his interlocutor, and saying that all of this is a consequence of threats to the Taylor family. The dragon asks if Eben really thinks he has the right to say that, but exhausted he falls to the ground, frantically thinking about one thing. He doesn't want to die like this. He refuses to die like this. Gilbert wants to kill this hated man for the sake of Bloomy and his brother, at all costs, so that their souls may rest in peace. Eben is glad that this battle went without any serious injuries, but he needs a little more of the snake's poisonous energy, and he is indignant. And his owner asks him if he really wants to go into the jar again, and the little snake sighs, wondering how he got to this point in his life. Eben asks his familiar to shut up, offering to do everything faster, but he doesn't have time to finish speaking, feeling a powerful surge of hostile energy from behind. The guy doesn't manage to dodge completely, but he puts up resistance. Eben doesn't want to believe that Gilbert managed to survive the deadly attack and more, but it seems to him that the transformation may not be complete, and this is frightening. Although he managed to receive energy from the serpent, the news was not very encouraging. And the familiar, noticing this, suggests that the owner take a little more rest, and leave all the dirty work to him. But the guy counters, asking the potential assistant to stop, noticing that Gilbert had already reached his limit, but not knowing what the dragon's last thoughts were, and he thinks about little Bloomy and his adopted brother, apologizing to them. And crumbling to dust after a discouraged expression, Eben's face hardens, and he asks himself, rhetorically expressing the hope that this is all. But at that very moment something falls on the guy's head, causing surprise and fear due to the unexpectedness. Clutching his head and continuing to yelp in pain, Eben does not take his eyes off the object, a blow that turned out to be very painful to receive. Eben guesses that it is a horn, and the serpent confirms his master's guess, and he suggests keeping the item, because it contains the spiritual power of the dragon. The snake notices that Eben has been silent for too long, and asks why he has become so quiet, and the guy replies that under different circumstances they could at least talk. Eben thinks he would be lying if he said he didn't feel remorse. He really didn't try to get to the bottom of the conflict when it started, and when it started to get heated, he decided that it was their internal disagreement. And I thought that saving the baby would be easy. Probably Gilbert thought so too. He was confident in his subordinates, and paid for this self-confidence. The snake asks if it is too late for the master to take pity on him. The alliance and the tailors are incompatible, and he asks the owner not to regret what happened in the past. People tend to make mistakes. The serpent reminds Eben of the story of the invisible guest. He killed the Azure because of his own prejudices. This could have resulted in the entire continent turning to ashes. Therefore, the invisible guest took upon himself the responsibility of destroying the evil dragons. There is no point in delving into regrets. What matters is what kind of person you become after what happened. Eben thinks about these words and suddenly remembers the question that has been tormenting him, asking what form the serpent took at the end, because sometimes it would be very convenient. The familiar says that it spent all its poisonous energy to save its master. Who could have said thank you for these efforts? Eben thanks his interlocutor. The snake is at a loss, asking again, and the guy shares with him, with words about how he vaguely remembered the familiar's actions, being almost unconscious. Eben says he wanted to thank the serpent anyway, but he started interrogating him. And again he thanks him, but he doesn't believe his ears, because he thought the guy was stubborn and unyielding. The words of the previous owner, who considered him a tool, involuntarily come to mind, and the snake asks his interlocutor if he really did hit his head that hard. And Eben asks a counter question, does the familiar really want to go back to the jar? And the snake says that he is joking, thinking that he wants to stay with him a little longer. Cherry ducks to avoid the blow and resorts to using her weapon. Her opponent leans forward, not letting go of his own. They have been dancing like this for a very long time, in a dance of grace, lethality, and physical strength. The blades meet once again, alerting the area with their unique ringing sound, and they disperse, and the regent's opponent tries to seize the initiative with a blow. But the woman gracefully moves out from under the massive blade, doing a pirouette, in which he slides further, confusing the enemy, and then suddenly turns around with the blade. Cherry is uneasy because she can't see the other masters, and the enemy is irritated that the woman dares to turn away from him during the fight, and this costs the lady regent quite a bit, because she flies away a decent distance, And the enemy, guessing what she is thinking, asks her not to worry about the other great masters, sharing that they are dealing with the battle formation mages, because traps prevent you from moving freely around the battlefield. When they succeed, there will be several times more troops here. And, of course, the head of the alliance himself is already on his way here. Today, the tailors will be gone. But there's something Cherry's opponent wants to do first. Namely, to take upon himself the honor of killing the head of the Taylor family herself. The exhausted woman realizes that she will no longer be able to dodge. But there is no blow or pain, so she slowly opens her eyes. A limb severed by a powerful blade flies into the air. This act stuns everyone. Cherry hesitantly addresses the warrior, whose name is Herbert. And her opponent wonders what kind of bug this is and reaches out to the young man. With words about what could provide him with the first and quick death. Herbert is even a little happy. Because all his life he endured sidelong glances because of his service to the scoundrel elders. And now he will be able to die with dignity, but he shouldn't even be hit. The man from the six begins to feel a strange presence behind him. It's as if someone is standing behind him. It's scary as hell. Others see the one the man is talking about, and their faces stretch out in amazement. The warriors are even distracted from their work, unable to contain their emotions. Because they see Eben standing behind everything, beaten but alive. The man looks at the guy as if he were a ghost, because he thought that Gilbert killed him. And he wonders why he is here and not the head of the alliance. The guy speaks up, saying that a bunch of scum call themselves the Six Great Masters. And he asks the last of the six to look carefully and say if he has forgotten anyone. Eben says that even though he wants to finish the man, he will give him a chance too. Withdraw your troops and get lost, otherwise you will go to your leader in the afterlife. The potential opponent asks the guy to repeat what he just said about Gilbert, although he himself begins to remember and become convinced that this is true, guessing that the surge of energy was from the battle with Gilbert. But I don't want to believe at all that the head lost. And the man screams, saying that this is all nonsense. Eben interrupts him, saying that everything is actually as he just said. Although the dragon was very strong, Eben managed to overcome it and kill it. Seeing the confident look, the man gives in, but asks again. And lowering his sword, he orders everyone to stop fighting. His subordinates are perplexed. And the man announces that their lord has fallen at the hands of the young head of the Taylor family. His comrades cannot believe this, because they considered Gilbert invulnerable. It's hard to believe that the Supreme Master was defeated by some brat. Andrew states that Eben survived Gilbert's techniques and killed all of the six. And this only means that the guy is equal in strength only to the deceased head of the alliance. And the man gives the last order to lay down arms and run as fast as he can. After all, now the lives of their subordinates are only in their own hands. Eben asks the man standing opposite if he himself is not going to run away. He does not know whether Gilbert has really fallen, and believes that he has no chance of winning. But his adopted brothers, and the daughter they raised together, are dead. Even out of rage, Andrew now has no right to lay down his arms. Eben was prepared for this outcome, so he invites his opponent to attack. Andrew sees no point in living on, because he did it only for the sake of his named family. And the man rushes into battle with a furious cry, mentally promising to join his friends. Cherry and Herbert look at such dedication with amazement. The reactions of the others differ little from theirs, because no one expected anything like this. And the young head of their family only swings his sword once. And the Black Death Alliance is deprived of its future at that very moment, being defeated because of one single person. Herbert asks if the chief wanted to see him, and he confirms these words. And he asks how the man feels, and he says that everything is fine. After all, they are taught from childhood to use 2 hands, but that's not why he was called. Eben wants to thank the man properly for saving his mother. The interlocutor says that he is not asking for a reward for this, because he was only doing his duty. The guy counters by saying that it was still amazing, and remembers that they didn't always have a good relationship, but Herbert denies it. But the young leader says that he still believes that his interlocutor deserved the reward, and asks if he has ever thought about learning the art of swordsmanship. The man is at a loss, but speaks up, making a suggestion. Eben interrupts his interlocutor, noting that it is difficult to use poisons with one hand. Therefore, he would like to teach Gerber the technique of using a sword with his left hand. If you follow the exact instructions, you can become stronger than with 2 hands. Herbert says it's fair to him, but Eben feels he owes it. And he says that they will start when the interlocutor regains his strength. He enthusiastically expresses his agreement. Chan exhales heavily, feeling incredibly exhausted. Because of the young leader, he has to suffer a lot. The mournful mood is broken by Eben, who asks whether he imagined it or whether they were talking about him. Chan expresses formal joy that the boy has returned safe and sound. The man is at a loss as he begins to speak about what he was thinking out loud, but is interrupted. Eben says he already knows that his interlocutor has been working tirelessly. Chan answers formally again, but thinks about how he wanted to run away. But his niece stopped him, saying that he should think not about escape, but about protection. Even Mira came out to defend herself, although she was already exhausted. Chan didn't believe in a happy outcome, but Hannah countered his every word, saying that she believes in their young leader, and he will definitely return. Chan doesn't think Eben needs to know about this, but says they're lucky. Smiling, the boy thanks the man for keeping his word, and promises to actively support his family so that they can recover. Chan, stunned, thanks Eben, who says goodbye to the man, saying that in the future she will count on his help. Chan is shocked by these words, and the guy asks him not to even think about deserting next time. And the man understands that the young leader knew everything, and agrees with him. As Eben leaves, he is glad that the main family is unharmed, and that things are settled. And now there is only one thing left after this 2 days pass. Vaughn is amazed at what exists beneath the former Black Death Alliance fortress, and he notes that these riches will be enough for their family for many decades. Now the man understands why the Alliance never expanded beyond North. Gilbert did not seek expansion, but firmly established himself in the North. Presumably, all this was payment for training in individual martial arts. But it is unlikely that the man did this out of greed. It was something completely different. But the fact is that too many people wanted to become his disciples. Eben approaches Vaughn, instructing him to clean up the place. And he himself needs to examine something else here. The man accepts the order. As you move forward, it becomes clear that this place goes even deeper underground. The guy thinks that this room houses a library. He doesn't understand why he doesn't see the books. But at that very moment, his gaze finds what he's looking for. Eben immediately goes to the shelf and picks up one of the books, assuming that it could be the diary of the ruler himself. It is written that life is a continuous cycle of reward. While living in North, Gilbert became familiar with the principle that became the Taylor family motto. He touched the man's soul, so he took revenge on the killer of his adopted father. And at the same time, he cut out the sects that supported those soulless people, wanting to eradicate their martial arts so that they would never have the chance to be reborn again. Eben understands that Gilbert is a fellow in these books, methods collected from his enemies. Before the Alliance castle was built here, it was home to a sect that was destroyed by Gilbert, who destroyed all the old books, as if denying the depth of these techniques. The guy says out loud that the man had no shortage of self-confidence, but in the end, all that was left of him was a measly 10 volumes. This is how the story of the Black Death Alliance ended. After the battle with the Black Death Alliance, the Taylors restored order in the north. War broke out in Zinc province. One side was a devilish cult, and the other was a school that tried to stop the first. One of the elders of the Kunya school was a man named Walter Gorney. Despite his skill, the devil cult managed to turn the tide of the battle, and then reinforcements from the Gong sect and the Taylor family arrived. This contributed to the temporary retreat of the devilish cult, and the alliance between Theo and Walter managed to seize the advantage in the war against the devil cult. But there were some things no one could predict. Among those sent to help was a man who was quite disingenuous, and because of him, the situation in North was destined to change radically. Mickey casually apologizes, noting that two bears can't get along. Short and ringing sounds are heard coming out of the forge. Following the sound of the hammer, a hissing sound is heard in the room and it is enveloped in steam. While working on his next product, the blacksmith recalls a recent conversation. He asked Eben if he really wanted him to be his family's blacksmith. The interlocutor confirmed that it was an honor for the man, but there was a nuance. The blacksmith apologized before asking about the demon slayer's fate, and Eben, hesitating a little, replied that he had broken down. The man did not understand. And the guy, trying to answer again, repeated the same thing. It was a blow for the blacksmith, because the sword was his greatest pride. The man was sad to realize that his teacher's last masterpiece was destroyed. But the demon slayer fulfilled his purpose, sending the head of the alliance to the next world. Eben came personally to invite the outstanding blacksmith to serve. The guy wanted to show him something and asked permission to do so. When the blacksmith first saw the material, he could not contain the awe that was bursting out. And when he asked what it was, Eben answered with a half-truth, saying that it was the horn of a mythical creature. Not a single blacksmith could handle this material, and the guy suggested that his interlocutor try it. He looked worried and Eben asked what was wrong. The man said he was thinking. Most likely, the issue was that the mythic horn could not be melted down using conventional methods. We need to reverse our approach and forge in the cold, not in the warmth. Mythic is still alive, so it can react to cold as if it were heat. Eben then thought about these words and realized that everything could be true. And I decided to try it to make sure once and for all, because I could do it. Thanks to the absorbed energy of Mara, whom I had not visited for a long time. And the guy reaches out to the horn, affecting it with the steel of extreme cold, which not only amazes the blacksmith, but also begins to provoke a reaction. The blacksmith cannot believe that this is possible, and the snake that appeared is delighted, expressing in words what everyone is thinking. Eben suggests that the blacksmith try to hit the horn with a hammer, but not to touch it with bare hands. He, carefully making the first strike and afraid of making a mistake, feels the changes. With delight and out loud voicing that the material is amenable, Eben also expresses joy, encouraging the blacksmith with words that everything will work out. The boy says goodbye to the man, and the man notes that one horn is not enough for a full-fledged sword. Eben, smiling, offers to make a dagger out of it. The length of the blade doesn't matter to him. While forging a blade, the blacksmith encourages himself with the words that the demon slayer has accomplished the mission, and now it was time for the blade created by his own hands. Greedily pressing his lips to his glass, the man empties it with pleasure. And, letting out the sound characteristic of this, he turns to his interlocutor, calling him Maya and saying that she never ceases to amaze him. And I give a comparison, but the woman doesn't like it. Maya says that she is absolutely loyal to the leader and the divine cult, body and soul. The interlocutor laughs, agreeing that the comparison was inappropriate. And he asks if the woman knows that the cult is fighting with the Kunya school. Maya confirms this, remembering that the school stands on their way to the central plain. The man agrees, and adds that they have not yet made a breakthrough. Kunya's powers are impressive, but the real headache is the immortal demon, Walter. And also the swordsman of the Gong sect, Teo, who arrived with reinforcements. However, every cloud has a silver lining. One of the elders contacted them, and he asks Maya for help. The woman asks again in surprise. And the interlocutor suggests that it seems to be a matter of her medical skills. There is a certain head of a trading company, Hassan, whose son was terminally ill. He spent a fortune, but nothing came of it until Maya took over, who was able to cure the boy in just one day. Thanks to the woman, this company is now one of the most loyal allies, and it seems that the Taylors also needed the help of such an outstanding doctor. Maya is ready to carry out any order from her leader, asking what needs to be done, and he replies that the woman needs to cure the elder's grandson. As the man realized, one of his arms was completely paralyzed. Maya wonders what the fee is, and is told it is the Taylor 10 poisons. But the woman is not particularly impressed, asking if her interlocutor really agreed to this. He answers negatively, because poisons have no particular value for them, only if they help kill Theo and Walter, and thus free the way for themselves into the central plain. A voice expressing regret comes from the Charkey family estate. They have nowhere to hide, so isn't all this too careless? The man recalls the news about the death of the leader of the Alliance and his killer, and the subordinate briefly describes the youth's talents, and the interlocutor dryly admires him. But talent would not have been enough to defeat Gilbert. Or the man simply overestimates the head of the Alliance and considers his death pitiful. He himself would like to kill Gilbert, but even so, his death is to his advantage. After all, he now has one less worthless enemy. He asks what about the Murin family, and the assistant reports on their situation, saying that it turned out that they were operating under the guise of a trade guild. The speaker reports to his master that someone is approaching them. He replies that he feels it too, and the aura seems vaguely familiar to him, and he understands that these are people from the Udell family, wondering how quickly they will be nearby. Chaz leaves, intending to take care of the guests, and orders his subordinate to deal with the Murins. When a man looks at the moon, he is addressing his father, promising him that the time would soon come when the world would be ruled by demons. Waving her fan, Hannah lunges forward, slicing through her invisible enemy. Ever since the girl realized her helplessness, she began to train hard. And although at times she felt like her muscles were about to burst, she did not let go of the weapon. After all, it was with great difficulty that I begged this martial art from my uncle. Hannah couldn't help but remember the feeling of helplessness she had experienced at the provincial council, which she never wants to experience again in her life. The girl made a vow to herself, and is now going to repeat it all again. Being carried away by the process, Hannah does not notice that someone comes up to her and calls her by name. This man turns out to be her uncle, and the girl stops and approaches him, asking why he was here, because he said he would be busy today. Chan asks his niece not to be afraid, but to listen to him carefully. And the uncle, with all his sorrow, reports the news of the destruction of their estate. Hannah doesn't want to believe it, but her body reacts in advance. The reappearance of the Demon Lord has caused a dramatic change in the situation in Ista. To prevent the attack, Master Charka and Master Udell spoke out against it, but after the collision, they could only watch as Charky's family perished. No one could deal with this heavenly radiance Demon Lord. Eben begins to talk about the sad news that has befallen Charka of Ist. Chan believes that Hannah made the right decision then, because they could have died too. So they are immensely happy to be alive, but there is something else. The man says it is unbearably painful for him to know that there is no one else, and he apologizes for the fact that they appeared before their young master in such a state. And then he suddenly, instilling hope, says that not all is lost, considering that as long as Chan and Hannah are alive, there is hope to revive the family. Besides, Eben had not yet made his promise to help those who remained loyal to him, so it will actively contribute to the restoration of the family. Therefore, he asks not to lose hope, reminding that he keeps his word. A seed of hope actually settles in Chan, and he agrees with the guy, and he wonders what caused this sudden surge of activity. The fourth one enters the room, turning to the young leader. He asks what is going on, and they report to him about the visit of people from the Udell family. The guy wonders why now, but he allows the guests to enter, and he turns to the Charks, allowing them to rest and recuperate for now. He now needs to meet with the visitor from the domain and find out what news he has. Later, Eben asks a potential interlocutor if he came from the Shire. The man confirms these words, calling himself Julius the Black. He has come to ask for support. Eben says he's heard about the chaos going on in Ista. The interlocutor refreshes his memory of what happened, adding words about the destruction of the head of the Alliance, and asking to borrow the Taylor's forces to destroy the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance. Eben says he can't stand people who come to him to beg, and he categorically refuses, causing the visitor to be stunned. And an equally astonished question, didn't the Taylors suffer terrible losses from the hour? And isn't it the principle of their family to pay for an insult tenfold? The young leader warns his interlocutor to choose his expressions, reminding him that his family remained on the sidelines at that time, and now he dares to talk about principles. Eben says he has no intention of standing idly by while the Demon Lord rages, but he reminds us that the interlocutor's family did nothing to save Charka. And now the man continues to shove Taylor's principles in Eben's face again. The young leader finds this disgusting, The current state of affairs among families of the righteous path leaves much to be desired. The former martial arts union based in Waterreach has long since fallen, and his place was taken by a demonic sect, the Demons of Heavenly Radiance. Demonic forces have begun to operate openly in the heart of the martial arts world, and after the Alliance destroyed the three sects, the demons attacked the martial arts union. Eben thinks that the righteous sects are now busy with their own concerns, and he asks a rhetorical question: who will control the disparate forces of the righteous path? Come to think of it, the guy thinks they're worse than the Black Death Alliance itself. And then Eben gets the idea to lead the sects of the righteous path himself, and he says that for a start it would be good to restore a strong central authority. The interlocutor's joy fades when the young leader makes himself a priority, and he notes that someone will have to monitor the situation on both fronts. The interlocutor responds, intending to offer help to his family, but Eben categorically states that the center will now be in North. After the young gentleman's statement, the creation of the second union proceeded at a rapid pace. Under Chan's careful and caring guidance, the buildings were erected, and thanks to the active purchase of land by the main administration, land prices have risen to the sky. Thus, the Union of Righteous Heavens, the second unification of the forces of the righteous, was born. Immediately after its founding, it began recruiting talent on a large scale. Eben is amazed at the sight of all this multitude of people standing before him. Amazed that they all came to join the union. The guy admits that he didn't expect such a great scale. Chan also says that there are also small and medium sects here, because Eben destroyed Gilbert. The man says that they even managed to give his interlocutor a nickname, and he asks what it was, and he hears that he is called the Dark Dragon of the Poison Blade. Chan says he's a little embarrassed to admit it, but the nickname suits the young leader. He grins, repeating the name and saying that he thinks it's not bad. Chan asks if it's time for the guy to officially declare himself the head of the union. Eben is not sure about this, because there is one nuance in this matter. Not all who come may share the intention to destroy demonic sects. I am confident that there will definitely be people with completely different motives. That is why he first needs to make them recognize his authority. Later, Chan is convinced that the young leader was absolutely right. In my assumptions, it was as if I was looking into water. After the procedure of admission to the union was completed, representatives of sects came to him. The man begins the conversation with a desire to see the young leader's abilities in a duel, personally putting the title of Lord of the Union at stake. Chang considers such a pretext absurd for aiming for the post of ruler, and he remembers what it was like in the era of endless wars due to the flourishing forces of evil. Then, there were no invasions of demonic sects only in North, the home of the leader of the Alliance. But now that he is gone, the province has become completely defenseless. Every new force and union is eager to gain a foothold in the territory of the North. Whoever takes the place of the Lord of the Union will be able to receive the entire legacy left by Gilbert. Chan thinks that in principle, there is nothing surprising in such a risk. The man introduces himself as Un Chelsea from the monastic brotherhood, asking the opponent to fight as if it were a real fight, even though it is a duel, and show everything he's capable of, including poisons and hidden weapons. Eben thanks his interlocutor, but says that he will only use the sword. Moreover, the use of poisons can lead to disastrous consequences. Chan asks if the participants are ready for the match to begin. Eben nods his head with a determined look, expressing readiness. Un follows his example but looks too serene, and Chan names the participants of the duel and their titles. And then he announces the item at stake in this battle. Un begins the duel by accusing his opponent of being overly arrogant, although he admits that the guy is progressing unusually quickly for his age. People understand that the technique Un is going to use is the pinnacle, martial arts of the order of monks to which the man belongs. This is not an ordinary technique, but the absolute martial art of the first founder of the order. And it's called the indestructible diamond body. Un is confident that he is invulnerable. After all, no one has yet managed to overcome this technique, despite all the titles. This duel is tantamount to a complete renunciation of claims to the title of ruler. Eben sighs heavily. He didn't think he'd have to use it so soon. At the same time, falling into memories when he was asked a clarifying question. Does he intend to establish the Union's headquarters on Mount Ancestral Nest? And the young leader answered in agreement, and his next words were not allowed to be spoken. The blacksmith Frost burst into the room, apologizing for interrupting the meeting. However, there was no remorse on his face, because he had completed his task. Those present admired the magnificence of the shining dagger. Eben then asked if the blacksmith had given the dagger a name, and he answered in agreement, because he was inspired by the white glow and cold aura emitted by the weapon. That was why the man named the dagger Snow White Dragonfang. The enemy is surprised, asking if his technique will really be countered by a dagger, and he called it not just self-confidence, but also pure stubbornness, stating that he would have to teach the boy in front of him a lesson. And flying into the air, he attacks the arrogant one, pouring out powerful streams of energy in the blow. The shockwave extends beyond the field, and this frightens observers. They are sure that even the Ascended One will find it difficult to withstand such a blow, but they stop short. When the last plume of energy dissipates, the spectacle becomes tragicomic. Un looks the most perplexed, not understanding how this is possible. Meanwhile, Eben analyzes the famous energy of the monks, which feels more gracious, but the eyes of the master see the truth. The man feels as if the energy in his fist has been torn apart. It was mentioned in some of the tailor's books. Sometimes you have to destroy the very foundations. And the martial art of the monks of the order is based on the principle of equal energy. A rupture of the flow can destroy all equipment. And when the enemy's defense is removed, the young man strikes back. The audience understands that the power of the diamond body is powerlessly retreating before the dagger. The question arises as to how this is possible, and what kind of art of wielding a blade is this? Falling helplessly to his knees and saying words he didn't intend to. The invincible monk admits his crushing defeat. People are beginning to realize that the rumors about Gilbert being crushed by Eben were true. There was no doubt, but the question remained as to how the young head of the tailors could do it. How can this person use the blade demon's techniques? Behind the guy looking at the night city, a voice calling him was heard, making you turn around and be surprised by the unexpected guest. It still feels strange to Eben to be called a lord instead of a young chief. Chan notes that the boy has proven himself worthy of the title in front of numerous witnesses. And he adds that some of the Murans are asking for an audience with Eben, asking if he knows who, and conveys a message about the demon of blades in the body of a dragon and crushing force. The guy is amazed to hear these words and asks his interlocutor to repeat everything. Later, Eben asks the visitor if he wanted to see him, and he confirms these words. And he introduces himself as Harvey Morena, speaking about the skill demonstrated in the fight. He knows this art, the same one used by the demon of blades, once the greatest swordsman. And Harvey asks how the young leader knows these techniques. He asks a counter-question, asking how he managed to recognize these techniques, and wondering how Harvey was able to master such a devastating technique with an ordinary human body. The guy finally becomes convinced that Eben is somehow connected with the demon of blades, and he says that the demon of blades was once a member of their Muran family. Eben is amazed to hear these words, as well as the following ones. That demon was the illegitimate son of the then head of the family, because of which he was the object of ridicule and contempt of its members. But later his talent in mastering all the techniques of using the sword was noticed. Then a split occurred, and the guy made his own decision to leave the family. And 10 years later, he became known by the nickname Demon of Blades. Some elders searched for him, trying to persuade him to return, but in vain. And for the next few decades, no one heard about him. But the family did not stop looking for him, and eventually found him. The Demon of Blades lay beneath the earth, sleeping peacefully. It was then that the notes he left behind were discovered. Eben asks if the man standing opposite knew that this technique could kill him when studied. Harvey says he was progressing quickly and pushing his body too hard and couldn't give up. Tom was also confident that the Demon of Blades had found a way to solve this problem. However, they were attacked by a demon lord with unclear intentions. But then it became clear that he was looking for records of the Blade Demon's martial arts. And on that same day, their family lost this heritage. They were taken away. As he approaches, the man greets his interlocutor by saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Of all the places he took over, only Knightley failed to completely destroy them. But Chaz is confident that today everything will be different, and suggests that the potential enemy get ready. Jacques Knightley is the king of the sword and the head of his family. And now he notices that it seems that the defeat for Chaz then became a painful lesson. The man recalls that back then his opponent fought hand to hand, but now he uses a sword. And the interlocutor replies that this happened thanks to Jacques himself, and he boasts that he has also developed his martial arts quite well. The man grins, wondering if 10 years of training really makes that much of a difference, and they will help in the confrontation against the king of the sword himself. The opponent agrees, confirming these words. And noting that one could not even dream of a better opponent, he suggests checking. Whose martial art will prevail? Jacques simply suggests attacking. Chaz takes his time, demonstrating his energy control skills to the enemy. He decides to put him in his place by throwing his own splash into the air. And the next moment, two opposing energies converge, beginning a struggle. Eben discusses why Chaz needed the Demon of Blades martial art. Why would the heir of the head of a demonic sect study someone else's martial art? Harvey asks again what Eben has to do with the Demon of Blades. The guy talks about how he saw a ghostly sword as a child. The interlocutor is amazed, and Eben makes a suggestion, that it was something like martial arts left behind by the demon. Harvey doesn't understand how this is possible, since they can be mastered by possessing a dragon's body. Eben counters by saying that he does not have such a body, and his powers were not born to him. But during the battle with Gilbert, he realized the method of containing brute force within himself. And this can only be considered a technique that Eben was able to apply, assuming that the guy came to him in order to overcome just such a force. But he would recommend abandoning this method altogether. Eben realizes that even in the past he knew little about his teacher, who in a flashback says that his life was meaningless until he took up the sword. But his new student has yet to find his way. The boy recalls that he didn't even know the name of his teacher, and asks if Harvey knows the real name of the Demon of Blades. And he replies that it was just a coincidence, but his name was also Eben. Surprise gives way to a grin and meaningless words of understanding. Harvey says goodbye, saying he will most likely follow the advice, but is stopped. Eben says he can't let his comrade in arms go empty-handed, and, assuming what he wants, he talks about the purpose of creating the Union, offering to join them, and promising in return to help them achieve what they want. Their battle was incredible, as the surrounding objects can tell. Lying on the ground without strength, the man can barely move his fingers. Thoughts hit the skull painfully, forcing one to express regret. about letting that bastard escape that day. He stands over the motionless body for an hour, wanting to make sure he is dead. And then he says that he held back only because he wanted to kill his opponent in hand-to-hand combat. The highest wall that stood in the way has fallen. And now the coming of the demon world is even closer. And so the Knightley family, just like the previous ones, were wiped off the face of the earth overnight. The news began to spread at a feverish speed, first to Mount Svetogorya, and then to its sister, Mount Cherry. The warning of danger did not pass by the faction on the plateau, and it also reached the order of monks to which Un belonged. They flew far and wide until they reached north, cutting through the silence along with the sword of the trainees. Chan's voice reaches Eben's ears. The guy asks the man what happened, and the answer makes him fall deep inside himself. A council is convened at which this issue is raised. The speed at which families are being destroyed is frightening. Eben speculates that they could have been attacked from different directions, and he wonders. The Lord is told that all such masters belong to 3 demonic houses. Eben repeats these words thoughtfully, already starting a mental analysis. These families were created by the Demon Lord after the destruction of the existing ones. They are Good Downs, Prices, and Psalms who have special powers. Eben assumes that they are located in Svetogorya and Cherry Mountain. One of the council members believes that there was no joint attack. Many warriors cannot even move from their place due to the insurmountable pressure. Even ascended opponents will have their movements severely limited. But even without the skill, Chaz is the greatest swordsman of their era. In other words, the Demon Lord had gained the skill to kill the Sword King. Eben knows the situation looks extremely grim, even without going into further detail. The original plan was to help eliminate a demonic cult, and the subsequent unification of forces, and the battle of the Demon Lord. Eben is puzzled, wondering if it wouldn't be better to hit the Demon Lord first. The loss of initiative complicated everything from the very beginning. The guy doesn't know how to be more effective. He is pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of one of the council members. Everyone looks at the ruler as if they are waiting for him to answer the question they just asked. And the guy understands that everyone is waiting for instructions from him. He can't show indecision now. And then the Lord of the Union speaks up, starting to speak, but he is interrupted, bursting into the room, coughing and addressing Eben, and then immediately saying that something terrible had happened. Judging by the attire, the guy concludes that this man is from the Kunya school, and he asks what brought him here, because the war should be in full swing. The man, stuttering, turns to his interlocutor, asking whether he is the Lord of the Union. Eben confirms this, asking him to take a breath and say normally what happened, and he receives the answer that Theo and the immortal demon were poisoned by an unknown poison. Eben is confused by this, believing that it is impossible, and he recalls a conversation that once took place, in which he was personally a participant, giving Jerry one of the 10 poisons, believing that they should be prepared for anything. The boy asked to keep this a secret from the 2nd and 5th elders, because they are weaving secret intrigues, even though they are currently inactive. Jerry is trusted by the young leader because he knows he will keep his promise. And now the Lord of the Union asks in a voice trembling with rage what happened, and what happened to the troops the tailors sent to help their sect. The guy is so angry that he can barely contain his aura, frightening those around him. The informer is the most frightened of all, wondering what this aura is. The snake comes to the rescue, telling the boy that he has gone too far. After all, this way you can strangle everyone. The creature asks the owner to calm down his talents a little. This man would not ask for help if he wanted to cause trouble. And to begin with, it is best to listen to the situation. Eben listens to the familiar, and he asks for forgiveness, asking to explain in more detail what happened. He begins by saying that the tailors were assigned to guard the rear, as ambushes were possible. But the connection was lost, and after checking it turned out that the support forces were completely defeated. The snake reproaches the owner for being too impulsive, and the guy asks what the messenger meant when he said that Theo and Walter were poisoned. He replies that after what happened, the demonic sect began an offensive, and the left and right messengers, the unstoppable demonic masters, came forward. Theo and Walter came out from the opposite side. The collision of these people made everyone freeze in awe and fear, because the battle turned out to be incredibly brutal, and it was all about the special power created by the Great Lord's technique. But at that moment, one variable arose that could not be foreseen. In the midst of the clash between the 4 greats, someone suddenly burst in. He called himself the Poison Demon, and was the one who poisoned Theo and Walter. Not long before, something happened in the Heavenly Demon Cult's dungeon. The man wonders where he is, because he thought that they would simply cure his hand. It was moonlight, and he thinks that his grandfather made a deal with the cult. The guy is surprised to see the approaching one, and hear his voice. Maya asks if he is a child who wants to heal his hand. Having remembered the name of her interlocutor, she says that she is pleased to meet him, and introduces herself. The guy is surprised to hear who she is, saying he didn't think she was so young. Maya assures Moonlight that she will take good care of him, and he clarifies that it turns out that the guy seriously offended the one who did this to him. The guy thinks that he was offended, and, in addition, that what rightfully belonged to him was taken away. Meanwhile, Maya suggests simply cutting off the mutilated arm, saying that it will make him much stronger. She will be able to fix everything. The guy gets scared and asks if there is another way, and the woman replies that the hand can be returned during training in demonic arts. The idea is dubious, but it gives hope, and Moonlight elaborates. Maya confirms the question, but says that it is not about any demonic art. but about the specific one called Immortal Demonic Art, granting powerful regeneration that will heal not only the hand, but even the head. But not everyone can learn this, so the pay must be appropriate. Moonlight asks what he should do, and Maya asks the boy to disown the tailors. The interlocutor says that he has already left his family behind, but the woman is not talking about that. It is necessary to cut off all ties, including father and grandfather, so that no one could influence the will of the one using this martial art. But the woman can send him back to his family right now. The choice is Moonlight's, and Maya hurries, asking the guy what he's going to do anyway. He asks again if this will really be all that is needed, thinking about it for a very long time, but now he sees an opportunity before him. And Moonlight says that she will gladly renounce not only her family, but also her closest relatives. A hiss of pain comes from one of the tents. Moonlight notices that the energy put into Theo's attack is preventing him from fully recovering. And if he doesn't take the pill, the hellish pain will drive him crazy, destroying his mind. The guy is upset that he couldn't do more than poison Theo and Walter. He's going to get stronger until he kills Eben, wanting to master his art and repay his enemy for the humiliation he brought upon him. And he remembers the words of congratulations on the complete restoration of his hand. The guy then thought that he didn't even know such a martial art existed. And he says out loud that it's all thanks to Maya's efforts, and then asks why he's chained. The woman veiledly says that something needs to be corrected in him. The real power of the immortal demonic art is that it does not worry about side effects. The point is to modify the body to overcome its limitations. But there is no point in thinking about following in the footsteps of the immortal demon. He was killed. Moonlight is puzzled, remembering the words that even the head can be restored. And Maya clarifies that this art is based on the control of demonic energy. Therefore, it is useless against the head of the cult that dominates her. The guy asks what exactly the woman plans to do with him. She starts from afar again, saying that the guy is now only at the 3rd level of mastery. Seeing a familiar object, Moonlight asks what Maya is going to do with it, and she replies that she is going to modify the guy. The fastest way to do this is a fatal wound. The woman is a reminder of what the tailors call the Lord of Poisons, about a state in which just one breath or a drop of blood can kill dozens. The woman confesses that from now on she will feed the guy poison. But there is nothing to worry about. Even if there is a feeling, he will not really die. Being in a continuous state of poisoning and regeneration, the body will be modified. And this will continue until Moonlight becomes the immortal master of poison. Unable to contain the urge any longer, Moonlight spews the contents of her stomach out, analyzing. It looks like his body hasn't fully adapted to the poison yet, which is alarming. Every time he spills poisonous blood, the guy's insides turn over. It's hard to get used to it. They approach Mr. Poison Master and he asks what is going on. He is shown captured members of the United Sect and the Kunya School, and they ask what to do with them. Moonlight thoughtfully repeats the words about being captured, and he notices that the United Sect and the Kunya School are doomed to perish. The captives have nowhere to return to. Therefore, it is better to kill them. There is no need to leave hope for those who oppose the cult. Pictures flash before my eyes, and a loud voice thunders in my ears like an alarm. The man tells his allies to run without stopping, because if they are caught, everything will end. And the pursuers don't lag behind. The bailiff is like a bath leaf, so they can be caught soon. Harry thinks with annoyance that the Poison Master has dramatically turned the tide of the battle, and the messenger would do better to hurry. But he notices something. Namely, the person standing in front, wondering whether he is an enemy or a friend. But the silhouette disappears from sight as quickly as it appeared. Harry is asked fearfully why he is slowing down. After all, the enemies are already right on their tail. There is a selfless person who is going to buy a little time. And while Harry is digesting the sacrifice of his adopted brother, a familiar voice is heard very close by, greeting him and causing amazement, but abruptly rushes past, hurrying in the opposite direction, towards the pursuers, and only one of them manages to sense the approach of something alien from ahead. And Harry turned his head in the direction of the enemy's warning cry. The guy's eyes widen even more as he mentally gasps and breathes out in relief, having time to think about the fact that the proceeds had finally arrived to them. Eben turns his head halfway to ask how they are. Theo and Walter are in bad shape, so we need to act immediately. Luckily, Eben's level should be enough to deal with the poisoning. Harry cries, saying that it was a great success, because the young leader himself came to their aid. And the guy asks to hold off the enemies until he finishes. Harry curses in annoyance, realizing that these were the ones who led the pursuit team, one of which turns out to be Soda Garden, the left arm of the Heavenly Demon cult. The second one is called Jerome Eliu, and he is the right hand of the cult of Heavenly Demons. Eben recalls that these people were supreme demonic masters from a demonic sect. And the guy asks to buy him some time, because it takes half a minute to remove the poisons. Soda is surprised, but the next moment he realizes that Eben is from the Taylor family. But he grins, asking if they really think they will even be given that time. And he touches his weapon with his hand, already charged with energy, charging it as well. And he rushes into battle, growling angrily that he will kill them all right here. Harry encourages his comrades, offering them to win these measly 30 seconds. Eben says that in that case, he relies on support, and he calls the name of Master Una, who immediately appears nearby. Something hits the ground in front of Harry and his comrades, separating them from their enemies. And then a strong male voice repeats the words about 30 seconds. blocking the swords of his ill-wishers, and saying that it was not much for him. And the great respected master promises to hold on with all his might. At headquarters, they ask the interlocutor whether he will not send troops to help. Eben confirms this, because otherwise you can create favorable conditions for the enemy. He asks those present to think about this for at least a minute as he asks the question. The messenger asks with tears in his eyes, so they will just be abandoned like that. Eben denies it, because the loss would mean a serious blow, both moral and practical. It is for this reason that he himself will go there with a special squad. And while he is gone, Eben entrusts control of the troops to the military commander Charka. The man notes that the morale of the fighters will drop if the leader leaves the front line. And Eben says that this is the best way to sort everything out without splitting the army. In addition, he will be able to detoxify. The Lord has offered to take the old man with him, to prepare for unexpected attacks during the poison removal process. Doesn't just block enemy attacks with his technique, he can also deliver them. And because of the diamond coating, they come out many times superior to ordinary ones. A simple push is enough, the success of which depends on the distribution of force. The opponents get to their feet, realizing that this is the very same famous technique. Soda notes that this is precisely what is worthy of the title of great respected master. After all, such a reputation does not arise out of thin air. The right hand notices that this is not all. The opponents have gained fighting spirit and are holding their positions, doing it as if they truly believed that the young leader would carry out the extraction. And they don't just believe, they are confident that this is how it will be. The right hand tells the left that they need to break through the diamond body first. The interlocutor chuckles, assuming out loud that his colleague is going to use that very technique. And asks if they really think he'll let them pull tricks like that. Meanwhile, the opponents activate the Hell Demon's fire palm. The man rushing forward stops abruptly, not wanting to get caught in the action. But it is too late. The technology has captured the surrounding space along a sufficient perimeter. Soda shouts, offering the monk to attack with anything and threatening to burn the entire earth to its very foundations. He remains extremely calm on the outside, but a hurricane is rising inside him. Eben managed to successfully absorb the poison using the appropriate technique, but due to prolonged exposure, the men's circulatory systems are severely damaged. It was especially hard for Theo. He will have to undergo a long treatment before going out onto the battlefield. But it is understandable, because Eben clearly feels the energy of one of the 10 poisons. The guy becomes more convinced that the elders are the traitors. He wonders who the poison demon is, since he heard that even his blood was poisonous. Eben guesses that the elders conspired with the enemy to create the creature. He has a bad feeling about this and wants to join Unu as soon as possible. But suddenly he feels an ominous aura and raises his head in surprise to determine the source. The monk is stunned, puzzled, and frightened, as he runs through obsessive thoughts in his head. He does not understand where such fierce energy could come from, as if it belonged not to a man, but to a monster. Jerome exclaims with delight the name of his sword, called the Sword of the Dark Evil Demon God. He processed the demonic energy, allowing the evil demon to inhabit the sword itself. And I am sure that the diamond body will not be able to resist the power of the evil god. Soda laughs ominously as he releases the hell demonic earth prison flame palm. Following this is the explosive demonic flame of the burning void. The diamond body still holds up, but himself understands that with such attacks it won't last forever. And the enemy doesn't give him a head start, transforming his demonic energy into the next technique, which is called the opening of the evil demon god's dark sinister sword. Even Eben is uneasy about this palpable, almost physically unpleasant sticky aura. And in parallel with his warning, a severed diamond hand flies into the air. Not much time has passed since the restoration of blood circulation. If we let go now, the survival of these two will be in question. Meanwhile, everyone is fighting, entrusting all their lives to Eben, and the next moment the Lord of the Union is asked to focus on treatment. Un says he can hold out to save Theo and Walter. The opponents mock the monk's self-sacrifice and the loss of his arm, saying that she is just the beginning. His entire body will be torn apart and burned. The snake emerges from the defense, wondering what this energy is. He knows what's going on, but he's surprised because Jerome isn't a spiritual mentor. Then it is unclear how such enormous energy can come out of his sword. Harry wonders if time has always felt so long. And it doesn't look like the number of their opponents is decreasing. Un is holding on with one arm missing, but even someone like him has his limits. Everyone is exhausted after a night of running, and Harry himself does not have the strength to hold the sword properly. He wonders how much time has passed, but knows he can't give up. Although it is not known whether they will be able to hold out for these measly seconds. And then Eben appears next to him, asking him to step back. Now he will take care of everything himself. Tears well up in Harry's eyes as he thinks about the masters being gone, but they reassure him, saying that contrary to expectations, they quickly managed to remove the poison. And all this is thanks to the efforts of comrades in holding the line. So now Eben himself will be able to finish everything. Meanwhile, Un continues to hold out, causing discontent among the enemy. It's hard to believe that you can hold on for so long after losing your arm. And Jerome threatens, saying that after the monk's death, nothing will remain of his faction. His plans are disrupted by a sudden outburst, causing even more outrage. And each of their subordinates suffers a very unenviable fate. Suda asks if there was a swordsman of that caliber among them, hearing a warning to be on guard. The person who came up apologizes to the master, hoping that he is not too late. Un answers in the negative, asking if the poison is finished being removed. Eben confirms these words, saying that it's all thanks to the interlocutor. Un smiles, expressing relief that their resistance was worth it. Eben thinks, involuntarily plunging into one of the memories. Un then intended to atone for what he had said earlier by clearing out the demonic sect. And now a man with such virtue lost his arm even before the main battle. Eben notices that the energy of the hands is noticeably weaker than Un's, which means that something forbidden was involved. But the guy is afraid of making a mistake, and he swore not to make mistakes again. And he says that this loss is great, Soda asks again, not understanding. And the guy begins to explain, saying what is needed in order to return the master's hand, considering that killing 2 hands would not be nearly enough. And at that very moment, Eben bursts forward, moving towards his target in a zigzag pattern. Soda doesn't believe what's happening, screaming and calling himself the pinnacle of demonic power. She is echoed by Jerome, who didn't even think that the opponents would have such a master. But they don't understand who this guy even is. And the gentlemen of the hands recoil in fear to the sides, barely managing to escape the attack. Soda mentally notes that normal techniques don't work against Eben, and decides to use the demonic hellfire blooming technique. Jerome asks the left hand in fear if it is really going to destroy everything. And Eben has an idea of what will happen when this attack hits the ground, believing that then everything around will be destroyed. But the guy can't allow this, so he uses a sword technique, which is called the piercing thrust, directing energy forward in a column. And it works, causing Jerome to look surprised and think cowardly, traitorous thoughts. And Soda, with his dying brain, finishes his last thought. The right hand asks the opponent, stuttering, who he even is, thinking that he might be a gift that comes along once in a millennium. Eben says it's stupid to tell a dying man, but he'll make an exception. And he says that he is the young head of the tailors and the ruler of the Union of Righteous Heavens. And Jerome realizes that before him is the dark dragon of the poison blade. And this is his very last thought. Eben asks Un how his hand is, and the man says it's fine. He laughs, saying that it would be almost worth giving up his hand for the death of Rook. Eben thinks he should have been more careful, but Un disagrees. He asks the guy not to blame himself so much because something else is important now. Eben was able to save 2 lives, and Un's determination was not weakened by the loss of his arm. The guy says that the words of the interlocutor are encouraging, thinking that they are lucky. Una is tense with an ominous energy that has not yet died down. Eben doesn't like it either, because it means the lust for murder still oozes. Un believes that they will have to dispel this energy before they continue on their way, saying that his energy is capable of purifying this kind of pollution. And Un asks his interlocutor to come to him and finish everything as quickly as possible. The snake asks to stop the old man before he is struck by poisoned energy. After all, it comes not from the corpse, but from the sword. But it is too late. Un throws his head up in shock, amazed by the sight before him. And the next moment he feels a touch on his shoulder and a push, pushing the old man away. Eben rushes forward with abandon, parrying the energy attack. And Una asks how he is. He thanks the Lord of the Union for saving him. The guy turns sharply to his opponent, starting to analyze. Eben filled it with his powerful energy and struck after blocking, but in vain. Un suggests, knowing what this strong resistance is called. But the next somersault of demonic energy causes bewilderment. Even Eben is amazed by the unknown metamorphosis, wondering. But soon they both realize that the energy is taking shape. The snake says he couldn't believe it, but now it's all obvious. An evil spirit materialized in front of them, but he is no ordinary one. Usually spirits are born from one grievance, but this one has hundreds or even thousands of them. The creature says that, in addition to Eben or the guest, familiars are kept by the spellcasters of Oz. Although they are forbidden to create evil spirits, sometimes the prohibitions are broken. And Eben understands that in the demonic sect there is someone from the hereditary spellcasters. Without hesitation, breaking prohibitions and using prohibited methods, the evil spirit moves forward slowly at first, hissing something quietly, and then it bursts into a loud, piercing and drawn-out sound. And suddenly he jumps on Eben. Fortunately, he manages to dodge. The guy squeezes the blade in his hand tighter, activating the technique, which spreads along the perimeter with faithful rays of sharp threads. But as expected, the guy doesn't feel like the spirit is getting cut. It also ignores physical damage received, but still deals damage. The serpent says that this is natural, because the spirit is the embodiment of thoughts, and the creature offers to let him deal with it. Eben asks if he can, to which he receives an exhaustive answer. After all, the snake is an evil spirit that has lived for more than 1,000 years. The enemy stops because of a sudden fog. Harry and Un don't understand why it started so suddenly. Visibility is getting worse. The same applies to the evil spirit, whose gaze becomes questioning. Eben asks his familiar to finish this quickly, because there are a lot of extra eyes here. The snake accepts the condition and quickly but silently rushes forward. And a moment later he appears threateningly before his fellow spirit. The snake praises the newborn's level, calling it impressive. After all, he was able to surpass the level of the average spirit, and yet he is not his equal, so he will become fodder for the force. The newborn does not have time to do anything before disappearing into the snake's mouth. Un asks the Lord if he is hurt. He replies that everything is fine. Harry thinks the fog was Eben's energy technique, but he answers evasively. Un wonders what it was, because he has never seen such a terrifying creature. Eben says that maybe she wasn't the only one, so he asks, "Take responsibility for your subordinates and return first." The man hesitantly asks if the leader is going to go into the enemy's lair alone. He replies that the creature they saw is immune to physical attacks. Even he himself had to use energy technique instead of a sword, and he shares his thoughts about the fact that such spirits are created in a demonic sect. It is also worth assuming that the troops of the demonic sect are still intact, and mentally adds that they have not yet identified the identity of the poison demon. Eben believes that there is a gap in the enemy's main battle line, and they have the opportunity to deal the final blow to the demonic cult. Un gently cuts off Harry's objections, saying that a ruler is a ruler to lead, and he asks Eben to be as careful as possible. He agrees, promising to return, and he disappears, causing surprise among those present, and laughter from Una, who knew perfectly well that he would not listen. That's why he said so. But, although he looks serene, worries do not leave the man's mind, and yet Un calls on himself to hope and believe in the Lord of the Union, who is right now in a hurry to get to the target as quickly as possible and save everyone. The Heavenly Demon Cult headquarters reports the arrival of the poison demon, and just as he barely manages to appear, a familiar voice overtakes him. Congratulating her on her success on the battlefield, Moonlight respectfully greets Maya, and she notices that he is finally beginning to resemble a true follower of demonic teachings. The woman said that the head of the poisonous masters was proud when he heard about this, and the guy looking away remembers what happened a few days ago. Maya introduced Moonlight to the head of the poison masters of the Puffer family. The guy greets his interlocutor, but he is interrupted, told that he is doing it wrong. Now his last name is not Taylor, but Puffer. The head is going to adopt him. Moonlight agrees, forcing herself to call the man father, who laughs, pleased. And now the guy thanks the head for accepting someone as inferior as he is. The woman finds the answer boring, but changes the subject by asking about the reward. As for what exactly the guy wants to get, he answers that he liked the Kunyak technique, and next time he would like to join the pursuit team. Maya says Moonlight's choice is not bad, but it's boring. And he suggests asking for something else, because there are a lot of divine techniques. The woman offers the Blood Demon Reverse technique as an example. Moonlight heard about it. It can increase the user's strength many times for a short time. The guy notes that this technique is dangerous, and Maya says that it is not for him. The woman suggests thinking about it, because the combination of techniques will be worth the candle. What she really thinks is that she is curious to see the end result of the opposite. They approach Chan and say that they have been looking for him for a long time. He says that he came up here to double-check the formation of the troops. Thanks to the organization, more than 2,000 people will be able to move forward so soon. The interlocutor wonders whether the Lord of the Union and Un have arrived yet. Chan pauses, hoping they're not too late. If Theo and Walter are cured, the Union will have 6 Ascended Masters. Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord has 6 Extreme Demonic Masters. So if you maintain your fighting power, the pressure will be greatly reduced. But first, it is necessary to simply keep the Demon Lord in check, preserving his strength. Only Chan Charka didn't know one thing about what would happen before he was reunited with Eben. Not only will it be a significant amount of time, but he will return after doing something mind-blowing. Moonlight is praised for his contribution in helping the hands. The man says that such help should be rewarded accordingly, and with a grin he asks the man standing opposite what he wants. Moonlight notes that this is his first audience with the leader, but it is different from what he expected. And the guy says he wants the original version of the reverse blood demon technique. The head is surprised by such a request, but he maintains an outward calm, slowly repeating the words of the interlocutor in a questioning form, and as if savoring them. The man changes position, and then again and again lying down on the seat like a cat, and repeating the words of his subordinate once more. It is noticeable that he is thinking deeply about something, and then he assumes that this is not a coincidence, and that Maya told the guy everything, saying exactly what the woman had once said to Moonlight. The man believes that it is precisely this mischief that is Maya's charm. But he says that the technique the guy is asking for doesn't actually exist. There is a technique that uses acupuncture points and releases hidden power. If you take the risk of using all of them and releasing the energy, that will be the original technique. The guy tries to object but stops short, noticing something that terrifies him. He cannot move his body no matter how hard he tries. Moonlight assumes that this is the same technique that Maya mentioned. The man says with a grin that he decided it would be faster this way. Understanding what his interlocutor is talking about, the guy casts a frightened glance at his hand, and a moment later his entire body is under pressure. The leader says that he slightly overloaded Moonlight's demonic energy. The Heavenly Demon technique has the ability to control demonic energy. There was only one person who was able to escape the control, and that was the immortal demon. He was forced into a state of rage, but it had no effect on his body. The guy asks with difficulty what happened to him then. He heard that he was killed. The interlocutor agrees, remembering that he did not explain it properly. And he explains now, saying that the demon self-destructed, unable to cope with regeneration. The man explains in more detail how to obtain the original version of the required equipment. But you won't be able to open all the points on your own. You'll need to repeat the fate of the immortal. But for someone who has not yet mastered his techniques, this can only hasten his demise. Moonlight has no intention of backing down, still hell-bent on revenge against Eben. And for this, the guy is ready to risk his life at least 100 times. and he asks to teach him the original blood demon reverse technique. The man thinks there is something he finds strange. For some unknown reason, the Dark Lord's troops no longer advance forward. Chan speculates that he may have been injured in his fight with the Sword King. They distract him from his thoughts by saying that they have come with urgent news. James says there's news that the Dark Lord has moved. The interlocutor cannot contain his amazement, because he had just been wondering about the reasons for the lull. The destination of the Dark Forces turned out to be the Order of Monks, of which Un is a member. One of the brothers asks how they dare to intrude so far. Do they really think that they can survive and leave this place unpunished? The opponent asks if he really thinks so. The man is perplexed. And Chaz says that their emperor prioritizes practicality over worship. The monk is at a loss, not quite understanding what this man wants to say, and he, by waving his sword only once, performs repentance, arrogantly remarking that no one would come to the aid of a bunch of pathetic monks, although he believes that even if they did come, it would be useless. And he promises that today, not one of the monks will live to see the evening moon. The comrades perceive these words as an order and accept it for execution. Chan is furious when he realizes that the monk's order has been abandoned, and he asks Master James to gather troops immediately. They are obliged to go to help. A male voice from behind says that it won't work. Chad asks the Sword Saint, Chad of Sleep, why he is here, and he ignores the question with his own, asking whether Charka was the Union's strategist and repeating that it was impossible to send troops. Chad himself doesn't want this, but it's not only the Demon Lord who is moving. Demonic forces have also begun to move in the Silk Province. One of the 3 demon families announced a ceremony to leave for the Great War. While pouring tea, Clover talks about the Great War between the righteous and demonic sects, adding that Malik had been waiting for this day, believing that he had a lot to achieve. The Great War must determine the successor among the 3 young heads of the demonic sects. Clover believes that their son is the best fit to succeed him, and Rock asks if it is not enough that he is the ruler's right hand. Clover asks if worrying isn't just normal for a mother. Rock replies that if the expedition succeeds, the guy's position will be strengthened even more. Clover clarifies how successful this will be, and he is amazed to hear in response about the destruction of the righteous sects in Soma. Rock also speaks of the destruction of the sects of Tsvetogori and on Cherry Mountain. The cult of the demons of heavenly radiance attacked the monks of the order, and the imperial court announced that it would not interfere in the affairs of martial arts. Thus, the world of martial arts once again began to approach chaos. Chan thinks in disbelief that all this happened in just one day, and mentally he turns to the Lord of the Union, asking him to return quickly. After all, the entire organization desperately needs its leader. Crossing the plain, Eben is amazed to see such a barren land for the first time. The snake suggests that this land is called Abandoned and Dead. Once upon a time, a creature with an invisible guest destroyed an evil dragon here. There are dragons that control the energies of the 5 elements. The Azure Dragon controlled lightning. The other evil ones controlled other elements. The dragon that lived here possessed the energy of the earth, so the serpent absorbed part of it. To stop this, the monks created a circle that redirected the energy to another place. Eben asks if the dragon is destroyed, why keep the magic? The snake replies that he doesn't know for sure. One person was against removing the seal, saying that it would threaten the survival of ordinary people. He could create a magic circle on his own, so no one objected. He followed a different path from the traditional monastic one. Instead of strengthening his power through magic, he used spirits and ghosts. The snake asks the owner to be careful, and he is surprised, clarifying. But the creature says that it is not worried about him, but about itself, because their souls are connected. This makes sense, and Eben asks how big this desert is. After all, it seems simply endless. The leader warns Moonlight not to go more than 3 steps away from him. He tenses up, thinking that they've been searching for the blood demon reverse technique for hours now. And at first they walked along the edge of the desert. But at some point the landscape changed, and now the guy doesn't even understand where they are. He suggests that this could also be part of the magical barrier. Meanwhile, the companion reluctantly announces that they have arrived. Moonlight can't help but be taken aback by the grandeur of these gates, his eyes widening in awe. The guy is surprised that there is something like this in the very center of the desert, and the head skeptically notes that it is too early to be truly surprised. Attaching the talisman to the junction of the gates, the man commands them to open. At the very bottom of the crack, a flame flares up and quickly rushes upward. When the gates start to open, the guy gets even more lost than before. After all, there is a completely different space behind the gates. Although Moonlight knows many plants, she sees some of them for the first time now. And the head of the cult says that this is his training hall, which was created centuries ago. These gates can only be opened by blood descendants of the creator of the hall. Here, no one and nothing can interfere with Moonlight's training. Bending one knee, the boy respectfully expresses gratitude to his teacher. He ignores this impulse and, turning to the invisible interlocutor, asks him to show himself. When something rises out of the ground several meters in front of them, Moonlight becomes scared, and the man greets the creature named Lun Fry with satisfaction. He bows respectfully, saying that he has come at the call of the teacher. Moonlight tries to figure out if it's a deer mask or something else. Loon accepts the order to help the stranger with training. The man tells Moonlight that Loon will help him in everything, and asks one last time if the guy has changed his mind. Moonlight answers negatively and says that everything is the same, unchanged. The cult leader agrees, and the next moment activates the heavenly demon technique, and uses its branch called immersion into darkness. Moonlight notes that this pain is incomparable to what he felt before, and the next moment the first confirmation of this occurs on the physical level. The rest follow mercilessly, piercing the body with unbearable hellish torments, knocking out screams and forcing them to writhe in agony under the mocking gaze of the ruler. Who says if the immortal demon could handle it, Moonlight can too. And the man places the talisman on the space, ordering the gates to close. Eben asks what it is, and Snake realizes they have found what they need. After all, in front of them is the reverse dragon barrier, Earth. A huge magic circle created to destroy the Earth Dragon. Eben notices that there is something alien underneath this magic. The snake confirms this, saying that there are at least thousands of spirits and ghosts here. The creature assumes that this is another trick of the rebellious sky. They do not disdain any methods if it helps to increase strength. Eben considers what might happen, and that it would be better to deal with this first. But if these spirits are the same as that one, it won't be easy to deal with him. But the snake, on the contrary, is happy about the potential grand feast and the increase in his level, and he begins to speak, but Eben anticipates his thoughts, allowing, and arguing this by the fact that he is not an expert on spirits, unlike him. The snake is surprised, because he did not expect that the owner would be able to allow him to do this so easily. And he adds that before the battle with the demonic cult he needs to rest a little. Eben allows the familiar to use its true form, but asks it to return quickly. The snake immediately accepts it, towering over its owner tens of times, and speaks. To the north, on the edge of the desert, there is a village. Eben says nothing, but nods silently, taking the words into account, and his familiar immediately goes underground, drenching its owner with a gust of sand and wind. The protective marks, held together by a web-like structure, sway as if alive. The phantom ear picks up a foreign sound, which makes its owner wonder. What is this? And what is this strong energy moving towards them? But it is absolutely clear that it does not belong to the owner. This aura belongs to someone who looks like a ghost. This is the aura of the intruder. The guardian of the reverse dragon barrier, Earth, turns his head towards the sound, thinking that no matter who he is, every violator will be destroyed. The snake is surprised that there is a forest under the desert, making an assumption that all this was enclosed in a formation. And then he sees a strange hole, in which one can feel a huge amount of energy, which can be a receptacle for spirits. The snake smirks, realizing that if he absorbs them, he will become much stronger. But his eyes widen when he senses someone approaching quickly. When the guard jumps out of the pit, the serpent is already ready for his appearance. And although the powerful clawed paw does not press into the ground, the flow of energy spreads far. The guard asks the uninvited guest how he dared to come here, and he doesn't know how the creature found out about this, but he says that he eliminates the violators. The serpent could not have expected this. His opponent hid his energy too well. And while the snake is pondering the magnitude of the enemy's strength, he speaks again, saying that the creature's face seemed very familiar to him. And when he names his opponent, he is surprised and asks how he knows it. The guardian says he saw the serpent when its master was still active, and he is amazed that the serpent is still alive after the death of the invisible guest. Hearing his interlocutor call him a tool, the creature becomes irritated, and wrapping himself around the guard's neck, he calls such words the highest level of impudence, and calls the guardian an impudent low-level guard. As Eben approaches the village, he is convinced that the serpent was telling the truth. But the guy himself didn't think that there could be settlements right next to the desert. Eben is glad that he managed to find a place to rest, even if it is modest. He thinks that sooner or later he will have to face the evil spirits, and about the entities mentioned, which are hidden malice and hatred. He is distracted from his thoughts by a voice informing him that food has been served. The guy reminds him that he asked not to disturb his concentration. The old man apologizes. Saying that he forgot, Eben sighs heavily, asking him to just leave the food and go. And the interlocutor assumes that the guy might need someone. But noticing his angry look, she gasps and takes her words back. Eben suggests that he might have been mistaken for a noble son of some demonic cult, because all the residents bow their heads and watch him with concern. The guy doesn't see the point in opening up, so he just tries to ignore this behavior. But they don't even give him a chance to think, asking again if he's here. Eben asks with displeasure what brought his interlocutor to him this time. And seeing his strange look, he asks who he is. The man says that as soon as he saw Eben, he immediately understood what kind of family he came from. The guy's anger changes, surprisingly, because he couldn't even imagine something like this. This man, Charlton, was once a martial arts master of the demon sect. And one day, his absence was taken advantage of to abuse his wife. She committed suicide, and Charlton avenged the death of his beloved, and he was put on the wanted list. The man says he has a little daughter, but he couldn't take her with him. Eben says he doesn't know where he worked, but the demonic sects no longer exist. Like the Black Lotus organization, Charlton is stunned by this information. Asking who defeated them, Eben honestly admits that it was him. But that's just imagination. You can't say that because it will cause a stir. And then he says that according to rumors, it was done by one of the masters of the righteous sects. The man thanks the guy for such good news. Now he will be able to return for his daughter. Eben asks why people are so fawning on him. They are obviously poor. And the interlocutor suggests that the matter may be in the sacred pills. in a medicine that is rumored to be able to rid a person of all worries. The problem is that these pills are very addictive. Eben could be mistaken for a cultist and be pandered to in order to get more pills. The guy is upset by the fact that drugs are being sold among ordinary people. Eben asks what the sound is, at the same time as the other person speaks, knowing what is best to do if you want to continue pretending to be a sectarian. The village alarm bell sounds, warning of the fate that has befallen the village. Such loud sounds always carry news of an attack by bandits. Eben finds this coincidence suspicious, since he only just arrived here. And nearby, a worried voice is heard asking if the gentleman is inside. An old man they know says that about 50 bandits are moving towards them. Seeing Charlton, he asks in surprise what the man is doing here. Eben defends his fellow countryman, saying that he invited him himself, and asks about the bandits. The old man confirms their approach and says that it is better to take refuge in a shelter. Eben is irritated, asking if the old man really thinks he is one of those who hide. The old man gets even more agitated, denying, and his unfinished words hang in the air. Eben, with a disdainful look, orders them all to be brought to him immediately. They meet on neutral territory. Eben already has a plan. One of the bandits notices that the people in the center do not live in this village. He asks where they are from and what they are doing here. Eben remembers Charlton's words, who advised to introduce himself as a member of the poison doctors if he had to fight. This family is in a demonic sect that studies poisons and medicines, so they won't be able to catch him lying. And now Eben repeats exactly the words of his new acquaintance. And his interlocutor is surprised by the presence of such a noble person in such a place. The bandit asks to show Eben the poison pill that the cult members carry with them. And while the guy is getting it out, he thinks about how he will hit the jackpot if he takes him hostage. But while he is thinking, strange sounds are heard behind him, and the bandit turns around to look at them. Seeing the strange picture, the surprise on his face turns into deep amazement. He didn't even understand what happened, and Eben says only one word, funny. He just wanted to rest, but then he was disturbed, and now bandits have appeared. The guy asks who saw him there, causing horror in his opponent, and asking him to answer if he doesn't want to feel his guts being torn apart. Although Charlton did not see who killed the bandits, he assumes that it was Eben. He is impressed by him, and the bandit begins to say that he did not intend to go far. The thought flashes through Eben's mind that this man might be hiding power, but she disappears when he quickly dismounts and asks the young master for mercy. The man says that the guy is right and they really were sent, and the one who hired them was none other than the village elder himself. People around begin to whisper, amazed by the elder's actions. And he suddenly starts shouting, asking how he could do this to his fellow villagers. The bandit reminds the old man of the words about the naive philosopher with wealth and relics, and he admits that he is in a close and long-standing relationship with this headman, who passes on information to the bandits about traders and passing merchants, and they rob them, dividing the spoils, the use of which could free the village from need. The bandit suggests inspecting the headman's house in case of disbelief. That's where the loot is located. The old man angrily shouts out the bandit's name, calling him York Braz and reproaching him. But the elder is interrupted, asked if the bandit's words are true. It hurts people to realize that, knowing about the situation in the village, the old man did such things, and they begin to accuse the old man of deception and murder of the young guards. Surrounded by accusatory looks and words, the old man says it is a mistake, and Eben, not wanting to hear anything more, moves on to direct action. The elder says that there was no other way to survive in this deserted land. Eben asks him if he is not ashamed, and the robber understands everything. This is precisely why his subordinates died, unable to cope with such speed. But he doesn't remember the poison master's family using such an effect. The man understands what kind of family the guy is from and begins to say it. But before he can put the words into speech, oblivion overtakes him. As the former bandit's body falls to the ground, Eben speaks up, noting that this man turned out to be attentive despite his appearance. The great demon, Mantra, licks his lips after devouring the last of his meal. But an unenviable fate befalls him along with the blow of a powerful hoof. Kelpie, being also a higher demon, does not want to allow another to become stronger. She wonders if the serpent was so strong that he was able to defeat Sverog. And just as the creature is thinking about swallowing the toad, he is interrupted. Hunter, another high one, stops Kelpie, saying that it is his prey. He tells his interlocutor to let go of this toad and move away. Then her death will be quick, but Kelpie resists, provoking the cat. A voice nearby speaks to both of them, calling them worthless. And the next moment the earth opens up, releasing something from its depths along with the stones. Even greater and more powerful than Kelpie and Hunter is Thanatos. Tiger understands their difference in strength, he is not stupid, and is amazed that Thanatos was also sealed. This creature of immeasurable power was born from the fear of the bottomless depths of the ocean. Even with the combined efforts of watercraft masters, he could only be captured. Therefore, the first head was forced to seal him in the very center of the abyss. Thanatos rejoices that the waiting time is over and he can get out of here. He intends to destroy everyone who put a seal on him. Each of those present begins to feel a terrifying pressure, because of which they cannot even move. And from the hole located on the surface of the serene formation, a splash suddenly bursts out. The echo of the creature's scream caused the layer to split, revealing the sky through the crack. The tiger hopes to slip past this creature and the serpent by some miracle, but Kelpie asks to look around. By absorbing these stray souls, you can greatly increase your strength. Kelpie suggests that they split the spoils and run away together rather than fight each other. Hunter doesn't like it. He says it openly, but eventually agrees. So they enter into a temporary alliance, and Thanatos discreetly praises the power of the serpent, and he clarifies whether he killed Svarog, considering him worthy of devouring such a creature. Thanatos is about to swallow the serpent and escape to the surface, but they both stop when they hear a sound coming from the sky. The battle for power between the demons did not stop even after Thanatos left, but some higher demons noticed the changes that had occurred in the sky. Hunter can't believe what he sees, but everything is as clear as daylight. The dragon seal that kept them in this place was broken. Even Thanatos couldn't believe it, because the magic was too powerful. Although this cannot be, the creature admits the thought that he is still alive. And right now, this person may be heading straight to this place. The one who sealed Thanatos is the leader of Yule, but it is really impossible. And contrary to the creature's expectations, it was not the head of Yule who appeared in the split in the sky, and the young head of the Taylor family, the dark dragon of the poison blade. And he asks his lazy snake if he hasn't finished yet. Thanatos doesn't understand what's going on, and how this man was able to use spells. After all, he doesn't have the blood of the rebellious Heavens family flowing through his veins. But the magic seal is not restored, and the sky remains open. So there is no need to climb up and break the ceiling. And this guy can be easily dealt with right from the pit, Eben wonders, rhetorically asking what happened to him. But he decides to sort everything out later, and now asks the snake to return. Calling the creature to himself, the guy is glad that it is not wounded. And exhaling heavily, he notices that the snake really likes to create problems. A deep voice comes from the pit, wanting to attract the man's attention. Looking down at Thanatos, Eben raised his eyebrows in confusion, mentally wondering if this huge fish was talking to him. Thanatos speaks again, asking to open the magical seal wider, because it is too cramped for him to get out through this gap. The creature promises not to interfere in Eben's affairs if he does as asked. The guy notes that it is not difficult, but asks what will happen if he refuses. Thanatos says he will regret it, and announces to all demons that the sky has opened. And he continues his loud speech, saying that now they have a chance to escape. The creature offers to destroy this man and get out of here together. Eben notices that this giant is huge, but very small. The guy thinks that there is no point in containing them. There are thousands of creatures. But since everything turned out this way, Eben is not despondent, but on the contrary, is happy. After all, he had a chance to try out a new technique against demons. And snatching his blade, Eben begins to deftly twirl it in his hand. And then he swings, collecting and concentrating streams of energy into the weapon. Even Thanatos begins to feel a pressure of an unknown kind, realizing that its source is the sword, which is the focus of incredible energy. Eben understands that it is not yet time, because it is necessary to strike a precise blow. The guy remembers his mentor's words about how technology affects the spirit. It is based on wave impulses, and was originally created against martial arts, using internal strength and magic to strike entities in the form of energy. Seeing the guy simply throw the sword, Thanatos becomes puzzled. And then he realizes that he has concentrated all his power in it. And at the moment when the sword reaches its first target, Eben comments on the principle out loud. It is necessary to narrow the intervals between the waves and combine them into one stream. And then add sword energy to strengthen the blow. And the end result will be the technique, cutting impulse. Waves of energy not only reach creatures, covering them with their squall. By destroying them, they direct their waves both downwards and upwards, going beyond the barrier that split the sky of the formation, and leaving behind consequences in the form of serious physical injuries. Thanatos cannot believe what is happening, because he was imprisoned in the pit for many years, having spent an incredible amount of effort to get out of the damn trap. While destroying all these demons, Eben does not feel a drop of regret or remorse inside. Later, the boy tries to bring his baby snake to his senses. Nothing works, and Eben decides to use another method. The creature comes to, bewildered, asking why its owner is here, and then he wonders what happened to all the demons below. And he is amazed, finally, to notice thousands of spirits of former brothers floating in the air. The snake cannot believe that while he was unconscious, the owner destroyed everyone, and he asks what happened then that he didn't recognize him. The snake says that he wanted to fight with some guard, but as soon as the fight began, he lost consciousness and apologizes for it. The guy says that the most important thing is that his familiar is safe, and he suggests continuing on his way, but the serpent, stuttering, stops his master. Before leaving, wanting to absorb the remaining energy, Eben interrupts the familiar, saying that he spent all his inner strength to destroy these creatures. They don't have that much time to linger here for extra minutes. The snake makes a cute face, and the guy asks if he is trying to push him. Realizing that the trick is a dead end, the creature offers to teach its owner a secret technique, which is called the Rain of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers. Eben becomes wary, asking how the serpent knows her, and he says that before sealing, the invisible guest gave it to him, having ordered him to share this technique with whoever finds him and to serve him. After all, this is the only way for a creature like the serpent to survive. So the serpent found himself locked in the vessel for more than 1,000 years. Eben notices that he has become his familiar, as his ancestors had predicted. And the snake says that he wanted to arrange an exchange, because he doesn't want to be just a tool. But now he accepts his fate, and Eben asks how long it will take. The snake doesn't believe what he heard, and the guy asks to finally take his true form. The creature says that it will take only a little time, just a measly minute, and it rushes upward, beginning to absorb the energy left behind by the demons. And in the process, he hears the voice of the owner, who feels awkward about his upcoming words. Eben says that his familiar helps him a lot, and he does not consider it a tool. A faint blush appears on the creature's cheeks as it thanks its master, and the next moment, Eben notices that the serpent's scales turn black. This raises astonishment and the question of why this happened. And the serpent, continuing to turn black, descends down, flies up to the owner and gives voice, saying that now he had absorbed everything that was needed, and now there was nothing more for them to do here. Eben asks if it might be better to call the familiar Blackie now, but he retorts, after all, the horns remain the same, and then once again he thanks his owner, saying that he will never forget this act. In the past, the serpent was a demon that absorbed life force and poisoned the soil, but then the invisible guest became its captor, who imprisoned the creature along with the monks, but not among poisonous plants or insects, but among the same demons as him. In a place where hundreds of geniuses languished, creatures were forced to devour each other, to survive and become stronger, and in the end the serpent was the last one standing, and became the true bearer of his name. From that moment on, his nature changed, and people began to call him the blue-horned white serpent. Eben suggests that it is similar to the path of a warrior who reaches the pinnacle of mastery. The snake seems to agree, but there are differences, because demons go against their nature. If you compare it, it is closer to demonic martial art. Eben says he doesn't feel the darkness, and asks if the absorbed power can have that effect. The snake agrees, saying that the more power you absorb, the higher you rise. The creature asks if Eben knows the name of the one who casts away darkness, and it becomes pure and perfect. This is called transcendence. Having reached this stage, the snake also believes that he can break this vicious circle. Eben chuckles thoughtfully and long and remains silent for a while, and then he asks if he can break the connection with his familiar and escape. The snake reminds the boy of his promise, saying that it is not something that is easily destroyed. But even if this is possible, he himself does not intend to break this connection. The snake becomes a baby snake again, inviting its owner to continue on his way. He exhales and reminds his familiar that he was the one who detained them. Eben notices that he is starting to get used to the desert after being in it for so long. The guy senses something is wrong and stops, looking towards the disturbing source. The snake does not share his master's feelings, wondering what happened. Eben looks at the village he stopped at before entering the dragon reverse barrier. He doesn't understand why there is still a sense of human presence here. After all, everyone had to leave her, and a worried familiar man runs out to meet her. Eben asks why he is still here. He replies that it does not matter. What is more important now is what happened to the villagers. The man asks the guy to hurry up so that he can quickly understand what the point is. What he saw made Eben's insides turn upside down. He couldn't even think about something like that. And Charlton adds fuel to the fire by accompanying the horrific picture with his own voice. After Eben left, these people began to fall one after another, choking on foam. And writhing in agony, the young still hold on, but the old people and children are gone. Eben can't believe that everything just happened. There must be a reason. Charlton suggests that withdrawal from the sacred pill is to blame. Before Eben left, he was shown the sacred pill found on the headman. Almost all the inhabitants of this village took this drug. That is, they are already poisoned. And Charlton then asked if Eben could remove this poisoning. And the guy remembers that each of them felt like they had a poisonous aura. However, he himself believed that this was simply a manifestation of the lack of food in the desert. Eben said it wasn't that difficult and asked to gather everyone in one place. But now the guy doesn't understand what's going on, because he removed all the poison using technology. The snake remembers that when trying to neutralize the potions, the consequences are even worse. When they wake up, they realize all the accumulated horror and pain. It will be torment from touch. They will either die, slowly wasting away from the poisoning, or die from the effects of withdrawal. The creator of this potion was truly cruel, but the serpent did not know this, as well as the fact that its owner can make such a face as he does now. And Eben removes the cloth from the face of one of the people, looking into the lifeless eyes for the last time, which he hurries to close, regretfully thinking that he acted out of good intentions. But ultimately, the desire to do good turned into a monstrous death. Eben asks Charlton to go with the survivors to his home to Emir, saying that this person must surely find a way to remove the poisoning. He will help. And not wanting to be left with a reminder of his failure, the guy disappears with lightning speed. Charlton can do nothing but absent-mindedly say his name. Eben remembers the man's words about the poison healer family, wanting to get there as quickly as possible and cut the hell out of these people. At the headquarters of this very family, work is in full swing. One of the alchemists notices that one ingredient is missing and asks to bring it. Another is outraged that the special herb is not being processed properly. The third asks to concentrate because this sacred pill is incredibly valuable. And then the first one to notice the head of the family notifies the others of his arrival. The responsible elder respectfully greets his master, and he praises the group, saying that they worked hard, and asks about the production of pills. The elder says that there are no problems thanks to the master's care. The interlocutor notices that Beetle has become a great flatterer, but he even likes it. The boss thinks that they have been incredibly lucky lately. The demand for pills is growing. The Lord was filled with confidence, and the adopted son showed himself to be simply brilliant. Even though their family is inferior to others in status, this is not so critical. After all, if you continue to accumulate merit, everything will work out, and someday the poison doctors will become the greatest family of the demonic path. Beetle apologizes for being so impertinent, but asks how young Master Moonlight is doing. The head of the family proudly declares that his adopted son is being trained by the ruler himself, and he wonders why Beetle is asking, and he answers evasively, visibly straining, and adding that it had been a long time since he had taken pain-suppressing pills. This drug suppresses pain by blocking the senses. The sacred pill was created on its basis, but the pain-relieving effect is stronger. The chief reflects on the fact that the pills were the key factor in keeping the guy. He is about to urgently discuss this with the master, but hears a strange noise outside, and he asks what it is, and where this vibration came from, whether there really was an earthquake. A man bursts inside, announcing the misfortune that has befallen the family, announcing to everyone that the enemy had penetrated the headquarters. The chief immediately hurries outside, angrily asking who dared to do this, and at the sight of the picture that appeared, the man's eyes widened. He can't believe that all the guards have been destroyed, and an unknown person is speaking. He said that he had been looking for this place for a long time, wanting to see the creators of the sacred pill, and the killers of innocent people, and Eben turns to the head of the poison doctors. He tries to digest what he just heard, and she asks the guy if he really came just to meet him. From Eben's clothes, the man understands that this is the uniform worn in the Union, and he wonders why he is here if he should be in the Central Lands. Eben states that the poison doctors are distributing drugs among the peasants, and he adds that he came here to destroy this rotten family. The head of the poison doctors breathes a sigh of relief, saying that he is disappointed in the topic of conversation, and adding that a native of the Central Lands does not need to worry about such things. Moreover, the lives and deaths of their peasants are in the hands of their master. The man asks why such a worthless person dares to decide their fates. After all, the poison healer family had done no harm to his precious Central Lands. And then the guy reminds his interlocutor about who started the war with Kunya School. And their sect is also trying to impose their faith with the help of sacred pills. Eben isn't going to let this crap spread into the Central Lands either, especially considering the fact that he is the ruler of the Union. And the man realizes that in front of him is the famous dark dragon of the poison blade. Rumors always spread quickly, despite the sometimes enormous distance separating them. The Black Lotus fell at the hands of the dark dragon poison blade, and then this same dragon became the ruler of the new Union of Righteous Sects in North. Some didn't pay much attention to it because the demon lord had begun to act, and at the moment, the head of the poison healer family is perplexed as to why Eben is here. And a guest comes to him. The man asks about the meeting with the right and left hands. Eben pretends to remember, then says they're weaklings, and confessing that he killed each of these people. After all, there is no point in leaving alive the one who came to kill his people. Eben says that's the end of the questions. After all, no matter how a man drags out time, his end has long been predetermined. But at the same time, Eben begins to sense the approach of many auras of demonic energy. The head of the poison doctors notes that the commotion could have caused others to call for reinforcements. The man says that showing up here alone is still okay, but killing the right and left hands is too much. He doesn't believe that it happened. And, attacking, the head of the poison healer family says that this place will become Eben's grave. Looking at the rapidly spreading poisonous haze, the guy thinks, if it is a common poison, then it is not dangerous to him, since poisons do not affect him. However, the substance turns out to be unusual. Eben feels it the next moment. The blade in his hand begins to tremble, instantly seeming very heavy. Eben feels like he never has before, and a worried serpent approaches him with a question. What happened to the owner? And is this all due to the effects of this poisonous pink fog? The creature begins to analyze what is happening, and one unpleasant guess comes to him. The enemy, meanwhile, says that this is a pain-suppressing pill. It is used as a painkiller. And since Eben is a tailor, he should understand that this pill is not poison. It is completely safe for the body and acts as a medicine, but sharpens the senses. The man falls silent, sensing a familiar presence, and announces the arrival of his guests, which is the elite of their Demon of Heaven cult. One of them says that after hearing the noise, they came to help as soon as they could, and asks the head of the poison healer family to leave the rest to them. Eben is surrounded in a tight circle, but as a precaution they do not get too close. The man expresses joy that his friends were able to come despite being busy, just in time, because he detained the offender, who was the ruler of the Union of Righteous Heavens. Those present are puzzled as to why he is here then. Shouldn't he be fighting? And the interlocutor replies that, be that as it may, he will be caught and checked. And he admits that he pumped the guy with a drug that, in his case, leads to problems with emotions. Someone notices that now is the perfect time to attack him, and several people rush at Eben at once with a war cry. Suddenly, a barely noticeable smile touches the guy's lips, which goes unnoticed by his opponents. Their movements come closer as if in slow motion, all due to their heightened senses. Finding this too slow, Eben makes a move. The enemies cannot understand what happened and where the enemy went, but one of them, accidentally glancing up, calls on the others to do the same. Where towering above them, Eben Taylor hovers with a cheeky smile on his face. The head of the poison doctor family is furious, not believing that the boy is able to move, and Eben thinks about the fact that he still doesn't understand whether it's medicine or poison. But now at least one of his techniques is much more powerful than before, and then you can try to test the technique that you only imagined in your thoughts. And he begins his movement, spinning in a furious tornado. One of the opponents is puzzled as to how it is possible to move in the air, and he is overtaken by the deadly needles of this strange guy with devilishly blazing eyes. It uses internal energy to anchor the needles in the air, and then he scatters them, following the flow that his poison eye sees. The opponents are paralyzed with fear, unable to understand how this is even possible, and the very next moment they are overtaken by a terrible technique, leaving no chance for salvation and drowning their enemies in their own screams of horror. The head of the poison doctors wonders if he was the only one who saw all this, and Eben, going down, says that he didn't expect to be given such a fateful chance. The man doesn't understand what this guy means, but he only thinks about it in his head, and Eben, grinning cheekily, announces that the matter has been brought to its logical conclusion. It is a pill that immerses a person in a world devoid of pain. Even the best medicine can become poison, just like this addictive pill. The result that Eben experienced was a sharp clarification of consciousness. In other words, the effect of a stimulant. The guy is amazed by this feeling, and the creator of the pill is amazed, not believing that the effect of the drug has been overcome. Eben has a different time. If someone has failed at something, then now is the time to try. He says he will be the first to overcome the negative effects of the pill. But the opponent also does not want to give up, saying that he cannot die so easily. And although he does not have the permission of the ruler, he also has no other choice. And with a furious cry, the head of the poison doctor family personally removes the restrictions from himself, screaming that he wouldn't let Eben get what he wanted that easily. The guy thinks that he needs to act before the effect of the pill wears off, before the epiphany goes away and may never return. The currents Eben sees are not an illusion, he is sure. They really exist in this world, and the truth is revealed to the guy. These are the movements of his own blade from a past life, upon reaching the highest level of mastery, and he received the name Dragon, and now he is going to fill them with energy. And then, while following the trajectory, countless glares will appear simultaneously, which illuminate everything around with their mesmerizing light. The enemy goes berserk, wondering how the guy could do such a thing without even swinging his sword. But at the same time, his blow had already reached its target, even leaving a few of its prints. And with them, numerous as they were, he destroyed this place, leaving no stone unturned. The snake praises its master, because he managed to destroy an entire family with one move. After this blow, he cannot feel a single sign of life. Eben says there is no point in leaving his enemy alive. The information is no longer needed. However, he senses a powerful aura right ahead, believing that the lord of the demonic sect himself is there. Sprawled discontentedly on his bed, the lord notices that his hands are very late. He thought they would arrive when they sealed the poison demon, but the man knows very well that few are able to resist them, thinking about Una. But the man also remembers that he sealed a powerful demon in Jerome's sword, and he wonders what happened then, but then he is distracted. Suddenly, the Lord no longer senses all the energy that was coming from the poison demon. Maya immediately rushes to him, reporting in an anxious tone that something bad has happened. The man asks the woman to calm down and hide in a safe place, considering that this person, whoever he was almost certainly heading here. And the Lord promises that he will regret that he dared to touch their great sect. Moonlight, meanwhile, continues to writhe in his desperate attempts to subdue the technology. He doesn't understand how much time has passed, but he knows one thing for sure. He still can't adapt to this unbridled demonic energy. Even his regeneration can't cope, and his mind can deteriorate faster than his body. If this continues, Moonlight might become a monster, but he's not going to let that happen. After all, he cannot die until he kills Eben with his own hands. The guy gets up with a firm intention to endure this damn test. Since he will recover anyway, he is ready to accept this pain and turn it into his strength. The only way to get out of this pain is to become a true demon. Since Moonlight is going to kill his relative, he simply needs this power. It's a game of all in, and the guy is ready to endure all the torment just to become stronger. So he explodes a few more times and eventually comes to a conclusion. That now he doesn't feel any pain at all, and even the opposite. Now Moonlight's mind is clear, and he feels completely different. Looking down at his open palm, the guy squeezes it. Feeling that his demonic energy had finally awakened, he had actually succeeded. Moonlight was able to achieve the state of a true demon. The guy turns around half-turn, and he calls the name of his temporary assistant, who doesn't keep him waiting. Politely asking if he was called, the question is rhetorical, so the guy ignores it. Instead, asking how long it had been since he had been training here, the creature obediently replies that 15 days have passed. Moonlight chuckles that it only took him half a month to reach the demonic state, but he intends to continue to get stronger, although some things raise questions. Why did everything change so much? Was it because of the demonic energy in his body? The boy wants to get dressed and go out to meet his teacher. His gaze is attracted by a sound similar to the clap of thunder. Indeed, Moonlight sees thunderclouds for the first time in this place. The guy asks his only interlocutor what's going on, and after a short pause he answers that the master of all demons is descending. Moonlight doesn't quite understand, asking if the teacher will really come here in person. The answer is no. The Lord controls the demons on Earth, but he is not the Supreme Lord. He has many names, but only one can describe his essence, the heavenly demon. Moonlight is surprised, asking if there is another authority on the demon arts. The interlocutor does not answer, and turning to him, the guy sees that he is on his knees. Moonlight finds this quite unusual, as the creature has never bowed like this before. So is the one who is now descending from the heavens really a deity? The guy notices that one feeling intensifies as this creature approaches. His aura is strikingly different from the dark energy of the cult leader, and the next moment a voice reaches his ears, telling him that he holds his head too high. Moonlight doesn't even understand what's happening at first, and the creature, calling itself the highest of demons, says what Moonlight must do. He who has known darkness and stands before him must bow his head. Moonlight doesn't feel pain because of his immortal body, and at this stage of development, he understands that it is impossible to leave a single scratch on this creature. He is powerless even after reaching the pinnacle of darkness, and the creature turns to the second, asking why in the space he created he sees the blood of some worm, and not of a relative. Moonlight answers himself, introducing himself as a disciple of the cult's lord, and the creature continues its humiliation, asking how such a non-entity could be his disciple. And yet Moonlight rises, beginning to regenerate the fatal wound, which arouses the Supreme's interest and question as to why his body is so strange. Could it be because of the mania that this worm learned here? Although Moonlight's gaze seems challenging to him, the creature is interested in the boy's head. More precisely, whether she will recover. The guy respectfully kneels, formally greeting the Lord of Darkness and the Master of all demons. The interlocutor chuckles vaguely. He doesn't like words spoken without realizing what was said, but the creature restrains itself. He says that he will not punish every ignoramus, and he tests his assumptions, being convinced of them. The technique of body restoration seems interesting to him, because there was nothing like this in his time. However, the creature considers this art to be pathetic and born of fear of death. And yet, the Overlord is intrigued by the fact that the boy managed to summon him here, with malice, even though Moonlight is not his descendant. His hatred is worth noting. And the man flies up to the guy, wanting to look at the source of his hatred. The creature asks him not to be afraid, but this is a priori impossible. The Overlord continues to reassure Moonlight, saying that he will simply look into his head. The man feels the poisoned blood of the guy, and understands that he was born of anger today. The Lord orders him to show all his greed and begins to read the memories, behind which, ultimately, lies the scion of the Taylor family. The Lord also remembers someone, wondering if he is his descendant. A smile touches his lips as the demon suggests that perhaps this is what fate had intended. The fortune that was supposed to go to the descendant went to Moonlight, and the Lord, saying that he was lucky, says that he will give the guy his blood. And from that moment on, Moonlight will not be afraid of death, even if he is torn to pieces. And the Lord tells the guy to try to achieve what he so dearly desires. A crack appears on the gates, and then they crumble into dust. Finding himself in the middle of the desert, Moonlight breathes heavily and unevenly. Wondering what just happened to him, he looks up. Sensing two powerful sources of energy from the mountains, his perception became stronger. One of the sources is definitely the ruler, the second seems familiar. The predecessor of the Honor Sect was the Light Sect, founded by the greatest master. This organization preached righteousness and caring for people. After the Emperor became one of the believers, the sect's influence grew rapidly. The head of the Light Sect dreamed of making his teachings the state religion. But very soon I was confronted with my own carelessness, because of the betrayal of the Emperor, who was once a follower of his teachings. Riddle threw all his resources into destroying the sect, fearing that the sect would overshadow the Emperor. Overwhelmed by anger at the loss of people and the feeling of betrayal, the leader was filled with rage. And blinded by revenge, he broke the ban by using the forbidden art. That is why the first Yule could no longer remain in the Central Lands. This is how the Heavenly Demon sect settled where it is today. The ancestor did not choose this place by chance. Here he discovered a new path to ascension. When people begin to worship something, the object of that faith becomes exalted. If the level of faith has grown, it eventually goes beyond the limits of human nature. When the Emperor thwarted his plans, the ancestor decided to create a new faith here. But the faith of the local peasants was not enough, so it was necessary to expand. If this idea had succeeded, everything would have developed more easily. The release of spirits that would plunge the world into chaos would turn out to be salvation, and then ascension to the level of the deity itself. This was the ancestor's plan. In preparation, Auer created Gwen to weaken the Corlins. The man thinks that there is very little time left to implement the plan. However, what is happening now does not fit into the plan. The Lord smiles, noting that Eben came to him alone, and he asks why he came to destroy the darkness. Eben answers, saying that along the way, he saw enough reasons to destroy the opponent. He wonders if his interlocutor has managed to overcome the right and left hands. Eben says that if he doubts, he can try it for himself. And without waiting for an answer, he uses extermination on the enemy, although he understands perfectly well that it will not be so easy to fight the leader of darkness. The man managed to build a protective barrier a moment before the attack, and Eben is surprised that the man didn't receive a single scratch. The snake asks the owner to be careful, reminding him that this battle will be different. Eben notes that sooner or later he would have encountered the enemy in the Central Lands, and Yule is going to show his opponent how an exiled master fights. A man summons the three-headed one-eyed hawk. Eben frowns in displeasure as a huge bird shadow falls over him. The hawk descends, making sounds typical of this species of bird. The snake notices that the creature's level is comparable to his own current one. The hawk turns to his master, but he abruptly interrupts, finishing on his own. And noticing that Eben isn't even a spirit caster but is pretending to be God knows what. And the ruler gives the order to his bird to catch the serpent, and he accepts the order. The snake asks the owner to focus on his goal, saying that he will take the bird upon himself. And completing his complete transformation, he rushes at his opponent. The cries of two fantastic animals are heard, merging into one. Eben understands perfectly well what the familiar is trying to achieve by rushing into battle. Meanwhile, the rival asks why their family's white snake turned black, and he says that he too should take the fight seriously, since his enemy is doing it. Eben wonders if anyone else will show up, mentally preparing himself. But for some reason unknown to him, absolutely nothing happens. And as soon as the guy finishes this thought, a huge hand bursts out of the ground, the owner of which says that he will not allow harm to come to his master. Swinging his arm with force, the creature sends Eben flying. The snake reflexively cries out the name of its owner, fearing for his life. And at that very moment, the enemy's question overtakes him. Does he really have time to be distracted? Pressing down with all his might from above, the feathered one simultaneously squeezes the serpent in his claws. And with an arrogant look, he asks him to behave calmly. The snake hisses with displeasure, rewarding the bird with curses as if with titles. Yule says that the Demon King is his strongest monster, and the guardian of the cult, passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, Eben must consider it an honor to be able to see him. The man turns to the Demon King, telling him to finish everything quickly. The giant accepts the order, and a weapon matching its size appears in his hand. Grinning viciously, the creature delivers a high slash, destroying the masonry. The snake once again cries out the name of its master, fearing the worst. And he hears a familiar voice asking how he is, if he's still holding up. The master appears very close, asking his familiar to concentrate on his own battle, and causes the Demon King to scream in shock, crippling him. Yule can't believe that this guy managed to repel his monster's attack. It becomes clear to the man that the rumors about this guy were not lying. He is a skilled craftsman. Eben analyzes, thinking that the attack from the wide radius could hurt him. But everything will be different if you compress the energy and narrow the area of influence as much as possible. And then Eben hits the Demon King with a single-point wave strike, and he carries out a series of exactly the same attacks. The monster begins to scream in pain. Yule doesn't understand what this is, because this guy didn't use spells. The man couldn't understand where such a guy could come from, who was able to attack the Demon King. Looking away, he realizes that his snake has also come to life, and turning his gaze towards the other fighters, the man's eyebrows shoot up. He couldn't even imagine that something like this could be done to their family monster. Eben notices that even the most powerful monster turned out to be not so scary, and he asks if his opponent has any other trump cards. He also calls Eben a child, saying that he staged a primitive provocation, and he chuckles, asking if Eben really thought he would stand and watch. Seeing that his opponent had disappeared in just one moment, the boy understood. It's not just a technique. Yule was able to completely muffle his presence. Eben tries to see or sense his opponent and hears a desperate cry, and he understands that this is his snake, on which Yule placed a battle talisman. But things are not right. The guy still doesn't feel the man. He feels uneasy. The cult leader calls his hawk a disgrace because it lost to the snake. The bird apologizes to its owner, who calls it pathetic, and he orders her to return since her death could damage the ruler's reputation. The man wants to make the snake his servant, but he boldly objects. The man grins, saying that he knows that his ancestor helped the invisible guest. The snake asks if he is still upset that the debt was not paid. Although 1,000 years have passed, it is better for Yule to first deal with the boy behind his back. The serpent's words have consequences, and the man, sharply turning away, snatches the talisman from his bosom. Eben strikes, but realizes something is wrong. Even though he lunged, for some reason he didn't feel it. Seeing a coffin in front of him, the guy assumes that it was the coffin that blocked his sword. But the next moment Eben realizes that it is not about the coffin at all. And the fact is that each of them exudes the aura of a master, capable of repelling the guy's attack. Meanwhile, Yule reminds the guy of the question he asked about the trump cards. And he says that although the Demon King is a strong monster, he is not the main trump card. The man admits that he himself did not want to use this technique. But among these ascended masters are the best fighters of their time. There are only 30 of them, and they are the main trump card of Yule. This is a spell that is used to resurrect great masters of the past. This technique is called the Great Demon Soul Return Technique, and even though these masters are dead, their movements are in no way inferior to those of the living, even more so. But even the spell creator finds it difficult to control them. As soon as one of the masters opens his eyes, he rushes at the enemy with lightning speed. This speed is impressive even for Eben, and the next moment he practically feels the skillful swing of the blade on himself. The shockwave from which continues to move for some time, and it deals quite impressive damage, crushing everything in its path. But luckily, Eben manages to avoid this deadly attack, and he does not want to hesitate. It is not possible to fully concentrate on the enemy. Rustling sounds can be heard from the side. 3 masters appear nearby, rapidly approaching the guy. Eben makes a disgruntled noise as he manages to block one of the attacks. But reflection does not mean victory, and the guy pours energy into his blade. And then, so as not to get hit, he jumps back. The guy goes down lower, sliding a little along one of the roofs, while simultaneously looking for the enemy. He doesn't have to wait long, 3 more are flying at him, not allowing him to recover from the previous skirmish. Eben accepts this arrangement, moving forward from one to the other with lightning speed. The last enemy of the trio remains in front of him, swinging dangerously for an attack, which turns out to be quite impressive in strength. Eben barely manages to contain it. Although the warrior's arm was cut off, she immediately counterattacked. It makes sense that she doesn't feel pain, since she's dead. So the guy changes tactics, grabbing the opponent by the face and pushing him back, squeezing slightly. He asks this already dead body to stop putting spokes in his wheels. And the guy uses the Seal of Exile. Yule talks about the Seal of the 5 Elements. Once under it, even the most powerful demons and spirits will not be able to free themselves. Therefore, he asks the snake to stop resisting and surrender, becoming a useful servant for the man. But the serpent is adamant, noting that Yule will not be able to bind him any more tightly if he is out of focus. The creature also noticed that these mummies were using their inner strength without breathing, which means that Yule spends his own energy on this. He praises the interlocutor. But he says that this is not an ordinary resurrection. It is not difficult to fix the soul in the body. But if the soul and body belong to different people, rejection arises. And if it is one person, she begins to resist the sorcerer who summoned her. That's why in the past they found a way to suppress the will. Thanks to this, submission is not a problem. The serpent believes that imposing slavery even after death is truly terrible. The corpses still could not breathe, but the research continued, revealing a solution. It represented the absorption of life energy and its subsequent storage inside. The snake asks doubtfully if this is even possible. Yule says that they studied the ability of others and fixed it in their souls. This way they will be able to use their techniques even without a man's control. The serpent calls Yule a madman who has no respect for either the living or the dead, to which he receives a reproach and the answer that serving the good of the cult is already an honor. The man understands that the serpent is not going to become a familiar voluntarily, and he decides to take extreme measures and forcibly rip out the soul of the creature. The snake makes a sound of pain, but does not allow it to go out longer, does not allow the enemy to rejoice, and he, grinning, asks how he feels about the pain of the violent removal of his soul. The man starts to say what will happen if the snake gives in now, but falls silent. It takes him a few moments to realize that there is no soul in the body. This comes as a surprise to Yule, who didn't think the serpent was truly connected to Eben. Then there is no choice. The man considers it more rational to completely destroy the creature. The snake, through pain and tears, says that his master will not give up so easily, sincerely believing. And the man grins, giving in only for a moment and acknowledging his opponent's strength. But he believes that no matter how strong a guy is, his energy is not endless. Eben himself thinks that the battle is not easy for him. He believes that for complete destruction it is necessary to hit the head or the heart. However, killing enemies one by one is too time-consuming and wasteful. Of course, you can use powerful technology to destroy them all at once. But there is a risk of attack from a blind spot, even though the opponents act instinctively. Destruction by internal energy can be fraught with a lack of protection. Ultimately, you will have to use powerful equipment, leaving no weak points. But the guy does not give up hope that there is another way out. The snake speaks to its owner telepathically, asking him to listen carefully. There is little time. It's about what the guy studied and believed in. The snake asks to put all this into every blow, filling the sky with your life and will. If he fails to withstand the pressure, the guy will fall. The area around Eben's perimeter is illuminated by a flash, causing Yule to grin. And there is genuine fear in the eyes of the serpent, because of which there is not even a voice. The man thinks it's the end now, but gives the guy credit. And as soon as he says that Eben held out for a long time, he senses a strange feeling. The haze hasn't completely cleared yet, but everything is already clear. For the sky is illuminated by a bright flash of light that is already different from the previous one, blinding. The man's eyes widen in surprise when he sees parts of the dead, and the guy repeats the words after his familiar, now understanding what he meant. He remembers his mother's words about the flowers covering the sky, and the phrase left in Gilbert's book about understanding the essence of the technique from the title. The teacher's words about the embodiment of technique through the soul also come to mind, and now he understands that he himself missed the point, focusing on what the invisible guest created. However, now he understands that the essence is not in technique, but in the concentration of life and faith. Even if everything is outwardly the same, the heir does not see the same thing as the predecessor. The invisible guest saw the path of the hidden blade, developed throughout his life, and Eben sees the trace of the sword with which he struck from his previous incarnation until today. He puts everything he has into this blade, and this is what is the full sky. The guy thinks that flower rain is not right for him. After all, he blossoms in his own paradise, the name of which is the Sword of Full Sky. The man is amazed to see his pawn's defenses being torn to shreds. He guesses that this is the famous Taylor technique, Thousand Heavenly Flower Rain. The serpent recalls that he hated the technique used by the invisible guest, but every time he sees this spectacle, it takes his breath away. Eben meanwhile notes that there are only 3 opponents left. They are strong, but they probably didn't choose this path themselves, so the guy offers to help them. and attacks with the full sky sword, thousand blades in the sky. Seeing this exciting spectacle, Yule understands that it is very dangerous for him. And the attack turns out to be so large in scale and powerful that it provokes a rockfall. The guy's eyes widen when he hears gratitude from the dead man's lips. He wants to say something else, but doesn't have time, crumbling into dust. Eben looks away, calling the serpent to him, who manages to cry out in surprise. The master scolds the familiar, saying that he only disgraced himself by recklessly rushing into battle. The creature makes excuses, but Eben thanks him in a veiled manner, causing surprise. After all, it was he who taught the guy this technique. Otherwise things would have been tough. At the snake's smile, the guy corrects himself, saying that it would have been better to do this earlier. And he is at a loss, feeling awkward because of such a quick change in the owner. As they descend, the serpent notices that the power is colossal, because everything has turned into ruins. Catching the sound out of the corner of his ear, Eben turns his head in its direction, and he says that he expected nothing less from the head of a demonic cult. Assuming that Yule has no more cards left, he tells the boy to shut up, and he asks if Eben really thinks that the ruler will hide under the rubble, saying that he will never forgive his opponent and summoning Blue Phantom Armorer. He doesn't keep you waiting, appearing in the blinding light and making a splash. To avoid a collision with the energy of which one has to defend oneself, Yule explains that this creature manifests its true power when placed on the caster, promising to destroy the enemy with the help of the armor fighter. The man pulls his hand away from himself, making another call, an object that emerges from the rubble located nearby. The man says he will destroy Eben here and now for the future of his cult, and asks the Lord of the Union to prepare. The boy follows his opponent's advice, equipping his trusty blade, and the man makes his first lunge, making a high and heavy jump. Speed is on Eben's side, and he manages to easily escape the attack, but the wave from it still touches the guy a little. However, Eben does not hesitate, making a counterattack and causing a grin to appear on his opponent's face, who handles his powerful weapon as if it weighs almost nothing, raising a pile of stones into the air and directing them at the opponent. Tom manages to slip away, but the man is not going to let him go so easily, appearing right in front of his face and swinging for another blow. However, Eben proves to be more agile, performing a single-wave fire strike. In vain, because the wounds inflicted heal at an impressive speed, and while the guy is thinking about the enemy's regeneration, he appears nearby. Eben manages to put up a block at the very last moment. The snake notes that the armor is incredibly durable, and the poison will be useless due to regeneration. The man confirms this, saying that regeneration is fueled by internal energy. He says that unlike Eben, he spent almost no energy, but stops short, because the guy manages to reflect the powerful weapon, pushing its owner back. Eben chuckles, noting that he simply needs to wear his opponent down, and he asks the snake to help. He notices that the owner thought for too long. Yule is surprised at how quickly and dramatically this boy's strength began to grow, and the very next moment he receives a portion of a series of already familiar attacks. The man finds it hard to believe that Eben gets energy from his creature, and the boy's attacks become faster and more furious, as if he were not human. Cursing with frustration, the man makes the only right decision now. Eben is amazed, saying out loud that he certainly didn't expect this, and he freezes, stunned by the fact that his opponent is escaping. The snake calls Yule a cowardly bastard and notices, "I have never seen such a worthless person among all the spellcasters." I ask Maya who their lord is fighting, because the scale of the battle is terrifying. The woman replies that she doesn't know herself. She was only asked to gather everyone at the foot of the mountain. She wonders if they should just wait and do nothing. After all, she was sure that with the help of these men, they would be able to deal with the offender. However, seeing what was happening before her eyes, the woman simply forgot everything. At the top of the mountain, there was a spectacle that went beyond human perception. Even these people stand aside, realizing that interference would be tantamount to death. But if things continue like this, something irreparable could happen to their ruler. She is attracted by the words about the approach of the ruler. Maya's eyes open wide. She is incredibly happy that the man is alive and displays her emotions openly. He lands on the ground casually, showering his comrades with dust and a stream of shockwaves. The woman coughs, even covering herself, and calls out to her master. The man praises Maya, saying that she carried out his order flawlessly and quickly. But he adds that now he needs to disturb the peace for a moment. He doesn't really have time to do anything yet, as he senses an approaching outside presence, and he raises his weapon just in time to block the enemy's attack. The comrades guess that this guy was the one who fought with their lord, and the latter growls discontentedly, indignant that he is not even given time to catch his breath. Gathering her strength, Yule makes an upward movement, pushing Eben away. He notices that the man is surprisingly resilient, but is also surprised by the number of sectarians. One of the commanders orders everyone to fight with the ruler until their last breath. However, he forbids them to interfere, saying that they will not last even a moment. He cannot allow this to happen, because the result must be proportionate to the price. Yule continues, saying that his comrades must die to help him, and asks to activate their 5th stage of the art of reverse blood. It was not difficult for the commander to understand what this meant. If you take this technique to the 5th step, you will go mad, losing control of your energy. Yule pushes forward, arguing that after his death, they will die too. And if they doubt, he himself will help them decide. Using the Heavenly Demon technique, controlling demonic energy, The last rational thoughts are the denial of the will of the master. They are not sure that this monster can be defeated even like this, but they have no choice. In any case, there is only one way: to fight. And the men rush at the enemy, who concentrates with a determined look, and uses the severing technique, cutting opponents into many pieces. They don't even have time to process what happened to them. Yule is disappointed, because he thought that the commanders would be able to inflict damage on Eben. The man notices the limp body in his arms and becomes even more gloomy. After all, he believed that Maya's defense should have held up after this blow. He didn't understand why this woman's demonic energy had suddenly weakened. The assumption is not long in coming. It is a matter of his own internal energy. Eben notices the problem and states that it looks like the plan won't work. And the guy offers the cult leader to put an end to their confrontation. Seeing the boy rapidly approaching, Yul resorts to his last resort, using wide summoning madness. The recoil is surprisingly powerful, causing a look of bewilderment on Eben's face. He wonders if the man has enough energy left to resist. But there is no time to think about this, because something strange appears ahead. Around the crimson cloud, the sky begins to turn red. Feeling a strange energy, the guy assumes that this is another trick of the cult. And the very next moment, he sees how demonic energy is drawn out of dead bodies. After following the trajectory, Eben realizes that all the threads lead to the cult leader, who shares with the dead Maya that he wanted to save at least her. And he promises to destroy Eben so that the woman can calmly close her eyes. The man's armor begins to quickly recover. The guy notices this, and he understands that in order to destroy it, he will have to put all his strength into the attack. The man managed to withstand the previous blow, which means a more powerful one is needed. Eben can compress the Thousand Swords intent into a narrow space, strengthening the attack, create multiple overlaps, and activate the sword that fills the sky for the first time. The guy is amazed that his opponent managed to withstand the complete annihilation of heaven. In his understanding, this is something unnatural. Yule explains his technique by saying that he absorbs the energy of both the living and the dead. And this cloud will continue to expand, drawing out the demonic energy of the northern demons. He didn't want to use this technique, but to kill Eben, you have to make sacrifices. The guy asks if the man is really ready to kill followers and civilians. The opponent chuckles, saying that faith can always be rebuilt. The snake wonders what's wrong with demons dying, but it's not just the followers. Eben worries about people living in harsh conditions and absorbing demonic energy. The guy realized that demonic energy was gradually accumulating in his body. Regardless of whether you study martial arts or not, the same thing can happen again. And Eben will once again regret not making the right choice. But regrets alone won't do, so Eben is obliged to protect everyone. He can't just feel sorry anymore, so he has to stop Yule. The snake says that there is no need for this. His master does not understand what he means. The creature has an idea on how to stop the red cloud from spreading further. The snake says that he cannot allow the one with whom his soul is connected to die, mentally confirming that he had changed and making a guess as to why. The creature asks to distract the caster so that he cannot get close to it. Yule, seeing that the serpent is approaching the spell, does not understand what he wants. Just as the man is about to hurry after him, he is stopped. Eben asks if he really has time to be distracted. Yule curses and calls his opponent a pathetic worm. As the spell approaches, the serpent analyzes the area, concluding that, judging by its size, it only covers the surrounding area of the mountain. And now there is only one way to stop it, as the spirit of evil and illusions. The snake is ready to spend its power to cancel the crimson spell. Looking at the area, Yule realizes that it has stopped expanding. The man is indignant, and he calls the serpent crazy because he voluntarily gives up his power. It is impossible to finish the sentence, because the enemy is not sleeping. Eben mentally praises his familiar, because if it weren't for him, the battle would have been a failure. Yule finally understands why all this was arranged, and gets even more excited. The snake thinks that in fact, he considers his victim strange. After that day, I didn't think that I would be able to open my heart to someone again. He remembers his words addressed to the first owner through tears. After all, he promised to release him after everything was over. The invisible guest answered briefly, saying only that the serpent was in danger. But then he said another phrase, saying that this was the only chance for survival. The snake thought the man was saying something else, but he only heard words about the instrument. However, the current owner, the descendant of the guest, never saw him as just a weapon. He did use the creature, but at least he thanked it. And also, if I remember some moments, I respected him. And the decision that the snake is now making is not because he has been deprived of his freedom. What he is doing now is his own choice, made for the sake of his friend. He did not ask the guest for complete freedom, but at least not to lock him in this place. The man was silent for a long time, and then apologized, realizing that the snake had hardly heard him, intending to seal the creature here with Oz's spell. In fact, the guest was sorry that he could not reciprocate his kindness to the familiar. But all because the guards might not leave him alone due to reaching a certain level. They ordered the guest to give up his spirit of illusions and fear, but he could not, having promised to eliminate those who could prevent him from gaining freedom before the snake was found. And the creature didn't even suspect that the owner had called him his friend. Eben thinks that the serpent is doing well, as the cloud has noticeably diminished. The guy wants to stop selling his poison, but now it's about something else. Realizing that Eben is going to end him, Yule says he can't. Since he might regret it, the guy clarifies what else he has in stock. And Yule speaks of a seal in the desert that holds back spirits and monsters, which the man can take off at any moment. If this happens, the monsters will break out. And with his decision, Eben will put too many people at risk. The guy asks to do this, the man is perplexed, the interlocutor repeats the words again, and he adds that Yule can try it if he can. The man wonders where this guy gets such self-confidence from, and he says if he wants it so badly, he will do it right now. But the man's eyes widen in shock when he realizes that he doesn't feel the energy of the formation. Eben asks if this is all the enemy could come up with, and he shares that the snake was able to become black precisely thanks to this formation. Yule is angry because he spent so long collecting these creatures, and in the end, they were eaten. Asking, so what? Eben delivers 2 crossblows, pushing his opponent back. The guy talks about things, or someone who dared to wish to sow chaos in the world. So, sooner or later, all of them will be destroyed by Eben himself. Yule, closing his eyes, feels offended, because he used all the talismans, but lost. And he wonders why his ancestors didn't wipe out the Taylor family. Looking at the corpse of his former opponent, Eben notes that it's finally over. But even though he killed the head of the demon cult, it's too early to relax. There is still a war ahead. The guy notices that the cloud has almost disappeared, but he doesn't understand why the serpent hasn't returned yet, and calls him. He falls down with his usual cry, landing softly in his master's hand, who tells you to come back immediately after he finishes. The snake says that he was just about to do so, asking why he had to drag her by force. But noticing his master's face, he asks why he is looking at him with such a look. Receiving no answer, the creature again asks what is wrong. Then he exhausted his strength, reducing the area of the cloud without even thinking about the possible consequences. But at the moment when he thought he would disappear, he felt the birth of a new entity. Eben begins to speak, but pauses to find the right words. In the end, he asks his familiar if he has really become a dragon. He smiles affirmatively, saying that he himself did not expect anything like that. The guy remembers that dragons need energy from the earth and sky, making an assumption. The snake does not consider himself a young dragon, since this is the first time he has seen such a transformation. The guy asks about the familiar's abilities, but he answers evasively. But he doubts that it will bring much benefit, since he is only a beginner. The snake thanks Eben for becoming his master, because he has evolved. But since they got what they wanted, the guy thinks it's time to go back. But their plans go down the drain when Eben senses a strange presence behind him. Turning around, he wonders who this creature is, without even knowing how long he had been behind them and drinking the man's blood. The latter, oddly enough, turns out to be still alive, asking the poison demon a question. Whatever he does, Moonlight mercilessly silences the former ruler forever, and with delight he noticed that his expectations were confirmed. He feels the growth of strength within himself only after tasting the blood of a high being. Moonlight feels he needs to thank his giver, and he turns to Eben, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and saying that he didn't think he'd meet him in this place. And although Eben does not recognize this man by sight, the voice leaves no doubt. Before him stands his childhood tormentor, Moonlight Taylor. He is theatrically surprised, saying that he thought such a non-entity had already been forgotten. Eben mentally analyzes the received data, realizing who poisoned the masters earlier, and he asks out loud whether he killed the warriors who supported the Kunya school. The interlocutor replies that technically his grandfather did it, but one can think differently. Moonlight says the realization of the Taylor's losses brings him incredible relief. Although, to be honest, this is still not enough, Eben counters, saying that Cherry sent them as an act of mercy. It was a chance for them to restore honor and the opportunity to live again under the Taylor name. Growing together, the guy says that he doesn't care about this name. After his expulsion, he stopped clinging to such things. He doesn't need the honor of the family either. He allows Eben to take it to his heart's content. The snake and its master come to the conclusion that Moonlight did something to the body. The creature adds that a weak but noticeable spiritual energy can be felt in its body, and it is even higher than the current essence of the dragon in the snake. This is alarming. Moonlight shares that he has been waiting for the day when he will meet his distant relative again, the one who took from him everything that should have belonged to him. The day when the boy will be able to kill the one who inflicted such a terrible insult on him. The attack fails, causing Moonlight to lose sight of Eben. He only manages to say the words that he sees nothing, before part of his body flies into pieces, dirtying the space. Eben says he won't even listen to that kind of nonsense. However, it will have to be done, and Moonlight notes that the highest level of demonism is still lacking. The guy turns halfway around, asking a question at the same time. It's hard to believe that his old friend has now become a real monster. He also says that this word sounds very offensive. It could have been said differently, or come up with some stylish nickname, like his own. A man who bears such a loud name as the Dark Dragon of the Poison Blade. And Moonlight decides to pick a name for herself, without really giving away anything original. But after saying that he will paint the world with bloody spiritual power, he corrects himself, proudly calling himself the immortal blood demon. Blood from his wounds sprinkles the nearby stones and ground, but he doesn't care. No matter how many times and in what way Eben attacked Moonlight, it was all in vain. The body of this strange bloody monster, cut into pieces, constantly grows back together. And no matter how many times they clash, there is only one outcome to this skirmish. The monster laughs maniacally, asking his opponent what's wrong with him. Has he become slower than yesterday? Moonlight suggests, continuing to cut him. They have been fighting for almost a day now. but there is no end in sight for the enemy's regeneration. And even on the contrary, it seems like each subsequent cycle makes Moonlight stronger. His regeneration is faster than Eben's movements, who also notices that the physical strength of the enemy has also undergone changes, and he became and continues to become stronger. Moonlight notices that his opponent has begun to dodge, realizing that he is running out of steam. But he doesn't consider this to be anything surprising, because everything is more than obvious. Only Moonlight himself says that he hasn't even started yet. When the haze clears, he realizes he missed Eben, and he wonders where he went, but at the very end he stops, and the enemy resorts to a recently learned technique, 1,000 blades in the sky. Using one point and causing Moonlight's face to contort in anger. Eben's own face is serious, in contrast to the other person's disgusting laughter, the owner of which is already starting to stick together, noting that otherwise it would not be interesting. And the monster suggests continuing, as it should have been long ago. Seeing Moonlight's madness, Eben calls him a disgusted bastard in disgust, and he promises to approach him himself if the opponent does not do so. Eben is surprised when Moonlight throws the hand he cut off himself at him. After all, there is absolutely no energy in it, so what is the point then? But there is meaning. Eben is convinced of this when he sees an enemy who is restored from his hand. The guy is stunned for a few moments, amazed at the absurdity of the force. And Moonlight says that it's not over yet, showing what he meant. He activates the poison blood art, blasting his opponent's body with fluid. He falls from above, hits the ground several times, and then slides for a while. A snake appears next to the owner, asking if everything is okay. The answer is yes. The dragon finds it hard to believe that Eben is having trouble with such an opponent, and he suggests that it is a matter of a protracted battle without respite. A coming Moonlight boasts that his body is starting to get used to the changes, and he believes that now his level has returned to what it was in childhood. Moonlight says he understands how angry his opponent is that he is getting in his way, assuming that he needs to return to the war after eliminating Yule, but he has to fight with an immortal standing in his way. The snake suggests that the owner retreat, because he is now too exhausted, but he refuses, asking that the familiar replenish his strength one last time. After all, he came up with a way to defeat this monster. As Moonlight approaches, Eben thinks about how there is more to his blood than just life force, but also energy that is close to true chaos, the poison of which can be contained by regeneration. The guy's plan is to try to upset this perfect balance. Moonlight stops, not understanding why his friend Eben decided to change tactics, and the latter mentally calls upon himself to split the energy into the smallest particles, until it turns to dust and is scattered. And after that, the guy performs the dance of poison destruction. Moonlight still doesn't understand what it is, thinking it's fog. It seems to him that the enemy is behind him, and the guy strikes, but he doesn't achieve his goal, and then he laughs, saying that he understood everything, and he says that Eben wants to use the mist to restore his energy. The next moment he is attacked, and the guy turns sharply to attack back. But along with the curse that escaped his lips, his own hand flies off. Moonlight smirks, asking, "Didn't the enemy realize that this was pointless? After all, it's just a hand that will recover in the blink of an eye." But everything is not quite so, and the guy understands that his regeneration has slowed down. Moonlight finds this strange, since his spiritual power has not weakened. Eben suggests what's going on. He scattered particles around that weaken the body, and before it has time to get used to this poison, he will cut Moonlight down and destroy him, which he immediately demonstrates clearly to the heartbreaking cries of the enemy. He refuses to believe that he can lose so easily, because he has become stronger. Besides, he even has spiritual power. It's not fair. And Moonlight urges herself to start thinking about how to get rid of the poison. The answer comes quickly, and the guy blows up the poisoned parts of his body, not only forcing you to do this, but also to clear the fog. Moonlight believes that if he wants to end the fight, this is his chance. And the guy, turning to Eben, says that he will die the most miserable death. The enemy has a different opinion. He orders us to stop talking this nonsense. But he doesn't listen, rushing towards his opponent with a scream and his name on his lips. The next moment, something strange happens, causing Eben to slow down. The guy can't believe that the lord of the demonic sect is still standing on his feet. His opponent is of the same opinion, not understanding why the man is still alive. And he speaks of his intentions in a fading voice until his heart stops, intending to send them all straight to hell. Eben doesn't know what it is, but he knows he can't avoid it. Yule uses the Heart Demon's Jade Phoenix Great Path technique, and Eben realizes that this is a powerful sealing technique that involves the caster's life, which wraps its targets in spheres, sealing them inside for eternal torment of the mind. If you don't deal with your inner demons, you will never be able to free yourself. While the boys sit inside, overwhelmed by their thoughts, the serpent acts. Finally, he manages to escape from the cocoon by breaking through the shell. He is outraged by the resistance of the cult leader even before his own death. But this technique does not work on the dragon, from which an unambiguous conclusion follows. The snake screams at its master, asking how he can stop now. And just as he is about to say what will happen if the owner doesn't get up, he stops short, wondering what would happen if Eben never woke up again. The realization comes quickly. The first word that comes to mind is freedom. The snake thinks that he will have a chance to live a quiet life, but thoughts about Eben won't let go. He wonders what will happen to him then. The stubborn dragon asks the guy not to think that he is doing this because he likes him. He does this because he is afraid that someone will try to extract the soul from his body. The dragon doesn't know what the owner is going through inside, but asks him to wake up before arriving home. After awakening the dragon's power, the serpent began to notice strange changes in himself. Now, inside his body, there is a dimension the size of which is difficult to imagine. He couldn't explain it before, but now everything became clear by itself. Looking at Moonlight's orb, the creature wonders if it should take that with it as well. The serpent considers it a risk to bring with him someone that even Eben could not handle. This is not the most urgent issue now. He believes that the owner should understand this, and he mentally asks that when he wakes up, not to blame him, and sets off on his way. Meanwhile, in North they are nursing the sick, giving out the necessary orders. Harry can barely cope with the pain of the bandage, but he holds back a scream, thanks to the master for helping him out again. Harry recalls that before heading to the Union, he stopped by the tailor's for treatment. The regent, hearing that her son had gone to the enemy's lair, was shocked. No matter how strong a child is, for a parent, he will always remain a baby. And Harry prays, mentally addressing the Lord, that he returns safe and sound. Cherry can't figure out what's wrong with her son, assuming it's the late stages of teenage rebellion. After all, the further he goes, the more reckless things he does. There is a knock on the door, interrupting the woman's thoughts, and she asks what happened. The lady is informed that guests have come to see her. She is surprised, but allows them to enter. Mara greets the regent lady politely, and with a confident look he says his name, introducing himself. Cherry is confused, asking again if this beautiful girl is really close to Eben. She says that he saved her when she was on the verge of death, and she would like to repay him. Mara says she heard from the wounded that the young leader is fighting a demonic sect. The girl says that she can no longer sit idly by and wants to be useful. Cherry says she has an idea and asks to call her mom. Mara doesn't understand. The woman says she's joking, but is surprised her son didn't introduce his girlfriend. She, embarrassed, says that they are not dating yet, and Cherry thinks about Eben's family. And then he returns to the Meridians, asking what level they were. She expected to hear a 3rd or a 5th, but certainly not a 9th. Cherry is shocked, because something like this happens once every few hundred years. Reflecting, the woman says that she knows a way to be useful to the family. The girl asks hopefully which one, ready to perform. And Poison Phoenix asks his interlocutor if she wants to study martial arts. Mara is amazed, because she thought it was too late to start doing something like this. And Cherry resorts to trickery, saying that this way she will be able to impress Eben. The woman admits that she is worried about her son, but she cannot be there forever. When he becomes the leader, he must have loyal people by his side who can protect and support him. And Cherry offers to train Mara personally, but leaves the final choice up to her. The girl thinks for just a moment but eventually agrees. Cherry thinks that such a daughter-in-law cannot be missed at any cost. The woman suggests starting training tomorrow. They are interrupted by someone bursting into the room with breaking news. The regent is surprised and asks what the rush is, and in response he receives words that the head of the demonic sect attacked the monks. In the hospital they can't believe what they saw, saying that they've only heard about something like this. Un holds the cup without using his hands, using air grab. The man laughs cheerfully, noticing that he has once again attracted unnecessary attention to himself. Ymir asks about Walter and Theo's condition, and he replies that there is nothing to worry about. Even the damaged channels have stabilized. They will soon regain consciousness. And although outwardly the man feigns joy, his thoughts are darkened. However, the forces of darkness have not yet reached North, the base of the Union of Righteous Heavens. The man hopes that both masters will come to their senses as soon as possible. It's not good to feel safe during a war. Un hears an apologetic voice, the owner of which asks about Eben. This is Ymir, and he says he was with the Union Lord at the tournament for the title of team leader. The man suggests that they have been through a lot together. The guy answers evasively. Un believes that the interlocutor is too modest. One can only be proud of such a friend. Cherry, who had approached, addresses the man. Ymir, shuddering in surprise, greets the regent. Un asks what happened, why the woman has such an expression on her face. She replies that urgent news has arrived, and asks her interlocutor not to be afraid. Something inside the man breaks from what he hears. He doesn't want to believe these terrible words. And unable to control her emotions, Un tells the lady that this is too much. The order could not fall, because it stood for thousands of years. It is impossible to destroy it in a few days. The man asks to explain everything from beginning to end, because these could just be rumors. And then even he, being a monk, will not be able to tolerate such things. Cherry begins to speak, and the man's eyes fill with horror as he speaks. The demon lord made a pact with the Price family of Hall and the imperial power. Immediately after this, he moved against the order. Un does not want to believe that the emperor abandoned the monks. And Cherry says that's not all. The man asks what she means. And the woman says the ancient Hill family has taken action, heading towards the two mountains. As the demon lord had prophesied, it took less than a day to destroy the order. But Chaz did not leave its walls, beginning to purge the remaining forces in Hearthbrain. It seemed as if he wanted to erase the very existence of this place from the face of the earth. The man notices that Indigo is late and makes a guess. It seems that there are worthy fighters among the survivors. He wants to deal with them himself. It's on his way anyway. And shifting his gaze, Chaz says that he didn't expect such a long delay. asking whether it is proper for monks to appear only in moments of mortal danger for the order. And don't they think it's too late for such a spectacular appearance? Chaz concludes that they all have reached the highest level of internal energy, but it was only to his joy because the man was bored, so the monks came just in time. Taking the sword in his hands, Chaz asks if they can entertain him well. Concentrating the highest energy in his hand, the monk releases it at the enemy in one volley. But he manages to easily dodge both the volley and the diamond fist. Chaz notices that the enemy is quite fast, but his defense is poor, especially on the sides. One of them immediately flies in, but the monk does not make a sound. The man looks surprised because his punch didn't go as expected, and he asks out loud, did he really beat it off? And notices the golden energy protecting the body. Realizing that this is the same famous indestructible golden technique of Buddha, the enemy confirms, calling his actions a flow of true breath in the right direction. But Chaz notices that the old man's technique is beginning to dissipate, he clarifies. Is it possible to achieve anything if you only defend yourself? But notice movement from the side, with which another opponent is rapidly approaching him. There is also a golden glow emanating from his hand, and there is no doubt. The monk uses the white step fist, which is familiar to the demon lord, who begins to boast about his knowledge, saying that this is how a wave of energy is released, which covers distance while maintaining the force of impact. But for him, repelling this attack does not present any particular difficulty. The monk is amazed that the man managed to repel the technique with just one hand. The others notice that the demon lord is using that same indestructible technique. I've been wondering for hours why masters chatter about energy flows and intentions during battle. The man says he finds it easier to crush the enemy with absolute force. The monk rushes forward, asking if the demon lord is serious about this. Does he really think that the effect will remain the same if he just puts in more force? Chaz demonstrates a visual example of dissection to the enemy and asks, something like this. He likes the phantom sword technique because of its simplicity. Chaz talks about the essence of battles. And then he says that the technique is a little short of the white step fist. The monks don't want to believe that the hour enhances the technique without the help of artifacts or support. What really scares them is that his strength is not feigned. He does not look like an ordinary person. After all, he surpassed the limits of human capabilities. They consider him a demon god. The blood of fallen enemies flies into the air, and the building behind them collapses. The demon lord belatedly suggests that he should have held back a little. After all, he wanted to keep the pavilion that was to his taste, although there are advantages to this. A voice comes from behind, asking forgiveness for interrupting his master's entertainment. When asked about being late, Rock says that he just finished clearing the area. Chaz asks what gift the subordinate brought, and he replies that it was the head of the commander-in-chief, who was going to organize a counterattack by gathering monks nearby, but in vain. Everyone was destroyed, and the demon lord says that they have no business here now. But he suddenly remembers something and asks what the situation is in the Silk Province. Rock replies that after the exit ceremony, Kara moved on with Hyena and Magnolia. Chaz asks if the man thinks he is in too much of a hurry, as they might be overtaken. He says that he has not had personal feelings for a long time. Now he only follows the will of the master. Chaz asks if Rock would like to prove himself a little, because this could be a chance. And then, as if nothing had happened, he announces that they will probably finish here, because it is time to return. Thus, the Order, which for 1,000 years had been the center of the martial world, finally disappeared. And this news very quickly reached the Taylor family in North Province. Even before this news arrived, Righteous Heaven had set up camp in the mountains of the color of the mass. With the Hill family army advancing, it was impossible to even think about sending help. After this, Chan sent Theodore Yaxley and Will Hill to Hazel and Chill. Hazel and Chill, although they live in the same province, have a rather tense relationship. However, the man believes that by joining forces, they will be able to hold back the offensive. Recently, a young warrior, Hazel, became famous for his talent and can join the squad. There are only 2 strongest masters in the Hill family, so they have every chance of winning. When faced with this pair, there is no reason to retreat in battles for the Silk Province. The remaining forces can be transferred to Hearthbrain, although this depends on the situation in the south. A voice booms through Hazel, asking the other person what they just said. A man asks his sister why she refuses to cooperate. She replies that she listened to him carefully and heard that none of the Hills attacked anywhere. Goodheart, the Hazel master, asks why they must be the first to rush into battle. The interlocutor didn't think it would be easy, but the sister always seethes with anger when Chill is mentioned. In the past, at a friendly gathering, one of Hazel's students was insulted by Chill's students, and so it went. But the man believes that now is not the time to stir up old grievances. The third man reminds that Knightley and the Order have already been destroyed. They are next. And he asks the woman to let him say something. She asks what he is talking about. Johnny, a direct student of Goodhart's, smiles sweetly before expressing understanding. But he doesn't think the Order will give up so easily, believing that he can win against the Demon Lord. He suggests waiting for news and then acting. The man considers the guy frivolous. But he asks if he really thinks that the fall of the Order signifies the power of the Demon Lord. Maybe it's the Order that's weakened, and Hazel is a completely different matter. The man thinks that this guy is a genius who has reached the top at such a young age. Previously, he would have proudly believed in his confidence, but now he is overcome with doubts. Once upon a time, The man believed that he could match the leader of the Alliance, or Chaz. Goodhart stubbornly states that Hazel will never act in concert with Chill. Realizing that it is useless to argue with this woman, the man says that he is leaving. The sister asks where he is going, and the interlocutor says that he will ask Hill for help. Goodhart asks Theodore what he's doing, and he asks her not to stop him unless she changes her mind. Today, he is not as Hazel's disciple, but as an envoy of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. The woman says that she hasn't heard such impudent words for a long time. She wants to teach her brother a lesson. And then the building shakes, and those present glance towards the window. Goodhart asks what this strong energy is and where it came from. And he rushes headlong into the street, asking those gathered what is going on. A voice is heard that believes that the fighters of the righteous schools have completely fallen apart. After all, they are not even ready for a warm-up, no persistence, not a drop of endurance. The man believes that they rely on authority and forget about real training. Goodhart asks the strangers who they are and where they came from. And they, on their own wavelength, note the unusual energy of those who arrived and remember etiquette. These people introduce themselves as the Hill family's guards. One of them asks for forgiveness. For being direct, but he's going to get straight to the point. This man's name is Percival, and he says that by the will of his great mistress they must be destroyed. After the Demon Lord's attack on the Order, the Hills began to move their troops. Hart, the head of the Chilov, says it looks like Hal was right. Now is not the time for observations. The man says that he and Theodore were sent by the Union of Righteous Heavens. They are not allowed to finish, loudly announcing an enemy attack. The young man, screaming, falls to the ground and backs away in order to avoid an unenviable fate. But the potential opponent continues to confidently advance towards him. He thinks about how his gatherings have been scattered into pieces like paper. The young man remembers a man who was like an older brother to him, always cheerful, and the guy they trained with just this morning. And now they're all dead, and this creepy man notices that his opponent is shaking. Rock says he doesn't like killing cowards who don't even try to fight back. But today is a special occasion, so he will destroy even such a cowardly worm. And the man waves his hand, bringing death, and his victim awaits his fate. Which seems like time has stood still, because why else would the blow not yet follow? The thing is, the young man was protected by his master, Hart. Rock is glad to meet him, because he didn't expect to see the head of the Chill family himself. And the man immediately makes a lunge as a sign of greeting, indicating his intentions. Hal rushes forward, asking the scoundrel how he dared to touch his students. Rock recognizes this man as well, asking if he hasn't joined the Righteous Heavens Union. And now he understands that these are the very forces that the Union sent in support. The man remembers the words spoken to the Master about the senselessness of the number of warriors. Then he asked the Lord to simply trust him and watch what was happening. Malik believed Rock's words, because he knew that he always kept his promises. Hal asks how his opponent dares to utter such nonsense with his filthy mouth. And Rock says that soon they will all find out whether this is nonsense or a prophecy, and he intends to show everything he is capable of. And the warriors note the strong gloominess of this man's fighting spirit. Rock considers it an even greater merit to kill even 2 Ascended Masters, and he suggests that they attack together. Since it comes down to it, he can't stand delays. The eerie aura continues to grow, enveloping a decent perimeter. Hart orders Hal to take the students to Svetogori before the encirclement closes in, because he doesn't know how dangerous this unknown man in a mask can be. Hal assumes that the rest of the masters went to Svetogori. The interlocutor agrees, adding that they struck 2 points at once. Now that they know about it, they must defeat the enemies one by one, sending reinforcements. Meanwhile, the aura has transformed into terrifying creatures and is heading towards its targets. Hart rushes into battle, and his brother calls out to him, his voice filled with terror. Rock attacks with his snakes, generating additional energy in his hand. Hart counters him with his pure energy and trusty sword. They clash as 2 completely different oppositions, 2 opposites. Hart calls out to his brother, saying that he entrusts his remaining students to him. Hal stands still for a moment, conflicting feelings warring within him. But he still makes a choice, ordering all the warriors to follow him. Rock arrogantly states that even 2 brothers would not be enough, and he asks if the enemy didn't feel the force after the first blow. Hart is silent, but internally agrees with his opponent. He felt everything perfectly. This man's demonic art far surpasses his own inner strength. The threat to life hasn't been this acute in a long time, but Hart must hold out at least for a little while. And he says that the enemy will pay for underestimating the Chill family's sword. Rock laughs madly, asking the old man to entertain him for real. That's what he likes. The man's comrades set out to chase after Chill's students, wanting to kill them. Hal notices the pursuers, but is not surprised because it was expected. One of the students calls out to him, but the man tells them to run without looking back. He promises to cover them, ready to stand with his life if necessary. But his eyes widen in fear when he sees the collision of 2 forces. There is only one wish in his head, that heaven protect his brother. With the destruction of the Order, an invasion of the Silk Province began from several sides at once, just at the moment when Svetogori and Chill were blazing. Meanwhile, in the pure mountains on the Dragon River, someone was mentally cursing. The snake remembers that with Eben the river seemed smaller, but now it seems huge. Besides, he is a snake by birth, and they, as we know, do not fly. The dragon mentally addresses its owner, asking him to wake up quickly. Although it seems that he is simply sleeping peacefully, in fact he has already begun his fight. The guy slowly opens his eyes, wincing unpleasantly, as if from the bright sun. Looking at his hands, he doesn't understand what happened, because he was fighting with the cult leader. Eben remembers being hit by a strange technique and wonders, has it really dissipated? The guy asks the snake how much time has passed, and his eyes widen in amazement at what he sees in front of him. He has an idea, but it's absurd, so you don't want to believe it. In ancient times, it was believed that only one of the 7 principles of the sword can be brought to its limit. But that was the path of ordinary people who were unable to reach the true limit, because it is difficult to cope with the recoil that the principle of strength carries with it. The guy thinks that this scene from his past is just a dream, assuming that he subconsciously missed his master, who, to the guy's amazement, speaks up, asking him what he's staring at. He enters someone else's training session like a thief and asks how he was able to get into this place. The man warns Eben that if he does not answer clearly, he will be cut to pieces. The guy feels uneasy when he tries to remember if something like this really happened. The old man, meanwhile, urges, but warns to choose his words carefully. Otherwise, he might lose his head. Eben begins to doubt that this is a dream, because the old man not only sees it, but he also talks to him. Then the question arises, did he really end up in the past? Eben thinks it's right to make something up, and he introduces himself using a different name. And he adds that he heard that a great swordsman lives here, and he says that he asked a completely different question. He asked how the boy managed to get to this place. The man is surprised when his gaze is reflected in the blade with a flicker of curiosity. Eben lands on the Earth's surface, taking a firm position. The former mentor is surprised, asking if he really managed to see that blow. The boy thinks that he has completely forgotten about the peculiar character of his teacher. He assumes the old man was angry because Eben dodged the blow. He is going to show the old man that very technique, but realizes that the serpent has disappeared. And not only that, even his aura as a whole is not felt, and this can only mean one thing. The old man smiles, wondering if the boy's evasion was a coincidence or intentional. And he's going to take a closer look at the interesting boy's skills. Looking at his own reflection through the blade, Eben realizes that he is caught. Meanwhile, the battle in front of the Chilov residence continues. The damage has already been done, which has resulted in the first casualties. Rock didn't expect that everything would drag on for so long. The enemy turned out to be stronger. But this does not diminish the fact that the leader of this fight cannot yet be predicted. The man notices that his opponent didn't just get the title of Swordmaster for nothing, but he still believes that this does not change the old man's fate. Rock is firmly convinced that from today onwards the line of the Chilov family will be broken. The enemy teases with words about complete destruction are still inappropriate, and he asks if Rock really thinks that a family can be erased like dust. After all, even if Heart falls, the Chill family itself will not disappear. And having accumulated a sufficient amount of strength, the leader demonstrates it to his opponent. He continues the conversation by saying that as long as even one Chill lives, the will of the family will not fade away. Rock likes this fighting spirit. Although the old man is already exhausted, he says he has changed his mind. The man is going to leave Heart alive, but in such a way that he will regret it. Rock wants the old man to see the death of each of his students. While intercepting the weapon, the man simultaneously collects energy for the next technique, which is called the Mighty 9 Hell Dragons technique. Heart has seen these ghostly creatures before, and now he can physically sense them. But that's not all. Rock uses a variation of the technique, the triple step, namely, the 3-headed Great Wheel of Victory, which throws the enemy into the air. And with inhuman force he twists, pressing it to the ground. Heart coughs up blood, but overcomes himself, because he is not going to give up so easily. And he himself resorts to the technique of the 36 legendary sword styles of the Celestial Empire. The energy grid that appears in the air has a protective effect. Yet the enemy's attacks manage to break through and push Heart back. Watching his opponent's movements closely, Heart notices changes, which are the prelude to the technique of the 4 techniques of supreme power. And Rock performs the 9 Hell Dragons' furious attack. The opponent doesn't give Heart a second to breathe, but it could have been worse. Flying back once again, the old man thinks about only one thing. He hopes that his students have managed to leave Chill. He has nothing left to leave. And yet, something is found. Heart regrets that he did not have time to tell the head of Hazel something important. In the past, he was known as the representative of the new wave of the 2 schools, the Legend of Silk. Goodheart also shared his position as a student of this educational institution. During one of their meetings, the guy fell in love with the girl at first sight. He then began training with redoubled intensity to impress Goodheart. Heart found the best dumpling shop for his beloved, knowing that she loved them. He wrote and rewrote love letters, not knowing how best to express his feelings. But at the next meeting, things didn't go as he expected. This girl broke the arms and legs of all the students from the Chilov family. Her rage did not subside and she headed towards Heart. However, having spent her strength on his brothers, she was no longer able to resist him. He wanted to figure it all out. He wanted to know why Goodheart did what she did. But his brothers begged him to avenge them all, because this madwoman had even attacked their mentor. Heart could not ignore the cries of his comrades and complied with their request. Thus all relations between the 2 schools were finally destroyed. Heart later learned that the girl was angered by obscene words spoken in her presence. He was torn, feeling guilty about Goodheart and ashamed for his family. Heart wanted to apologize, but the gap between the 2 schools had become unbridgeable. When he was appointed as the next head, he made a promise to himself. Hart wanted to change Chile and make it a place of respect and honor. And all this was so that Hazel could look at them differently. And when that day came, Hart could meet Goodhart face to face. Many years have passed since then, and now he apologizes to the one he fell in love with, realizing that I had to apologize not as a leader or a mentor, but as a person. Meanwhile, the enemy approaches with words that the end has come. However, he slows down when he notices purple plum petals next to him. The man comes to his senses at the last moment, realizing what all this means, and involuntarily taking on a sudden attack. He thinks that this cannot be. Despite not being able to avoid the hit, Rock manages to maintain his balance. The man summons his composure, trying to understand why she is here. The plum warrior from Hazel gracefully descends near Hart, not allowing the enemy to get close. And thinking that his eyes are deceiving him, the man calls the woman by name in disbelief. And then Hart asks in a weak voice how this is possible. And although the woman does not utter a single word, the man understands her intention. Roy is on his own wavelength, asking why Chief Hazel is here, since she has enemies in her homeland. Teasingly, he continues, wondering if she has left her family. The woman gets irritated, asking how some brat dared to interrupt her conversation. And he is going to teach the impudent fellow a lesson, since his parents did not teach him the rules of behavior. A few hours before, the woman repeated her opponent's words with a question. She was amused by the fact that those who had lived for such a short time were planning to destroy the ancient family. Having clarified whether they really believe in their victory against the righteous sex, then the interlocutor decided to convey the unpleasant news about the destruction of the order first. He continued to laugh in his face, saying that his master was now heading to his next target. It was hard to believe that the order would be destroyed, since it had held out longer than anyone else. But Hazel sent troops there for support, but it was all in vain. The man asks if subordinates should not clear the way for their master. The only irony is that in that place, everything may have already ended long ago. The Demon Lord's right hand personally deigned to go to Chill to clean up, which could mean that Chill could fall even before the Order of Monks. Realizing what's at stake, Goodhart notes that now is not the time to be principled. The woman apologizes in advance, asking if she can entrust Hazel's protection to them. The opponent doesn't like this arrangement and asks how the head can leave the family. And attacking, he says that she will not go anywhere, because she will die like everyone else. Blinded by the one he sees in front of him, the big guy doesn't notice the one who has rushed from his place. The boy finds himself in front of Goodhart, shielding the head of the family from the enemy. He asks with a smile how one can question the decision of the head himself. The woman apologizes, but this time to her brother, for the fact that they lost time due to stubbornness. The man replies that words are unnecessary, since he understands his sister perfectly well. Goodhart is a little annoyed that his brother knew everything, but he relents. And he says that he is counting on them, and the man immediately rushes into battle. Rushing to support the Chillums, the woman's heart is restless, but there is no other way out. Now Goodhart shares with her opponent that she left her family and brother. Plus, she has a lot to say to this old man before he goes nuts, so she suggests ending it all as soon as possible. Rock deduces Goodhart's affiliation and status from the purple energy, and he adds that her speech is too atypical for the position of the head. He is stunned. The woman says that the real shock is the enemy's impudent face. Everything else doesn't matter, because the corpse doesn't care who is who. Rock turns around at the familiar voice asking him if he's okay. While Goodhart begins to create the plum sword petal form technique, a young gentleman rushes to the aid of his subordinate, arriving as soon as he could. The woman completes the technique using form 15 of 24, and he takes a more comfortable position to stand firmly on his feet when starting the attack. Realizing that something is wrong, Rock flies up to Malik, asking for forgiveness for his rudeness. And Goodhart goes into a more furious mode, Plum Blossom Liquidation. The damage to the buildings causes a flurry of dusty debris to rise up, blinding the viewer. Hart asks the defender if she is planning to kill him too. The woman hisses, asking if he thinks she's lost her touch. Their conversation is interrupted by Rock, who indignantly pronounces the name of Goodhart's previous technique. He asks with displeasure if his interlocutor knows who the guy next to him is. The woman knows, but, teasing the enemy, she deliberately asks slowly. And she says that on the way here she met several members of the Chill family, and they told the woman what had happened in that place and who was the instigator. But she finds it strange that the master's personal guard is so far away from him. And Goodhart provokes Rock by asking if he really is the right-hand man. After all, it looks like he is a lover. A man tells a woman to shut up, adding that he would make sure that she did not say such things with her mouth. Goodhart doesn't give up, saying that Rock is talking nonsense, because everyone already knows about it, and she asks if he will take responsibility for Malik. Rock is indignant, asking how this cowardly woman can be a member of a righteous sect, and she just continues to mock him, saying that he has completely lost his mind. And he is the one who is a coward, because he has already shown all his weaknesses. Goodhart is angry, and she also recalls how her opponent launched an attack without warning. And Rock can't stand it, rushing at the enemy with words about how dare she blab. The downside of a man is that he is excited, but the woman was ready for this attack. And the next moment, a familiar grid appears very close to Rock. But the man does not hesitate, directing his energy into the old man who is still holding on. Goodhart asks his old friend why he is doing this, since he has not yet recovered. He says that this does not mean that he should be a burden to a woman. She, smiling, rushes forward, saying that earlier she would have beaten him up for such words, as it happened before, but now he calls her lady. Rock thinks that if it weren't for him, Malik would already be dead from Goodhart's attack. And now, most likely, he won't be able to block it either. There is no time to think, and the man lunges. The last thing he hears before he is wounded is Malik's shrill voice calling for him. If the woman is touched by this selflessness, she doesn't show it. Realizing that he must protect the little one, Rock overcomes the pain. Goodhart chuckles contentedly, convinced that her decision was the right one. And Rock thinks that if he doesn't take extreme measures, he will be guaranteed to lose. And the man turns to the young master, saying that they need to retreat. He thinks otherwise, but his Rock says that his safety is his priority. The man says he admits defeat, but the Demon Lord will be here soon. And when that happens, your opponents will regret not dying at the hands of doom. Goodhart is outraged, asking why he thought they would let him go now. And she asks Hart why he is stopping her, and he gives reasonable arguments. And he notes that if Goodhart had killed Malik, Rock would have actually fought to the death. Of course, with their joint efforts it would be possible to win, but not without reservations. Suddenly the man falls to one knee, exhausted, and Goodhart asks if he is okay. He replies that he has a leg injury, but everything is fine. He is just holding the woman. And the man asks Goodhart not to worry, saying that he just needs rest. The woman clicks her tongue in irritation, noticing that he is still putting on a brave face. But he still helps, clarifying that at least he will be able to walk normally. The woman makes a ridiculous comparison, and the man laughs, asking why that particular comparison. And he apologizes, and Goodhart says that he is not doing this for him and his family. Suddenly, Hart asks if she remembers what happened on the day of the friendly match earlier, and he says that he really wanted to apologize for that incident before his death. Goodhart replies that she remembers that day, and would break those guys' legs again. The man is amazed, wondering what his brothers told her then. And while Hart is wondering what happened, Goodhart confesses. It turns out that the boys read the love letter and laughed at her, and belatedly realizing that the addressee of the letter was himself, he is amazed. Picking up Hart in her arms, the woman asks him to hold on, because she will use the technique. He asks her to wait and tell him more about that love letter. The battle is in full swing. Reinforcements have already arrived from both sides. The man rushes at the enemy with words warning of the attack, and pushes Johnny back with a strong punch to the stomach, filled with energy. The blood is knocked out of him along with the air. It is impossible to hold back. The force of the impact throws not only stones into the air, but also a flash of energy. The man calls his ward, and his opponent asks why he is distracted. After all, his enemy is right in front of him. There is no time to look around. The warrior thinks that the level of these people exceeds even his own. What can we say about Johnny, or, even more so, about the rest of the students? But in my head I desperately ask the guy with green hair to live. He suffers from coughing and shortness of breath, but he is glad that he is still alive. Having risen to the age of 20, this guy thought he was the equal of Gilbert or Chaz, but now he perfectly understands the look with which his elder looked at him. And the enemy is already approaching, expressing boredom at such a quick ending. Seeing that the guy is getting up, he praises him, but says that he lacks experience. The next moment the big guy says that he won't be able to show his skills anymore. Making a heavy leap, he says that today the boy will die by his hand. And he punches where Johnny's head had been a moment earlier. The man bursts out laughing, asking what's wrong with his movements. Isn't he ashamed at all to crawl like an earthworm? Or maybe he wants to live so much that it doesn't matter what methods he uses to avoid it. Only the man considers such people to be as pathetic as insects, an insignificant species. And right now he's about to put an end to one of those midges. But suddenly he stops, feeling the earth begin to shake. The others also feel these jolts, which come from nowhere. And nearby, the voice of Hera is heard, showing his students the course. He directs his charges into attack, wanting to help his allies deal with their enemies. The latter look around with displeasure, wondering. They don't understand what the representatives of this family are doing here. This could mean the fall of Rock, but that seems unlikely. Theodore laughs, finding such an appearance dramatic, and mocks his enemies. One of whom suddenly realizes that he has become distracted and cautiously turns to face the enemy. The second one does the same, realizing that he has made a mistake in doing so. The mistake costs them both mortal wounds, and the aliens do not have time to react. The unexpected appearance of the Chill family's students changed the course of the battle. 2 masters and part-time commanders received critical injuries. This became the first victory in this war for the righteous sex. A little later, another new voice is heard asking if everything is okay. The interlocutor praises the men for being able to inflict critical wounds on their enemies. The woman especially believes that this applies to Johnny with his first real battle. But Goodhart wonders why everyone is looking at her so strangely, and Johnny keeps jabbing, asking if something like this should be weird. Later, they gather in a separate room to take stock of the situation. After the order is destroyed, the Demon Lord heads to Chill, but they don't know how many more masters are under his command. You need to be especially careful with the forced retreat of Rock. The woman believes that if he had not left the battlefield, they would have barely survived. Har thinks about how difficult it is to deal with opposing rulers. Goodhart continues, noting that they have only gained a small respite. After all, very soon the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance may be with them. He and his supporters are so strong that they cannot be stopped by their current composition. Hart is next to speak up, talking about the conclusions he and Goodhart have come to. The heads of the families believe that Hazel and Chill need to leave the Silk Province. They do not forget that the province is not only a symbol of their cities, but also their homeland. However, the demonic forces are now so powerful that they cannot be dealt with here. But if you unite with the Union of Righteous Heavens, you can cope with all the troubles. Har says he stands by the decision, but is concerned about the common people. Goodhart promptly replies that they will take each of them with them. While there is still time before the enemy arrives, it is necessary to convince residents to evacuate the province. The woman asks her brother to convey this information to the Lord of the Union of Righteous Heavens. But he takes a stand, reminding his sister of her recent stubbornness in response to his words. Goodhart says that in that case she will do it herself or send a carrier pigeon. Understanding his sister's feelings perfectly, Theodore asks her to heal Hart's wounds. The woman flushes with veiled mockery, asking what he said. The next day, the Union Commander-in-Chief received the letter Goodhart had agreed upon, which stated Hazel and the Chilov's intention to join the Union. Chong can't believe his luck, assuming that the ambassadors did their job well. And even more, he managed to avoid Rock's blow and strike the blooms. There is only one thing that haunts me, the situation with the Order, whose fate I want to know. If the monks who joined the Union learn of the fall of the Order, they will become disheartened. A man is burdened by the burden on his shoulders. He needs his master, and Chan mentally addresses him, asking where he is. The old warrior looks at his opponent silently, but eventually speaks up. He had certain expectations about Eben at first, but not now. After all, in the end, he is nothing special. As he leaves, the man exhales heavily, considering their duel a waste of time. He is overcome by the conviction that what is happening is not reality, and the guy uses a technique called the sky-blocking sword. The explosion made it impossible to see whether they had managed to get the old man out. But Eben felt calmer. After all, this master is a fake, because the attacks of the real one were much more painful. At the same time, the guy notices that his body is being restored automatically. He believes that the injuries received here also affect the body in reality. Eben recalls that he never won against his master in sparring during his lifetime. The guy is pleased to see a familiar face, but he can't get used to that smile. But if this is an obstacle, Eben will definitely overcome it, at least to prove to the master that the student can surpass the teacher. Their multiple attacks in different variations cause more and more damage to the surrounding area. At first glance, it seems that the master is the same, but in fact, this is not so. Eben understands this perfectly well, and yet the attacks of this entity are no joke. Sometimes they are barely avoided, but the guy does not give up, making a counterattack. Looking ahead after the dust cleared, Eben realized that the false master had disappeared, and he takes off, not intending to stand still to become prey. Along the way, Eben knocks down the top of a rock to obscure visibility on one side. While jumping, he thinks about what he knows, what could stop his master. But, unfortunately, the snake is not around now, and the guy involuntarily thinks about his transformation. Returning to the fight again, the guy considers the Thousand Blades technique to be the best option. But for now, he won't be able to implement it either, so he's stalling for time. But now Eben can use Shadow Walk Dragon Scale, which he does. This is necessary to strengthen the energy and create a reference point for orientation in space. And in this way, it will be possible to capture energy points before they are transformed. The attack is not bad, but still worse than White Snow, since it is not as effective. Eben jumps back only to regroup and charge at the enemy again, and he gives him a mental message to stop fending off attacks with just a sword. Literally 1 moment earlier, an entire block of stone crumbles into pieces. Eben seizes the moment, opening up an opportunity for a controlling attack. But for some reason the enemy hesitates, although his master would have been able to parry earlier. The guy doesn't fall for this trick, using extreme annihilation. As expected, the old man does not escape the attack, and the guy gets him. He notes with a grin that he managed to repay the favor with one favor. But as soon as he has time to utter these words, he has to retreat. Under Eben's surprised gaze, the enemy bursts into mad laughter. The guy immediately realizes that he made a mistake by perceiving the illusion as a person again. And right now she is laughing uncontrollably, saying that she is very interested. And then he assesses the blow that got him, saying that it was incredible. And he adds that few people in the world could boast of such blows. And then Bloomy notices that he had such great strength just by looking at the burning child. This creates a terrible contrast with the mad laughter of his false teacher. Remembering this girl, the guy wonders why she is here now. Eben forces himself to take up his sword, reminding himself that what is happening is not real. In a lifeless voice, Bloomy asks if the guy really wants to stab her, just like all the people who are now standing behind him. Even though he shouldn't turn around, Eben can't help himself. He sees dozens of dead people who speak of injustice, cursing him. To bring himself to his senses, the guy digs his fingers into the hilt of the sword until it hurts, and he begins to strike his ghostly enemies, wanting to drown out their unpleasant voices in his head. At the same time, Eben tries to convince himself that these are just echoes of the past, and the dead attack with increased zeal, asking if this is really so. They ask if Eben feels responsible for those he killed, saying that the guy never thought about the lives of his opponents, or sometimes he would allow the thought to occur, but would close his eyes to it and plug his ears. The ghosts tell you not to try to look away and see the consequences of your actions. They also want to make him understand that his own arrogance is dragging him down. It's all because of Eben's heart. because it's the heart of a demon, not a human. It becomes increasingly difficult to cope with such thoughts. He sinks deeper and deeper. At the same time, Eben thinks that all this is true. In fact, the guy knew about all this and understood what his actions would lead to. After all, in the past, as far back as he can remember, he solved everything with brute force. In both his past and present lives, Eben never even thought about another path. In the past, he wanted a normal life, but now he is floundering in a river of blood. Despite having the opportunity, Eben remained unchanged. He wonders why he repeated the story of his past life. Eben remembers the words of the serpent, who did not consider an ordinary life possible for the master. And he is hooked by the words that there must be a specific reason for everything. The guy thinks about this, desperately clinging to his consciousness as if it were a saving thread. The child looks at the drowning man with detachment, but the next moment his expression changes. There is a surge of energy that causes the ghost to be amazed. His lips are immobilized, but his voice echoes in the head of the one who created the formation. The ghost asks Eben if this is his final choice, and the guy replies that he has too many of them now. At first, he just wanted to live a normal life, so he removed obstacles from his path. But at some point, new connections and acquaintances began to form around me, and the one who in the past was always alone was able to know what friendship is. Eben was able to teach others his techniques and was able to lead his subordinates. Eventually was able to establish deep connections and close friendships, and also to experience affection and sympathy for the woman you like. Eben believes that if there is a reason to live, one must live for it. And even if there is still no such reason, it is not so important. The guy has already decided everything for himself, even if those standing in front of him consider it a deception. Eben doesn't care because he has a reason to leave this place. Meanwhile, government officials inform civilians about the situation in the Silk Province. They warn people that after the destruction of the Order, demons will come here, so it can be considered that the flames of war are already spreading across the province. Usually civilians are left alone, but when it comes to demons, things are different. Thus, a group of refugees was formed from all those who wanted to join, and soon the largest campaign in history set out from the provinces. To ensure that people reached their destination safe and sound, security was assigned. 3 bodyguards walked in front, and a couple brought up the rear. Goodhart still had no idea where they were going, since the Union would not be able to accommodate and accept everyone. The interlocutor replies that they plan to hand over the refugees to the care of the North authorities. The Center and the Taylor family will be able to provide those in need with the safety they need. The woman remarks that they will be lucky if they don't get ambushed. Hart doesn't like this. Goodhart asks if the other guy thinks Rock is weird, and he doesn't understand. The woman turns on him, telling him not to let it go to his head. Goodhart thinks that for a descendant of the Dark Lord, he was too ordinary. She also thinks that the relationship between the bodyguard and the young master is too close. But the woman brushes off these thoughts, assuming that she is just winding herself up. In the North Province, there are also those who are haunted by heavy thoughts. While meditating, the girl remembers what happened just recently. Handing over the valuable book, Cherry explained that it contained the interlocutor's hereditary techniques. Although her lineage has difficulties with the meridians, this can be avoided by studying the necessary. But these techniques are useless for those who do not have the appropriate energy. Mara begins to understand a little about this martial art, understanding its essence. Now she knows why the Lord did not pay due attention to her. But the girl herself is capable of learning, so she will do everything necessary for this. Cherry thinks about the intricacies of fate, because Mara turned out to be, in a certain sense, chosen. There are still unanswered questions, and the woman returns to the day 17 years ago. The day the demon lord mercilessly killed her father. This monster said something that only the culprit of what happened could hear. And at that moment she didn't see in him the person she knew before. He was different. The first of the subordinates falls to one knee, bowing his head respectfully. All the others follow his example, fearing the wrath of their ruler. Rock begins his speech with polite words of greeting to the demon lord, not only by listing all his titles, but also by acting according to tradition. Malik, peeping, thinks that this man is his father. He is not only called the demon lord of heavenly radiance, but also Chazen. The guy is hiding because he is ashamed to show himself after a resounding defeat. Meanwhile, Rock says that he will accept any punishment for his failure with the chills. The hems of the clothes sway close by, causing a wave of goosebumps from fear. Chaz uses his unique vision to check what is bothering him. Using the technique, he moves forward with lightning speed, finding his target, who, sensing an unfamiliar presence, turns around abruptly. Even though there was no one nearby, they felt it. The demon lord tells Rock to prepare and set out immediately. The man submissively accepts the will of his master to carry out the order. Chaz promises to sort out the situation that has arisen in the Silk Province. Rock asks the master to give him another chance, promising to destroy the families this time. The demon lord notes that this is already the second time. The first was 17 years ago, in the attack on the Taylors, with much the same outcome. Chaz then turned a blind eye to this, because even the Black Death Alliance was afraid of them. But now his leader is dead. The man asks why he should give him a chance. And he notices that at the moment the Bloom family is a contender for the role of heir. Rock understands perfectly well what the gentleman is getting at and hurries to speak up. But he is interrupted by someone jumping forward and addressing the leader directly. Malik falls to his knees before his father, greeting him respectfully. Rock tries to stop his young master, but he is relentless. He ardently declares that responsibility for the defeat lies solely with him. The guy says that he has become Rock's weakness and asks to give the man another chance. The man clarifies that Malik stopped him only to utter these impudent remarks. And he says that if this is so, then he will pay the due price for this truth. Cutting through the air with its blade, the sword finds its target, spraying blood. Malik feels no pain and sees the reason for it right in front of him. With numb lips, the boy calls out to his dear bodyguard. Along with the blade being pulled out, coughing and blood come out of his mouth. And the male body falls under Malik's question, why did he do it? The boy cries, and Chaz says that he finds this decision rash. After all, sacrificing one's life for the sake of such a child is very stupid. He can't believe that his right hand died because of a stupid attachment. But Chaz says it doesn't matter. In some way it is salvation. After all, parents are responsible for their children. Malik can't believe what he's hearing. He can't even say the words. After all, the guy is discouraged by the lifeless look of his real dead father. In the past, looking at the children, the man decides to take them both because they look like him. Still young, Chaz declares that from now on they are his wards. To cover debts, children are sold to demonic sects as payment. These twins were trained in martial arts and became the demon lord's confidants. They destroyed those who were objectionable to them like his shadows, carrying his will and propagating it. They acted in place of the demon lord. And one day something happened. Chaz summoned the brothers to him, ordering them to produce heirs. The man told them to find a woman and conceive a child with her. The order was incomprehensible to fate. It had no idea how to carry it out. However, the order of the demon lord of heavenly radiance was absolute, like any other, and orders cannot be questioned. Therefore, they must be carried out at any cost, even if you have to turn off your feelings. An order is an order, which means there is no room for feelings when it is carried out. That's what Rock always thought. But everything changed when his child was born. At that moment, the shadow, the demon lord's right hand, began to have feelings. Knowing full well that this should not have happened, Rock could not help himself. And then he wanted to shout to everyone in the whole world about the birth of his first child. Although the man could not call him that, he made one promise to himself. He wanted to do something before the day Malik became a demon lord in the future. But then he corrected himself, intending to carry out his plans even if his son was not recognized as the heir. Until the very end of his life, Rock swore an oath to protect his Malik. But now what happened has affected the present and the future. And now, after Rock's death, this little man has only emptiness left in place of his heart. She checked with him, asking if he was going to join the order of monks. The man answered in the affirmative, because it was his direct duty to help the ruler. The woman then asked him how much longer her family would have to wait. She told her lover the rumors concerning the Bloom family and expressed her concerns. The man said that everything was the demon lord's will. Everything else didn't matter. Therefore, he did not understand his concubine's impatience. To appease her, the man pulled the woman towards him and unexpectedly kissed her. And then he said that he valued their violence just as much as she did. And he asked his woman to wait a little longer. And he promised to find a way at any cost. The man was glad of the situation, because it was his chance. Since the tailors were busy with other matters, reinforcements would not arrive quickly. Therefore, it would be possible to destroy them and gain the favor of the ruler. This would be a chance for his son to become a full-fledged heir. The time comes for them to part and go their separate ways, taking care of their charges. Hart suggests meeting later on neutral territory. And leaving their allies behind, the quartet sets off on their journey without wasting any time. Har mentally expresses hope that they will actually meet again. Goodhart expresses doubt about how they will cope without them. The interlocutor calms the woman down, giving reasonable arguments. They continue this conversation, but they feel a familiar energy. Stopping abruptly, the warriors remember where exactly they felt it before, making sure that she was not just a figment of their imagination. And in confirmation of this, a possessor of energy appears before them, giving voice. The Demon Lord's energy is so strong that it feels like it exceeds the Ascended One's, and Chaz says that he was so bored waiting for them that he almost fell asleep. Goodhart notes that the man not only got there before them, but also got there first. He also predicted the exact route, while Johnny was lost, because in front of him was the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance himself, whom he had heard about. The boy realizes that he is on a completely different level than himself. Johnny opens his mouth to laugh, but no sound comes out. He laughs at himself for thinking they were on the same level. The man's head is filled with similar thoughts. He is firmly convinced of them, considering that even if they attack simultaneously, they will not be able to win. He believes that we need to focus on at least saving one. Chaz notices that civilians are heading to north, but he is not interested in them either. He is only interested in the possibility of regrouping with the forces of the Union of Righteous Heavens. And the man notices that it looks as if Chaz is watching the civilians while being nearby. The Demon Lord says he wanted to kill them all, but changed his mind. And he announces that he will save their miserable lives right now. One of the opponents asks what his benefit is and what the plan is. And Chaz answers, after asking again, that such things do not exist. He asks if they really think that killing them and the civilians will take that long. This is not true, but the man still will not do this, because he does not see the need. Demon Lord Heavenly Radiance says that even he does not kill without reason. Hart, like everyone else, is stunned, not understanding when Chaz managed to get there. Johnny and Theodore tense up, amazed at the speed and silence of their potential opponent. And Chaz says that everything is in his hands, no matter how strong and hardworking the enemy is. After all, he can destroy everything very quickly, but that's too boring. This was the very reason why he had been postponing the confrontation with the leader of the alliance. Apparently, that's why he was beaten to it. And Chaz asks who the current leader of the Union is. And without waiting for an answer, he assumes that this is the guy he will have to have fun with. It is from this side that the quartet located nearby will prove valuable to him. Their lives will be saved only if they do not move where they are not needed. Goodheart is amazed that this bastard can calmly leave after all that has been said, and she asks if they will really dance to his tune. The woman asks the others if they think Eben has a chance against Chaz. Theodore says that although he thinks the guy is strong, he is not sure that he will win 100%. The Demon Lord stops, asking if he can leave everyone unnecessarily, and he shares with them that he recently killed Rock for interfering in other people's business. Knowing how strong this man was, Goodheart and Hart are perplexed. They are puzzled by the fact that the Demon Lord could easily kill such a talent, and he suggests thinning them out by sending at least one to the next world. Goodheart doesn't even really understand what's happening, hearing the sound of breaking metal, and her defender reacts in time, exposing himself to attack in order to save his beloved. Goodheart only finds the strength to breathe out the man's name, and he, with the last of his strength, calling her lady, respectfully addresses the woman, asking not to follow him too quickly. But as she watches her first love's body fall, Goodheart can barely control her emotions. There is no longer a glimmer of life in the man, but the woman continues to repeat his name. Chaz chuckles, saying he finds such dedication very touching. And leaving for the second time, he notes that this should be enough to sober up. The man tells them to keep quiet and not go beyond the designated boundaries. Holding Hart's body in her arms, the woman asks why he did it. She notices that she didn't even have time to respond to his apology. Goodheart cries, asking an invisible interlocutor why he left so early. And the woman admits that only now was she able to talk to him honestly. Shaking with despair and anger, Goodheart promises that he will never forgive this. And at any cost, he will definitely kill the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance. It has been raining for several hours around the Bloom family residence. Hearing that someone has arrived, the lady goes out into the street to greet the guests. Realizing who is in front of her, she rushes forward, not afraid to get her feet wet. And having approached a sufficient distance, Clover stops and gasps in resignation. Instead of his name, she wants to say his title in a casual manner, as if in public. But she hesitates. Unable to control her feelings, the woman collapses to the ground. Her son speaks up, noticing that his mother is grieving even when nothing has happened to their master. With a trembling voice, the guy asks to tell him the truth and asks a question. Malik wants to hear if he was the true son of the Demon Lord. The rain is still pouring even after additional hours. The boy absent-mindedly repeats his mother's words about how he is not the only one, and he asks if any of the heirs are Chaz's biological children. Clover says that no one knows why the Overlord himself did not sire anyone. Even Rock didn't know why this was so, even after he became his shadow and right hand. He assumed that it was because Chaz didn't consider anyone a suitable candidate for himself. Clover says that was the only time they discussed it. Malik asks if his real father talked to his mother about him. The woman replies that the man always talked about nothing but his son. At first she was afraid that her lover would not accept the child, but everything turned out exactly the opposite. The woman says that for the sake of his son, Rock could even go against his master. And the guy remembers that his father really did prove this not only with words, but also with actions like when he retreated, saying that protecting Malik was his priority. And finally, he sacrificed his own life for his son. Clover reassures her son that his father was only too happy to protect him. And he, remembering that he strove to become a model son for Chaz, is now ashamed. After all, he didn't know that his father, whose love was important to him, was always there. The woman assumes that this is the end for them as heirs, but the mother is ready to support any choice that her son makes. After all, there is something that will never change for her, and that is the very fact of their relationship. The boy makes his voice sound serious as he says goodbye to his mother as he leaves. There are no more tears, because an intention has already been born and matured in my head, falling into place. Madame Cadmea Lawrence is barged into her private room, saying he is only here for a minute. Stunningness gives way to delight when the woman realizes who is in front of her. Unable to contain her impulse, Cadmea rushes towards the unexpected guest. And with a happy smile she hugs him, calling him darling. She asks if a personal visit could mean what she thinks it means. And Indigo says that this is true. That this is the very opportunity that has presented itself to her family. But to implement this, it is necessary to prepare the entire military power of the family. A disgruntled voice is heard in the camp, asking how long he will be ignored. The Silk Province cannot be left untouched given the destruction of the Order of Monks. The man wants to immediately prepare and go to help his allies. Chan agrees that they have lost contact with those who were supposed to arrive here. But seeing the reaction of the interlocutor, he clarifies whether he really thinks the situation is funny. The man is at a loss, saying that he meant something completely different from what the commander-in-chief thought. The latter specifies that it is necessary to send the main forces there, leaving them themselves unprotected. The man gets excited, addressing his interlocutor more rudely than before, and asks him to watch his words, not intending to continue to endure insults. Chan wonders if he can continue to trust someone who shows a desire to kill. He recalls when he announced to the monks the destruction of their order. They asked him to repeat it, and the man did so, expressing his deep condolences. And he said that he would not keep anyone in the Union by force, nor would he accuse anyone of leaving. Chan then dropped to his knees, showing the depth of his condolences. He expected anything but what he heard in response. He was then asked how their commander-in-chief could apologize for the misdeeds of others. The monks were grateful to the man for telling the truth, saying that no one was accusing him of anything. They asked the man not to worry about anything and to continue leading the Union. They themselves promised to avenge the destruction of the house personally by fighting the demons. At least for their sake, Chan is not going to change his plans for the sake of the person standing opposite him. And he tells him about this, and the peasant discontentedly tells the commander-in-chief to listen to him. And he asks about the further plan. Chan says that he has already decided where they will go next. The interlocutor repeats after the man, asking again, and he confirms his intentions, saying that the demonic army was going to attack their main force. The man does not understand what the point is, and it lies in using the opportunity that has been presented, which consists of attacking Gooddown himself. In Gooddown, there is a nasty laugh and a voice asking not to worry so much. Civilians are told that no one will be harmed if they cooperate. The bandits, who appeared out of nowhere, ask to give up everything of value. The man doubts that he will be able to resist, because he has no poison left. But he still does not give up, choosing to stand to the death, because he cannot let these people down. The robber laughs, asking if he is really going to fight them. Then there is no choice. And he is about to say that he will kill 3 first, but he stops, looking away. From where, growling angrily, a terrible creature of enormous size approaches. The bandits realize that it is a dragon just a moment before the irreparable happens, and they fly off in different directions with screams full of horror from one swing of the tail. The man, ready to fight to the death, is puzzled, not understanding what he should do now. And together with others, he continues to watch the movements of the majestic creature, although it is difficult to track them down, which causes even more confusion. Meanwhile, the dragon continues to head towards the central plain. When he finally manages to do this, Snake is happy that he will soon be in North. He considers the faces of the people he sees to be familiar. Suddenly the snake senses something and pauses, turning around. The energy coming from his insides becomes more and more unpleasant. It worries him. The snake worries about its owner and mentally addresses him with a characteristic question. He begs Eben to wake up as soon as possible, safe and sound. And the guy inside the illusory world continues his battle with his own demons, who continue to ominously whisper nasty things, saying that the guy will not get out of here. The false teacher says that perhaps he has succeeded in becoming more decisive, but this does not mean that he has fully reconciled himself with his own heart. And this does not mean that he was able or will be able to overcome him. The battle is becoming more and more impressive in scale, and is no longer limited to mere scratches. The ghostly old man approaches the student with a firm intention to punish, provoking. But he remains silent, not intending to senselessly shake the air, wasting precious energy. The enemy laughs, asking if he is really going to just get away from the attack. He says that for a braggart his skill is too meager. But the guy is not going to back down from the attack. On the contrary, he intends to win. The enemy is puzzled by this and instinctively asks a question. And at that very moment, Eben pushes him away with all his might. Flying back at high speed, the old man plows the ground with his back. As he climbs out from under the rubble, he notices that the guy's aura has suddenly changed. The clearing fog makes the old man amazed at what he sees. Eben is now close behind, pursuing his opponent and now intending to strike, which it does, once again surrounding the space with a fog of dusty crumbs. But the old man is invulnerable. He laughs, asking if Eben really wants to see this through to the end. He praises his desire, but stops short, becoming serious for a moment. Something is wrong. The ghostly old man doesn't like the look of this kid at all. After all, it reflected the same force that was put into the blows. It was not a special technique. There was no reception, only pure desire and intention to achieve the final goal. The old man laughs, realizing that this state is an ultimatum. But Eben pays no attention to him, continuing to fight his way up. He blindly destroys everything in his path, just to get to his opponent. He is filled with pure rage, and right now it is finding an outlet. The guy manages to cut the enemy in two, causing even greater destruction to the illusion. That's what it seems to him. But he realizes that this is not all when he hears a familiar laugh. The enemy notices that there is not a drop of hesitation in the guy's heart. But this is not the end. Even if you become aware of your karma and face it head on, it doesn't work that way. A demon that has settled deep in the heart cannot be defeated so easily. Eben doesn't understand what's happening. He thinks he sees something. This technique appears to him incredibly clearly, filling the space around him, and it is incredibly similar to the one his familiar taught him. The only catch is that now it is not he who activated it, but the opponent. Eben wonders if this demon was really able to figure out his technique, but it's hard to believe. It seems to him that it's something else, something that's frightening to the point of trembling. It was naive to think that everything would end so quickly. Just when he thought he had gotten out, another obstacle appeared on the way, and if it's Thousand Blade Rain, then only one form can use it. And this form is the appearance of the invisible guest, although the guy has never seen him. They stand over Hart's grave for quite a long time in silence. Finally, Theodore can't stand it any longer and suggests that his sister return, and she surprisingly agrees. And with eyes blazing with hatred, he adds that he will kill this bastard, Chaz N. Theodore gets scared, asking what she is saying. Has she really gone out of her mind? The woman counters by saying that saving their lives was just a momentary impulse, but she would rather die in her own way than dance to the tune of this monster. Theodore asks her to pull herself together and not to devalue Hart's sacrifice. Right now they need to think about where they can run to so that they won't be caught. The man trails off, unable to finish, seeing the expression on his older sister's face. He understands perfectly well what this look means. It is not the look of a leader or a person in general. This is the look of a dead man who has nothing more to lose in this world. A man approaches the group and asks where they are from, and if they are from the mountain by any chance. Johnny turns only halfway, rudely asking who he is. The man is called a messenger, sent by the Blooms on a secret mission. The men begin to question him, trying to find out details. Johnny asks what the Bloom family was thinking when they sent him away alone. He replies that he didn't think about the details, and he was only asked to pass it on. To the remaining survivors, they must leave the Silk Province immediately. Meanwhile, the Bloom army, led by Malik, catches up with the Demon Lord, saying that they are here to make amends for the damage done to their family, going up against the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance himself. Chaz says he finds this strange, and gives the reason why he came here. It was because he felt a strong energy belonging to the Blooms, and the man asks, so why are they still here? Chaz recalls his own words, asking if he didn't say that they had no chance, and why even try to do something that he didn't even order. And the man again repeats the words that the Blooms no longer have a single chance. Clutching the hilt of his sword, Malik says that he wants to ask his interlocutor one thing. He is interested in the very essence of the struggle for inheritance, because he considered it a competition. Chaz is disappointed by the question. He says that the boy continues to waste his time, but he still agrees to tell, as he is in a good mood. His current status is optional. When this is all over, he will become the lord of a demonic cult, and someone else will have to rule the central plane in his place. In other words, this is a governor's competition. Chaz asks if this answer is enough. Malik asks why he then deceived them into believing he was his father. The man wearily asks him to finally start using his brain. It's all about the elders. They wouldn't recognize anyone who wasn't a blood relative of Chaz. The man tells Malik to leave, as he has received an answer to his question. And the boy says that he's even glad that such a dry person isn't his father. And he recalls the question of where he intends to send his troops, confessing that he intends to avenge the death of his real father, Rock. Chaz calls the boy a bastard and repeats the words about revenge with a grin. And he says that he understands that at this rate the Blooms will lose everything they can. But most of all, the man is interested in the Petty One's retinue, which expresses its disappointment, because the one they considered their master throws them away like useless trash. They say they cannot follow a leader like Chaz. Percival says he served him with pride, but now he can barely contain his rage. A man mocks a demonic cult leader's words about righteousness. He believed that these people would still be useful, but they had chosen their own fate. And Our has no choice but to destroy each of those present. The Demon Lord promises to destroy the Bloom family before sunset. Malik begins to feel fear even just listening to this monster. After all, its energy has an incredibly overwhelming effect. Malik, who is behind him, asks him not to lose his vigilance. Percival realizes that despite their great strength, they are powerless against the Our. And his friend asks not to forget about their main goal. Malik recalls that when he left his mother back then, he thought about his loss of inheritance. He came to Percival and Linny and told them that he was not Chaz's son. They refused to stop treating him with respect, even in the current situation. And the guy clarified, even when he goes against the will of the Lord. He knows perfectly well that he is not worthy of becoming the Lord, but he cannot sit idly by, knowing that this monster killed his father, and he will give everything to stop the Overlord. Percival said that he was ready to fulfill the will of his young master. Linny supported his comrade, adding that he was ready to fight to the death. And then Malik realized that he had those who were ready to stand up for him. And now he is giving a speech to his subordinates, saying that this battle is their last. And even if he is remembered as a fool, Malik will not bend under the Our. Instead of living under a false identity, he chooses to be a fool, but true to himself. And he asks his subordinates to now become fools like him. Theodore asks, puzzled, if an internal struggle has begun. He thinks that now is the time for them to start acting too. Goodheart expresses her joy out loud. She enjoys the battle between demons. She is confident that even in this chaos, Chazann will show what she is capable of. And Goodheart says they'll do more than just deal with the Blooms who've encroached on the Silk Province, but they will also deal with the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance himself. But first of all, she wants to deal with this man. The woman asks where he was when the Blooms invaded Mount Chilov. Something happens that Goodheart herself could not have expected, stunning those present. Theodore clarifies whether he correctly understood the intentions of his crazy sister, and he asks her to think carefully whether this is possible, because everything will be over before she arrives. The woman asks what to do if they literally lost Hart in their arms. Goodheart asks what about her revenge. She can't even try because she's weaker. The man asks his sister to look under her feet, but she doesn't understand what he's talking about. But she still looks away, and as if enchanted, pronounces the name of the owner of the fragment. Theodore reminds his sister that they are the only ones left, and he asks who will fulfill Heart's will if they too die. In order for the sacrifice not to be in vain, one must stoically continue to carry out the man's will. They must not only stand to the end, but also survive, continuing the good work. Seeing how sincerely this woman with an unbending will cries brings tears to my eyes. Johnny asks the messenger what he intends to do himself. The woman apologizes for her behavior, saying that this is all she can do now. But she promises, no matter what, to later see Hart off on his journey in the most dignified manner, so that everyone in both Hazel and Chile will remember such a wonderful person. The heavy weapon falls to the ground, as there is nothing left to hold it. The Hour expresses pity for such insignificant power. He asks Malik if he didn't warn him about this from the very beginning, saying that he would not be able to shed even a single drop of blood from someone like him. But if they had just turned a blind eye to everything, they would have been able to live longer. The choking youth in rough hands bursts into hoarse laughter, and he asks why the Overlord doesn't use his famous ability to sort things out. He keeps his cool, but not for long, activating his ability the next moment. The Demon Lord's eyes widen in surprise as he notices the unbelievable, namely, that the Chilis disappeared from the limits of his demonic vision. Chaz asks not to tell him that he lost his life and the lives of his subordinates intentionally, in order to allow their enemies, the Chillums, to avoid a similar fate. Malik counters by saying that his enemy is right in front of him now. He continues to talk about what will be enough for him, but the guy is interrupted. Chaz tells him to shut up, while simultaneously shutting him up with the activated technique. He says it is foolish to think that they could harm him with these actions. Chaz believes that the guy was just an ordinary fool who dared to rebel against his master. Although it was reckless, such actions amused the Demon Lord. After all, it was interesting for him to watch the futile attempts to flounder in a dirty puddle. Chaz has this opinion about everyone, and he is going to personally put everyone in their place. Goodhart asks the messenger not to go up the mountain alone, and he reciprocates. It is said that, besides the golden spirit, Rock, there is the silver spirit, Indigo. He was ordered by the Lord to lead the army and move towards north. The Union Army must know about this in advance, so that it can prepare for defense, and the Hazels may have time to meet up with their main forces along the way. The man says that this is where the messages end and says goodbye. Goodhart asks if this bastard really views war as a pastime. Her brother asks if it is not a stroke of luck that the army splits, otherwise it would be very difficult. A sudden burst of energy hits them from behind and they run, turning around. The man says that this energy seems to have its own will. It's scary. Goodhart asks for opinions on who it might belong to other than Chaz N, and how strong it must be to control even the flow of nature, the clouds. Turning to his companions, Goodhart remarks that they must speed up and leave the Silk Province as soon as possible, otherwise things will be tough. They want to do this without going into the energy territory, and they lose sight of the source. In one of the rooms of the Union of Righteous Heavens, a girl is suffering. She was already quite tired of all these tasks, reports, and training. She feels that her body can no longer take it, and begins to think. Contact with her uncle was lost last week, and there is no news from the Lord of the Union. She is seriously worried about the young leader, wondering where he is now. There is a knock on the door and a question is asked if she can come in for a minute. Hannah allows it. Harvey laughs good-naturedly, noticing that the girl is working hard, and he says that he brought something to eat in case the girl gets hungry. And then he asks shyly if she wants to do it right now. As Hannah devours her food with relish, she says she feels a renewed sense of purpose in life, and she thanks Harvey for doing her a favor, and he switches over, and he inquires about the girl's sleep, worryingly noting that she could harm her health. The girl replies that she is fine, because this is nothing compared to the exploits of those fighting at the front. Harvey notes that serving as Deputy Commander-in-Chief also carries weight. The girl laughs, promising that she is not completely depriving herself of sleep. Everything is really okay. He offers to keep her spirits up together, and Hannah agrees. Their cooing is interrupted by apologies and urgent news. The couple is embarrassed, but there is no time for that. The news is really very urgent, and completely joyless, because the Demon Lord's troops are heading to the north. The young people are amazed, but that's not all. The troops are not just marching peacefully. They cut down everything and everyone in their path, turning every place into a lifeless desert. Violence smiles predatorily when he thinks about how long he's been waiting for this. Due to surveillance, he was forced to lead a joyless life at home, but now it's time to return to your status, changing everything. The bearded man declares that morale is very important in war. Violence likes the context and gives the order to all troops. He says he's taking control away from himself for a few hours, and he promises not to punish anyone for actions of any kind. Violence allows you not only to rob, but also to kill whoever your heart desires, and to fully enjoy the fear and despair of their victims. It allows you to give free rein to your desires until your heart is completely satisfied. Silverwolf believes that too much time has been given for freedom. The bearded man asks him not to worry, because robbery is natural in war. This not only allows you to stock up on provisions, but also increases morale. Tiz believes that a wise general knows the best ways to maintain discipline. Indigo thinks that this man was originally a general, not a novice. But then he joined the Demon Lord, joining the demonic cult. Silverwolf notes that sometimes Tiss's words and actions are unnatural, and sometimes the darkness that lives in the heart takes over the voice of reason. But he has the skills he needs, and Indigo can only watch now. One of the men notices a hawk approaching them with a message. Judging by the coat of arms, Tis assumes that it is from Madame Lawrence and begins to read the letter. Indigo asks if the news is important. The interlocutor answers evasively. The fact is that the main forces of the Union are moving towards the Lawrence estate. Since it is too late to defend themselves, they want to force the troops to return to protect the family. But Tis is not upset, because everything is exactly as their young master expected. The woman also writes that they asked for support to protect the estate, and they answered the call, allowing them to enlist the help of a very strong supporter. As for the Lord, he will most likely not interfere, following the plan. Cadmia asked not to worry about her and to focus on destroying the tailors. Indigo thinks, but is pulled out of the abyss of heavy thoughts. Tis believes that since the lady says so, one should follow her advice, and the sooner the young master becomes the next overlord, the better. Indigo completely agrees. Now is the right time to strengthen his son's achievements. The man also agrees to destroy the Taylor family as soon as possible. Tis loudly alerts the troops that the plunder is over, and it is time to move on. Instead of the commander-in-chief's scream, Violence heard the dying scream of the victim, and the Taylors and their supporters are moving forward to strengthen the defense of their own possessions.